time I look at you, ooh, there can be no mistake. I've got my ways out of time. Where you gonna run? 'Cause you love the games that I play.
Next time, please don't block.
I'll be so cold. I'll lead you into the fire.
Ecco.
Think by now you should know you're going.
Living a dream.
So far, so good.
Taking you.
Thank you, guys.
Takes the win here in Barcelona.
Jason Mercier, he went with his instinct, he made the call.
There's the professional level, and there's the Ivy League.
Sebastian Paoli coming to terms with what he has just achieved. Nicky Corrin has done it! 2 main event titles!
Sebastian Mallets has gone from poker fanboy to poker champion.
This is why people love the EPT.
Hello once again, welcome to Prague and the PokerStars European Poker Tour as our live coverage of the EPT Prague 2022 main event continues. It's day 3 here at King's Casino at the Hilton Prague. 117 players returning to play another 6 levels, another 12 hours of poker. It's James Harshkin alongside Joe Stapleton.
Hello, my babies.
And of course, Joe, we can't do it without the loyal audience that keeps us entertained and sometimes tests our sanity. We've got the live chat on Twitch, the live chat on YouTube. You can use the hashtag PokerStarsTV on Twitter, and you should definitely be following at PokerStars on Twitter, as well as keeping across all things EPT related on Facebook and Instagram. So it was a long day yesterday. We went through the bubble and beyond. Fewer than 120 players left. Tomorrow, I imagine we're going to get down to near enough the last table, probably play down to around the final 9. On the penultimate day, day 5, get down to around 4 players maybe, and then a short day on Sunday, starting at the earlier time of 11 Central European time. Want to be done, dusted, get a trophy in someone's hand before they start playing soccer. Not these people, I mean the professional players out in Qatar. Anywho, today is about day 3, and it's about these players. These are the chip leaders coming into the day. And yes, Tonka is still a top 5 stack, 2nd in chips overall. We will check in on Parker Talbot a bit later on in the day. Canada, also represented by Tim Adams, one of the high roller contingent, who's 6th in chips overall. Plus, Perry Mason, Jerry O'Dean sits in 9th. Plenty of big names, plenty of talent still in this field. And Joe, we have got some of those talented players. We've got some of those big names at our first feature table today.
Yeah, none of those big names specifically, but other big names, also Canadian. Mike Watson at the feature table today. Connor Beresford, not Canadian, but is there still a Commonwealth? Is that still a thing?
For now. I mean, give it a few years and it probably won't exist anymore, but that's by the by. We also have the legend that is Seed Darwin 2. Simon Matson is going to be taking a seat on the main stage. We are into the prize money now, paying out just over 10K from the 6.1 million euro prize pool. Of course, the huge sums reserved for the top finishers with 6-figure scores for making the final table. And of course, more than $1 million up top, along with the main event trophy itself. At this point, let's introduce our first guest commentator of the day. We saw him on the first feature table on day 2. Sadly, no longer in the main event, but able to analyze the main event. Sam Grafton, welcome.
Hello, guys and girls. How's it all going?
It's going well, Sam. Not going to lie, it was an exhausting day yesterday, and I'm sure it was for the players as well. It's not ideal to be playing 6 levels a day for 3 days straight, but, you know, kind of don't want the World Cup to interfere too much with the poker?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's something I always like to refer back to when we're looking at these guys. It is a real tough grind out there. So many difficult decisions under the lights of a feature table, or, you know, maybe you've had a night out the night before in Prague, some of us, for day ones and day twos. And, you know, a lot of respect to these guys doing it day in, day out, particularly amateurs who are perhaps less used to it.
Well, talking of amateurs, we're seeing some of the players at our feature table right now. I'm thrilled to say that there is a potential qualifier.
Nice.
At the feature table, who we will introduce very shortly.
Are we looking, is it like Cluedo? We're looking at the suspects now. Which one is the qualifier? There is a qualifier amongst you.
We can eliminate Mike Watson.
If the
we can
qualifier,
eliminate Connor Beresford.
if the qualifier winks at you, you're eliminated from the table.
So the qualifier is in seat 7. It is Nino Ullmann from Germany, who got his seat in this EPT Prague main event via a €250 satellite.
I mean, I don't want to put the spoilers on the narrative, Hartigan, but Nino Ullmann, quite a strong poker player out there. It's not, you know, it's not rags to riches tale.
Quiet. Shut it.
Oh, he's Germany, lives in Vienna, but yeah, he's probably just...
Oh, if he's German who lives in Vienna, okay, yeah, he's no amateur.
But still, really nice guy. And this is, you know, Anton Labat, of course, also a strong poker player. This is a very exciting table to have. First up, we're going to see some real top quality poker. And, you know, as you said, I think a lot of our online poker fans, our online poker players, will be very excited to see the legend Simon in the flesh. I remember I went deep with him one of the years I blew up in an EPT. He finaled Prague, I believe, 1 year. Maybe it was 2013. We played the final 2 tables together. He does make the odd live run, but of course, legendary for his online exploits.
Slumming it. It's having to touch the cards, sit next to people.
So action
Wear
underway.
pants.
At the start of the 3,000, 6,000 blind level, hand number 1 of day 3 of the EPT Prague 2022 main event. And action is on. Simon Matson, C Darwin 2, ace-4 of hearts.
It's almost like I knew. I give him the hype, and then he gets down ace-4 of hearts. I had no online player will ever fold. Oh, hello, Calcan.
Cal can call or raise here. And elects to re-raise.
A little look there.
I love the look that he gave Simon Matson as he 3-bet to 31,000.
A little arrogant look like, nah, mate, this ain't getting through. I haven't even looked at my cards.
Everyone dreads jacks. I mean, not everyone. Many people dread jacks. And a lot of times you can tell because they'll just like 19 exit pre-flop. He didn't 19 exit, but he did a standard raise, but like with a little look. A little like, yeah, you don't need to get involved. You let me have this one.
Yeah, and Simon getting a nice price here to call. Obviously, this is a hand that people do 4-bet, you know.
We talked about that a lot yesterday.
Occasionally. But I think, yeah, you know, he's just smart kid, Simon. And probably realizes first hand of the day, you know, he's an intimidating presence. This isn't going to necessarily be light. And this is why you don't fold.
Always an ace on the desk, which benefits Simon Matson. Near enough a 3-1 favourite. Calcan does, of course, have a gut shot to Broadway.
Why is ace-4 so good? And this is why you want them to fold pre-flop.
Of course, if you'd had ace-king, it would come 9-8-6.
Correct.
You know, it's a completely different flop. We ensure that. Yeah, and Simon going to feel like, I mean, just feels like it could well be a kings, pocket jacks, a king-queen type holding. You could only really get one street of value, though, you know? So checking here, just letting the board completely brick off is sometimes the strat. And yeah, this live is a funny bit. Yeah, just taking time as if you feel like now my hand is just face up when you Calcan. You really do feel a little exposed. And Simon now the 2 checks might take it as a green light to put in a small value bet.
You feel like a big enough underdog playing against someone like a Simon Matson, and then the board runs out in such a way that you have to play it like an underdog. That you just have to go, this is it, this is all I can do.
You might as well just flip your cards up on the river.
Here you go.
Just so you know, I've got kings or jacks. And
they're both equally valued at this point.
So, value bet from Simon Matson, 25,000. Cal can get away from this.
Come on.
I mean, your range probably is just this hand.
What the
He's doing it. He's literally doing it.
You will see it anyway after that. Because of that, I show you. And I will see after that your card. Good luck.
Oh, that's a good lay down.
Was it?
Maybe.
We will see it. After, in the next break maybe, huh?
Yes, we will.
Because it's the first hand, so easy.
Okay, I have a new favourite player, and his name is Calcan.
Yeah, nice to see see a little bit of personality, a little bit of emotion there. Frustrating start today. The good news for him is, you know, just lost the minimum, small 3-bet, check down, not too bad.
Okay, Conor Beresford under the gun with the sailboats.
12,000.
Opens to 12K.
Yeah, and this is a bit of a statement of intent. This is right on the cusp, the pocket fours, I think, as an open. And Conor feeling like this is a table where he can open sort of to the maximum.
6 pounds. 7 pounds.
Here's our qualifier. Good luck to the young lads. Maybe don't know much about him. Maybe his first tournament. Here we go.
All in.
Where all in?
And, yes, starting very...
9 pounds.
Pretty short.
Yeah.
I love the fact these guys coordinated this morning.
Twins.
It's like 100.
The jacks.
They look like two bosses you would have to fight in Double Dragon, and then eventually you'd fight them together.
Bit of and there we see Conor getting punished for his loose open under the gun.
Well, there has been one elimination from one of the outer tables, down to 116 players now. Starting field was 1,267, this being the biggest EPT Prague main event ever. And let me reel off that stat that Howard gave us yesterday.
Yeah.
The biggest EPT on European soil outside of Barcelona.
There we go. Yeah, I mean, that is quite impressive, especially as we did it twice this year. I mean, it just shows how much people want to come and play poker in this town. You know, what a draw it has. You know, so a lot of people were here just 7 months ago and loving it so much that they're back, happy to come back again. Just shows the strength of this stop.
8 pounds.
Obviously, the novelty value of having the EPT back in March kind of kept us afloat, but it was strange having EPT Prague in the spring. It's meant to be at Christmas. It's where it belongs.
Yes, yes.
So Deset has raised from the cutoff with Jack-9.
2 pounds.
Labatt folding the button. Small blind out. Conor Beresford in the big blind with Queen-5 off.
Oh, Conor, do something rogue. Do a rogue 3-bet for flair. Just the defense.
Call.
Conor used to think of as one of the young guns of UK poker, but now very experienced pro, played many, you know, full years online and also a decent amount of live experience. Good flop, of course, for Dezet. Just a super neutral board, and obviously in actuality with his hand, the top pair, very nice outcome when you raise it up. and get called by a strong opponent.
The chips had barely made contact with the felt, and Conor Beresford had folded.
Yeah, no Hollywood from Conor. He's a snap folder. He's not he doesn't hum and ha or stare anyone down. He gets on with the job in hand.
Did I tell you guys my Conor Beresford story from EPT London?
Just very quickly, Joe, I did want to highlight, though, when we're talking about quick decisions, of course, being day 3, you'll notice that Bernie the Lizard has been brought out onto the feature table because the shot clock is in play today. 30 seconds per decision, time bank cards if you need to play them to extend your thinking time. With that bank of cards replenished at the start of each new day.
How long is the shot clock, by the way?
30 seconds.
30 seconds, right.
So I'm running around London. I'm trying to get a train. I got to take that train to France real quick, remember?
Oh, yes.
And I remember
that story.
I run into Connor.
9 pass.
And I decided real quick just to chat with Connor and Parker. And Connor's like, yeah, I'm at the final table of the UK IPT High Roller. I got 80% of the chips in play, 6 people left. I go, oh, cool. Is anyone good left? He goes, nope. And then the next day, I see who wins the event.
He lost heads up to Martin Jakobsen, right?
Yeah. Yes.
Sure. Yeah. I mean, Connor's he thinks a lot of his game. Let's just say that. That is quite funny. Yeah.
Okay, Matson is open-ended. Kunze does have second pair top kicker.
Yeah, and given the relative positions, this is something of a collision. Ace-Jack on the button, second pair, top kicker, this backdoor flush draw, very strong. And Matson's going to be aware that the range, isn't going to always hit this board. I think check call will be quite standard. May consider a check raise, depending on what he thinks of his opponent. I think you'd kind of want a spade in your hand to be check raising. Of course, an ace would be a disaster for Kunz.
Check.
He's quite confident from Kunz, firing again.
That's 16,000.
I'd love a little bit of that.
And this is...
being happy about having second pair.
This is a little bit of an unorthodox sizing, right? He's gone for a small sizing on the turn, and Simon... obviously just so dialed in. Will he just take the price and realize his equity for cheap? Or will he attack this? I mean, this doesn't look like the sizing you would use if you had, the pocket fours, the ace-king. And Kunz might get himself in trouble here. And Simon just takes the price. You can see he's getting the exact odds, better odds to hit his hand. And it breaks off.
Check, show them, please.
Goes check on the river. Ship it to Kunze. Down to 115 now in the Prague main event. And quick reminder that the mini EPT Prague series continues to run on Stars today, running for all 5 days of our live stream. 3 tournaments per day, starting at 3:15, 6:15 and 8:15 Central European times. The first game not for another 2.5 hours, but EPT Paris satellite tickets added to the prize pool of every single tournament, with an EPT Paris package up for grabs in the mini main on Sunday.
So maybe we will get an actual qualifier in Paris if we're giving away all those packages.
Love that. 3 table and watch us. Beautiful. What an afternoon.
Sounds pretty fun, to be honest.
Lock your children away somewhere in the cupboard.
I don't think this is on board with our kind of responsible gambling messaging.
Don't lock. No need to locking children. That's not acceptable. Don't do that. Come on, Kunz. Let's go.
Getting aggressive with the Spraggy. Ace-7 offsuit. Raises to 13,000. Conor Beresford, 9-8 suited on the button.
Call.
Yeah, and this is, there's a lot of tables. Yeah, you just pop it up, raise and take. You're just trying to get
here.
Yeah, you're getting through these 2 guys. It's tough for sure.
Do you think Kunze knows? Just imagine being unaware
Sure.
of the
Yeah.
two players you're just casually raising into.
Yeah, Connor's just got his qualifiers hoodie on. He's like, yeah, this guy's just a 1K player.
So we get the squeeze from Simon Matson, 3-betting to 44,000. Kalkan folding the Jack-7. Action will be back on the original razor. Emp on Twitch asking, yo, what's #1 prize? More than a milli. We got 7 figures up top.
Yeah, and this is a very nice price for Connor. 9-8 suited is generally the one you fold because the straight's not very clean. You know, it gets a little bit dominated by bluffs. Kind of wants, but he does take the price. What a battler! Look at this. He does his wins. And two legends of the online felt.
Love it. Connor B versus C. Darwin, 9-8-4 on the flop.
Bingo, bango. Is that a smile on the lips of Connor? Can we see him like fighting down a beam?
It does look like he's in a constant struggle with his face.
It's kind of not fun to have King Jack here. Very little connectivity, no spade.
Check.
Look at that. I mean, this is quite impressive. Like, Beresford swapped top 2 here, and Simon just finds the control to not auto c-bet. So many of us were just, I mean, maybe he picked up on the twitching brow, or
especially because the C in C Darwin stands for continuation bet.
Those games on the Beagle, he was always firing. I think Simon's sensitive to the fact that if he would c-bet Jack 10, Queen Jack, Queen 10, 9-10, all not folding, but doesn't give it up immediately to the small sizing. Look at this very, very nice play from. Yeah.
You have to admire all of these pros who, like, nothing's a foregone conclusion, right? You still sit there and you still think about, how can I win this pot? Is there a way I can win this pot? Sure. What are the different ways? Whereas most people, most mere mortals like me go, okay, I missed and he bet, so I'm just folding. I'm out.
Yeah.
And maybe he comes to that conclusion eventually, but he thinks through every eventuality before that.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. I mean, yeah, really. Obviously, I've played with Simon for a full decade, and yeah, there's a reason. I mean, he's been at the top for so long.
Yeah.
That sort of spirit of competition, desire that he must have to get up and do what he does each and every day. Real impressive character. And speaking of experienced players, I mean, I feel like I see Labatt in every tournament I play. It's like I sit next to him like every tourney I'm ever at.
Well, he's open with Queen 10. Connor Beresford flatting in the cutoff with Ace Queen, the dominating hand.
Even the big ones?
Oh, 7s for Kalkan.
No, not so much high rollers or super high rollers, but he's a grinder. He's in there. And it's not gonna be clear to Kalkan that Beresford's going to have a stronger hand as Ace Queen.
It's not clear to me, and I can see the cards.
And elects to flat off around 25 big blinds. Some players definitely, I think, would shove here. And
is shoving okay there in that spot
absolutely.
with the raise and the flat?
Absolutely, absolutely, yeah. Yeah, because you fold out Queen 10 and you flip against Ace Queen, and this is just...
And that's okay.
That scenario is going to be an outcome some of the time, and some of the time you're going to pick up the pot.
Right.
And et cetera, et cetera.
Okay, King 7 deuce. The 7, it is always coming. A set for Kalkan.
Bingo, bango.
7 is always coming.
play the games of the flipping and the sevens coming.
Yeah, and
Check.
Connor could go either way here. You might want to protect your holding and occasionally start running a bluff. Just knocking out a couple of players is one of the reasons you might bet here, to go against pocket nines, let's say, and fold out like the 10-6 and something. See, we can see this isn't going to work. Goes for the very small sizing.
I mean, it would work if Calcutta had called with 5s or 6s or 8s or even
Yes.
9s sometimes.
Yeah, and
if you have any questions, please call the floor guys to your table. They can answer those questions.
7-5. 2 pass.
I could watch Connor live.
He's very expressive.
We should make him have a camera on his computer all the time. I would love to see this.
What's weird is that right before EPT London, James and I did some TV commentary of him, and I noticed how expressive he was, and I thought it was just to that particular situation. But no, turns out that's just Connor B.
Yeah, and he's very concerned by this. Yeah, just all-star stuff. Yeah, doesn't even get tempted by having the ace of clubs. Is just sort of. Yeah, got a read on maybe the type of opponent. Because in general, you're supposed to sort of only play cool there with the initial raiser checking. Like, that's the kind of GTO-ish way. And one of the reasons is if you start having a flatting range and a raising range, you sort of tip off the strength of your hand. And the hand that wants to raise King 7-2, you know, it's also what's the small blind flatting range? Very specific. Pocket pairs, it's not much stuff to bluff on King 7-2. Just that all goes through Connor's head and just eases the cards into the muck. Very, very nice.
Right, I'm
play.
sure it's opponent dependent also, right? That if it's someone that he knows a little bit better and knows is going to get out of line against him.
Well, someone who you think their tendencies are spewy, right? Like, whereas someone that's 3-bet pocket jacks, checked down and made a disciplined fold to half pot, it's a little thing. I mean, yeah, we're just seeing top-class poker love. Makes me not want to. Yeah, these guys. I shouldn't play them as often as I do.
So, Joe, Ruffalo Scans has a favour to ask on Twitch, and I wonder if you can jeopardise the integrity of the tournament to make this happen.
Yeah.
Please have Connor and Tonka on the same table, get to the table talking. Could you basically talk to Toby and see if you can just randomly move players up here?
Yeah, no, I'll be right back.
Okay, thanks.
Sure. Can we direct message him? If he sends me to my Venmo the $1,000 that I'm going to bribe to make that happen, we can make it happen. So I'll just pop my Revolut details to him personally.
He said no. Like a resounding no.
Yeah.
Like almost, he got real angry. His face got red.
I hope you stopped short of offering him the 1,000 that Sam was going to bribe him.
I didn't have a chance to get to the 1,000.
No.
Yeah, it seemed like it wasn't going to fly. I don't know.
Beresford with a pair of 4s and the flush draw. Ullman with a pair of 4s and the better kicker currently.
Also, it turns out 1,000 kroner is like $50. So it's really not going to.
I meant reales, so it's actually even less, yeah.
Oh, hello.
Ullman now with a straight draw.
This spunky kid.
Yeah.
That's right, Ace, King, Jack, chop opportunities. 50% of the time, there will be a chop.
This underdog story. Yeah, and Beresford, and he goes for the lead. Wow, spunky from the qualifier. I guess he's just, maybe it's the first tournament. He doesn't know that check and flow. Yeah, he's just clicking random buttons. And Connor can go either way here. He can just raise and like try and fold out an 8 or, you know, something like that. He has a whole lot of hand here. He can sort of shut Ullman out, or he can just, of course, call with this amazing price with this amazing hand.
Call.
I like call miss here.
Sure. Call, check down, and the 7 play.
Woo, but Connor Beresford doesn't miss.
And now Nino has to decide whether to turn his hand into a bluff. The Jack-9, Queen-Jack, etc. all made a pair. 4 not showing down for much now. Yes.
Oh, baby.
Oh, show them.
Oh, dear. Ullman walks into it and is Busto.
We really hope the
Back
online
to his
qualifier had lasted longer.
Back to his day job. Probably a teacher in Vienna or maybe a...
All right.
He works in a schnitzel stand on the Strassenplaza.
All right, Grafton, you can quit trolling now because I'm pleased to tell you that StatTrick has put together some top-line stats on Sam Grafton in 2022.
Oh, wow.
We know you are a man who knows many things, but how well do you know your own results and poker earnings in the year 2022?
Mate, this is like, yeah, okay. This is like bragging on the broadcast. All right, go on then.
How many cashes did you have in 2022?
I'm going to guess 15?
You're kind of overselling yourself.
12.
13.
13.
Oh, that's not that far off. Okay, no, that's fair.
How many countries?
I thought it would be like 8.
How many countries did you cash in 2022?
I'm going to do like blink, like quick answers. I'm going to go 7.
Spot on.
Ah, beautiful.
Wow. Wait,
Can you name them?
Yeah, let's go.
Let's go Monte Carlo, Czech Republic, America, England, Barcelona.
Spain.
Sure.
The country of Barcelona.
The country of Barcelona. Cyprus.
One more.
No, I don't know.
7 bucks.
Brazil.
Brazil, of course. Loving that. Big shout out to the Brazilian friends.
How many final tables?
I'm going to go, again, I'm going to go 13 cashes, so I'm going to go like 6.
10.
10 out of 13. You love to see it. The man doesn't like to min cash. He's not grinding into the money. He is blowing up early doors and getting out on the lash, or he's all the way to the final. Let's just see.
Nice job, StatTrick. Very fun.
Yeah, thank you.
I've got a couple more fun ones, which we'll come to later on. We've got top pair here for the set. Matson with deuces.
Yeah, again. By the way, these guys came to play today. Deuces optional open with these kind of stacks behind. But Simon Matson, very...
That's interchangeable.
Very confident. Imagine the guy that got the C. Darwin screen name and C. Darwin won. You know, like, are they out there and they're like the less successful younger brothers or older brothers of Simon Matson? He's just like, imagine you're like, I'd be logging on all the time being C. Darwin 1 and playing the big 22, and you're like, lucky pro. You know, like those guys that sell their Instagram, they got like the the P. Diddy Instagram handle or whatever, and they get to sell it on. It's like, Darwin, you can just be C. Darwin if you want.
And people, yeah, you get to their page and you're like, this isn't P. Diddy.
Yes. And so at this stack depth, Deset feeling like the 10 is just strong enough to go with, and a little bit of frustration there for Mr. Matson. Again, you know, a little bit punished for the wider open.
A couple folks on Twitch and YouTube asking who our guest commentator is today. That's Sam Grafton.
I particularly like
who's cashed in 7 countries this year, turns out.
I particularly like how it was phrased by Pepika, who says, who is this chatty announcer? Kind of, the job does involve talking.
When you get the silent announcers on, that's when you're really in trouble.
Oh, yeah. We've had plenty of them over
There's 2 people here that you haven't heard from yet.
We're at Nelson right now, 111 remaining as we play the 9th hand of the day.
I mean, it's been a long time since I've done it, but coming back, day 3, 110 left. This is feeling, you know, it's a lot of energy in the room, a lot of excitement. I mean, even if you were just to go, okay, I'm going to pull a lottery ticket and won in 100 times, and 110 times this lottery ticket, you get $1 million.
Pretty exciting.
Yeah, it's very exciting. Yeah.
The combined field sizes odds of Sam's 13 final tables is 108. So.
Touche, touche. And Labatt going to be confident enough to defend suited properties enough to make the call versus essentially a min raise.
Huh.
Yes.
Look at those beautiful strawberries.
Check.
Nice check back from Kunz as it happened. Yeah.
Who does have the best hand right now, and from Labatt's perspective, Sam, chasing flushes on double paired boards, not ideal.
Yes, but I think
there's been no indication, though, I think that.
Yeah, you can largely rule out. It's just whether you want to go like 2 streets with this hand and try and get ace highs to fold. You know, you're going to run into aces sometimes when you do that, and other strong holdings, maybe the occasional 10. But just realizing your equity by betting. And what does he go for here?
12.
Yeah, this is... Maybe this is a little bit player perspective. This is just like, I like to see the river for this price, and I don't think you're going to raise me. I think if you were trying to get folds, you would go overbet, something like this. And...
That's not a call.
Yeah.
Those are raising chips.
By the way, really nice from Kunz. He's sort of seen that Labatt is mugging him off a little bit with this size. He said, mate, this isn't how you play a 10 or a 5, that's for sure. So, and yeah, and he, look, by
denies
the way.
The equity, denies
really,
the heart.
Really nice. I really think that Antoine sort of treated him as a sort of slightly less, he wouldn't try and get away with that against Conor Beresford. And Kunz has said, no, mate, like, I know what's up. I'm here to play. I'm not... Maybe he's even... I don't know his background. Yeah, very, very nice.
You want to see it.
Okay, Sam. How well are you running at flips right now?
Yeah, strong.
Okay, good, because this is literally a 50-50 question. Was there any day of the week in 2022 that you didn't cash?
If there was, I would say it's like a Tuesday, something like this. Oh, you don't have the date?
Yes or no?
Yes or no question?
Yes.
Yes, there is cash.
Yeah.
Okay. The answer is no. You had a cash on at least once on every single day of the week.
What a year.
And which day of the week did you have your most cashes?
Monday?
Sunday. 5 cashes on a Sunday.
Love that.
These stats are getting weird.
Stat trick. You know how obscure it can be.
How often did you order room service? Or like how many... Which days did you just turn your underwear inside out because you'd run out of clothes?
I really don't want to think about that. Kalkan has opened with 9s. Labatt has 9 suited, and these two will see a flop.
Much cheaper to fly. You want to do like Stockholm off and right? 50 euros.
And we do have a queen flop.
Yeah, a board that definitely, you know, we can see Labatt as essentially this, but a board that's very, very good for the small blind. Gut shot. Kalkan also having the stronger hands. Just try and take it down here and now.
One daily is good enough, I guess.
Yeah. It's a relatively bigger.
And I could be wrong about this, but the way I sort of perceive Antoine is, you know, he's there just like having a little thing, having a little look at the sizing. Is there something I could do here? You know, as I say, someone that play a lot online, but I know they play a lot of live poker. Obviously, had the World Series of Poker main event final in that big Kings, Aces hand or whatever it was.
Yeah.
Has sort of, that was when he first came on my radar, and since then Just a real regular. Probably lives in London. I see him a lot in UK tournaments.
So Conor Beresford, the table chip leader right now. Matson and Watson are the two shortest stacks. One final question, Sam, and then the most ridiculous hashtag fun fact of them all. How many currencies in 2022?
Reales, pounds, euros, dollars, Aussie.
What do they use in Cyprus?
Yeah, euros. No, those tournaments were in dollars anyway, because they were things.
Anything in Cougarans?
Yeah. No, I mean, the tournaments here are in euros. Four
is correct. A question, but just a ridiculous fact. If Sam had flown between each cache consecutively, he would have traveled 30,129 miles. Thank you for that one, Stat Trick.
Love that. And, wow.
This is not looking good for Kalkan, who's opened with ace-queen in early position. Kunz raises. 3 bets to 29,000 with Conor Beresford folding the big blind. We're back on Kalkan.
Yeah, ace-queen, very, very strong. General.
20.
40 bigs. I think in general, we're gonna see Kalkan flat.
Please.
The bluffs.
Call.
Yeah. And Kalkan wants to see an ace and not a queen. That's for certain.
Well, we already had a situation earlier when Kalkan had jacks where there was an ace on the desk. When you have kings, it seems to at the time, but not this time. Instead, that is a boat for Kunze.
Wow. Let's check.
Oh, yeah. Less than 1% equity for Kalkan.
The backdoor royal flush is in play.
On the turn with a jack.
Bet 15,000.
Now, a delayed c-bet of 15,000 from the boat.
Man, this is awful.
And Kalkan can only be thinking about raising or calling. I think it is nice to just stop and think about what this sizing actually means.
Please miss, please miss, please miss, please miss.
He misses.
I only say that because you only get so many straights and flushes in your life, and you don't want to hit them when you're drawing dead.
Yes. And Kunz played his hand as if he's got, well, probably as if he's got kings full, but we should continue that story with a small sizing, and maybe he can induce a raise or something. Goes for half pot. I think this is quite nice, by the way. You know, you're blocking that king, right? So now you're trying to get called by ace jack or tens, basically. And just puts out a size that can call, and you see it makes him queen. Can I raise this guy off pocket queens or pocket tens myself?
Wow.
Alles rein zweimal.
This might just be Kalkan feeling sorry for himself that he didn't hit.
Warum? Warum? Just English? He speaks German. We just okay. On it. I'm the first time here, so you know. I'm sorry, ma'am. Thank you for the information. So just English. My English is so bad.
Yeah, it seems okay.
You're doing all right, buddy.
Why are you laughing? My English is better than your German. Digga, irgendwie weiß ich nicht. Einmal fold.
Shame, big call, huh?
Meinst du?
Yeah.
Really?
I just have money.
He has no idea how lucky he got by not making a straight or a flush.
Can you help on me?
Nice to use a time bank just to chat it up and mourn your hand. Yeah.
Use the time bank because we can.
Use your time. That's why we have the jam.
Alex running a tight ship there,
Alex
putting him
is
in his place.
the best. I absolutely adore her.
And
she takes no guff.
Yeah, and one of the downsides, of course, of that sort of check, I mean, of course you want your opponent to get there, but, you know, maybe could have got a little bit more value against the actual holding, of course. But Kunz seen so much. You can get in the hype somewhat, hey? We haven't seen anything from this
12,000
alleged high roller. Here we go. Thank you, Sir Watts.
Well, he's relatively short right now.
If we're putting him, yeah, you know,
have 525,
he's the undercard below C. Darwin.
Thank you.
We expect to see some action here.
Yeah.
Call.
Labatt calling the raise in position. Conor Beresford in the small blind, king 6. And Simon Matson folding the big blind as well, heads up to the flop. That flop is king 9-4, so top pair for Sir Watts.
Check.
I'd like to remind everyone that yesterday in a big hand with Tonka, he leaned over,
Check.
Mike Watson leaned over to Tonka and said, I bet Stapes is saying something real dumb right now.
Dear, put on blast by...
Minutes before that, I said every time the camera's on him, it looks like he's in a commercial for a seasonal affective disorder medication.
Wow.
Yeah.
I mean,
I guess I earned that one.
Yeah,
I think his
did.
analysis is pretty astute, as you'd expect from someone of his caliber.
Basically, that's the equivalent of being in Prague and saying, I bet it's cold outside right now.
As Watson improves to trips and picks up the spade draw, makes a delayed continuation bet of 10,000, and Labatt
very nice.
Makes the call.
Quarter pot and ekes out some value against the hand with 0% equity. And, you know, yeah, this is just really interesting to see how... You know, so tempting. Like so many of us, you know, myself included, some just, you got trips, let's pile money in. But picks this subtle sizing to get his man to the river. And now this ace high does actually look like it can be good. And goes for 30,000. Slight size up on the river. Labatt will be able to picture those queen jacks, jack tens, and such like.
In 10 minutes.
But I don't know. I don't think we want a jack in our hand. Maybe like have one of those cards though, right? You actually get yourself to the river with. Kind of interesting. Definitely want a spade. Because I think a flush could go this size. Spade is nice to have.
90.
Ooh.
90.
Mike Watson, huh? What a stud.
Yes. Again, this sizing to... It's like the majority of Sir Watts' stack. And Mike just thinking, does he want to just put it all in here, or does he only get called for the last 20 by King 9? I mean, of course, and you just balance your timings. But I assume he will go all in.
No, like that.
Ooh.
angle time for Sir Watts, and just 24k more to call for Labatt.
And now. That's the worst feeling. That's the worst feeling. I should be calling with any two, but I cannot.
Yeah, and a nice riposte to me there from Sir Watts. After I said I hadn't been involved, we just get him to, yeah, he just says, all right, Sam.
Undercard, excuse me.
You know.
Do I still look forlorn as I'm raking chips?
I have a 50. Nothing else there.
He decided to stick it in your eye.
That's right.
Very, very, very nice. Yeah, and I mean, I hope the viewers are as much as I am. It's really nice to see such well executed. And Antoine had a little bit of a rough start himself, I guess. You know, both the 8 deuce hand and then this one. A little unfortunate so far. Of course, that's just the way the poker works. If a couple of players are doing well, then someone else has to be doing badly. It's the nature of the game.
Sam, throughout the course of the year, what $300 events? Are you
at UK IPT, I played the 300 turbo. Oh, here we go.
Yeah, Beresford opening on the button with ace-10, but the legend that is C. Darwin has ace-king in the small blind. And he is all in. Ace deuce for Kalkan, who folds. Back on Beresford, who calls. And
also an ace.
This is a domination situation that favors Simon Matson.
Kalkan celebrates holding ace deuce.
Give the man some credit.
He had a blocker.
But I had the baddest ace.
The baddest. Okay, maybe his English isn't great.
No. If you fold.
How do you feel?
Exactly.
Really annoyed, honestly.
You already gave up?
No.
Good for ace-king.
No diamond.
A little bit of life. We see a 8, 6, jack.
These two probably played this kind of spot very, very often.
So Simon Matson just has to fade a 10 on the river to get a full double up through Conor Beresford.
Oh, there's 3 of them, though. Yikes.
He does not get 3 outed.
Control.
Gets the double.
Okay, so back to my question about when you play the UK IPT for
regs, because I went to Brazil. On my first day, there was a beginners tournament for people that had never played a BSOP event. You could only play this.
I don't like where this is going.
This tournament, it was 800, or it was like 600 reales, so it's like 120 bucks.
Yeah.
I want to play that. I played very seriously. And so it was me against people that had never played a tournament on this thing.
And how did you finish?
No, I didn't. No, I found the super high roller, but I didn't. Of course, I did. Of course, well, as we know, I don't cash ordinary tournaments.
I want to get back to this, but I also want to highlight, guys, that whilst this is the event that concludes 2022, we are a month away now from the big event that is going to in the Bahamas, and the highlight of that 2-week festival will be the 2nd ever edition of the PokerStars Players No Limit Hold'em Championship, running January 30th to Feb 3rd, with all 5 days of this 25k tournament streamed live on Twitch and YouTube.
Okay, he looks interesting.
Never misses James Hart in the action, and there we go. There's the plug.
That's what pays the bills.
I mean, I've got to say, it is nice to plug this event though, because it's going to be so huge. Really, I mean, I feel like it's been looming on our calendar for a full like half a decade. And you know,
it does feel like it. So, if the narrative of the PSPC, Sam, the amateurs, if it's a David versus Goliath battle, what are you doing entering an event that's meant to be for newcomers? Are you thinking, oh, I'll give them the experience of playing against a Team PokerStars Pro, or are you just sharking the field?
Meanwhile, they're all like, yeah?
yeah. No, I mean, I like to, you know, I like to play poker in Brazil. I like to meet different people and hang out and enjoy myself. I mean, of course, I love high stakes, high pressure, having to deal with so what's, but I also enjoy a more relaxed form of poker where I can, you know, I'm putting a bit less, I was in less tough spots than I normally.
So, follow-up question. This is all leading somewhere. When you play the $120, you're put in less tough spots. Fine, I get that. Do you find that you're less able? How's your hand reading ability as far as putting people on ranges in those events? Are you still just as good at it?
Yeah, I think obviously I have like 12 years of 14 years of live poker now.
Yeah.
And I do think I can sort of.
Do you adjust?
Yeah, of course you adjust. I mean, you could just. I mean, look at the way some hands have been played here, where people are going for sizings that don't really make sense. It means something specific. This 3-bet and check king 5-5 means something specific to this guy. Like maybe it means just queens, but maybe it just means kings full. And I do look. You know, this is one of the great things about poker. Nails the flop.
He does indeed. He's flopped Broadway. Meanwhile, it is second pair in a straight draw for Kalkan, and a good straight draw, by the way. Matson with bottom pair.
Yeah, and it's a lovely straight to flop. I mean, of course, all straights are lovely, but, you know, just hits the range, particularly of Simon Matson. That might mean he wants to just put the aggression up front.
Rainbow board, too. I mean, it doesn't get much better than this.
Even Joe Stapleton, it feels like he can navigate this hand.
Yeah, no, this is all I want. It's just easy hands. Just once a day, I just want a hand that's a no-brainer. Just a slam dunk value bet on 3 streets.
Yeah, look at Simon. Simon's just out there. Wow. Like, no. This isn't what we came for. And Kalkan, little bit of a looser peel out of the small blind with Queen 9 here. And we'll continue.
Queens and 9s for Kalkan, who now has a boat draw?
Yeah.
That's right,
and
a boat draw.
And this is really good news for Desert. He's hoping Jack 10, Queen 10 are very likely hands for Kalkan here. Very likely hands. Of course, there's also a sort of King X of clubs, combos, and we could just sort of like start putting in a bit more money just to set up nice, easy, sort of you can go all in on the river or something like this.
Yeah, basically everyone. Even in the UK was first, but wasn't by that much.
28. And a little bit weird for Kalkan. Of course, nice thing for him is he's gone from drawing dead to not drawing.
Is that nice if you don't get there on the river?
Well,
yeah, that's
I mean, TV table 9 of diamonds would be pretty exciting river card for fans at home. Yeah, and this is just a bad. You know, we called a little bit loose pre. Now we called a little bit loose on the flop, and now here we are going to the river with 9% equity
because we Kalkan the river.
Maybe we'll get some more river speech play, which we'd all very much enjoy. And this is just Desert not showing any emotion here, really. No. But yeah, inside just feeling very good about it. This is just really nice when you're value betting and there's a very obvious hand you can get called by, which is any 10.
Right.
I don't handle that.
All in? And fold.
So we've got just over half an hour left to play on this break of the day. 103 players remaining.
Yeah.
So
I should highlight, by the way, that we did get a new player at the table who's just receiving his refreshments. Jussi Matila has taken the empty.
Yeah, no, it's just like, all right, we need to drill these.
So obviously I listen to a lot of this commentary, right? Listen to you, listen to Nick, listen to Maria, listen to Griffin. And,
Griffin a bit less than the other three, but yeah, sure.
Sure, yeah. No, I mean, look, most of what he says is nonsense, but occasionally there's like a pearl of wisdom.
He does do a pretty good robot voice.
The robot voice is easily the most tune-outable thing. So, and I've been playing a little bit more poker lately.
Nice.
So I do impression of that when I'm playing poker, and I think to myself, okay, here's the sorts of things I think Sam would be saying during this hand. Here's the sorts of hands that I think that the different ranges, they can have king, queen some of the time, or 2 10s, or I can try to get called by an ace here. And then they turn over like Jack 4 at the end of the hand, and I'm like, I never hear Sam include Jack 4 when he's doing this. And I never, of the things. And
well,
so
you're just in very good games, I think, Joe. That's a sign that where you're playing poker.
Yes, it is very good.
Actually, I know that Feraldo many years ago got coaching from Dan Smith and Source, believe it or not.
Okay.
And when they used to do it, we didn't have solvers back then, so they do it sort of manually with the ranges. And they do the ranges, and Source would always put in a random Jack 4, and he said, this is just to include the fact that tournament poker players are random, and we want to allow for this random.
Because it seems very not random when I'm watching this, and when I'm speaking to you, there's almost no randomness to it.
Yeah, I mean, it's just, well, obviously, yeah, Matila flopping very strongly here. Likes to go sort of check, blind on blind pretty often. Doesn't want to bluff the king high. The nut backdoor flush draw might keep him involved. It's nice to think of my voice going on, blocking out the sound of slot machines.
And I'm not
occasionally me and Nick Walsh are in there as well.
I'm not saying that I'm doing a perfect impression of it.
No.
I'm probably still getting a lot of things wrong.
No, but
I'm just getting past the point where. And I don't know if you were ever at this point, but like I'm just getting to the point where I'm finally not just a blur when I'm in a poker hand.
Yes, having a sort of steady and this bet is to target a fold from these hands. That's just the beginning of really good poker.
I'm not
even
just
if
playing
it's not
based completely on feeling anymore.
Yeah, you don't have to be. Yeah, exactly. Because once you're doing that, you're not letting your emotions come through. It's not like, I had ace king pre and I want to win this hand, or it's not. And look at this river for Matila.
Yeah, we are aware, by the way, that his name has been entered incorrectly into the graphics system. It's 2 T's, 1 L, but bear in mind that it's going to take 30 minutes to get that fixed because, delay.
Matia.
His name's Matilda.
Matilda the Killer.
Yeah, and so this just going to just go after spots. A little unsure what to make of it. Really, this is a board that's much better for him as the small blind. I would love to see Mike I don't know what you got, buddy, but this doesn't feel like a bluff. And Matila picking up a nice pot. Nice turn bet as well with the king and the flush, with just the best hands and the best draw. A lot of people checked there and got some extra value.
One quick amendment to what I was saying before, by the way, and Maria's voice. I don't mean to leave out Maria.
Yeah,
because I probably talk about poker more than anyone.
Yeah, I'm not going to say.
And 16 of the day.
Closing in on the top 100 players. Pretty good. Out of a 1,267 total runner field.
Yeah, it's a winnable tournament now. It's crazy to think though that yeah, you only win it like 1 in 90 times. It definitely does feel.
Review? I had monster. Monster? I was afraid you might have had monster.
And the set calls, of course, these kind of low card hands do well against exactly the type of holding Labatt has.
I don't have it. I didn't have it. Okay.
You get the top of the board and take the bottom.
Wow. You weren't kidding, were you, Sam?
Oh.
Even the straight draw's good.
Yeah, and so I guess a little bit better for Labatt, but pretty even against the big blinds range. Of course, you know, they have the Queen Jack offs and the 6-7s off, but Ace of Clubs, I guess, giving Labatt incentive to bet, gets check raised a little bit less.
Better in the turn and a monster in the river.
It actually probably is quite like a very high c-bet board, actually.
No, I didn't have it. I don't know what it is anymore.
From under the gun.
I'm confused. Yeah, better on the river.
Yeah, and not exciting for Labatt. You would have.
Something like that.
Significantly it reduces.
Or King 10 of that.
Yeah, but the set thinking about leading here, right? Like he definitely has more 8x.
Or not.
6 high, of course, going to be one of the weakest hands that he check calls. Could consider leading here. That's definitely what he's thinking about. And actually, once you take this long, I think people do tend to. This might be not. I don't know whether this is GTO, but it definitely is effective.
That. You're just like, yeah, he's thinking about leading.
I hope to the audience and to yourself, Joe, it does make sense, right? Like you check called this board. Aces, the pocket kings and such like, which is why you can't check raise that much. But you have the 8x and Labatt not giving up immediately.
Pretty good reason to, yeah.
We saw him attack Sawat earlier. With an ace high, which is a little unorthodox. Definitely.
I mean, even if you're not up against an 8, like you're not doing great against lots of semi-bluffs either, right?
Yeah. Semi-bluffs, yeah.
Oh, he raised? And got it. Woo! Got it through.
There we go. I mean, very fruity from Labatt.
What is he repping with a raise there? Overpair? 10 of 10s full?
Yeah, I mean, I guess let's say you just have ace-8 of spades. Let's say you c-bet 10 and 9-8 with 100% of your range. You have Queen-Jack as well. So let's say your opponent has 8-6. You want to just stack them now with Queen-Jack, right? Let's say you raised 6-7. You want to just stack Queen-8 right now.
Supposed to have that many 6-7s
sure,
and Queen Jacks? Or ace-8s?
Well, you have
ace-8 suited, right?
Sure. So, no, of course, you don't have many, but you have some, right?
Okay.
So what bluffs do you now want to pull from? I wouldn't pull from that. I would pull from King-Queen, which can outdraw. I think it's a little bit out of order to raise that hand.
With that particular hold.
Yeah, but by the way, I did also say, Antoine is a lot of live experience. Yes. Maybe he's just picking up on a little something. Maybe he's just thinking this kid's overdoing it. I mean, I wouldn't have snap folded 6-2 clubs, by the way. I would have at least thought about doing something, and maybe he just feels like, okay, this kid's going to play straightforward against me.
I guess that's why I was guessing such a narrow range. feel like.
Yeah. I mean, I guess you have all the other better flush draws, right? You have Jack 3 of clubs. You have all the flush. I mean, sometimes you check raise that as well, but like you have the nut flush draw, you have the king high flush draw. You don't want to get raised by, you know, a better flush draw that's calling off or such like. So it does make sense to, I guess, to fold. But interesting hand and really nice to have to see Antoine's approach, which definitely seems sort of flexible. And he's willing to go after people a little bit when he senses weakness. Really, really going to make for an exciting feature table.
I don't mean to make this tale because you take things as just like look kind of random and standard, and you're like, no.
No, I mean,
look at this guy.
Because, of course, I play with Antoine a lot, and I play with Connor a lot, and, you know, to see their whole cards and their their facial twitches is...
when you're watching this in your hotel room
sure,
or home, and you flip it on,
yeah,
are you thinking about it on this level also? Or are you,
yeah,
are you...
of course. I mean, I watch, I mean, particularly of the high rollers and super high rollers, I watch footage as part of my sort of study and approach. And, of course, I'm always willing to steal. You know, what did the set with the ace of hearts sort of nut out with the jack, going after it now with a small bet. Was what did a bat with sticks around with the 4 versus the small sizing? No, I think was it Picasso who said, you know. Great, you know, good artists borrow, great artists steal, or something like this. Whenever I see Connor or Antoine do something, I'm always willing to like, okay, what are they thinking?
How many times do you have to see it before you can use it, before you think it's like locked in?
Well, yeah, I mean,
pops up as an option.
Yeah, exactly. If particularly someone like Mike, if he does something, I'm thinking.
I'm just saying you can see it one time and you go, boop, that's in my.
Yeah,
that's in my.
And if it doesn't. Relatively makes sense to me. Is this them doing something random, or is this coming from somewhere? Look at Connor here. Takes a back in position and then raise the queen jack. Because hypothetically, yeah, you check back a little bit of king X, but you should be somewhat capped, but just knocks out the gut shot. The jack kicker, of course, going to play against Antoine's queen X. You know, Antoine doesn't have the ace queen, and also just nice to stop. You know, the 4 outs of the jack coming, or the 3 outs of the jack coming, or the one way to sort of eliminate a bit of variance is to end hands before rivers. To end hands. Sort of, you know, people who feel like they're always getting out.
And that's why I pile it in pre-flop to no raise with ace king every single time.
Open. The
Just
move
take it now.
What did they used to call it? The move of honor.
Is that really?
Yeah, I think if you just shoved aces pre for 100 big blinds in cash game, it was the move of honor.
You just show the aces and then move on.
Well, after that hand, Conor Beresford now playing a stack of around 570,000, folding in this spot. By the way, Blackbeard Goat Jr. on YouTube has fixed poker, ladies and gentlemen. Shot clock should be 45 seconds at least. A minute would be better.
About, I don't think I've ever heard anyone say that 30 seconds is not long enough on the shot clock.
No. By the way, we played 15
shot clock levels.
Pre-reg close is the word I'm looking for. 15 seconds in the super high roller. Man, that was demanding. Like, very, very tough to play 15-second shot clock.
Were people complaining about that?
I think, well, not complaining. Like, the guys, the team here at EPT are very accommodating and want to hear our feedback. So there's a lot of discussion amongst ourselves.
Sorry, complaining is the wrong word. You're right.
Yeah, like a bit of debate about, okay, how far should this go? Actually, an anonymous player that we'll call M__cab was being quite loud at the table, and I was like, and I was laughing at him. He said, "Sam, why are you laughing?" a man who got the shot clock invented. You know, I was saying we wouldn't be playing with time cards unless you'd come into the tournament scene. Just really, you know, a man who...
He's like, guys, it was a group effort. It was me, it was Davide Katai, it was
There's a few of us.
Mike McDonald.
Yes.
I mean,
can't take sole credit.
Can you imagine a situation with people who balance their decisions by taking literally every second on the shot clock every single time? If you gave them a minute to fold 7 deuce off under the gun.
Yeah, no.
Yeah. Underscore cab underscore roll. You know, when you give him like 8 seconds, he's got a cadet. I mean, brevity is the soul of wit, my friend. You know, like
I know this, no pun intended. I have a lot of time for M_cab_Rel.
I have lost count of the number of times I've seen him at a table with a member of the floor staff literally stood over him and counting down from 5 with every decision he has to make.
Yeah, it's quite a
bit early, but
I find him incredibly entertaining. Now I don't have to play with him.
Yeah, no, I mean, he's very funny. I think in the 1Ks and stuff where they don't have a shot clock, then he's quite challenging for those guys. And this is quite interesting to see. Spot where everyone misses.
I take it. 3 gin and tonic.
I would watch a heads-up match, Cabral versus Kasuf with a chess.
Someone just order a round of gin and tonics at 1:45 in the afternoon.
My man.
TV table. Very good idea. Could be a good fun for the...
Is the 3 straight and the 3 flush enough to keep Connor in? As a uncapped raise. This is really interesting to see. This is quite a stubborn...
You have to use it. It's on the house. The things are on the house.
Is he raised here? Yes. So he's taken the hand that's real cuspy decision as to whether to call and gone check raise. And yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Very nice from Conor Barris. Once again, we just see the strength and the class of just one of the UK's strongest poker players.
He's the order guy.
He didn't even offer me.
I asked you.
You did?
Yeah, of course. Beer?
Missed it.
Beer or gin tonic?
I'll have a beer, sure.
Okay.
Yes.
We've got a mixture of beer and gin and tonics coming to the table.
I love that from Simon.
It's all kicking off.
You need one as a chaser.
Excuse me?
Meanwhile, we have dropped below 100 players now, 97 remaining.
It makes sense.
Maybe. He would take it.
Otherwise, it wouldn't make sense to start drinking with you. There's no advantage then.
Come on, lads. Cal can. If anyone can, Cal can.
Because we Cal can.
I feel like this is a very, I could guess at the EPT season, but very 2018 look, the scarf.
That's right.
The year this was very in vogue at one point, I think.
There were a lot of scarves for a while. Before people had the excuse to be able to wear a face mask.
Finished breakfast, no? 1 gin tonic.
Yeah.
Good. Very good breakfast.
It's a new culture for me. New culture.
Well, I can tell you that when we go on break in 15 minutes' time, we are going to return with the same feature table. So it'll be interesting to see what difference in play and conversation we see after they've been
lubricated. Yes, indeed. Yeah. I mean, I think it's a very good feature table. Very, very nice combination of players. And everyone, obviously... Of course, I draw a little bit more attention to the guys that I know well. A little sort of bias in my commentary to people I've hung out with or people I've played a lot with, know the screen names. But actually, everyone played some interesting hands, fought and bluffed here. Bit of speech, top boy, Calcan. And it's really good combination. The combinatorics of the players we have here. is, you know, I hope people at home enjoying it because I think it's like good table.
Ace Queen versus Jack 4, a 10-10-9 flop.
Yeah, don't forget this will be a split pot 1% of the time, allegedly. don't rule out the 9-10.
He really does think of everything, every hand.
The turn river. To see.
There is
10 high ball. Just very good for the razor. The king, queen, jack interaction. You open offsuit tens, such like.
Want to play it?
Hmm?
You can play it?
2 years.
Jack 4,
No,
such a tough hand to make stuff happen. A bit of troll equity if you do something outrageous. Let's get your Twitter profile.
Right.
Yeah.
Legend status.
I didn't think you could play it.
No.
No. And, yeah,
Although I think the lifespan on Jack 4 is
what I will do.
already run its cool.
Necessarily.
No. But someday.
Someday, maybe.
Yeah, and this kind of feels like your opponent's got ace king or ace queen. Of course, this could be the occasional jack, but able to go for a smidge of value. Yeah, and Deset, as strong a poker player as he is, this does feel like exactly the same as Kalkan when he had jacks or king. You feel like, well, my cards are just on their backs, basically. You know, it's like I flip my hand up, I've told you what I've got, and now you get to decide, you know, and you've got to find the right amount of calls. Sort of take an assessment of your opponent. Are they going to bluff 5-4 high every time? Just gonna feels maybe he has the occasional ace jack as well. Yeah, you just begin to regret. You think, why didn't I just bet the flop?
I'm glad that
Yeah.
even you
Course, yeah.
deities have those thoughts. It's bad for your circulation to keep your shoes on all day. I'm on board with taking your shoes
make
off.
yourself at home.
I love it. Just get yourself comfortable, settle in.
Sure.
I don't know if you guys...
Please.
If I want to be sitting somewhere for longer than an hour, the shoes are coming off.
You need to have a lot of self-confidence as well. Your socks and feet are going to be okay there.
No, there's a certain amount of respect you have to pay to the rest of the people around you.
Well, the man with no shoes is going to open here with aces.
Kunza. Oh, no, here he folded.
Yeah,
I like his style.
Connor Beresford who's giving action here, calling in the cutoff with ace-3 suited. Simon Matz.
Yeah, and given that Antoine has the ace of diamonds, I guess we're looking at pocket 6, occasional 6-7 of diamonds. Kalkan with the ace deuce off, which we know he likes.
Oh, yeah. He got away from it once.
Squeeze.
Got away from it once. Are you serial?
Oh, wow. Wow, what a great feature table this is.
So what's not going to throw in?
Let's go deuce, deuce, 6, 2 spades.
What about the aces?
So, 4 players going to the flop.
And no fold. It's weird when you... Still.
Ace high flop would cause havoc.
Yes, it sure would.
It would be nice to have.
No.
Far off, brother.
Ace. Instead, we get the nut flush for Connor Beresford.
Unreal.
Oh,
let's observe Connor's eyebrows. Let's. Oh, hello.
I believe that.
Zoinks.
Kalkan's got his lucky pearls out. How attached are you going to be to a pair of deuces?
Oh, the aces check, huh?
You gotta go somewhere with people where there's stuff to do, though, so you can keep yourself sort of occupied.
Yeah?
Yeah, and if we just range here on the cutoff specifically,
friends or
just not too many hands that. Of course, there's there's a Queen Jack and a King Jack. But
yeah, in a vacation.
Yeah, I mean, but I don't know whether you would just bet King Queen of Diamonds here. But yeah, there's the suited. I mean, you just the other flush he's flopped. Maybe King 9. I mean, the Jack and 10 rule out a lot of flushes as well, though. By the way, like just because now you don't have the Queen Jack of Spades. Or the,
would he bet his Jack 10s here also? Like if
yeah,
Jack
least,
10 of Diamonds?
At least some of the time you would imagine, yes. So, but I mean, you're obviously you're losing to that. Yeah, Antoine not going to get overexcited.
And Labatt drawing dead.
Is Connor ever going to have ace jack off with the ace of spades or something like that?
It could
ace
happen.
10 with the ace of spades?
Not I think ace 10
That's
off.
a fold.
Yeah, it's a fold or certainly a flop check. I mean, basically Connor needs to start bluffing some sixes with the 6 of spades here across 3 streets.
Wow, okay.
That's how
yeah,
you...
I'm only thinking about the one end. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And by the way, like, this pot, because we actually randomly went 4-way, despite the small sizing, this pot got about stacked 42K, half pot behind.
Yeah.
And this is a very precarious situation to find yourself in. And I wouldn't be stunned if Antoine just folded.
I will stand up and applaud.
I mean, it would be a very impressive fold. Maybe he's going to make him put it in on the river.
TV table is almost like...
Maybe he calls and...
Think here a little bit longer and take your time.
I mean, not fun.
Seems that way.
And this is just a genuine tank. Do I like stack Queen Jack? Do I want to just fold because I'm going to get bluffed on the river, or I'm going to just be, obviously you can just be drawing dead here against some of the hand. I mean, you are drawing dead against Connor's actual hand, and that's not going to be so unlikely. Where is Connor pulling his bluffs? And does he just start betting 4-way with, King, Queen of clubs here? Real difficult spot for a very, very experienced pro.
Oh. He elects to move all in. He will get snap called, and he is drawing dead. We're going to have to put Labatt on ice. Connor Beresford, as we come towards the end of this first session of play on day 3 of the EPT Prague main event.
Yeah.
No need to set this up. No need to run this out. He can't win.
Yeah. He's put his shoes back on. That's the sign. You think if he was all in ace-king against queens, he would, like they put their coat on, he would pop his shoes back on.
Start lacing them up.
Yeah,
Let's go.
Yeah, to get the extra run good.
And Connor Beresford up to 846K. Connor will be among the chip leaders now.
Yeah.
They might get their wish of the Connor Beresford table if these two keep stacking chips.
Really, really interesting hand there.
Did Antoine Labatt order a drink? Because I do believe the drinks are about to arrive, and that means there's going to be one extra, or someone's going to have to run after him.
We got a thin at the table. Normally, you just hand them the extra one, and they sink it.
Usually, one gin and tonic there, and
if it wasn't on a 30-minute delay, I'd help out. It's probably gone though.
Like very few to start with, though, so maybe they're doing the same thing.
It's one of the main reasons for the delay.
They were doing in some of the.
Thank you.
Some of the other tournaments, they're trying it out. I don't know if they're trying it in the main, though.
Thank you.
So Conor Beresford had, you know, obviously doubled up a very productive first level for one of the tournament chip leaders, and of course one of the most experienced players in this 100, now 96-person field.
Look, we've come full circle with ace-4 first hand. Ace-4.
Question?
Closing in on the last hand.
What a lovely, satisfying,
right?
You know, end to
Great
the series.
screenwriting.
Yes. Great.
Okay, let's drink.
Did you see Poker Face yet? Have you watched the Russell Crowe movie?
No,
Poker
is it good?
Face? No,
Yeah.
absolutely not.
Need that a lot.
Yeah, when was the last good Russell Crowe movie? Must be a while back. Look at this. What
Cheers.
absolute top lads.
Pramen.
Very dangerous.
Absolute top boys.
Not this early? Or what?
This is way too early. These love.
Yeah.
It's not too early for one beer.
I don't know what they do.
It's too early to
be on it.
To start drinking and not stop, and it's difficult to stop.
Yes.
I won't miss it out. I don't think.
What do we think the last good Russell Crowe movie was? Let's take a look here.
Go back into going back to EPT season 9. We have
was not a huge fan of the last Thor movie, which he had a Les Mis.
I've never seen it, by the way. Greatest beer. Boy erased.
The greatest beer run ever looked cool. It's about a guy that brings beer to like soldiers on the front line in Vietnam or something.
How has that film not already been written? I mean,
it's a true story.
First hand, we start to play.
He played Jekyll in The Mummy, which was good.
I mean, crazy.
The Nice Guys.
Nice Guys was probably his last good movie.
Didn't you?
I had the best time on the room.
Can we get the Matson-Watson duel?
The Suns.
Yeah. They're set with a cuspy combo, off-suited. Just gets by the Watson flatting range. Obviously getting a great price. And a little tackling. I quite like that. For, you know, again, 6 deuce of clubs, we're straight in there. The offsuit hands, 3-way. We just, a lot of guys, you just feel they don't perform too well.
So with no 3-way action, you get what you want. You get Son versus Son, Mats versus Watt.
Yeah. Yeah.
Everybody's somebody's son. If you are a son, I mean.
Yeah, and annoying not to have a diamond in hand, but so Watts will be folding here with the ace-jack. Just got to defend quite a lot versus the c-bet. And this is one of the tough things about c-betting the sixes. Just visibility down the streets, not great. Quite static equity. As it happens, I don't think, well, let's see what the turn brings. Yeah, and very nice card to see with the sixes, with the king, queens, and queen jacks of the world missing. And 5, of course, is very, very juicy if it were to come off.
Then you saw this question from 78KB on Twitch, Joe. Who is Simon Matson?
Oh, he's the player in the center of the screen with the blue hoodie. Thank you for your question.
Yeah. Son of Mr. Matson. Equity advantage, I guess, slightly shifts to Sir Watts. Ace-Jack, perhaps not the one we want to bluff, given we've got some other overcard combos. I don't know, though. Now and then bluff spades, but just checks back. And see that river. Ace-Jack shows down for a little bit more with the 10 pairing. These sixes looking a bit stronger. And Darwin will go for some value here. Of course, occasionally you are beat by pocket sevens or something. But very often those bet the turn, though. And I think the way Darwin will approach this is to far again. And, yeah, just sort of putting in the amount of money sixes exactly wants to put in, and not so what's probably have to call some unpaired hands here. Not and also just the call that makes sometimes against good players you make these calls and they're winning like 3% of the pot. Like this call, if you make it, never wins big. And against some people, you know, if Simon's a bit too value heavy,
I was just about to ask that can you just give up here? Like, I know it's not profitable, but yeah.
No, but maybe.
The point
maybe
is, you think about it every time.
Yeah, really.
Very
I mean,
good.
look at this. So Watts is not
better than that.
Yeah, he just feels like he's got maybe this line from Simon.
How many did you
It's
got
just
already?
a bit too value heavy. I don't know. Maybe Ace Jack does fold at equilibrium anyway.
One hand is not enough, huh?
To take 5 gin tonics and to invite the other guys also for the is double clever.
So this likely to be the last hand of the level. The clock ticking into the break.
Yesterday.
Cowcan's absolutely loving it.
I think I know that a little bit. It was on the same table.
Yeah. It went down till I think I was 6 in the hotel. I don't know.
Okay.
Maybe 6:30. I don't remember.
How long until the break?
45
45 seconds. Oh.
Finland.
Amazing.
Love this.
8 deuce on the button. Is this 2005?
Just 100% button opening. It's these two. Yeah, he's just like, yeah, guys, just empty seats there. I'm just going to bump it up. This is very cool from Mattila. One beer and he's lost his head completely.
Mattila the killer.
Boom!
Oh, 8-5.
There we go. It's back.
Both of them.
The 100% button range is back, baby. It's a new era.
That's right, you check.
If there's any justice, Kunz is going to lose his head and just check raise the 3-liner here. Go on, Kunz.
Did the last bald guy get replaced by a new bald guy?
Speaking for the bald community, we don't like, you know, if you're bald yourself, you can point that out, Joe, but like it's not.
Got it. I don't know.
Yeah, no, please, mate.
Okay, well.
Legit opening. King 8.
Better.
That hand is going to take us to the first break of the day. The first session has seen us reduce the
Better enjoy the gin.
to 94 players. And during the break, they can enjoy their G&Ts and their beers. And this lineup will be coming back in around 20 minutes' time. We're going to continue for the second level of the day. Conor Beresford got his stack up over 840k. We'll be playing more than 100 big blinds coming back at the 4-8 blind level. Jussi Mattila, the second biggest stack. Simon Matson hovering around the 35 big blind mark. Watson around the 20 big blind mark. Same for Ishmael Kalkan. So no short stacks at this FT. No players in the danger zone. Exactly. 7-handed right now on the main stage. Obviously, we could fill that vacant seat during the next session. And Sam, you will return when we come back in around 15 minutes time.
I certainly will.
So more action from this featured table, more action from EPT Prague 2022 from the main event on the other side of the break. And a reminder that you have just over an hour to go to register the first of today's mini EPT Prague events. That'll be starting at 3:15 Central European time. And of course, as is the case for all mini EPT Prague MTTs, Paris satellite tickets added to the prize pool. So, enjoy the break and come back on the other side when we will have the second of 6 levels to be played on day 3 of the EPT Prague 2022 main event.
This is the moment you've all been waiting for.
The PokerStars Championship! Let's go!
The reason we're here is because of him.
Vamos, Hilario Viejo, no va!
Platinum passes for your asses.
Helmut, baby.
He's poker famous, right?
This is my game. Welcome to my court.
Believe me, bro, you weren't winning this hat.
Oh my God. You guys sit down over there.
In it to win it, boys. Let's go. Let's get it.
James, I don't mean to put you on the spot here, but which chip is bigger, the purple or the green?
Oh, that's a good question. I did say it at the beginning, didn't I?
It must be green, because there's purple in the middle.
Purples are
already.
100, greens are 1,000.
Okay.
Here comes Alex Stevic. But he does have another pretty junky hand, though. 7-4.
But he's got all the chips, right? So
yeah,
not all of them, it looks like.
Well,
looks like he's the chip leader, so opening light. All right, I'll allow it.
Well, Roback is the other big stack at the table. What a flop for Roback. All the equity under the sun.
Please tell me it goes running diamonds. I mean, look, Stevic has 2 piles of chips.
Stevic continuing for K.
All options available to Roback. Yeah,
Well,
raise, obviously, fine, totally fine.
He has announced raise, and we see a check raise to 50,000.
Alex better give him a couple of good looks to let him know he won't be pushed around. What's he doing? Why does he have chips?
Raise.
Oh my God, he's re-raising!
Okay, all right.
Oh, this is awesome.
I mean, look, it would work sometimes.
Okay, this...
To the time, this would work.
Okay, at best, this is bold. At worst, it's button clicking. Crucially, how do you respond if you're Roback? You have got a straight flush draw.
Okay, so something that we're actually not thinking about that we should be is ICM considerations. I don't know how big of a deal it was then, but these are the 2 biggest stacks. Like, this is totally unnecessary.
Well, to 160,000. I thought Roback may shove there. He just calls. The turn pairs the board, king of clubs. We can see that Roback is still a huge favorite, a 9-1 favorite.
I absolutely hate calling there. Personally, there because you can't. Now what do you do? Like, this is one of the worst cards possible.
Well, he checks, and Stevic is loading up for another bluff. bear in mind his re-raise on the flop was to 160k. This is a bet of 60k. This is pretty small in relation to the pot.
Change. Remember how you said part of it was bold, part of it was clicking? I'm going to call it bold button clicking.
Oh, look, and he gets a round of applause for everyone for pulling off that amazing bluff.
Yeah, I'd be pretty tilted too.
I know 8-9. He has 8-9.
He did not have 8-9.
8-9.
And the blinds are up. 5,000, 10,000.
I miss some of this creativity. I miss creatively peeling your cards. I miss creatively stacking your chips.
So it's a 3x raise from Roback with ace queen of hearts. And there is a shove from O'Callaghan with 7 deuce.
Wait, what?
Okay.
This is just for the lulz, right?
O'Callaghan at risk and slightly behind.
7 deuce back then, right?
Maybe the 7 deuce game was being played.
It wasn't like seatbelts and smoking while pregnant. They knew that 7 deuce was a bad hand.
Oh my God, it has always been coming 7.
Oh my goodness. At Roback, hold on. 1%.
Also, O'Callaghan's the at-risk player. Oh, hello. Hello. Ah, a little bit of hope flashed at him, but I think Roback is still going the big double up for David O'Callaghan. Ace 4 of diamonds for David O'Callaghan. He's all in.
That makes sense to me.
Luca Pagano has ace-jack in the big blind. And he's going to call all in, so Luca at risk, but he does have the best hand.
Domination name.
Ace 4 of diamonds. Luca's all in with ace, jack of hearts. Flop comes 4.
Oh, it's a 4 on the flop. And I fear, Joe, this is where the trend starts. This begins a narrative that will become prevalent on the EPT for the next 10 or so years. Luca Pagano gets done dirty. And he is out in 3rd place. His first cash of many on the European Poker Tour in the inaugural event. 20,000 euros for his 3rd place finish.
Count is 600,000 for Alexander, 550,000 for David.
Another domination nation situation, all kinds of paint.
55,000. David calls.
So Stevic raises to 85,000. O'Callaghan calls, and once again it's domination nation. And it's a queen high flop.
David checks.
Is now the time for justice.
Justice.
Alexander bets 135,000. David calls.
Really tough to tell the size of Stevic's stack with his chips.
80,000.
all over the place.
5 queen deuce, turn card number
Oh, this is going to be impossible for O'Callaghan to escape from now.
GNGG.
All in and a call. And for the third time, by my calculations, Stevic is in a position to win this thing.
It's like the one, though.
O'Callaghan
86%, 1 card to come.
looking for his lucky jack. Does not hit on the river, and finally it's over. And this is the moment that Alexander Stevic became the inaugural European Poker Tour champion.
James, I just noticed a huge mistake. That was a 4-star hand versus a 4-star hand.
Some 4-star hands are better than others.
This is pretty cool, though, huh? Look at this emotion.
Crucial information left off the graphics. A great moment. And it all gets ruined by someone knocking over their lunch. As Withers is having a lovely day with ace-king, but just limps.
Excuse me, baby.
And Easton limps with aces. Leonard limps with jack-10.
You guys, this grand final.
Atlani limps with 8-3.
Said all kinds of friends.
Tony G limps with queen-9.
Greg's going to attack us now. Never seen anything.
Greg
You know
Raymer.
why, James?
0. I was just hoping.
They all think they're much better post-flop players.
Valo limps with 9 deuce, and the graphics are getting smaller and smaller as we try to fit every player at this table on the screen. And Kafelnikov checks his option. It's a family pot. We've got 8-way action. And don't ask me who's got what.
I think I like 8-3 of clubs here. Although 9 deuce of clubs is...
Okay, so a couple people got top pair, 10-3, jack-10. Ace is still in, 2 flush draws. Unbelievably, 8 people to a flop, and about 5 of them have something.
Don't forget the backdoor flush draw for Withers Easton.
Tony G frustratingly folds queen deuce.
Okay, so just to be clear. To 400. Raymer has called. Valo has called. Easton has called. 4-way to the turn. Deuce of spades.
Oh, please tell me the 10 tray of spades is what gets there.
So somehow Ace is still ahead despite letting 7 other opponents see a flop. 3 of them see a turn.
That's 500.
I think it's Easton who's bet here. Yeah, 500, and Ken Leonard has called. Greg Raymer calls.
What's that all about? This is scary.
Valo calls as well. So still 4 players as we go to the river, which is the 6 of spades, which means Greg Raymer gets there.
Martin checks.
Skill game.
Hey, poker was always fun.
Okay, Easton's still betting. Leonard's still calling.
I just want to remind everyone, this is the grand final.
It's only a 10,000 euro buy-in as Greg Raymer moves all in for around 6K.
If this gets called by a worse hand, I'm working on a time machine.
The other 3 players fold, and Greg Raymer will add a decent percentage to his stack.
Even got up for that, Andre. Can't reach the chips. Found the energy there. Can't reach the chips from the chair. It's like this chair like tips forward because it's the rounded edges. It's your button, yeah?
Well, let's stick with this table because we've got Action Anderson angle with Vamplu again. David 3-betting to 21,000.
Now it's the Vamps trying to pick on Cal's initial raise.
You go 200 to start, or?
Blinds are folded, so the action is back on Anderson. And he is going to call Vamplu's 3-bet. An ace-deuce-4 flop.
This isn't the wettest of boards.
Anderson checks to the razor. Vamplu will continue. 26,500.
And because there aren't a ton of draws out here, when Cal calls, I think he has an ace or a flush draw a lot.
5 of spades on the turn. Anderson checks a second time. Crowd build. There's an all-in there. Vamplu betting again. Looks like around 50,000. Make that 52. Anderson shoves.
All in.
Enough to put Vamplu all in. He calls.
That escalated quick.
Not yet.
Okay, main event has 2 tables with all in and call at the moment. With table 17.
And the reason we start with this table is because Taylor Poor has fewer chips than David Vamplu. He's all in with King Queen. Alexei Kovalchuk has called him with Ace Jack. So Poor at risk and behind. Needs some help on the turn or river.
Jack changes nothing. The entire room needs to dodge 6 outs.
Poor looking for a king or a queen. It's a 6. He is the bubble boy.
We have 80 players remaining. Congratulations, players. You have made the money.
So whatever happens in the Vamplu-Anderson hand, the bubble has burst.
Made it now with as many chips as he has words in his name.
Moving over to our second all-in table.
The cards now go. Vamplu flop top pair. Anderson turned a straight, and Vamplu is drawing to a chop.
Anderson peeled one with a gutter ball, and he got there. Gross.
Vamplu looking for a 3, but it's a deuce. He is out. Vamplu and Poor actually went out on the same hand, which means Chad Brown, who busted an 82nd, is officially the bubble boy. Vamplu and Poor will chop 80th place prize money of 16,000. That's 8,000 euros apiece. Welcome back to Prague and the PokerStars European Poker Tour, second level of day 3 of the main event, about to get underway at the Hilton Prague. James Hartigan with Sam Grafton.
Amazing to see this footage of Prague. I can say to people who haven't been here, that Prague actually looks like that, because it looks like a CGI fantasy city where you do that amazing craning helicopter shot. Really such a beautiful, beautiful city by the...
And look at this, 3 players, Sam, now with more than $1 million, and it is Parker Talbot, it is Tonka, who's in the #1 position right now, 1.17 million. We will check in on Tonka later in the day. I don't think he's going anywhere soon.
Yes, even Parker we can rely on to be around with that huge stack. I can confirm he's been moaning a lot about how he good shift of fear of talking about how he deserves it. So maybe the poker gods will answer here at EPT Prague.
So Tonka going strong in the catbird seat. I understand that also still in the field repping the red spade. And I'm sure both those guys, along with the entire roster, will be going to the Bahamas because the PCA is back, ladies and gentlemen, after a 4-year hiatus. 2 weeks of Poker in Paradise begin on the 22nd of Jan. Our coverage of the PCA main event starts on the 25th of Jan, and we're going to segue straight into the PSPC. All 5 days of the PokerStars Players No Limit Hold'em Championship. Simple mathematics tells you 5 + 5 = 10. That's a 10-day live stream from the Bahama Resort in Nassau. Very excited, Sam. What a great...
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, not only the PSPC, the PCA main, it's almost like a double bill of main events out there.
I kind of feel bad that the PCA main acts as the kind of warm-up for it's kind of the right way round this time, because last time when we went from the PSPC into the PCA, it's been like, whereas now the momentum builds.
Yeah, PCA obviously a great heritage of winners and you know, $1 million payouts, iconic winners as well.
So these are the players who we still have at the feature table. It was our first feature table of the day for the first level, and it will be our feature table for the second level of the day, which is the 4-8 blind level. Connor Beresford did a good job of building his more than 100 big blinds right now. No super short stacks, but Kalkan and Watson have to tread slightly carefully. 93 players remaining right now. We're not playing to a full levels. There will be a dinner break after the 4th level of the day. So we are going to be playing till just after midnight tonight. Another 12-hour day.
Yeah, it's a deluxe structure when we switch to these 90-minute levels. You know, we really, when you're crowned an EPT champion, it's really earned. You know, it's a very, very slow and steady structure. Lots and lots of play all the way up to a champion. And, you know, we started the day by pointing out the headliners.
Yes.
Mike Watson with, you know, decade and a half of poker experience, 2 online phenoms in Darwin, and one Connor B1. And obviously our boy Kalkan made himself a bit of a fan favourite, certainly here in the commentary booth, with a bit of chat and some nice poker play as well. So really nice, rounded feature table.
So Mike Watson has opened in late position with ace-3 of diamonds. Action is on. Dominic Dessert on the button, who has jack-9 of diamonds.
Yeah, and I think we're sort of mixing between 3-bet and flat here. Gonna just call in position. It's only a hand that you pretty much always want to VPIP on the button in some form or another. Again, just depending on who's in the blinds behind you and who's opening and off what stack. And Connor with the ace-10 off, gonna come along as well. You know, exactly for, you know, when you see Watson's ace-3, this is why sort of flat, keep Insonworth's aces, bit of deception to your hand.
King 10-8.
Yeah, and a lot of interaction. Obviously, Jack-9 with the open-ended straight draw. A board that's pretty favourable for Watson's range, but ace-3 with no backdoor, you know, it also hits the button's range, and for that reason, doesn't continuation bet. And now Dessert needs to decide whether he wants to check back in position and realise equity, or start to try and bluff out some hands.
That ace on the turn could prove costly for Sir Watts.
Check.
Action check to the pre-flop aggressor.
Yeah, of course, Queen Jack coming in, which is a hand everyone's going to have. The monotone nature of the board, or not monotone, sorry, because it's two-tone, but the flush coming in, of course. No, something like the Connor in the big blind has all the 4-5 suited, 6-7 suited. It's just going to dampen the aggression here. And again, this Jack-9 plummets in value somewhat. It might feel like he wants to start firing. Just can get, you know, we could just Connor having 6-7 of hearts, and so Watts having, you know, pocket 4s or such like. Just sometimes you just get it done here. Connor with 2 pair, not folding.
Call.
Throws in a single 25k chip, making the call.
Can the ace ever be good here? Look at this, so clean from Mike Watson. Doesn't put in a single chip with the worst hand.
And that is a straight on the river for Dessert. 4 spades on board, though.
Yeah, and Dessert will presumably just show this down, gratified to get there and outdraw all the pairs. Worked out well for Dessert in the end. A not insignificant pot. Going multi-way, these pots get pretty big quite quickly, even with the relatively small bet size. Be pleased to scoop it in.
So still playing seven-handed on the main stage right now. There is a vacant seat. A player could get balanced, could get moved to the feature table at some point.
Yeah, and depending on who we get, will they be a coffee drinker and join Sir Watts in the coffee drinking table, or will they get a star of Brahman and align themselves with Connor and Darwin? It's the big question. As you arrive at the feature table, you know, tray offered to you, you know, blue pill or red pill, which will it be? A maca a star of Brahman from the bowl.
Right, 16.
Would it be greedy to ask for both?
Yeah, an Irish coffee, perhaps.
9 bucks.
So Mike Watson back in action, opening under the gun +1 with ace-4 suited. Conor Beresford folds the small blind. See Darwin, Simon Matson in the big blind. I love it when people come in and ask any big names still in, and we've got like at least 3 on the table.
Yes, yes. I mean, see in the live arena, Matson and Connor, not quite as big, but you know, both players been world #1 in the Pocket 5 rankings. Win, you know, along with perhaps a couple of other people, Lena, Mormon, a few others, you know, one of the absolute biggest names in online poker history, one of the most successful players.
And of course, Sir Watts.
Yeah, who's done it all.
A former PCA main event champion.
Yeah, absolutely, you forget about that, but yes, indeed.
That's 27,000.
Yeah, beat Tony Gregg heads up, was it?
I believe you're right.
Yeah.
Tony Gregg finishing second for the second time, or certainly kind of like top 3 for the second time in the PCA main.
Yeah. Prague, actually. I was living here at that time.
Oh, fun facts. Now, I know that not everyone is willing to #embrace the squeak, and we're doing whatever we can to stop those chairs from torturing everyone mentally. This is Mitch. He has a single job. His job is to put those plastic caps with felt bottoms on the chairs. And if Mitch fails in his job, he is punished financially. If a chair squeaks, if it loses its footing...
It's like Squid Game. We push him off the stage into a...
No, we're not that harsh. We just halve his pay. Okay. So for every squeak, his salary reduces by 50%. Yeah.
Reasonable. It just goes lower and lower and lower.
Ace-King versus Pocket 5s.
Yeah, and this is quite optional with the 5s. It seems, yeah, and you know, we get a little bit of a sense of Mattila opening the 8 deuce off on the button, now flattening the 5s under the gun. This is just someone that really has come to play, and that's a delightful outcome for the feature table. Someone that's going to be in the mix. Just going to balance the timings and flick it in as well. And Kalkan. I think King Deuce suited going to be more than good enough to step into the arena. And we have 72K out there already.
Nice. 4 players going to the flop. Which is ace, 9, 8. So far, so good for Mike Watson.
Yeah. Nice flop for the ace-king. What's the 9-8 in? I mean, we see Mattila with 5. Some people would fold this and be more... No, the flatting range would be a bit more built around 9s, 8s, 10s and the like. So not completely clean, but yeah. And so Watts not wanting to give the under the gun one a chance to check back, and another card come off will just start betting immediately for protection. Mattila taking advantage of the shot clock here. It would seem that you would want to just fold the fives here. But getting just a sense of where his opponent is at. Yeah, we'll let it go. And nice outcome for Mike Watson. Yeah, just one of the few that's left from that sort of genius school of, you know, I don't quite know how the crew exactly worked, but, you know, from the Mike McDonald era, JC Alvarado.
Yes.
Played right back in the day. And, you know, has sort of not always played. There was, I feel like, a couple of years where he wasn't on every stop, but has always played top-level poker and been it there or thereabouts. WPT title, PCA title, high roller titles, won the 50K, maybe in Barcelona this year, was it? For a big score.
Came across Mike Watson very early on. I want to say like 2006, 2007, when he was part of Team Canada at the World Cup of Poker.
Well, there you go. International. Well, who else was on this team? Pascal Lafrancois? No, who was probably like some.
I'm trying to remember.
Suharto, yeah.
I'm trying to remember how the team was constructed, and there was always like a celebrity ambassador, right? So a member of Team Pro. So 1 year it'd be like Isabelle Mercier and Negreanu for various years, but then roles to qualify people. So you had some like real newcomers to the game, but it would always be whoever was topping the tournament leaderboard in your country who would also be on the team. So I imagine that's how Sir Watts got his seat.
Wow. Yeah, wow.
And it's funny, again, when we did those retro streams in 2020 during lockdown, we revisited those old World Cup of Poker TV shows. And at the time, I thought, this is so naff. But looking at it now, it's like, this was amazing. It's not just the kind of international mix, but the different mix of player types. It's like, we need to bring back this format. Yeah. We need to have this again.
Yeah, and you got to sort of chat with your rail and sort of debate things, right? Yes. There we see the beautiful trophy that you get to hoist. Kuhn's been a little quiet for a while, and now will come in for an open with the 5-4 suited.
The reason why I feel particularly sorry for Kuhn's is this is table 1. So this table will not break today.
Yes.
You are stuck in that seat for as long as you are still in this tournament.
Yeah, and you see, so what's his confidence? You know, like raising the Jack-10 suited versus the limp. Well, I think a lot of people would check. Unafraid, despite the fact that Kuhn's is perhaps going to be on the snugger side, to just take the aggressive action with ace-jack off. Obviously, nice to just knock out such a live hand. I mean,
what did you trig in the break? Okay,
yeah. I think it's the lemon. Lemon really gets me going.
The mad dog.
Very dry. Yeah.
I should try tea. Okay.
Yeah. And it must be amazing to have that sort of level of experience, you know, to have played all these years. See, you know, being deep in tournaments or being on the feature table can be a little discombobulating sometimes, but not going to be the case for Sir Watts.
4 bucks.
We've got to educate Matson a little bit on the whole card. Let's get the online guy. We'll allow him. But maybe he hasn't even looked at the other one. Ah, there we go. Straight on it.
I think we may have a dead card in the deck, so I think we may need to do a deck change after this hand.
One chip, yeah.
Computers can go wrong.
Yeah, and as set, it's not super exciting, but just the price, the pot odds will go to a flop with the Jack-8 off. Seems pretty standard.
Per Maxi asks, what is a dead card in the deck? So just to explain, we use RFID technology. There are encrypted chips in the cards which enable the graphic system to read what the cards are. Sometimes those chips break, and that means that they can't be scanned, and we've got no idea knowing what they are. But the good news is we just get a new deck in, all which have been pre-assigned, all of which have been pre-coded, and then we're back to the way things should be. Decks of cards, by the way, not cheap. So when players do kind of really bend them and break those chips, it's really hitting our bottom line.
We just deduct it from their stars balance.
New round?
You should just do it $5.
Up for it. Ready?
We just whip $5 out of Simon's. He's not going to notice.
Okay.
Somebody else join?
When I said the decks of cards are expensive, $5 ain't going to cut it.
Oh, okay. Actually, one of the treats of playing in Brazil, I got to play with Mr. Kopag, the man who owns the Kopag cards. I mean, I believe we don't actually use Kopag, but certainly a very, very popular brand. I was like, what an incredible company to be part of. Here we see the chip counts. Calcan at the bottom, better spread at the top.
Still working.
Apocalypse with a follow-up question. How many decks of cards are used in an EPT main event, roughly? Bear in mind that we will change the deck at least every level, if not more than that. These are custom decks as well, which are all custom coded by us. These aren't off-the-deck shelves or RFID cards. So they have to be manually assigned into our secure graphic system.
Well, it's like a lot and stinks, basically, isn't it? How many decks of cards used in EPT Prague? It's a lot, for sure.
Right, 17,000.
Early position raise from Simon Matson.
Yeah, and again, I almost think like all three options viable there with the king, queen.
7 pass.
3-bet, flat or fold.
Pass.
A fold isn't unreasonable.
9 pass.
But Kunz with very nice holding in the big blind. Just going to take his time. I wonder if he's thinking about doing something creative. And imagine that Versa early position open. This is just a hand we're going to just call and go to a flop.
Kieran on YouTube asking about Ian Drake, the Irish car dealer from the Isle of Man. And Ian, sadly, is no longer in this EPT main event, busted last night.
Back.
Wow, is this a service we offer in the commentary booth? You're just allowed to ask how your mate's doing? Love that from you, Harkin. You're normally so harsh with the chat. That's very charitable. No sarky comment, just, no, sorry, Ian's not in anymore. Feel free to pop your questions in soft and gentle James Hartigan.
I always answer legitimate questions with an accurate answer.
Yes. Yeah, and it's frustrating having such a nice holding. Pre-flop, I guess, with the 7, you know, the ace-3, the ace-4, maybe an ace-10 just a bit more likelihood to have 2 overs to 7s and 8s. Ace-7, I guess we might want to give it up.
I've got a great bit of information about this guy, Sam, courtesy of StatTrick. He used to be a goalkeeper for an amateur German football team near Leipzig.
Wow. Doing the Google research, but feels like the price is too good. Will continue. Oh, raises. Wow. And bit unexpected here. Did not see this coming. Just taking a cuspy hand and check raising. This is not how I would approach it, but there are, of course, I think Simon would give this a lot of credit. King, Queen, not going anywhere, though. You know, and this pot, is he thinking of following through here? This is really interesting to see. Is he sort of firing into oblivion? 55,000. A little bit of an odd sizing, because in general, when you check raise at early position open, you should sort of have a set or 2 pair or an incredibly strong draw here. And
has this guy done anything for Mattson to suspect that he could be out of line here, though? I mean...
No, but I think Simon also might feel like it's a draw, trying to set his own price. I think Simon's not just balancing, he's considering exactly how to proceed. Does just call, and Kunz is going to need an ace, which would be an insanely deceptive river card. This pot got very big, by the way. 226 out there.
I mean,
Mattson with 160k behind.
You can't imagine that 9's changed anything. I guess 7-8 for the straight draw got there, but...
And that is...
he's just given him the keys to the Lambo.
Yeah, that is a surrender, basically. Simon wondering whether this is either just... Can he get value? Has he hit a 9 with 8-9 of clubs or ace-9 of clubs or something like this? Can he get value? King-Queen, when you get this check, is nearly always the best hand, but are you just facing... Yeah, I mean, Simon, I think I would check behind, but Simon considering going for value here. Weird, weird hand. Could it be Queen Jack and he can get hero call? Should he just pick a very small size to try and get some value?
We will have a draw again feature, which means we will allow to draw another.
We know, well, we presume Kunz is going to just fold, so any size
when you come to drawing mystery bounty, you must bring your tournament tickets. That's the ticket that's in front of you in the plastic pouch.
And goes for the value shove.
Love it. Leaving himself 1 chip behind. The virtual all-in from Simon Mattson. Toby, I'm trying to call the action here. Can you be done with the mystery bounty stuff already?
Yeah, and Kunz imagines a bit of Hollywood. Of course, who knows? You could be ahead of King 10 of clubs, but quite wow. I don't want to rule anything out here. This has been such an unorthodox hand. You would imagine that this is just a sort of bit of face-saving Hollywood, but yeah, maybe he just doesn't expect a queen to jam.
10.
But is he just kind of wishing he could take? Ow! I mean, I don't. What on earth? This would be a miraculous hero call. You know, imagine Simon was sitting there with King Jack of clubs and we would be giving him Kunz a lot of credit for even thinking through the problem. So we can see, I think it's just not, you know, we just have a 9 sometimes, or a 6 with 6-4 of clubs, I guess would be better. I don't know, I don't.
See, this is the problem. You check to a tough shark on the river and you get put in a horrible spot like this where you're considering heroing with ace high.
Weird, weird hand. And we see how good Simon's value bet here is. Because I might have elected to just check back, the pot's big enough, and he's got his opponent in a twist here, thinking with ace-7 high. This hand really went off the reservation. Could have just been C-bet and fold.
You say off the reservation, I say off the rails.
And he's sort of focused in on the fact that Simon's kept one chip behind, that maybe this means it's more likely a bluff. This is, I mean, Kundt's trying to make himself a superstar, basically. An above-the-rim, all-time Davide Katai style ace-high call.
Oh, Kunzer, I tell you what, that Lambo is well out of the parking lot at this point.
I mean, he's going deep in the tank here.
I mean, he's not going to have any time bank cards left by the end of this hand.
Simon Matson, see Darwin's reputation playing tricks with his opponents here. I mean, I guess, wow. I mean, I guess Simon doesn't bluff with anything better than this. Maybe, would he shove just ace-10 of clubs? Guess maybe he would three-bet the flop or shove the turn with that. I mean, could Simon just have jack-10 of clubs? Could he just have... he folds, he makes the right fold. I mean...
Finally.
No, you...
What?
Table show.
What a strange hand.
Anyway.
Come on.
Did anyone else hear the squeak there? That's cut it in half again. Yeah.
Can I have one more game, please?
If he makes £5 a day, I don't care.
Live poker, ladies and gentlemen, gets so sort of, I wouldn't say exactly personal, but people get so attached to sort of hands and dynamics and metagame and reputational issues. So unexpected the way that hand plays out. And whether it's his reputation or his demeanor, Simon Matson winning a much bigger pot than perhaps the two hands
I took water.
Should have led to.
I think he took water.
Water and beer for me.
Oh, you wanted a beer?
Beer and water.
Okay.
Boy, he's getting it around. Colin Beresford's largesse extending to beers, to a round for the table, as you'd expect of any bridge.
Right, 16 pounds.
Cut it again.
7 pounds, 8.
50%.
9 pounds.
Let's see our boy Kalkin. And yeah, now Kunz, I think if that other hand hadn't gone down, might have elected to flat the ace-deuce suited or do something with it there. Just taking a moment to cool down. And Connor with the very juicy 7-6 suited.
Afternoons in my life, but I've never considered cognac as like a,
I like
time drink.
I like cognac. I don't drink whiskey. I don't like the taste. Well, I don't drink beer.
What?
I don't like the taste of the beer.
A flop.
Check.
I think it was like 28 years. I didn't drink any beer, but
and with such robust equity, I mean, of course, 50-50 in actuality. Such a strong draw. We might expect Connor to start going after this pot.
Okay.
And yeah, right. Yes, something like that. I had to drink. I drink one, but in the morning I thought that there could
How much
be
you
some
play behind?
wine or something, but no, only that one. But
lots and lots. Spanish beer is not great. So.
No. Yeah, but that was not tasting so much beer.
Yeah.
But only one. I really don't.
Probably a lot of sugar.
If I drink beer, I can roll over. I would be so big ill. No.
Yeah, I love beer, but I can't drink more than one or two, or I start to feel kind of bad at this point.
Down to 91 players now. One of the recent casualties being Mustard Ramon.
Not, get tired. Yeah, not feel good.
Yeah, and so what's
raise 18,000.
Doubled his stack nearly across the course of the day. This will be one of the worst hands he opens. Gets better and better the shorter the stacks, and we'll just pick up the blinds.
"30 minutes into this level, still an hour on the clock until the next scheduled break.
Looks like the trophy's set up for someone to come on stage and do magic. Just like make the trophy disappear. Or levitate it, perhaps.
Can tell you that Ramon Callias was eliminated by Jerry O'Dean. Damn you, Jerry. Was hoping to follow Ramon. Another deep run towards a final table.
I mean, the guy just cashes every EPT. He's just, it's like we have a little chat of like the ambassadors and style pros. And it's just always like, you know, 2 people made it through with like 70,000, 80,000. And Ramon always has like 430,000 after day 1 in absolutely amasses stacks like nobody else.
That's right, Dean. Mustard Ramon is a thing of the past. I doubt he will wear that outfit again. So that was a Prague exclusive.
Fashion will never be the same. And Simon may think about raising here into a slightly less experienced player. Just limps, just limps.
Cards in the hole.
And
really?
Kalkan having
it. It's not necessary anymore.
He's having a good time. Having a good time.
You have to be there all the time?
How much did Kalkan have?
They have to be there at least once while you're in the hand.
He only has 10 bigs, right, so that makes sense. I think 10-3 gets raised at maybe a deeper stack depth. And just a very good board for Simon's range. Has the high cards more than the big blind. Got the backdoor hearts working.
Do you know when we got new content?
That's 8,000.
Obviously,
Probably on the next day, but
for Kalkan's actual hand, second pair and the jack of spades.
it's really not that much.
A nice
event, so
flop.
Maybe in
30 seconds, yeah. And I really think I just took 3 in the last thing. One regular.
Brick.
And I always
turn. And now it's actually quite bad to have hearts in hand. You kind of want your opponent to have the backdoor flush, which is where a lot of the immediate turn folds are coming from. But Simon, Simon checks. It's really also impressive, I think, to be this controlled. Sometimes you can just try and run over less experienced players, something I've been sometimes guilty of. Matson is controlled and just checks over to Kalkan, who's thinking about whether he can protect his hand or not. Checks back.
And now has jacks and 5s.
Yeah. Simon not going to feel like 10-3 shows down for much. But if you're going to bluff, yeah, doesn't do it. Doesn't do it. Wants a spade in hand to bluff. And again, just very controlled approach. Kalkan going to be able to go for value here. Really delightful river here. Oh, checks back.
I think it also, but I was not really sure.
Kalkan wins the pot. So Samson Lautzenheiser writes on YouTube, wouldn't want to put the pressure of saying my name right on anyone. Samson Lautzenheiser. Okay. And several people on Twitch asking for news on Tonka. Parker Talbot has just won a couple of pots in the field and is now playing around 1.4 million. Still seems to have the chip lead with 91 players remaining. However, here's the caveat, guys, because I know you're very excited about Tonka making this deep run. We are going to change the feature table at the end of this level in around an hour's time, but Tonka is on a high number table, table 9. It is one of the next to break, so we're not going to be able to have him at the feature table just yet. It's a long day. We're not even halfway there yet. Wow. There will be time to put Tonka on the stage, to shine the spotlight on that glorious ginger beard.
James Hartigan's such a tease. He just keeps you on edge, keeps just reeling him in. Eventually, you'll get the Tonka action you deserve as much valued viewers. And Conor Beresford stepping out a little here. 9-5 of diamonds. A lot of players, I think, would muck this hand into this lineup. But a lot of confidence.
Start behind with like 320?
The big stack.
More like 3. Yeah.
Check.
Peter Bork says, I know James was only joking when he faux shouted at Toby, but how about some words of praise for the best TD on the planet? For my money, one of the great unsung heroes in the poker world. We always say nice things about Toby Stone, especially when he settles arguments with the audience about big blind bloomin' antes.
I think it's his real name, Toby Stone. It can't be, right? It's like those actors. His name, he got rid of his real name, and it's like to sound cool. Ah, yes, it makes sense. Makes sense. It's a long, unpronounceable name. And so what's not going anywhere, of course, here with the flush draw? Do we want to check raise this hand and clear out some dominating hands, or do we just play it a little more passively and just elects and does elect to check raise? Yeah. See you later, Connor. There we see it. Just in case you were wondering what you're watching, in case you were wondering what year it is, it's 2022, folks, and we're in Prague.
And important to clarify that this is the EPT 2022 edition of Prague. Strictly speaking, the one that ran in March was the 2021 edition, which got delayed by 3 months because of you-know-what.
But by the way, I'm loving this bit of shaky camera work. Do you think we should speak to the producer? We could get it a bit more like Succession. No. Every time Connor does a funny face or gets check raised, we do a little swerve or whatever to put an emphasis on it. No, enough of this professional, steady cam work. Let's get a bit of a, or we make it like, what's the director of United 93 and
Paul Greengrass?
Yeah, we get it all wobbly. When someone check raises illegitimately, it starts wobbling all over the place.
Back in my day, we used to describe that camera work as Godardian.
Wow, can you imagine how insufferable film student James Hartigan was? Oh, my day. Imagine just being stuck next to him at a party and hearing his take on Le Chinois.
I was no more insufferable than I am now.
R.I.P. to a legend as well, by the way.
Did you get your sixth one? Did you get your sixth one?
Yes.
Yes? Okay, then I have to check
7.
one time.
7.
Wow,
Okay,
and Kalken a little bit frozen up. I quite like the Queen Jack check before, but here on 10-6-3, I think we want to just bet our hand. What is this from Attila? Leading the ace. Very unorthodox from the big blind. Quarter pot. Again, his hand getting a little bit strange. He is, of course, the 81% equity. And very weird river. Matilla will check, and Kalkan will feel like he just beats 7-8 or 9-8.
Check, sure.
Being high. High.
Wow. Frustrating outcome for top boy Kalkan. And yeah, a wry smile. Sometimes you wish you had a take back on a certain hand. It's not quite sure how he's let his opponent win with king high. But perhaps a little bit of credit to Jussi. Picked up on something.
Oh, man.
As the field ticks down to 89.
On the river, and I get the guaranteed double up.
Yeah. I thought that you could have a gut shot or flush shot.
Oh, if the gut shot is your king. The perfect river.
Come on, Connor. Suited king. We've opened 9-5 suited. We can't vote king 5 suited, can we now, mate?
Couple of bottles of Star are priming inside him. Look at him go.
6 pass. 7 pass. 8 pass.
She's very pretty, isn't she?
That's it. Gets through.
I saw her yesterday, but not for this.
Jussi, don't be a creep.
You're a big man.
Nope, I didn't comment anything.
Mike Watson is doing his absolute best just to ignore this and not engage. And I credit him for that.
I missed it, so I'm just going to pass over it.
And 39.
Yeah, and we just see how Connor accumulates. Obviously, Jack-10 suited, a hand even Joe Stapleton would open under the gun fearlessly. But no, when I see these players sort of top of the chip stacks, going deep continually, you sort of think, how can they do it? Is it just run good? Connor, so confident in his abilities to navigate posts and so confident in his strategy. Feels like he can open just a couple of pips wider, 1 pip wider in certain spots, in certain lineups to accumulate. And now to set with ace-10 of clubs, we'll want to V-pip in some manner.
You have to be gentle.
Oh.
I'm worried about Bernie. Our shot clock on the feature table is malfunctioning. As you know, it is powered by Bernie the Lizard. And if it's not functioning properly, that means something might have happened to Bernie. Do we have a vet on standby?
And a lot going on here.
Check.
Second pair for Dissett. Top pair for Kunz. Second pair for Connor. Backdoor flushes working as well.
Maybe you.
I think Connor board is going to be aware, basically, that this board hits Dissett pretty hard. And for that reason, checks back. That's an exciting turn card. Because Dissett going to feel like he has the best hand pretty often. Might elect to bet it. Doesn't. Checks. And now Kunz going to put in some money with the top pair and the flush draw.
Bet 22,000.
Connor, we know, not going there. And we can see that spades would be disastrous for our table chip leader.
Calls the 22,000.
Yeah, and Dissett's discipline in not betting the turn might allow him to escape. There is very few occasions where his hand is good. This is not one of them, of course, but, the hands he's up against when he is ahead of so ace jacks, king jacks, flush draws and overcards, very little visibility, is getting a great price. And calls as well, and this pot has swelled on the turn to 122k. Big river card incoming.
It's the 5 of hearts.
Yes, and with everyone having a pair and people kind of fearful of hearts coming in, one would imagine.
It's so smart. Give her a new clock.
Might be.
No, I need a new.
Can Conor Beresford do something above the rim? No, he can't. Don't want to have a jack. Don't want to have spades when you bluff. Don't want to have a pair, of course. So, Queen 8. And a nice spot pot for Kunz, who stepped out of line somewhat, let's say, against Simon Matson.
So we are going to need to sort out this shot clock issue. We're halfway through this level of play. A chance to tell you guys that the full schedule for the new EPT season was recently announced. All 5 stops for 2023 are out there in the public domain. The tour kicking off in Paris in February, before going to Monte Carlo, Barcelona, Cyprus, and then back to Prague in December next year. All the details at PokerStarsLive.com. Sam, obviously the standouts there are the 2 new stops, right? I know you've been to that resort in Cyprus. You had a big score there back in September, and Paris kicking off the tour.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Paris is just going to be wonderful to play poker there. A lot of love for the game in France. And, you know, I think a completely new stop. So that's very, very exciting. Coming straight after the PCA. And Cyprus becoming a fixture for poker fans. Cash games, swimming pools, and big old tournaments, you know?
Also worth highlighting that we have got our mini EPT Prague series running during these 5 days of live streams. And the next game, the first tournament of today, is just starting now. Late registration will be open for a while. There are 3 MTTs per day, starting at 3:15 p.m., 6:15 p.m. and 8:15 p.m. Central European time. So the first tournament of the day starting now, and we put EPT Paris satellite tickets into the prize pool. We add them to the prize pool of every single tournament.
We should just send down a member of Team Pro, maybe Ramon, or maybe we say Joe Stapleton down, and instead of a shot clock, we just have him standing, he counts you down, you know, 10 to 1.
Joe, you are a man of many talents, but how competent are you at counting backwards?
I'm reasonably
Oh my
good
God,
at
Joe's
counting.
here.
Hello.
I didn't realize, I didn't notice him here.
They beamed me in. I can count backwards probably, I don't know about from 30, but can we do 25? And then I'll just count backwards from 5 after that.
Why would you not just start at 30?
I don't know if I can go.
Well, that's the thing, you see, he's not capable.
Why can't I count up from the bottom? That I can do. I could go all day, probably.
That's not how a countdown clock works.
Count up, it's the same. You have till 30.
NASA don't go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, go,
Yeah,
do
but they would if they would have to if I was the one doing it.
NASA, the inventors of the shot clock, that's actually was the inspiration for the tournament shot clock. Toby Stone went to NASA to search for ideas.
Clearly the same technology.
Yeah, verbally abused.
So,
accurate.
We were just talking about Paris. Those are the main event dates, and should highlight, if you don't manage to qualify, if you can't make it there, you will be able to watch it, because we will have live cards up coverage of the first EPT of 2023 on Twitch and YouTube. Have we managed to sort out Bernie the Lizard? Have we managed to show some lizard love and get this darn thing functioning?
Wow, we're calling in the big
More people.
Yeah.
Did Mitch come to Bernie's rescue?
Here we go. We're back up and running.
Okay, I'm willing to give Mitch 2 mulligans. The next 2 squeaks, he doesn't lose any pay.
You know what I just heard is they just put a sack over Bernie's head and carried him out of here because he's trying to unionize. They're out back beating him with batons. You cannot unionize the shot clock.
No. Yeah, they're bringing in scabs from the WPT.
Salamanders.
And yeah, this is a bit of a precarious hand. Hard to play off a short stack. Do we want to just jam? Can we just raise?
I don't want to lose Kalkin. He's been very.
Yeah, I think this is a nice fold. It's an unfortunate situation. One spot later, we just rifle it in. I think that's the way it goes. Maybe you want to shove on a tough table and just take every microscopic edge. Hello, new player to the table. That's Hagen's responsibility, right? He tells us his bio, his nationality.
Especially because it's a Finnish guy.
Sometimes he's the only person that can pronounce correctly the surname as well.
This is Henry Uutilainen.
Yeah, that's the correct pronunciation. Right off
Some
the bat.
pauses in it, but I think I got the basic pieces of it.
Were you doing my Martin?
Uutilainen.
Uutilainen.
Utilinan. I thought you said
is that when there's a straight, there's a one-liner, a utiliner?
Four linen.
Here we go.
Barrack Kings for Watson. I was always thinking that whoever it is that has to bring the shot clocks through airport security, can you imagine if they like opened up your bag and there was one of those in there? It's just a countdown from 30. Just wires sticking out of it.
It's funny, yeah.
6 on the turn. The pair for Beresford. Don't say Beresford. Not yet. Save it. Tureel. Why is everyone writing Tureel? Is that his online name? Henry Uutilainen.
Connor. Yeah, Connor just aware he's in a hand with a very, very strong player, and so really
72,000.
Wow, well, we were
72,000.
Wow.
Is that even legal?
I didn't think he would go after it like this. This is really interesting from Connor. This is not something I would have thought to have done, but blocking the 2 pair, I guess, the 2 combos of ace-6 suited. I don't know. Blocking the
Sorry, go say what you just said again, but slower.
I mean, I just don't know. He knows that Sawatz has like jacks, 10s, queens, and just gets it done. Yeah, well, you know, in spots where you run a big bluff, it's important to have outs, like trip outs or something like this. And it's important to block a turned 2 player, like when you're barreling in position. I don't know.
Explain the blocker part to me again.
Well, so Watts checks back some aces, right?
Okay.
And if he checks back ace-6, he's never going to fold.
Yes.
Or if he checked back king-6,
okay,
he's
so
never going to fold.
because you have a 6, it's unlikely that he has king-6 or ace-6.
Yeah, well,
you're blocking that 2 pair.
Yeah, well, there's only suited king-6 as well. So if the 3 suits of the king, I mean, it's just a very small thing. It also just gives you, if you're up against ace-5, you can just hit a 6 as well. So you want some outs against ace-5, and so the 6 is enough, and Connor just blasts and gets Sawatz to fold one of the stronger hands in his range, right? Really, I mean, it's just not a spot people take to attack that board.
No, it sure isn't. And
really, really nice from Connor. Not what I would have done. Certainly not with a queen in my hand when one of the hands you're trying to get to fold is queens.
I was checking the TDA rules to see if that was even allowed.
Sure.
But apparently there's nothing in there about that.
He's just an animal.
Woo-hoo. Speaking of the Lady Kings, Beresford with the QQ.
Yeah.
Where one goes, we all go, Sam. Q here.
Sometimes you're too much, for too sophisticated. Because also, I'm always like, is this a sci-fi reference or is this something I should know?
It's just a QAnon reference, no big deal.
Oh, okay.
And a suited ace for Simon Matson.
I mean, he would rescue Sawatz here if he were to power it in. Doesn't do it. Just has a little think and relinquishes.
Now, is Watson at all going to take this personally? And
no, he's not.
Think I'm being picked on by Connor Beresford?
I feel like that's not.
It's
in
not
Sawatz is Arsenal. No, definitely not with his years of experience. It's just a situation of like what pairs want to shove, what pairs want to call. We're at 38 bigs or something like
He's
this.
not thinking, this guy again.
Yes, no. I mean, he might have some sort of sense, having played Connor for many years.
Sure,
of his frequency is out of line, or his frequency is, or that Connor doesn't take this spot very often. He's going to be comfortable flatting the small blind. But yeah, in general, it's just a standard. We take pocket 8s and we go see a flop.
That is quite a dangerous flop for Sir Watts.
Yes, indeed it is. 150K in there. You'll notice 258K back. Really nice board for the queens because in general, Sir Watts doesn't open 3s, 4s. And if he does, they tend to shove rather than flat or fold, perhaps. He's just very, very good board for the queens, apart from, of course, the ace interaction giving his opponent a few more outs.
Ooh, 50K.
And goes for third. And it's tricky now for Sir Watts. If he were to call, the pot would be 300K with 200K behind. If you're going to felt this hand on a 10 and a 9 anyway, could be good to just put it in now. And how it's just, this is just turning into a bad situation against a very capable opponent. And he will just call. He doesn't fold out ace-king anyway.
Third card is a 6. I was just about to say, Sam, how silly would the 6-7 run out be here?
Well, I mean, it just gives you additional equity as well because now 8s is a little bit better than 10s because when you're up against aces, you have extra outs. And, wow,
do you think that equity could be equated to hope and that hope can be a dangerous thing in this case?
So what's with too much hope on this turn?
Too much hope, yeah. Way too much hope. You'd rather have no hope here and just get out of the way.
Yeah, and I wonder whether Sir Watts just puts it in now. What does a top class player do with the 8s? Maybe a small bet in position.
I like the sound of that.
You know, you just want to fold
I'm always
out.
tickled when I'm like, I think maybe you could bet here, and then they bet. That makes me happy.
Yeah, and goes for 50K, just targeting a king-jack or something of this nature.
Okay.
And Connor, now, each player, each hand, each situation could just check raise all in. I think if you had aces, you might want to call. Connor may just put it in here. He knows he can just be dead to 7s, by the way.
Right.
But there's so much out there.
I mean, it's just 50K. All right, we're going to the river, 350,000, and that river is the queen. Still dead to 7s.
Yeah.
But now beating the off chance there's 6s or 5s were out there.
Absolutely. And I believe we should check here, but Connor might just, plays in flow. We'll get to what. I think Mike will check behind and preserve this 158K now. Somehow managed to not get stacked in this hand.
That's what the best do, right?
Well,
nuance.
Can you turn this into a bluff? Can you turn this hand into a bluff and try and get 10s or jacks to fold?
What about queens?
No.
There
you go.
Check, check.
Yeah, I mean, it's just the way this hand goes down, I guess. The fact that Sir Watts had any chips left on the river is, you know,
a testament.
Yeah. I mean, a lot of people just, and myself included sometimes, just sort of spew all in on the turn. Right, I want this hand to be over.
Outs.
Yeah, okay, let's just get it done.
Right.
I don't want to see a bad river card.
Absolutely.
And it wouldn't have worked, I don't believe. Connor wouldn't have folded.
I resemble that remark.
So, you know, again, you just see the way these hands play out between top class opposition.
Just want to address something from Greenleaf Total War on Twitch, who asks, hey, Stapes, is there a free roll on PokerStars today? No. No free rolls, but
Nothing
there is
free.
No, because we're still adding value to these tournaments now. Very cheap tournaments, mini EPT going on all week. One just started about 15 minutes ago. Buy-ins starting at just $1.10. The mini main event is on Sunday. That's $5.50. But there's EPT Paris satellite tickets added to all of the events and an EPT Paris package added to the mini main kicking off on Sunday. So we decided that free rolls are good, but why not like put a little bit in the prize pool and then have better prizes?
The EPT Paris package,
yeah,
it's actually not a hotel room, but we send you a beret, a bicycle, a baguette, and a stripy shirt.
And a pack of Lucky Strikes.
Sure. We send a beautiful and elegant woman to chat to you.
Who despises you.
Yes. Oh, dear.
I just want to remember my mother's friend checking.
We sent David Benjamin to have dinner with you. He brings a nice bottle of wine, though, and some cheese.
David Benjamin, blast from the past. All right, so we had Beresford open from the button, ace-4.
Think of all the great French people. You know, Camus doesn't come to my mind. De Beauvoir. No, David Benjamin is the person I most associate with France.
He's the Gerard Depardieu of poker. All right, we're going 3 ways to this flop. Button in the blinds. All of the Bs, including Connor.
One of my favorite bands, Buttons in the Blinds. One of my favorite bands. Yeah, they had a big hit in 2012, but their third album's very underrated.
The second album always sucks. But... All right, check. Over to the player in position.
Yeah, sometimes we use these overcard, undercard combos to fire. Big problem, Darwin's range here, though. Big problem.
Yeah, the small blind flatting you there.
Suited kings, queen tens, and the like.
I tend to think that between the small and big blind, someone's got paint here.
Yes.
And it turns out it's Kalkin in this case.
It's exciting to go there.
Matson does have bottom pair as well.
Yeah, and this pot, by the way, represents a significant amount of Kalkan's range. Kalkan's stack. You know, 56K out there. Kalkan has 70. Wow. A lot of confidence to just put it in. Maybe not the optimal play, but does indeed have the best hand. Giving Simon some pause for thought. Don't think we could go with a 7. It's because when we're against 8, either we're behind or we're against 8, 9 of spades. You know, like, and 2 overs and a flush draw. Or we're dead, basically. Semi-dead.
Matson does give it up. Kalkin with a little more breathing room. Still not a ton, though.
No, but very, very satisfying pot to pick up.
Yeah. Man, what a day. Thank you so much, Sam, for being here and breaking this all down for me. And I just feel like it's a personal lesson for me that I get to just broadcast.
Bro, I'll take you out and we'll give you a personal lesson.
Honestly, if you guys could have seen the look he just gave me, he sold that so hard. He reminded me of my dad. I genuinely shrunk in my chair.
It's been a nice feature table to observe as well. Not so much movements. We've had 1 elimination, is that correct? It's not much for...
I can only remember 1, yeah.
A bit under average of what you'd expect, I guess. Again, it's credit to the structure and the deep stack nature of how our EPT plays out.
James says that there's been 2, so...
okay.
Still. Yeah, I played my first tournament last week with hour-long levels, and what a difference that made, especially for someone with my style, which is not very creative.
Yeah, you can just be a little bit more patient.
Risk-averse, yeah.
Absolutely. And this is, again, Connor, I think, feeling confident against Kunz specifically, you know, wielding the big stack, even with a couple of strong players behind, flatting the Jack-10. Definitely on the looser side here, but I guess feels like, okay, if we both miss, if the board is favorable, if Kunz checks, I can steal it on an occasion. This is definitely on the looser side.
Queen high flop, 2 clubs. Gut shot for Beresford. Technically still behind to
Yeah, and, you know, I don't want to be too critical. But this kind of like just bet and hope strat, you know, just c-bet's very, very effective against your average player. People don't deal with aggression well. People fold too much. Against Connor, you're just not getting much done here with a bet.
Mm-hmm.
You're just sort of building the pot, strengthening your opponent's range somewhat.
Yeah, that's one of the few things I've been able to sort of absorb recently is that you don't always have to bet. You don't always have to bet when it's checked to you, even if you're not the, even if the pre-flop raiser gives up the betting lead. It doesn't work out the way you think it's going to.
Yes, definitely. Yeah, the days of just c-bet and win are long gone. And this is a very interesting turn card here. Obviously,
everyone picks up some perceived equity with this ace of clubs on the turn.
Yeah, absolutely. And Connor is definitely considering a raise here. Maybe we'll just call. Just so many outs against an ace-queen or the like. Kun's very short on flushes because of it being the ace and queen of clubs out there. And a brick river would be very interesting.
Not a brick, 9 of clubs on the river.
Yes, and having been a little critical of Kunz's strategy, this run out is exceptionally.
You will learn no lessons from this run out.
Exceptionally capable, where you've actually just got second nuts versus nuts. Sorry, second nuts versus third nuts here. And Kunz will probably just go for value.
1-4-4 in the middle.
Yeah, probably.
Ooh.
Yeah, and
it seems like everything that Kunz has done here that could have hurt him in this hand is going to work out in his favor. Because how is Connor not going to bet the 10-high flush
and
here?
Connor's going to feel very confident, by the way, with the check here. And might actually bet bigger than Kunz would have bet.
Right.
Kunz might have blocked the jack, whereas Beresford's going to go for decent value with the 10-high flush now.
The M. Harpy says typical German nit checking that river. I don't think that was nittiness, my guy. I think that somehow he is...
It's 85K?
Backed his way into a spot where he could get Connor to bet big.
Yeah.
That's Connor somehow had a very costly second best hand and just sort of backed his way into that.
Value cut himself. And yeah, I mean, it's an interesting hand in many ways because, of course, the other thing to say, having spoken about Connor's confidence, is in general the reason you don't flat jack 10 off there is because it's dominated by the opening range. You tend to be up against king jack off, king jack.
With it, you're
exactly. And actually, that is the way it worked out. So, as much as I just felt like if they don't make their hands, Connor's going to win very, very often.
Right.
And as it was, they both backed into something, and so Kunz came out on top. But Connor also contemplating how that hand went down and if something different could have occurred.
Correct, Rogue. 1987 says, in fairness, Kunze was ahead the whole way. That's true.
Yes,
that's true.
It's another way to say it.
Absolutely.
What are we talking about? 2 streets of value?
Just value betting the whole way.
Value betting king high. And then I trapped him.
I mean, we're certainly looking at that hand and from the perspective of Kunze being an underdog, but I think, positionally mostly.
Yes. Being out of position to a stack that covers you is not the spot you want to be in.
Right.
When you raise up the king jack off, the most likely outcome is you play against the big blind, and now you've got a range advantage and a positional advantage. Great.
Ace 10 for Deset under the gun.
Wow, imagine when he flops a set of 3s, how much fun you're going to have.
I've been dying, please.
Give him some pocket pairs.
Just please, 10s, 9s, anything.
Yeah, so frustrating. He just has ace 10 every hand, doesn't he?
And what I'm going to do is I'm going to go Deset, flops, 3 of a kind.
Wow, Conor Beresford. It's the Conor Beresford show here at EPT Prague.
And that is a call.
Yeah.
Ooh.
And if someone picks up a hand behind, it will work out. Cow can or something. No.
Small blind out.
305.
And we are going to see a defend from Attila with Queen 8 off.
This is where Queen 8 wins every single time.
Yeah.
It comes Queen,
That's pretty good.
Queen, deuce,
Queen
deuce.
high, Queen 4-5. Yeah.
Yes, every time. Full punishment for the Jack's Black. Queen. There it is. Oh, no, not quite, not quite. I forgot. Yeah.
You get more value this way, though, when the 8 hits the turn.
Yeah, yeah. Good flat Beresford.
Yeah, right. Connor just completely crushed here by both hands. And it checks around. Does anyone improve on the turn? No. It's a 4.
Mattila been a bit unorthodox. Yeah, we've seen. Yeah. Don't think in reality we ever get to do this. Sorry, reality. You know, the kind of arrogant GTO type thing is this isn't a thing. Basically, you don't get to sort of block on this board where you just don't have the good hands. And
I feel like this is a mistake I make a ton.
Yeah.
A ton, because it checked around, and I'm like, oh, I'll just bet second pair here. It's probably good. And then no one folds.
Yeah, yeah. You get bluff raised, etc., etc. Yeah. Anyway, you're just sort of ensuring the queen isn't good when you do this bet.
And no improvement for either player.
Go on, Mattila, just bluff now, by the way. Just go 180 and win every time.
Really?
Well, Queen 8
2x pot?
No, he's going to... What's he doing?
It is I don't know if it's a bluff or a value bet.
How much is this?
28,000. It's not really a bluff size.
No, this is just...
This is a full-on range merge.
I mean, this set has to call because this could just be, well, if it could be Queen 8, it could certainly be Ace 9. But the set is perplexed.
I wouldn't be that stressed out here. I'd be just a shrug call for me. But
yeah.
Then again, I'm terrible.
He just doesn't make sense. What's gone down? I mean, I think against.
You think he's got a 5 in the big blind sometimes? Maybe is that what Mattila is worried about?
Or like 3, 4, or Queen. He feels like it's something strange. I mean, against sort of less experienced players or players that you think perhaps aren't professionals or used to, you just have to sort of play for exactly this reason. I mean, imagine if he'd bet a pot, by the way. I mean, you just win the hand.
Right.
No, don't.
Wow,
oh, my days, Deset.
So part of the reason I almost never bet there is because I'm like, I'm never getting an ace to fold. And this guy got an ace to fold for pennies on the dollar.
Was he bluffing now?
No. No, I don't think he was. I think it was maybe like a blocker bet, right? He just didn't want to. He wanted to set the price.
This has happened to me before. Sometimes live reads. Maybe you just look at him and it's like, wow, he's betting for value clearly. So I think though Ace 10 does beat value. I mean, that is just one of the things I always say about sort of these streams, live poker streams, is the poker is always interesting. People are like, poker's so robotic. No, it's not. You always see crazy, so many hands, if I had to sort of predict the action street by street, and then I got a rate, my rating, I'd get like 40% of actions, you know what I mean? Like sometimes if it's Connor versus Sawatts, I can kind of get it.
There's plenty of unknown quantities still.
Yes.
I will say the one area that is kind of robotic for me is that nobody folds the flop anymore. Like that part is like very difficult for me. It's frustrating for me.
Yeah, you just play the streets, take him to the river. And roll reversal.
Oh, yeah. Wow. What legit flippy floppy.
Yeah.
8s for Beresford, queens for Watson.
Yeah.
And Watson with a shovable stack.
Yeah, he's going to get snap Haroonied here by Connor Beresford.
You've been in Italy?
This looks familiar.
No.
Wry smile from Connor Beresford.
Has this happened before?
Something similar, yeah.
It doesn't snap. Not excited, but he will be calling.
It is in.
Oh, it is in. The money's in.
Yeah.
Oh,
they're on their backs.
I think it's like literally the same suit.
But you have kings or?
I think Watson's saying it's literally the exact same cards.
They're asking about the previous hand.
Yeah.
The suits.
But I didn't realize I had the
match.
Or I would have probably just...
And it's a clean flop for Watson.
Eights do make the most sets, though. It's well known.
I've said
statistical.
that. I stand by that.
Oito.
Oh.
Crossbar.
9 on the turn.
I think yes. Yeah.
I'm glad that you're still a regular person. You don't go, oh, actually, it's just as far from an 8 as any other card is. Well, river. King ball. Being told.
38, I think.
Yeah.
See, this person doesn't know how to play along. Pretty sure it's 9s that hit the most sets. You banned. Thank you for your comment.
Wow, you did just ban him as well. Oh, him or her. Wow.
I have a quota.
Good.
Yes, of course.
25.
You're like a Stankovite when it comes to putting in a shift of Twitch bans.
I gotta crack enough skull. It's the end of the year, man. I got some making up to do.
Sure.
Barry Guns asks, why is that a ban? I'll tell you what, I'll give you some time to think about it while you're banned.
Sometimes, yeah.
Thank you for your question.
I'll take it.
Wow, Conor Beresford just doubling up Mike Watson and still with 81 big blinds. Must be nice. A little bit of poor orbit for Conor after. I guess he won a lot with those queens before, so it doesn't matter too much.
4 minutes remaining. Sanotaanko näin, että ei olisi pärjännyt?
B. Goldilocks says, I love you, Daddy Joe. You know what I hate? A kiss ass. You banned. Thank you for your comment.
Matson folding the 5-4 suited.
Kev 52-590 says Tonka update, and this I would normally ban someone for this because we're not talking about Tonka right now. It just so happens that moments ago we did get a Tonka update.
Oh yes.
So I'm going to spare this person's life. Tonka is no longer chip leader. French player Pierre de Almeida, who qualified online for just 50 euros, is now chip leader, 1.6 million. So not really a Tonka update.
Pierre. We love that. We're excuse to talk about EPT Paris again. Every time we mention Pierre. Pierre,
yeah, I thought about it.
EPT Paris will be.
He'll be at the dinner with David Benjamin and Cecile, who hates you.
Yeah. And punning the 10-4 off open, which I can really get behind. Loving this from Mattila. Mattila with 1 L as well. Thank you, graphics team.
Got there.
Ask for a count. Why not ask for a count, Mattila?
He's so short.
Maybe he's all in for 20,000.
I mean, 10-4 is the over and out hand. It's a good hand to knock someone out with.
Mattila he's just getting a little bit of. Just getting a bit of TV time.
Fin on fin violence.
Yeah, Kevin Bacon is all in from the big blind.
I know you.
Oh, look at this finish.
I know you.
Finish banter.
Ace King is the minimum what I call.
Good read from oh boy.
Spraggy just texted me. He is just as far away as any other card. Smacking my head.
Isn't it shake my head? Smack my head.
Yeah, I think it's.
Yeah, okay.
Maybe it's shake. I don't know.
Oh, nice. Spraggy, if you're listening, how did you mean it? Are you shaking your head or are you smacking your head?
Get in the chat too. Don't be a coward. Text me privately.
I can pay.
Also, get out of bed.
If you think I pay.
I'm free, so okay.
SMH my head.
Next table.
People are saying shake. People are saying shake. I've not seen anyone say smack yet.
And we know, if we know something about Conor Beresford, it's if there's a fringe open, our boy is taking it.
Wait, did you say a fridge open?
Yes.
Are you accusing him of being an overeater?
It's, in America, they don't call it a fringe open. They call it a bangs open.
Oh, yes. Bangs. Got it. I still don't get it for the poker context, though.
Well, it's like on the cusp. No, it's
Got
like
it. Okay,
it's
so
like
it's a double word play.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's like fringe open like ace-9 off.
Maybe.
It's like
To take a
maybe
Maybe
you
we
could
could
get
go
it.
either way. Right,
Yeah,
right.
like you get it. Maybe you want to get it in 20% of the time or something, or like depending on the exact stack formation and who's in the big blind, it gets open. But Connor's just like boom, ace-9 off. Let's roll, and rewarded by picking up the blinds. Just gets better the shorter the stacks, basically.
I mean, it's great advertising. You snap those 8s too, right? You're not getting anything through after he opens.
What do you think's going through C. Darwin's head right now?
Ja, finals, yes, kyllä.
Just picturing. Just thinking, why didn't I stay at home and play online? We're playing 12 tables. I could have won 5 tournaments today already, instead of sitting around.
What's
playing 30 hands an hour?
What's funny is, okay, Spraggy says shaking. Shaking. I said shaking, and I am shaking with rage.
Okay, yeah, right.
Yeah, I believe that.
So, I know that C. Darwin obviously is Charles Darwin.
Great
But when I see C. Darwin, I always think immediately, my first thing I think of is the talking dolphin from Sequest, which was like a Star Trek ripoff underwater with Roy Scheider in like the 90s. And there was a dolphin that had like a headset and it could talk.
And it was called Darwin?
Darwin was the name of the dolphin. Which
so long and thanks for all the fish.
Yeah, exactly.
Is that what he said?
Yes.
Yeah. Wow. Okay. Yeah. I think also one of the nice things about the C. Darwin brand is he's had the longest running advertising. Never changed.
Yes.
That picture of Darwin.
He should change it to the dolphin from Sequest, though.
When he eventually has a losing month, he's going to change it. He just hasn't had one for 12 years. This is kind of a nice matchup of the two. Probably come 7 high, but nice matchup of the. Wow, you're getting up a picture of this dolphin. What did I say? How good am I?
You're pretty good, Sam. 7-7-4, 2 diamonds, ace of diamonds for Mattson.
Yeah, and this is just a board to beware on. Big blind with all those 7s. Nice to have the ace of diamonds. Maybe just a blind, right? Blind with range. I don't know, the connectivity of the 4. And Darwin just going to have to be confident and put it out there. So, what does Mr. Beresford do? We have a club in hand. Nice. Would rather have a diamond. No, look at this. He's raising his eyebrows. I'm reading the. It looks like he's being controlled by. Just a call. He's being controlled by animatronic. Look at these eyebrows. Unbelievable.
King
wow, how does he know?
Turn. He's so good.
How does he know?
He's so good.
Yeah, and ace queen. Wow. The king, real high balance. King, unbelievably good card for Darwin's range. Unbelievably good card. On the other hand, ace queen, the nut ace. Of course, the kicker won't play if ace comes off and Beresford makes 2 pair with say ace 5. So it gives you a bit more reason to like bet and fold out that ace 5, ace 6, ace 8, the clubs type hands.
Well,
just
that was it.
Blocks again. Interesting strat. And now Connor's going to think, okay, does Simon play his kings like this, or is he just blocking 9s again? Can I check raise? Proceeds cautiously against another elite player.
Look at this. Look at these two.
It's a beautiful moment between two guys.
An old legend and a new legend.
Yes.
Connor's king is good. The smirky check back. Everything is coming up, Connor.
Yeah. Darwin's thinking, God damn this guy. God damn.
Darwin's thinking, if this was online, I'd be so dead. If I had my lucky mouse.
If only I was in my underwear.
Right.
That's how the luck.
I was going to ask you.
Is that you? Yeah, because I'm allowed to say that because I'm an online guy too.
Yeah.
But if you're not an online guy, you can't make jokes about us being an underwear.
Do you get dressed to play online poker?
I think it's really important to always wear socks and shoes. Socks, at least. I don't think it's good to be, like, really casual. I think you need to be...
because you want to be in work mode, right?
Yeah,
like
exactly.
a mindset.
It's often why I wear a hoodie as well when I play the thing. That live, it makes me feel like I'm not... Like Sam Grafton, I'm not here for, like...
Dress for the job you want.
Yeah. Yes. Yes, indeed. Here we go. I'm interested to see more of Matilda. Matilda. All thriller, no Matilda.
No filler.
It's what I look forward to is just riffing with you like a jazz, like a beep, beep, beep. It's like Coltrane and Miles here. Matilda. Go on, Connor. Let's bump it up here with deep stack. Let's fold out King Jack off with a 3-bet. Come on. No, it's gonna just flat. No, I don't like it. Go raise it, buddy. There we go. Look at this, Connor Beresford on the attack. Yeah, really like this 3-bet. Knock Darwin out as well. And I think from +2, we probably just do get to fold King 9 of clubs. But Matilda, I think he's come here to play. He's opening 10-4. He does. They're both deep. I think that's. You might want to just let this go. Yeah. I think nice fold probably from that position. We could see, of course, had the live suit, had the best hand, but I don't mind that. Just because, yeah, just calling. I wouldn't be folding King 10 of clubs ever. King 9, think it's okay to let it go against Mr. Beresford, even if he does have those kind of bluffs.
I give credit to anyone that takes a stand against these players.
Sure. You're just out of there with 9.
Done. Yeah, no, absolutely. I remember the first time I played against Phil Hellmuth, I had pocket 10s and the board came Jack 4 and he bet into me and I just folded 2 10s.
And they wonder why Phil Hellmuth won so many tournaments back in the day.
Exactly.
It's about 110.
I mean, granted, that was 15 years ago, but...
Sure. It was probably standard back then.
Yeah. What are you talking about? There's 2 jacks out there.
Wow. Someone just folding Queen Jack of hearts. It's nothing. Very nice.
I'll allow it. James says, I thought we were talking about good players. Joe brings up Hellmuth. The thing is, I thought he was the player that Connor Beresford is now. That's what I mean.
15 years ago, he probably was. You don't hear it said Phil Hellmuth was the Connor Beresford of the 90s.
Exactly.
You don't hear it said often enough, but it was, you know.
Here?
And look at this, Simon.
Wowee. No respect for the under-the-gun raise from Mike Watson.
Wow. And this is just stepping out a little here, Simon.
Now Mike Watson's going to be mad.
It's going to be a mad dog.
Mad dog.
Putting the
Mike Watson.
Putting the dog in mad dog. Putting the mad into. Yeah, and gets the ace jack to fold. What a little glitch in the matrix somehow. I just don't know what generated that 3-bet, but worked out for Darwin. Perhaps because the big blind's short and it's going to make it difficult to navigate, you know, allows the big blind to come in with some King X that dominate the King 7. Instead, turned a hand that he might want to flat into a 3-bet. Yeah, just interesting to think through that one, but got the job done.
Thanks, Tom, for reminding everyone there is a pay jump at 71 players. Important to keep track of. Can sort of influence decisions. Not sort of, does influence decisions.
Oh, Matilda, just having a little tank with the Jordan under the gun.
Has he looked yet?
And the phone.
Yeah. I really need to go to the toilet.
Me too.
Sorry, guys.
Oh, we are pretty close to a break.
You can just stand.
And he's going for it. Ladies and gentlemen, it's a big suspenseful moment. Will he get there and back? And let me just tell you
No,
guys.
I think he was tanking so that the break would happen during this hand.
Oh, I see.
But we can take bets if you want.
I thought he was going to run. That's how out of check. I thought he's like,
No, that's a
he's
GTO
like
play right
ready,
there.
set, and I'm off. You know?
I've definitely done that before, but no, I think that's why he tanked so that he knew that the hand would.
Well, this hour and a half has flown by.
Right?
I thought we were like
You should do this
15
more-
minutes
you should
in.
do this more often.
I'm good. Why is Sam not playing the 50K? Why he's in the booth?
He's having fun. He's riffing. He's bebopping and scotting.
He's got no sense of time whatsoever.
That's
He's
what
got
happens.
no.
That's what you see a 45-minute improv show. You're like, what? Magic.
Calcan just, he's in there. He's getting in there. Queen 9 off.
Yep.
See a flop. He lost a decent-sized pot with this exact hand earlier. He's thinking, why not go again?
Get back on the horse. Let's go.
I made 2 pair then. Let's see if I can do it again.
And Mikey.
He's thinking
Watson.
this is. He's thought this is a good spot. So what's in the big blind? See Darwin open. Let's just widen our range a tad. Reward him, dealer.
Way to ensure you have position on
9-9.
neither of the two best players in the world. Queen, 10, 8, 4, 2 spades. Queen 9.
Go on, Calcan. Just lead out, bud.
Oh. No one hits anything. Is it going to check around?
No spade for Simon. On the other hand, maybe just because it's such an air ball, you want to bet it. It's such a dusty hand. No, doesn't. 3-way. That's okay.
Free turn.
Jack.
Which is another 8. Ace high, feeling pretty good now.
Yeah, and I think Calcan, this is just a gut shot that we can't check call. You see, I mean, if you have Queen 9, you do actually have some 8s.
Matson, once again, closing the action. By the way, I think that Matilda would have made it back if there was going to be another hand.
Sure, good spot to go for the rest room run.
I mean, if you're going to time it, it's Darwin's button, Calcan small blind, Watson big blind. The hand's going to the river.
Yeah, they're going to battle. And Matson, I mean, this, by the way, is something. Simon just has a lot of confidence here. Oh, and he's going to just get value. He's just going to get 8K of value from Queen High here, putting in the exact amount of money that Ace High wants to put in. Come on, reward our boy Calcan here, though.
One time on the river, another 8. That's so disappointing when you're on a draw and it just comes running trips. Ace high good.
Good.
Ace high good. You know what? I'm going to miss Calcan. I'm going to miss Simon Matson. I'm going to miss Mike Watson. I'm going to miss Matilda. I'm going to miss Connor Beresford. I'm going to miss Sam Grafton.
It's been a great lineup.
It feels like the last day of summer camp.
I'll be back. I'll try and be back at least once over these next couple of days. You can rely on the 10K. It's a big field tournament. I can dust it off in a few hours. We all know from the statistics either I make the final or I'm out of there early doors.
All right, well, say goodbye to these players. They're headed back out to a non-TV table. We'll have a new feature table for you when we return. Connor Beresford, despite doubling up Mike Watson during that level, still headed back out there with 74 big blinds. Ismail Calcan, the fan favorite, just 8 bigs, is definitely in the danger zone. Not really supposed to do my own, but I don't think anyone else here is going to do it. These players are heading on a break, and we are doing exactly the same, more from EPT Prague 2022 when we return.
I think everybody plays different on TV. Nobody wants to be bluffed on television.
I'll defer to Joe in a moment because he knows the big game much better than I do. I, off the top of my head, can't think of any hands that you specifically played, but you witnessed one of the biggest hands in big game history, which was Vanessa Selbst's, and I'm going to use the word in inverted commas because it's slightly unfair, Vanessa's punt with Jack-7 against Prahlad Friedman.
Prahlad was on the punt.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah.
I remember thinking, whoa.
There is a great moment after the hand, after the board runs out 3 times, all bricks, and Prahlad scoops the pot. And Vanessa turns to you and went, why do I do this to myself? And you say with all sincerity, I have no idea why you did that.
Well, I understand now and then why she actually did it, because he could only have aces in that spot. And it's like one of those spots where you're on TV and sometimes people want to be a hero. And Vanessa just was like, okay, well, if you have aces 1 in 220 times, great. If not, I'll be a hero. And it kind of backfired. It happens. Happens to the best of us.
I remember doing the commentary on that and trying to make the justification for her with the Jack-7 and my boss stopping me and going, no, just live out this moment the way everyone else is going to see it as. What is she doing? And I was like, well, actually, there is kind of an argument and blah, blah, blah. And he's like, no, none of that. We're just reveling in the fact that there's like a $500,000 pot right now, Jack-7 versus aces. And I'm like, okay, fine, whatever. I think Antonio might be the worst person in the world to make that statement to on the way away from the table, by the way. He's not going to sugarcoat it. He's not going to, he does not care about your feelings in that moment. He's just going to go,
right, but think about all the time she got paid off moving forward in her career because of that hand. I mean, there's some value in punting on TV, especially in that moment. People are way less likely to bluff you in the future. And when you actually make a hand, you're more likely to get paid. So yeah, it was obviously a big punt, but there is some value in it long term.
Did you ever do things differently on TV during that era in the hopes of it paying off for you later in non-TV situations?
I think everybody plays different on TV. Nobody wants to be bluffed on television. And everybody wants to be a hero. So I think it just changes the overall game to many different levels. I know that I probably played a lot looser on TV. And so did everybody else. Everybody wants to be a hero.
Well, the other TV show we want to talk about is Shark Cage, which was a show that was built around bluffing. And both you and Maria played in both seasons of Shark Cage and both made the final in the second season of Shark Cage. So you both have plenty of experience at this show. In turn, I want to get your honest answer to this. Maria, when you heard that Stars had come up with a TV show where they wanted to put people in a cage, were you thinking, what are they doing?
I mean, I kind of thought it was brilliant. Like, just when I heard about it, I was like, okay, this sounds cool, and I love it. I didn't want to be sent to the cage, but I thought it was a really cool concept.
Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of players, Antonio, just heard it's $1 million free roll. I'm like, yep, you can do what you want to me for that.
Of course. First of all, I think anything that brings some sort of fun and something new to poker is great for the game. And I actually love that show, and I'm still bitter because I had an opportunity to put Phil Ivey in the cage, and I didn't. If I just called him, he's going in the cage. Instead, I raised like a ding-dong, and he didn't go in the cage. So that would have been nice. But that was a great, fun show. And, you know, anytime somebody puts up $1 million free roll, kudos to them. You know, we got nothing to lose and $1 million to win. I mean, that's pretty strong.
King 9 of diamonds for Maria.
Call.
She limps. 6-5 off for Ike. He's not going to check his option. He raises.
Call.
Maria calls in position.
Ike was preying on what was perceived weakness from Maria limping.
Oh, hello. Trip nines for Maria, while Ike pairs his 6.
Ike hit, but unfortunately it's way less hard than Maria did.
Having raised pre-flop, he continues on the flop.
King high would be the best hand here a fair amount, but luckily she's got a 9 to go with it.
Maria calls. Turn card is a king. That's a full house for Maria.
Ike's going to know that aces and kings are some of the best cards she could have had in her range when she called the flop.
Ike now officially drawing dead. He checks.
Ridiculous instincts.
Maria set to take over the betting.
And maybe he was trying to induce this bet. Or at the very least, he wants to try to catch a bluff.
Ike calls. Go into the river. Oh, which is a 6. That's a full house for Ike, but obviously it's a lower full house than Maria's.
That is the apple dropping on Isaac's head. I really hope he's not trying to induce a bluff this time.
He's checked to Maria. Her clock's running.
All in.
And she shoves on Ike.
He's in a ridiculous spot. He does have a full house. But it's not the first, second, or even third nuts. Any 9 beats him. It's like the 11th nuts.
All right, time bank.
With less than 10 seconds left on his clock, Ike plays a time bank chip. Great move from Maria.
I want to make a really big fold here. I think you have it.
She has it.
She does, but I don't know how you fold this heads up.
5 seconds.
Yeah, okay. Time to look either real smart or real dumb.
Great fold, Isaac.
Real smart. Wicked smart. Harvard smart. Sorry, I know Ike went to brown.
Ugh, that was gross.
And Maria extends her chip lead.
I do not feel good about folding that hand.
Well, you should.
I'm feeling better the more we talk about it, though.
On a scale of 1 to 10, how big was that laydown?
Bo Derek?
Relative to the board, pretty much a 10.
Back to the feature table. And Michael Mizraki is under the gun with pocket 4s. He raises to 2,600.
Grinder, having gone through the motion of looking at his cards, raises.
Action folded around to Andoni Larabe, who's got 10s.
7.
He's 3-betting.
Lol, if he thinks Grinder folds to 3-bets. Also, he's got a 3-bet bigger. You got to punish the guy who always calls the 3-bets.
Castrillon in the cutoff. Folds. It's Koplamar's button. He passes. Post and Playserve give up the blinds.
Michael never passes.
It's so cute how he's talking European.
Grinder calls. Heads up to the flop. Which sees Grinder flop a set.
And he's going to lead. I love Grinder.
And he leads really small.
Not only is this bet out of flow, but it's also for fewer chips than your girlfriend steals off your plate when she says she doesn't want to order her own. You know they do that.
85.
Larabe raises.
I only like this raise if you're prepared to get it in when Grinder blasts off, because you can only be hoping he tries to bluff you with worse.
I don't believe that face.
There's a 3-bet to nearly 16K.
Something you did over here. I thought you were bluffing. Careful.
I don't think his English is good enough to realize what a ridiculous shtick this is.
All in, call.
Well, that escalated quickly. That was like out of a movie and not a very good one. Larabe at risk and way behind. The worst part is you knew you shouldn't have done it, and you done it anyway.
7.
Wow.
I'm not saying nothing else. You got a lot.
10 outs for Larabe. A jack 10 or 6 saves him. It's a jack.
Oh, what a waste of a perfectly terrible acting job. Like Samuel Jackson in The Phantom Menace.
Larabe up to nearly 95,000.
What's Spanish for suck out?
Grinder's taking it in his stride. Blinds are up to 800, 1600, and we are going to pit our wits against Grinder. We're going to play a hand from the perspective of Pavel Plasov. He's raised with ace-10, and it looks like Grinder is 3-betting.
I don't want to play against Grinder. If I did, I would actually play poker.
The blinds are folded. Back around to Plasov.
You're never folding here, right?
Not against you. Against a lot of other people, maybe. I like a just call here. Even though we're out of position, if Mike's got a bad hand, we want to let him hang himself.
Plasov does call. The flop is king 4 deuce, rainbow. Plasov checks.
I think we have to check call since Mike can have any too. I honestly don't know what to do, though. If he bets every street, we don't improve. That's the danger here.
Grinder's C-bet is 5,100. And there's the call from Plasov.
And we might have to call all the way now.
9.
How does he do this?
What is he doing?
Plasov checks a second time.
Like I said, I think we have to check call again, but I really hope he doesn't bet that much.
Not too bad, 8,200.
Right, and now that has me suspicious. I like calling again here just because Mike's such a wild card and will always bet when he's got nothing and sometimes not bet when he's got something.
Plasov folds.
It's harder to play somebody they call cards, right? Of course. Yeah, it's harder to play against somebody like that.
Grinder had ace-7. Plasov had the best hand.
Oh, man.
Understandable fold, but if we were going to fold then, we should have folded on the flop.
How do you think I win?
Oh, I don't know. Bet constantly with junk and always get there when you get called down. If you could write a book on it, it would be an all-time bestseller.
Well, the action's been folded to Pavel Plasov. He folds. Do you reckon Grinder's folding?
Nope. I once saw Grinder try to raise with 2 sub-sandwich loyalty cards from under the gun.
5-3 of clubs, he makes it 3,300. Pocket 8 for Francisco Perez. He's got just over 20 big blinds.
Shove seems fine, especially over the top of Grinder.
He's all in. And he's walked into aces.
How much?
Larabe just asked how much, but what he's really thinking about is Vegas and the bleeping Mirage.
He calls.
Really hoping Grinder comes along for the ride.
Koplimar in the big blind. Folds.
Will we finally see Grinder fold? Yes!
So Perez at risk and way behind his fellow countrymen.
It's amazing. Even though Grinder folded, he still found a way to get Perez busted, probably.
I had the best hand. Maybe after the river. Big favor. I'm big favor to win. Big favor now. 3-5 of clubs. For sure it's coming.
I wish I could say I disagree.
Perez needs an 8. The turn card is a 3.
I told you. 100%. River deuce. I saw it. God. Deuce of spades, probably. Deuce of spades.
This is absolutely rishnefulous. What is happening out there? It's Mike, this psychic Mizrachi.
Told you. Deuce of spades.
call, it's over, baby.
Welcome to my world.
Well, before we begin EPT 2023, there is the small matter of closing out the 2022 season, and we are here in Prague on the PokerStars European Poker Tour for day 3 of the main event from the King's Casino at Hilton Prague. It's James Hartigan joined by Nick Walsh.
Hello, hello. Thank you for having me.
And we have a new feature table, Nick, as we come back from break. First thing to highlight is that during the last level, Tonka did slip into second place on the leaderboard. Still a massive stack, but no longer chip daddy. 1.5 million, not to be sneezed at, but Pierre de Almeida, who qualified for 50 euros, leads right now with a stack of 1.6 million.
Let's go. Love to see the qualifiers getting up there. And yeah, quite the Cinderella story if we see him go all the way.
Jerry O'Dean also in the top 5 right now. So a bit later on, hopefully we'll get Tonka on the feature table. As we highlighted during the last session, he is on one of the next tables to break, so we can't have him at the feature table just yet. But who knows? He may get balanced to our feature table. Let's see what happens over the course of the next 90 minutes. As we do play 1.5 hour levels on the EPT, we see that Gail Bauman is back at the feature table. Gail's had a few deep runs in EPT main events this year. There's one particular player I'm very keen to highlight at this new FT, but I don't think he's taken his seat yet. It's a blast from the past. It's Marcin Horetsky, who we will have in the 4 seat. We also have Juan Pardo back on the main stage. Dmitry Shepkin, he's been here before. Kicking off the 5,000, 10,000 blind level. And we'll watch these guys for at least the next 90 minutes. So this is the 3rd level of the day. I think I'm right in saying it's very easy to lose track and lose all sense of time. There will be a dinner break after the 4th level of the day. 6 levels to play in total. Again, not playing to a specific number of players, Nick. Let's just see where we're at the end of those 6 sessions today.
Yeah, absolutely. We got a lot of poker to get through, and trying to get through that schedule as efficiently as possible means a couple longer days to start.
3 of them to be exact. Yeah, and then we start paying out big money when we get to the final 2 days, with more than $1 million up top for the eventual winner of this Prague main event. What is the biggest EPT Prague we've ever seen? 1,267 entries in total. And fewer than 100 players returning from the break. In fact, I think we might have fewer than 75 players now.
Wow. Interesting to see how that affects sort of the speed of play at this point, the number of players that we lose. We talk about this a lot, the dynamics of the tournament, how if people get stacked up really earlier, it goes slower later on, and so on and so forth. If they thin out, we seem to lose a lot really quickly at a later stage. Looks like we're getting back into it now, though.
76, okay.
Good luck, everybody. Good luck, guys. Good luck.
76? 76, 76, 76, 76, 76.
My friends told me to be.
All right, back in it.
Because they cannot enforce it.
Now we're at 75.
It's different to etiquette. Etiquette is one, and the rule is...
Mr. Pardo with the King-9 suited UTG +1. Gonna go ahead and open up this pot. Blinds are still 5K, 10K with a 10K ante. So he's coming in for the absolute minimum, starting this hand with around 20 big blinds.
And I was just kidding. If they took all the phones, then we don't use it. And then they took it. Yeah, for the TV time.
What you up to? It's like
8 to
200.
10 total.
Tom.
Pilhofer in the small blind.
8 pass, 9 pass. Thank you.
So that is raise and take it for Malacca style.
One of the best to have ever done it. Raise and to take it. That'll do. That'll work.
Undersea Monkey asks, is Marcin still a team pro? No, and hasn't been for many years. Marcin, a former Polish skier who then became a professional poker player, was on the PokerStars books for several years. Made the final table of EPT London many years ago. Holding ace-9 here. Simcoe folds the king-3. By the way, we've had our first bad lookalike from a member of the production team. Statric saying that Milan Simcoe looks like Jesse Plemons. There is only one person in poker who looks like Jesse Plemons, and that person is Spraggy. I would say that Milan Simcoe has more of the Philip Seymour Hoffmans about him.
Yeah, okay. I could see that.
Registered for the 1K single entry event. You're welcome to take your seat. Your tournament starts in less than 5 minutes now, and we are located on the white table.
Raise 21,000.
So Bigot has opened under the gun with ace-3 suited. Marcin folding 7s here. Kings for Shepkin.
In the hijack, 645K behind. Bigot here, obviously, with 533K, as indicated. So I think we are going to see a 3-bet here. Pretty standard situation.
62,000, 8 pass.
Certainly don't want too much action multi-way when you got those kings. One customer is usually enough. All right, ace-3 suited now, all the way back to the initial raiser. Makes the fold. I dig it. I don't think our friend Shepkin is going to have too many light 3-bets from that position, especially given the earlier position open.
Dmitry Shepkin playing a 69 big blind stack. That's right, I got away with it. Joe's not here.
Simcoe elects to just let the 3s go here from early position. Does not want to mess around with that small pocket pair from so far OOP. Folding round now, Cardot on the button. 9-6 suited.
Raise 22,000. Pass.
Raises to a total of 22,000. Juan Pardo Folding the small, we go folding the big, on to the next one. Finna36 on Twitch asks, what is your favorite Philip Seymour Hoffman film? That is a tough one because he has been in many great movies. Can I narrow it down to 3? And even then, I'm going to miss a really good one, I guarantee it. I love the movies he made with Paul Thomas Anderson, particularly Boogie Nights and Magnolia. I really love Mission Impossible 3. He's a great villain in that.
James, you got it all wrong. It's Along Came Polly. There's only one good answer. It's Along Came Polly.
Yeah, that was not on my list.
No, definitely not one of his best films either, but I did like the character he portrayed in that.
7 pounds.
Peasy in the chat's got it right. Let it rain. White chocolate. Raindrops.
8 pounds. 9 pounds.
Cardo with King 10.
Raise 22,000. 2 pounds. 3 pounds. 4 pounds.
Little raisy daisy with the King 10 off.
Thank you.
I would agree with Cole Meathan. He was very good in The Talented Mr. Ripley as well. I mean, as I said, there aren't many bad Philip Seymour Hoffman movies, and I think it's hugely debatable which is his best film or which was his best performance. The question was, which is your personal favorite? And that is purely subjective, so there are no wrong answers. That's another good one from Accidental Grenade, Charlie Wilson's War.
Recce here in the small blind. Queen 5 off. A lot of times we just like to see limps in these situations. You don't want to be folding Queen 5, but also a little bit on the weaker side to be raising. It's not completely out of the question to just have a steal here, especially if you think your opponent's going to overfold. But at this stage in the tournament, probably lots of players defending correctly, 3-betting correctly. You expose a lot of dead money when you create dead money by raising, and then your opponent has the opportunity to 3-bet bluff and all kinds of interesting things there. Or indeed, you're forced to play a pot out of position when they choose to flat.
Yes, Aldino, Scent of a Woman.
Oh.
Insidious character in that movie.
Check.
All right, so the Queen 5 goes for a little bit of a trappy check on the turn, having led the flop. I actually like it a lot. I think that this is a turn where a lot of like 9x, Jack X will just fold if you continue twice. It's quite strong. By leading, you can have literally any cards at all because you're going to bluff this board a ton, especially when it goes limp and a check pre-flop. So I think the check on the turn here is a really nice way to incentivize your opponent to turn their hand and bluff, or give them more confidence if perhaps they turned a hand like 9-10 or Jack-10 and made 2 pair. I think I would have played it my hand very similarly to Harecki blind v blind there, and I think it's a good way to give your opponent a little bit more confidence in calling with some of those wider ranges, therefore getting a little bit more value from your turned straight.
So Marcin Harecki now playing a 20 big blind stack with 74 players remaining in the main event.
100, 200, 200, 1, 2, 2, dealers, there are 3 players. Begin the deal.
8 pounds. All in. Player all in.
Gail Bauman all in from under the gun +1.
3 pounds.
Just shy of 13 big blinds.
4 pounds.
Round to Simcoe in the small blind, who's got kings.
Hello. Nice little wake up here for Simcoe.
Oh, fold already. Let's get on with it.
He's got the kings, whips him over. Baumann at risk, and I don't think she did a whole lot wrong here, James. Seems like a very, very, very standard shove. And obviously, kings just snapping it off all day long.
Will we see an ace on the desk? Not on the flop. Gail Baumann needing help on the turn or river.
Yep, those clubs are helping her a little bit here, although there is one missing from the deck in Simcoe's hand as well.
Turn card is a club, and it's a 10, so that gives us a sweat. Gail Baumann has 10 outs.
Little smile. Can she do it?
The river card is a 3.
So much hope. So much hope on that turn.
That's your serve.
It's the hope that kills you. Gail, I'm so sorry.
Bruno, how many you had?
She cashes for 13,150 euros.
Yeah. Maybe he had kings 10 times.
No, I didn't actually. But it will be nice.
I like the fact that you remind me of Philip Seymour Hoffman. I don't like the fact you knocked out Gail Baumann. Milan Simcoe, you're on my list.
Hand number 59 getting underway. Already a quick UTG fold. You can see there from the crane shot. Bigot. Ace-8 off from the hijack. I would argue this is a little bit on the wider side. He's not super, super deep. He's got plenty of chips to play with. He is going to take this opportunity to put in a raise regardless. Possibly a little bit of a table dynamic developing here, depending on the stack depths of the players behind him here. Gets through the button. Now over to Shepkin in the small blind. Ace-5 off. This is a combination that some players will use to 3-bet bluff with, right? You got that high card blocker. You have the opportunity to flop straights on the low end, Ace-2, 3, 4, 5, if your opponents do decide to call. Therefore, is going to be part of that range some of the time. Instead, Queen-9 suited for Pilhofer does decide to call in the big blind, defending that big blind with a nice suited Queen-9. Oh, my days.
Wow, 8-6-4, all diamonds. So top for Bigot, but the flush for Pilhofer.
Not only is it a flush, James, but also it is Ocho high. Having Ace-8 on this texture might be enough for Bigot to confidently start betting and quote-unquote protecting his hand. Little does he know he's almost drawing dead. So there was 59K in the middle here. He's going to decide to go ahead and continue for 12K. Very small. I really like the smaller sizing on these monotone boards. You will get lots of folds from your opponents for a nice cheap price as they struggle to continue without a diamond or something stronger.
Okay, well, with the board pairing on the turn, Bigot picks up a little bit of equity, picks up a redraw to a full house.
Yep, 2% to 8%. I think for the most part, Bigot's just thinking, I really, really want to get value from some random Queen of Diamonds, some random King of Diamonds, some random 9 of Diamonds, that kind of thing. Maybe a pair and a diamond draw. He could probably afford to go quite big on the turn here if he wants to. I think it looks like 55, if I'm not mistaken. Yep, 55K. I think this this betting structure is very, very nice. Little does he know he's running into the flush. I think as an overall strategy, the betting structure is very nice against his entire range. Obviously, when you're running into a flush, you're feeling pretty bad about it. Just a flat now. This is super awkward now, James, because being out of position, Pillhofer has to decide what does he do on the river. Is he going to let him keep barreling, or does he have to lead now? What's the situation? Does he have like a small lead here to try and induce or something like that?
Ends up going check on the river, and ironically, Pillhofer doesn't need the flush. The queen's good enough.
James, I'm going to go out on a limb there. I think that was a little smirk from Vigo. He went, how did I not lose more chips in this pot? And I think that's exactly what I'm making reference to.
Yes.
When you're out of position and you're facing that second bet, I'm not saying that you have to raise. I'm not saying I know 100% what the correct line is, but once you get to that river, your opponent's going to check that river a ton. So how do you convince your opponent to get more? I think there might have had to be a raise at some stage, or indeed a lead on that river to maximize your returns from that beautiful flat flush. Doesn't seem like a board where your opponent is just going to be blasting off bluffs, you know, especially when you've shown strength by calling on 2 streets on that monotone texture.
Juan Pardo under the gun with Queen Jack.
Raise 20,000.
Opens to 20K.
4 pass.
Marcin Horetsky, Jack 7 of diamonds.
Five pass, 6 pass.
It's a folded round to the button. Ace 9 for Shepkin. I heard a call. Looks like it's Cardo who's defended his big blind with 7-5 offsuit. And we have an ace 9-6 flop.
It's a nice flop for ace 9. This is a really interesting one, guys. Now, I wouldn't be surprised to see a check raise from Cardo here once we see the continue from Pardo. Ace 9-6, obviously going to be c-bet almost 100% from the initial pre-flop opener. I'm pretty sure 7-5 off, having that sort of really ugly gut shot, sort of bottom end of the gut shot situation draw, I think quite frequently can be played as a check raise. The only thing that might slow him down here is the ace high texture, right? Pardo in this situation will have plenty of ace-x combos when he opens. It would be better to probably check raise this if it was like queen 9-6, where your opponent is going to have less of that, less of the hands that might shove against a check raise or continue very frequently with, you know, ace jack, ace 10, ace 9, ace 2 suited, ace 3 suited, ace 4 suited, all that kind of stuff. Just saying it's a possibility, and some players will take that opportunity to go for it there. So this is really interesting now. 85K in the middle. The way he sizes this bet will tell us a lot about his plan on later streets. The bet was 47K. It looked like he was queuing up for the absolute triple, and you love to see it. You really do, because I think there's a lot of power in having 2 barrels, even in situations where second pair might have a lot of confidence continuing when the board pairs again. If you're playing at this level, you need to be aware of the fact that there are ways to represent trips there, and your opponents will give you credit.
You can't stay down, not with 2 barrels on him.
Yes, indeed. Obviously, pretty easy to get a gut shot to fold at that point, but I really appreciate the line from both players. I think both players playing the hand very well there. Accidental grenade here in the chat. Our very own AG, great quote. Don't be afraid of barrels, Donkey Kong.
Huh.
5 pass, 6 pass.
Shepkin with 666. Okay.
The number of the beast.
Raise 22,000.
Opens to 22K in late position. Who is it who keeps clearing their throat? Need to have a word. And that word is stop. Oh, looks like we've got a new player coming to the table. The empty seat is being filled by...
Hello.
Bleron Maliki.
Now you have those 9 players on. Five pass, 6 pass.
Yeah, hashtag embrace the throat. Doesn't quite have the same ring to it, and also, no, just no.
Oh, no, let's not go there.
That's gonna be your
Shepkin here, ace-jack suited in the hijack.
Now you should see them. Raise 22,000, 8 pass.
Shepkin back in action, has raised from the hijack.
9 pass. 2 pass. 3 pass.
I've just realised that there's quite a lot of coughing and spluttering going on. It might be more than one player. Anywho, that was a raise and take it for Shepkin.
One. 7. Box 7. 6.
Shepkin puts king 6 off in the bin. Oh, proper Shepkin this time. I was going to say, I didn't think that was Shepkin.
7 pass. 8 pass. 9
Holding
pass.
around now. Looks like we're back on track with the GFX. Pardo now in the small blind, king 10 off.
Juan Pardo is not in the small blind.
Nope, never mind. We're still off, guys.
Juan Pardo raises from the button.
4 pass.
It is Marcin Horetsky who's in the big blind. Raise and take it. So luckily we can press the right button and sort it out. Sort it out.
Sort it out. Strag in the chat says, anyone coughing at the table should be forced to sing karaoke to DJ Cool's Let Me Clear My Throat.
Tom, if we get a music strike, it's his fault, not mine, okay? Cardo has raised from the hijack. We go with 3s on the button.
This one's awkward. This one is awkward. You know, it'd be really cool is flopping a set, and I think that's what he's going to try to accomplish with the flat. I think these are really interesting spots to look at, especially when you have the context of all the chip stacks behind him, right? Because if he feels like there's opponents behind him who are likely to 3-bet squeeze, this call becomes really bad. If you think there's lots more passive play, seeing a flop multi-way feels great. When you flop a set, you're likely to get paid. There it is.
Wow. Such skill to flop that set. However, the 9 of hearts in Simcoe's hand, and that is a flush draw.
Check.
Jack of spades on the turn doesn't change anything.
Quite interesting when check, 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 flop, right? You know, many players would opt to just go ahead and try and protect that set right now. No more hearts, please. Just fire some amount in there, knowing that even if they do have a made flush, he still has full house outs.
Check.
Now, is it time? At this point, your opponents can never have a flush. It's impossible for them not to bet a flush at some point here. I think it would be extremely, extremely, like 1% likely that either of these players would actually be trapping a made flush on 2 streets, particularly if it was a weaker flush that was more prone to being outdrawn on later streets by another heart.
Cardo has to decide whether to call with 4s, folds it. And Fabrice Bigot now playing 454,000. Jesus Christ.
Strag, you've really done a number on me now. Every time I hear it, I just think.
Okay, that's strike number 2. One more, one more. This channel gets wiped forever.
Stop it. James, the day that I can actually sing in tune enough for us to get a strike is the day I can afford to take us all out. James will be my new production manager on my world tour for my absolute crystal clear sound reproduction, the human beatbox. This better not be a link to that song. Oh, he's done it. Strag really is trying to get us a strike now. That just started playing on my laptop. It is a serious banger, though. You're absolutely right. I have to add that one to my playlist. We have it all in.
Marcin Horetsky all in with ace-3. Shepkin in the big blind with 8-4.
Wow. Maximizing those folds with the pre-flop jam. He was on the button after all. Seems pretty reasonable. There is a considerable amount of dead money when you include the ante in there. So it's a big pickup when you get it through.
Yes.
And I feel like probably as an adjustment, you're going to be shoving a lot of those weaker aces at this stage in the tournament. Very frequently getting many of those dominating aces to even fold. So that's why it's so powerful.
We're at 68 players right now. 8 of them on the main stage at our current feature table.
Nine pass. 3 pass.
Queens for Malacca style.
Malacca.
20,000.
The raise is to 20,000.
4 pass.
Horetsky, 9-8 offsuit. Folds.
5 pass.
Simcoe's out. Ace. Deuce he folded there. Meanwhile, ace, king for Shepkin. Okay, let's strap him and let's enjoy the sickest and classicest of all races.
Yep, the most classicistest for sure. I mean, Pardo here, he has raised. He's only got about 25-ish, 26-ish big blinds to start the hand. There's no way out. It's an absolute no way out scenario. That's why they call it the classic raise. We're going to a flop here for sure.
The re-raise is to 80,000, likely to be followed by an all-in from Juan Pardo, which Shepkin will probably call. and then we'll let fate decide.
Call.
Shove and a call. And Juan Pardo is the player at risk here, and he will need queens to hold to survive.
Yeah, you said it, James. The most classicest of races. Story as old as time.
Beauty and the Beast.
Oh, no, more strikes, more strikes. Now you're pushing it, James. Unbelievable.
Well, let's deal out this board and let's see if Juan Pardo survives. 2 aces on the flop.
You only need 1, Shepkin. Don't be greedy.
And now Pardo is drawing to 2 outs. And it's not a club on the turn to give us a sweat, to give Juan extra outs. He needs a queen on the river. No queen. And Juan Pardo is KO'd by Dmitry Shepkin, who's now got more than 950K. Shepkin now among the chip leaders with close to $1 million. As Juan Pardo exits the arena.
Yeah, I'm sure many players breathing a sigh of relief at this stage. Juan Pardo, an absolute force to be reckoned with, one of the monster favorites in these tournaments. Lots and lots of experience, really excellent player, and that's one less of the legends that you need to be concerned about as you're making your way to a final table. Dmitry Shepkin now 953K. That's about 95 big blinds. That's a lot of big blinds at this stage in the tournament, guys. There's just 67 remaining in this field.
Okay, so Hobo Joe 99 Warframe on Twitch. Pedro Pascal eliminates Pardo. Nobody loves a bad lookalike as much as I do.
Yeah.
That's not a bad lookalike. That's like, those 2 individuals are in a different universe. Dmitry Shepkin looks nothing, and I mean nothing, like Pedro Pascal.
I don't see that one either.
Can I check my phone, or I have to wait?
Strike makes a good point here. What are the TDA rules on if one player mucks their time bank cards into another player's and they become unrecoverable? Do we just put the time bank cards into the next pot? What's the EV of a time bank card? I mean, honestly, it could be substantial. I don't think it's a constant though. If you wanted to try and work it out, I don't think you can create a constant for EV cards. I think they become more valuable over time and also in larger pots.
You went to check the ranges. Yeah, I know, but it wasn't good enough.
So 7-handed on the main stage, and 3 voices on the mic to entertain you now. Joining myself and Nicholas, live from the state of California, or maybe she's still in Vegas, somewhere on the Pacific time zone, Maria Ho.
Hello.
Hello, Maria.
I am still in Vegas, but it's all the same in the West Coast.
Same time difference, exactly. And crucially, you're not here. And it has been noted where your loyalties lie.
Maria, tell us what you're up to. What are you doing in Vegas? What's the get down?
I'm out here for a couple of things. Yesterday was the Women in Poker Hall of Fame induction ceremony.
Very nice.
Where I was the keynote speaker, and that didn't go terribly, so that's a good thing. Yeah, it was a great celebration of a lot of women that I admire and respect. Great turnout, and you know, I think there's also a small tournament series running down the street as well. So just a couple of things going on out here.
I understand.
Yeah, I see a lot of love for your speech, Maria. It seems a lot of people were very impressed by you standing up and speaking to them, so well done.
We're playing like 180.
You know, it's amazing what 2 days of prep will get you.
Thank you.
Kidding, sort of.
Well, just to bring you up to speed, Maria, on where we're at right now, 1,267 entries in this EPT Prague main event. So this is the biggest tournament we've ever seen in Prague. 67 remaining right now. Still quite a lot of big names remaining. We had Conor Beresford, Simon Matson, and Mike Watson on our first feature table today. Tonka, Parker Talbot is among the chip leaders right now. We have seen Gail Bauman and Juan Pardo eliminated in the last 20 minutes. So right now, we are watching Marcin Horecki, a former team pro, a former professional skier from Poland at this FT. And I imagine we'll probably mix things up again at the next break and have a new lineup on the main stage, trying to showcase as many of the players still remaining as possible.
Yeah, well, personally, for me, my ears definitely perked up when you said Gal Bowman. She always manages to find a way to make it deep in a lot of these big field events.
Yeah, and I just want to make it clear, I still haven't forgiven Simcoe for eliminating her. When I said that Simcoe's on my list, I bloody meant it.
7-5. 8-5.
So yes, we started our coverage yesterday, playing through the bubble and beyond. Came back today with fewer than 140 players, playing 6 full levels today. So we'll probably lose a fair few more before we're done for the night.
Speaking of professional skiers, James, I imagine that you're actually a very good skier somehow. I feel
Why
like
would you think that?
I don't know. I think it's maybe like my association with some of like the skiing scenes in James Bond films or something. And I don't know, it's somehow sort of inextricably linked to you. And
I didn't start skiing until relatively late in life. I do think there's a lot to be said for skiing from a young age, like being taught as a kid, because I think you have a more fearless attitude. And whereas when I started, I was just like paranoid.
I understand. I was like you say, relatively late as well. You know, not starting at the age of 5 like they do in some alpine areas.
And ski so infrequently that unfortunately I kind of have to like get back into it after an extended break.
I think that's the same for most.
I'm not hugely acrophobic, but I don't like seeing where, if it's too steep or I can see like the tops of houses, it does freak me out a little bit. So I prefer kind of like the gentler slopes, shall we say.
Yeah, just keeping it casual. How about you, Maria? Are you a skier?
Actually, I was having this conversation with a friend yesterday, and I have the exact same experience with James, James, that I started later in life. I took my first skiing lesson when I was 23, and I just felt so much fear that it just did not enable me to enjoy the experience.
Yeah, no, I totally get it. I think I went skiing the first time when I was like 17 or something like that, and you know, and it was still pretty outclassed by everybody who had been going every year with their family since they were, you know, 9 or something like that, or even younger. But the après ski, you know, being in the mountains is lovely. I do enjoy that aspect of it, and you know, who doesn't love doing Jaeger bombs, you know, in the mountains, right, James?
See, that's the thing.
Huge fan. I know James is a huge Jaeger bomb fan, guys. Don't let him lie to you.
I've never combined skiing with drinking, which I think is like one of the worst ideas ever.
It really is. It really is. I completely agree.
Yeah, this is really going to encourage James and I to get out there. The thought of people drinking and then hitting the slopes.
You guys sound like you're competent, but you got some nerves. A couple shots, that goes away real quick. It's the most confident skiing I've ever seen from you two. Beautiful stuff. Anyway, guys, Cardo here in the cutoff with ace-10 of clubs.
Straight back to it, and yes, Cardo is going to raise here to 22,000. Horecki with king-10 in the small blind has a dominated hand.
I think Summer's experience is quite similar. Summer's in the chat. Hello, Summer. She says it's the only way a shot of Jaeger before you go takes care of it. Yeah, there you go. Hareki here defending is not defending, is all in from the small blinds. It is almost exactly 20 big blinds at this stage in the tournament, so I wouldn't be surprised to see a call from Cardo. Ace-10 suited, so strong here, but it is a third of his stack. Definitely worth some consideration. This is very, very standard cutoff small blind play once we get under 20 effective, I think.
I think Ace-10 suited. I was going to say, Maria, probably a call, and in Cardo's case, it is a call.
Yep.
Yeah, unless you have a lot of info on this particular opponent, you know, shoving very, very, very tight, then yeah, you definitely think Ace-10 of clubs is going to be good enough to just run it.
So Horetsky at risk and way behind. Queen 8-8 on the flop, just the one heart. Horetsky down to 18%. The king on the turn. We have domination rotation, however, it is the king of clubs, and that means Cardo has the flush draw. Still has 14 outs, 14 cards that can eliminate Marcin Horetsky. 4 of diamonds on the river, arguably too many outs for Cardo, and Horetsky gets lucky to double up and survive.
What do you think, Maria? I feel like I'm pretty much 100% shipping King 10 suited in that position. It seems like a pretty standard small blind scenario. Can you think of a situation where you would sort of find an alternative line just for the sake of balance, or do you think you're pretty much always putting it in there?
I think against a cutoff open, I think that you're going to find most players are going to shove that spot. But I think against an early position open, then obviously you're going to just want to try to realize your equity post-flop because your range is going to be a little bit weaker against an early position open range. But most people just like to get the chips in these days, these crazy kids.
I think you're absolutely right. From the cutoff, seems good.
9-5. 2-5.
Sorry, I'm distracted by some Bond trivia in the Twitch chat right now. So
fear not.
You and Maria talk about what's happening on the screen.
That's fine. Bigo here, speaking of cutoffs, is going to be opening his own King 10, this time of the offsuit variety. It's going to go for the absolute minimum plus 2,000. 22K to go.
I was going to say, Nick, do you think he's more likely to play 8-7 suited because he just won that huge double, or less likely?
6-5.
Oh, but the timing, Maria, the timing.
Yeah. Momentum denied.
Shepkin's getting dealt a fair share of good hands today.
From these positions, you know, a 4-bet would look strong, but not necessarily ace is strong. You know, you're up against cutoff, open, button 3-bet. Certainly you're going to have some other cold 4-bets that don't include just the top.
Marcin, you just got the double up, dude. Just...
Let it go.
Yeah.
Really pushing your luck here.
I love the sizing from aces here, though. If you're going to have a 4-bet, I think this sort of just a little bit over 2x is a really, really good size to have, so you can, in fact, have a handful of bluffs here once in a while if you got a really good grasp on your opponent's ability to 3-bet light. Looks so strong and is going to take it down. Still a chunky pot, though. Momentum denied. You're absolutely right, Maria.
Thank you very much.
Shepkin has moved over the million mark. More than 100 big blinds now. As we continue to play through this blind level. Here at the last EPT of 2022, as we've said so many times, big event kicking off 2023. The PSPC is 1 month away, January. We will be in the Bahamas for the PCA, and the last 5 days of that festival will comprise the PSPC. All 5 days of this 25K event streamed live on Twitch and YouTube. Platinum Pass winners versus the pros. David versus Goliath. The PCA, that starts on the 22nd, and from the 25th of January, we'll be streaming the PCA main event. So 10 days of live coverage. That's 5 days of the PCA, 5 days of the PSPC on Twitch and YouTube.
Auswahl.
Folding around, folding around. Even the button's out of the way here now. We got a blind v blind scenario. Shepkin here in the small blind. Very nice hand. Ace queen suited.
Le DK commence demain. Le DK commence demain.
Why so much?
Good card.
Good card.
That is a very large, very, very large raise, in fact, Maria. That's ginormicon.
Yeah, and normally you don't see people take that sizing, certainly not with a great hand like ace queen suited, but gets it done.
Just didn't want to mess around blind v blind. He's like, I'll find a better spot. You know what? I prefer the ones where I have aces and I can cold 4-bet. That's better for me. Just put the chips in the pot, let me collect them. None of this post-flop stuff. I think it is cool to have a couple sizes there. You know, if you really do a deep dive into that spot, you can probably find, like, you know, two-ish, three-ish sizings you can balance and make work for you, but that does seem like a particularly oversized one. Might have even been a bit of a misclick. He might have reached for the wrong chips or something like that as well.
Or maybe he just has really bad history with ace queen suited. He just always loses with it. He's like, you know what? I just want to take it down pre-flop, really.
Yeah, he's like 8x, that's fine. 8x, that's fine. That's the size. Did he say 40,000? Is he doing it again?
Okay, well, you know, if that's just the sizing he's going to take with all of his opening range, then, I mean, that's a little bit better. I mean, I don't know if you want to be necessarily going that big because you'll just never get any action from marginal hands, but...
Okay, I have some good news and some not so good news. So you might have seen we've just ticked down to 64. That's 8 tables of 8, correct? I'm looking at you, Nick. You're the math expert.
Oh, math expert. Okay. Well, yes.
8 times 8 is 64, correct?
Yeah, correct.
Fine, good. So we're 8 tables. That means table 9, where Tonka was sat, has broken.
Let's go.
But Tonka's new seating assignment is at table 8, which is the next table to break. So we still
there's still hope.
Can't get his table onto the main stage.
Shepkin, cut off, king 4 off.
40K. Let's go.
Yeah, no, guys, I am, of course, joking. I think blind v blind, it is pretty reasonable to have a larger size. Obviously, being out of position against the big blind sucks, so you do want to have some bigger sizings for sure. But, yeah, that button open was definitely on the bigger side. Where I think the standard is probably closer to 2x. Going for the full 4x is considerably more. To risk as an open. Hello.
I would highlight, guys, that we're not even halfway through the day. It will be the opportunity later to see Tonka on the main stage, but we can't bring his table onto the set. We can't have his table as the feature table while there's a chance that it might break mid-level. So, sorry, you're not going to get Tonka for the next session of play. But we are going to get a new player at this table. This is Ionut Flavius Voinia. Are we 100% sure that that's his name and not Voinia Ionut? Because I know that we sometimes, you know, struggle with people from that part of the world. He has satellited into this event for 27 euros.
Let's go.
Wow.
Sid Hoffman asks, is he our qualifier? Why not?
Couple of playable hands down at the stretch.
Absolutely. Ace-9 of hearts here on the button, taking his time. 14 seconds left on the shot clock. Is he debating a shove here? I feel like this looks like a really nice spot to put the chips in with 187K, Maria. I don't know about you.
Yeah, I mean, the only person you're probably, well, I wouldn't say the only person, but you're most afraid of the under-the-gun opener. But you do feel like if you could get this shove spot through, it would obviously be a tremendous infusion to that stack size.
Wow. And look at this, small blind with ace-jack of diamonds. You know, we can't say for sure how it would have played out if we did see that squeeze. In fact, I think there's a chance we might have even seen Cardo fold for fear of the players to act behind him, perhaps, some of the time.
Thank you.
There we go. There's the squeeze.
Yeah, these days it almost feels mandatory if somebody raises and then you got at least one flatter and someone wants to squeeze.
They're just so profitable, these spots, right? You just put people in really tough situations. And in this case, actually having a pretty nice hand to deal with too, so why not?
I feel like the play here a lot of the time as Shepkin with the nines would be to call in position, see a flop against, you know, what was effectively a 45 big blind stack. But he does fold.
Yep, I echo that. I think that probably is the quote-unquote approved line, but I also know that it is very difficult to play those nines as well as a solver might post-flop, so I can appreciate why he was a bit hesitant to build a pot and then continue with that pair that can so frequently find overcards and just get barreled off.
Just put it wherever. So Yannick Cardo playing just over 500,000 chips. Note that there is now less than an hour to go until the second mini EPT Prague tournament of the day. This is an online series running during this event here in the Czech Republic. 15 MTTs over 5 days. That's 3 per day, and the second game of today starts at 6:15 Central European time. You'll find it in the PokerStars lobby. If it's not in the lobby of your PokerStars client, chances are you're in a part of the world where we're not offering this series. But for those of you who can play, EPT Paris satellite tickets added to all prize pools. And for the final day, for the mini main event, which is a $5.50 buy-in, there is an EPT Paris package added. I noted, Maria, that when the EPT 2023 schedule was announced, you were very excited about the addition of Paris.
I was. I haven't been for a long time, and I just remember, you know, going there for WSOP Europe and Con, and I was like, oh, yes, and a stop in France again. Let's get it.
$63 players remaining.
Attention dealers and players in seniors event, we have 20 minutes break. That's 20 minutes break in seniors event.
Strag in the chat saying, I miss the old aviation club, possibly the most elegant place I have ever played poker. I was thinking exactly the same thing, Strag. I've never had the chance to go to the Aviation Club de France, but that would have been a fantastic venue had it still been open.
Got to go there once in 2006, and it was as awesome as you would imagine.
Yeah.
Okay, we've got the snowmen's for Simcoe. Shepkin flatting with the ace-jack. Strag pointing out that the Aviation Club is on the Champs-Élysées. I believe that the hotel, we looked it up yesterday, right, Nick? The hotel where EPT Paris is taking place is also on the Champs-Élysées.
Absolutely, get a little bit of that, Champs-Élysées vibe.
Yeah.
That was the level, all players will have 20 minutes break.
Bless you. So what's going on here? 8 still good, right?
Yeah, not good enough to bet multi-way, but not a bad turn card for the 8s, especially after the flop gets checked around. Still really tough to think about necessarily extracting value with 8s in this type of spot, but you also sometimes feel the need to maybe put a small bet out there just to protect from all of the other additional overcard equity. But here, you know, not really in a good position. Maybe if you were last to act, you could consider doing that, but it's going to be Shepkin who puts in a bet with the ace high.
Yeah, I was kind of teasing the idea that maybe you could put in like a really small 10%, 25% sort of, you know, like you said, protection bet on the turn. Maybe you get some value from the hearts. You kind of get some of the overcards to fold that still have equity going to the river for free. But I think also you're kind of telling a story that makes you look quite weak. You're kind of turning your hand face up, and I think good players can exploit that sizing because they're aware you probably aren't going to turn up there with a queen too often. You're probably not going to be doing that with a decent 9 too often. And you suddenly start to have these combinations that could be bluffed on later streets. But sure enough, ace-3 on the river regardless.
Okay, yeah, so clearly we saw the best hand folded, but Simcoe now looks like a genius because it is Barry Greenstein giving Horetsky 2 pair. And Shepkin, this might cost him a few chips, Maria.
Yeah, certainly feeling like he could target a lot of, you know, Queen X, 9X type hands. and not going to really see that 2-pair coming, but looks like he's going to get led into, which might save him some chips. You know, we'll see what the sizing is from Harecki. Looks like 90K. Quick call from Shepkin. Yeah, it would have been interesting to see what sizing Shepkin would have opted for had it been check to him and Harecki go for the check raise.
Right. Yeah, exactly. And I think given the fact he went check, check, check on the flop and then he bet the turn, he will have some missed hearts that probably have to continue bluffing. He will have some missed straight draws that will have to continue bluffing. So, as Maria points out, you know, really interesting to see how it would have played out had it been checked to him and, you know, had some of those combos or indeed found an ace on the river and thought he was going for value.
Good example, Joe.
Voynia, how to play the ace-queen. Elects to just call. We'll have the advantage of position, assuming we get to a flop. Just Simcoe left to act in the big blind. Ace-3 of spades. Calls as well. 3-way to the flop. Jack 7 deuce. 10's still good. Perlhofer!
Going for a small C-bet with the 10s. Certainly not a hand that you could go 3 streets with by any means, but you know, after you get this call from ace-queen, I'm sure if the 10s don't get any better, they're going to turn it into a check call. Now the ace-queen feels like perhaps they have, you know, some decent showdowns, so maybe not necessary to bet this turn card when the 7 pairs. Decent run out for both hands, especially given the action.
Yep, both players with a heart in their hand as well, making it a little bit less likely their opponent has that made flush now with the deuce of hearts. Although, of course, it is a double-paired board, which has got to be some consideration as well. Hillhofer is going to put in a little bit of a smaller bet. 40K
yeah,
into... Sorry?
Yeah, about a third pot, you know, really trying to target perhaps getting some ace-highs to call, you know, maybe some hands like 9s, 8s, you know, even maybe some smaller pairs like 6s, 5s that would maybe look this sizing up.
Absolutely, yeah. I was going to say it's not quite a blocker bet. I don't think it's quite small enough to sort of be classed as a blocker bet, but of course a blocker bet can be kind of a value bet the way Maria is describing as well. So 1/3 seems good. Ace-queen making a very disciplined fold, though. You know how often people get sticky on double-paired boards, right, Maria? Hate to fold ace-high on double-paired boards.
People hate to fold out a chop. They're like, you know, maybe they have ace high too. Like, worst case, we're chopping.
They really, really hate to fold that, don't they? They're like, go on then.
Someone's causing a commotion out in the field.
Oh, I have to tell you guys that out here in Vegas, somebody at the table expected me to do the Chop Pot song for them. And I'm like, oh, so I have requests still, even though, according to you guys, it doesn't come off really well on stream.
Maybe they want you to do it so they could laugh in your face.
Oh, my God.
Wow.
Savage.
That would be, yeah, exactly, some next level trolling. There was a big Chop Pot, and then somebody else set me up for it. They were like, well, Maria, you know what they say. And then I was like, oh, we're doing this now, here?
And they went, we knew you would say that. That's perfect. It's just like on stream.
I hope you obliged, Maria. There is a contractual obligation when you're part of this crew.
Oh, of course I did. And, you know, the timing was perfect. I was on key. It was a beautiful thing.
I mean, not being funny, it is 100 times easier when you're the only person performing. You don't have to, like, compliment or sync with anyone else.
It was a bit weird when everybody pulled out those signs that said 10 out of 10 under their seats, you know, and
yeah.
Felt like it was staged at some point.
I dread to think, by the way, what Griffin would do if, whilst playing a live tournament, he was asked to perform the Chop Pot song. I have visions of him, like, standing on the poker table, strumming an air guitar, screaming it at the top of his voice.
I don't know if you heard Arlie's rendition the other week, but I said to chat, look, I feel a bit weird without James and Joe being here. We'll do it one time. So I queued him up, and he went on this... Everyone loves a chop pot.
I don't expect an original composition. It's just like your own personal take on the classic is all that's necessary. Shaban.
The Shabanimal just you know, taking some creative license with a classic, and you know, needless to say, the chat was not impressed.
I see taking creative license as a euphemism for getting it wrong. Yarrow says, I'm missing Joe's graphics chopping down a tree. It was me. What? He gets credit for literally every bloody thing I do.
Oh.
Oh, Shepkin, why are you turning your hand into a bluff, sir? Why? You have ace high. Why would you do it? Makes the fold. Well played, sir. That's why. He gets an 8 to fold once in a while. So far, lots of composure from Shepkin. I think been making some really, really sound decisions. I would have loved to have seen that hand played where he had the 9s in the squeeze pot, but I totally feel the pain. I know it just doesn't feel good. Sometimes you got to do it, but that's what they're playing for, guys. Shiny, shiny trophy.
Will Meister says, Mitch is the true hero. Yeah, but I'm sure you've heard a fair few squeaks today. Right now, Mitch is down to £3 today. That's all we're paying him. One more squeak, down to £1.50.
£1.50, that's right. It halves every single time. Fractions of cents, I anticipate, by the end of today's stream.
Don't worry, we let him sleep under the feature table at night. Doesn't have to pay for a hotel room. Voynia has opened with 10-9 suited. He's playing the Grafton. We go with King 10 of clubs.
The official Grafton.
Free bet to 66,000. Shepkin with the Spraggy, ace-7 offsuit.
Yeah, 10-9 suited, obviously a hand that could play quite well against some of your opponent's value hands that they would 3-bet with. But here we see that they're actually dominated.
Wojnia makes the call. And we see a flop. That flop is 8-6-3. King 10 high, still the best hand. Action check to the pre-flop aggressor.
So continues for about 1/3 pot here.
Yeah, Wojnia obviously looking for some red cards on the flop, but does have the gut shot. So looks like they will find the continue anyways without any backdoor flush possibilities.
Interesting turn here. It's kind of a hard turn for Bigo to continue on, especially without a spade in his hand. I think it's probably true to say, tell me if you think I'm making this up, Maria, but I feel like quite a few of the combinations that do like to defend versus a 3-bet will be suited combinations. Obviously, being suited makes them slightly more playable. So the spades have got to be a concern here for sure, especially when you're not blocking any of those sort of Broadway spade combos, suited spade combos that like to call versus 3-bet.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't think that there's really much concern about the trips factor here.
Right.
Wojnia shouldn't have a lot of 6Xs, but certainly, as you mentioned, the flushes, and of course, 8s full are possible.
Sure.
And other kind of smaller medium pairs that would perhaps check call the flop and certainly not necessarily fold to a turn bet either.
So if he's going to bluff, I feel like it's got to be a lot. And if you look at SPR here, it's only just a bit above 1.
Wow.
Goes the other way completely. The value bet bluff, 35K into 250, 260K, something like that was the pot before the bet went in. This is...
Yeah, you know, so interesting. Because
very interesting.
I think if Bigo had like an ace high here, it almost feels like the price is so good that you absolutely just won't be folding.
Yeah.
But king high a little more interesting, but certainly Wojnia could be value betting here with less than flushes here with that sizing, you know. So
yeah.
9s and 10s and even maybe 7s would perhaps bet that size to try to get a call from the ace high. So keeps a lot more value range there. So well done.
Yeah, absolutely awesome. Love to see that really, really small bet being successful. Such a well-timed, well-sized bet, and just seems to know exactly where his opponent is at in this case. I'm with you, Maria, though, as well. I feel like maybe a little bit bigger might actually incentivize more aces to fold. I wonder if he has the ace of spades there in position. He just sort of side calls for that size. You know what I mean? Really, really interesting.
I mean, I know I would. I'm not folding ace high for 1/10 pot or whatever
exactly,
that was.
exactly. It's just wild, isn't it? But really, really well timed, and that's what we watch for right there. Beautiful stuff.
So we are coming to the end of this level, and just to highlight once again that Tonka is on the next table to break, and that table cannot be our new feature table. Hopefully he'll get a more favorable seat assignment a bit later on, and we'll bring him to the main stage during this evening. Our next feature table, we are going to change during the break. Features Antoine Seit, Jerry O'Dean, Preben Stocken, so we'll have some Stocken Blocken, and Javier Gomez. Now, Gomez is the story of the tournament right now because Javier Gomez recently took the overall chip lead. I would like, if I may, to share a story from our friends at Poker News. You might remember Yeset Imukhanov, Nick, who was on our feature table yesterday.
Yep.
Gomez heads up against Imukhanov, 200K in the middle already, 9-5-5-8 on the board with 2 diamonds, and Gomez announced all in from the big blind. Imukhanov called off his stack. Gomez turned over 5-4 for trip 5s. Imukhanov was drawing with jacks. The river was a 10. Gomez held on, eliminated Imukhanov, and took the chip lead, now playing around 1.85 million. So chip leader Javier Gomez coming to the feature table off the back of the next break, along with Antoine Seit, Jerry O'Dean, and Preben Stocken. See, I told you we're getting lots of positive feedback, Maria. Good flop too, says Maria. Great speech yesterday. That was a nice ceremony to honor some great ladies.
Oh, thank you so much, Good Flop. It was really nice to hear that a lot of people that weren't able to attend in person watched it on YouTube, and we really appreciate that kind of support to just elevate and celebrate all of these women and their accomplishments. There was a really great story, you know, Lupe Soto, who is been organizing the Women in Poker Hall of Fame ceremony for years. She told a story about how one of the years they were in Binions in one of the back rooms where all the plumbing was exposed, and the carpet was stained, and they were like, here, you can have this room for your Women in Poker Hall of Fame induction ceremony. And fast forward, you know, 15, 20 years later, we're in the Poker Go studio. So come a long way.
That's amazing. Good job, Maria. That sounds fantastic. And yeah, quite the journey, eh?
Bigo versus Cardo. Ace, Queen, 6, a pair of queens for Cardo. Cat Mama asks, is this in Prague or Rozvadov? EPT Prague is taking place in, and this might be hard to believe, Prague. Thank you for the question.
Checked over to Bigo, our initial pre-flop raiser. He is going to continue with his gut shot. 57K in the middle. 33K is the continue Cardo with middle pair. I'd imagine this is probably always got to be at least a call. Oh, wow. Just gives up the middle pair right on the flop.
Definitely don't see that too often, but not really wanting to play a marginal spot out of position. A little respect to their opponent as well shown.
Metal Face TV says, any idea which city EPT Paris will be? Too early to say. Come back to me in February.
All I know is if I go to Paris and it's not in Paris, I'm going to riot. Somebody better clarify for me.
Isn't there a Paris in Florida somewhere or something? You know, like. Hey, Maria, where are you? What's going on? Oh, I just landed. You landed? What, here in Paris, Florida? We don't see you. Kings for Pilhofer in the cutoff. Has 3-bet to 76K. Simcoe, ace 10 off. Throws the chips to his 3-better. Makes a good laydown, and Pilhofer is going to be picking up this pot.
So when you come back from the break, you can go back to your original table down there.
Istvan Pilhofer. Great name, very strong name.
It's because we were not fun.
Yes.
We're not fun. Yeah, we were just sitting and. Yeah, that's why.
Istvan Pilhofer has the sound of somebody who's some sort of epic fantasy novel, right? Like The Adventures of Istvan Pilhofer.
6 minutes, countdown. Maybe they changed their mind.
It's okay, guys. We're sure you're lots of fun off the poker table.
Rogue in the chat says, Rozvadov isn't even remotely close to Prague, unless I'm missing something. It's literally a 2-hour drive, buddy. I think it actually might be one of the most direct routes to the Rozvadov casino, in fact.
Are we good?
Maybe. We will see. He didn't have kings this time, probably.
I had like deuce 5 4 kings. What can I do? Now I had something different, so I tried to open.
All right, we see an open here from Cardo on the button. Queen 10 suited.
That was good.
Excuse me?
And this time, seeing that ace 5 off being used as a 3-bet here, 85K, slightly larger, as it is from the small blind after all. Out of position, you need to put in a couple more chips to account for the fact your opponent has absolute position against you. Inspire a few more folds here and there. Build the pot when you have some of your nicer hands as well.
By the way, you might have noticed that we've ticked down to 57 players. I should highlight that out in 60th place was Preben Stocken. So sadly, we will not be greeted by Preben Stocken's face when our new feature table take their seats on the stage after the break. Stocken gone in 60th. But obviously the other players I mentioned are still in right now and will be on the new feature table post-break. That break, 5 minutes away. Metaldos says, when is Joe coming after the break? New table, new commentator. Boom.
No, but ace on the river.
Ah, yeah.
Good call.
Okay, there is a continue from the ace 5. He has connected with the board. 60K in the middle now. Sorry, 60K was the bet, excuse me. So around a 1/3 continuation. A little bit less.
Cardo with the 2 overs plus the backdoor flush draw ends up folding in position. I know that I haven't seen much of Cardo's play, but just from those two hands, it does feel like he doesn't like to put himself in marginal spots. Maybe a little more inexperienced post in certain situations and doesn't really know how he would like to proceed.
Oh dear, a few people very disappointed that Preben Stocken will not be on their TV screens. No Preben, no Watchy. I mean, we've got the tournament chip leader. You know, that's quite a good story.
Mr. Shepkin.
Maliki with 4s in the hijack.
Yeah, keep an eye on that stack depth, though, guys. Maliki here now less than 20 big blinds, opening pocket 4s here. I don't know, Maria. I think I might have preferred to have seen just a shove from the 4s at this stack depth. What do you think?
Yeah, I think that would have definitely been a pretty good option, especially if you know that if you face aggression behind you, you're not really sure what to do with your 4s at that point.
And you put yourself in situations like this where Voinier just 3-bets you ridiculously small and you have to decide if you're going to commit the rest or you're just going to raise fold. And raise folding off of 20 big blinds is really, really bad. It's like 10% of your stack. Yeah, that doesn't feel good. Well-timed 3-bet there from Voinier, and also just love that 3-bet size as well, right, Maria? Like that, you know, sort of the 3x is like a standard 3-bet thing, applies in many cases, but as you get shallower here, you can apply the same amount of pressure and risk fewer chips, and I really love to see that. Hello, John Edwards in the chat. Thanks for stopping by.
This could be the last hand before the break.
All in.
Well, we've got an all-in. Maliki with ace-king shoves for his last 180k. King deuce for Heretsky in the small blind, that's a fold. 9-5 suited for Simcoe in the big blind.
Yep.
And with that fold, with the shove getting through, that will take us to the end of this session. And the time these guys have spent under the studio lights will come to an end. New feature table on the other side of the break, headlined by the current tournament chip leader. Maria, you're back on the other side of the break, right?
Yes, I will be.
Fantastic. Otherwise, Joe would be very sad if he'd missed you today.
Well, Joe has to choose between hot dogs or doing commentary with me, so.
Voinier has more than 100 big blinds. Obviously, it's not overly comfortable situations for players like Simcoe and Maliki, with the blinds going up to 6,000, 12,000. We'll try and keep tabs on those guys as they move out into the field. But just to recap, new feature table for the next session. Among the players at that table, Antoine Saut, Jerry O'Dean, and the current chip leader, Javier Gomez. We will be back in around 15 minutes' time, so not too long to wait until you get more live action. We're at the halfway point. That means 3 more levels to play today. Day 3 of the PokerStars European Poker Tour main event from Prague.
It's like I was rooting against Chris. I just said, well, I hope Farha wins. I was an idiot. What do you want from me?
One other thing I wanted to ask you about your first year on the World Series, the Moneymaker year. Is it true that you thought that it would be bad for poker if Moneymaker won, that you felt that in order for the game to have legitimacy, the established pro, Sami Farha, needed to win?
Okay, James, I'm not expecting softballs here, but earlier you want to finish the story that, my investors got zero back on 25K. Now you're pounding away on a mistake I made, an honest mistake. It's not like I didn't kidnap the Lindbergh baby, all right? I wasn't one of the masterminds behind 9/11. When we were coming down the stretch, in fact, when Phil Ivey got knocked out 10th just before the final table, and obviously we were going to have 7 episodes, so we were going to have plenty of Ivey. I was horrified. I thought that was bad because he was the most established person left. Yeah. So now we got 9. Now we got 9 clowns left. But yes, when it got to heads up, when it was Moneymaker versus Farha, I believed with every inch of my heart that it was bad for poker if some accountant, 27-year-old hick accountant from Tennessee who almost sold a seat and won a seat for any one of 37 different numbers now we have. $39, $49. You want to
$110, $150.
I know the exact amount. The correct number, by the way.
7-Eleven.
The correct number for posterity is $86.
$86 as of today, James. But anyway, I thought it was bad for poker if some amateur came in and just showed that you could be a nobody and have no previous experience and have a rank of hands chart in front of you and beat the Humphrey Bogart gambling figure with the cigarette dangling out of his mouth. Yeah, so it's like I was rooting against Chris. I just said, well, I hope Farha wins. I was an idiot. What do you want from me?
Okay, well, to that point, do you think that over the last 18 years or so since 2003 that you have changed your opinions on much else besides that? It feels like, to me, you've grown a lot, or changed, we'll call it, because grown isn't necessarily always a positive or a negative thing. It seems like you've changed quite a bit. Do you feel like you have?
Again, sometimes there's changes that you don't feel or see. It's almost like when you're in the water in the ocean and what's it called? When you move from one part to another part, you don't even notice it.
You just drift away. Yeah, you realize your towel's way over there now.
Yeah. Okay, so there can be an undertow in your life. It just happens so slowly, so incrementally. You don't notice it, and 12 years later, you're convicted for manslaughter, and you were having a bad day, but you didn't know how you got there. So there have been changes. For sure. The one change I've never made, which I've been stubborn on in terms of my approach to how we do the broadcasting, is screw the strategy. And I take grief for this with certain segment of the poker community, but I literally did not even study up more on No Limit Hold'em because I didn't want to reach the point where I'm thinking, okay, now I'm gonna make a point. I'm gonna make a point here on why he is betting Jack 10 offsuit from under the gun 2 because I know what this is. I don't give a and I've never given it. I always thought it would change what I'm doing. So yeah, I've made a point of actually not studying the game. Even when I've gone in the last few years to do bracelet events, streaming them on Poker Go or wherever we stream them on, that's a game that I play, like a stud game or a horse game. I don't do much strategy because I just don't think that's the way to go for most of the audience. But yeah, I've had changes and I just don't know what they are.
Really good final table, actually. I'm really enjoying it. Okay, 5-9 there for Jason Mercier. Oh, wow! Now he's suddenly.
This is not something we've seen before, is it?
No. Well, four-handed. You see, he's going to start opening up now that the four-handed. The right thing to do. Good for him. He's set up a table image.
Yeah.
He's going to capitalise on it.
80,000.
I can't see him getting called unless.
Anthony pass, small-blind pass. Eric calls.
Eric's making a mistake here, I think.
Yeah.
He really is. He's calling just to try to outplay him.
Check.
So if you've got aces or,
2 players, Eric check in the dark.
Let's see what happens here.
Oh, I hate that. He's checked in the dark again.
Flop comes.
Yeah.
5, check, 6. Jason checks.
Jason checks as well.
It's an 8.
What's Koska's going to do now?
220.
220,000.
Betting 220,000 into a pot of 187,000.
220,000. Did he say call? Oh, well, he's picked up a middle pin. He's picked up a middle pin straight with his pair of fives. So he needs a 7 or a 9. Well, he actually, as it is,
he doesn't actually need anything. Winning. But if he thinks he's behind, that's what he thinks he needs.
Exactly. Yeah. That's what I'm thinking in my head too.
Board is 5. Check 6, 8.
Koskas didn't like that call.
And 8.
Okay.
I'm on in.
Eric all.
Wow.
Very great strong play there. If Mercier can pick this up, this will be an incredible call. If he can. How much has he got to call here? 700,000. And his stack is 2,044,000. So he'll still be left 1.3 million if he calls and gets it wrong. Has he got a jack in his hand? Has he got an 8? Think it through. He's thinking it through. Checking out his body language. He's looking at Eric.
From what we've seen,
corner of his eye.
From what we've seen of Jason, do we think he can make this call?
I've no idea.
Can he get a read on Eric Koskas?
I think he thinks his 2 pair are good here. I think instinctively he thinks his 2 pair are good. But remember that these guys play hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of hands online. You know, they have a sort of feel for when they might be ahead. What's he got? He got ace king. If he's got no pair, then I'm good. Could he have been betting a flush draw?
If his instinct is that his 2 pairs are good,
I call.
Just got to decide whether to trust his instinct, and that's what he does.
Showdown.
What a great call.
Made the call, and Koskas will show he had absolutely nothing.
That is an absolutely excellent call.
He went with his instinct, he made the call, and he's eliminated Eric Koskas.
He has. It's a brilliant call. It's a brilliant, brilliant call.
Blinds are up to 80 and 160,000 with a 20,000 ante. Andrew Chen first to speak.
Suited 1 gapper on the button, heads up.
Raises to 360.
This is not a mandatory 3-bet. Good way to balance your range.
Tie elects to call. Jack 7-5 flop, ace high still good. Tie checks.
Checking to the pre-flop aggressor. Chen should continue.
He does, 330,000.
Ace high will often be the best hand, just like it is on this hand.
Tie calls. Nine of spades on the turn. Changes nothing. Gatai checks a second time.
See if Chen slows down as well.
He does. He checks behind. 10 of clubs on the river.
You would expect it to go check, check, maybe check bluff here. But it looks like we're going to see a bet from Davide Katai.
Is this a value bet or a bluff?
Pretty sure he doesn't want to call, so I'm guessing this is a bluff to try to fold out a 7 or a 5. Chen should be ditching this right about now. But he's not. I know he's not calling.
Well, this is certainly a bluff. A raise to more than 1.5 million.
To be perfectly honest, there are tons of hands Andrew could have here that have ace-3 beat. Tons. Katai is not taking his gaze off Chen at all. This would be some kind of absolute sick soul read.
Yeah, call.
Awesome call alert.
Agreed. I don't know how often ace tray is going to be good in that spot, but it's infrequently enough that I'm confident in saying that is a losing play in the long run. But Davide Katai just made a soul read on par with Mystic Meg.
Jack 10 for Roger.
The old two-handed peel to go with it. Don't see much of that these days. I'm for it. He's raising from the button. 450,000. Ace 10 for Steve O'Dwyer. Uh-oh, Steve's doing the dominance dance. He calls. Plays it kind of slow. The flop is Queen 8-8. It's a gut shot for Sipple. O'Dwyer still ahead with ace high. O'Dwyer's playing in flow. He's checked the action to Sipple. And Steve can now call a lot of C-bets because it's a smaller pot. It's a chunky C-bet from Roger, 750K. And I don't think Roger's going to have much here very often. O'Dwyer calls. A pot of 2.4 million. The turn card is a deuce. It changes nothing. Can Roger dump? Nope. Check, check on the turn. The river card, a 3. It's a brick. Sipple misses its draw. Ace high is the best hand. O'Dwyer checks for a third time. I'm all in. And Sipple bluff shoves the river.
Roger. Roger, what are you doing to me?
This is really tricky. Last time Raj did this, he was stronger than the drinks at the players' party. But this is not how most players are going to play their bluffs. And that is certainly the kind of thing a player of Steve O'Dwyer's caliber is going to notice. We can see he has the best hand. A lot of players are going to fold in this spot, and if Steve does fold, he'll still have a 2-1 chip lead over Roger. But considering he has the best hand, if he heroes with ace high, he will win the tournament.
I think a 10 is pretty good.
Father Time is going to need some time.
Good call.
He calls! It's over.
Good call.
Incredible call.
Ace high.
With that hand, Steve O'Dwyer wins. Wow.
I didn't have you on a pair, and you didn't have one. I didn't think you were going to make that call.
I was worried I had a 10 that blocked some of your gut shots. So.
Good call.
Thank you. And nice job.
Thank you. You too.
Oh, man.
Manik Lerza in the small blind with 6 deuce. Ryan Rees started the hand with 6 big blinds, has 4 behind because he posted the big blind ante and the big blind itself.
Before, yeah. So this is $1 million plus 2.
Lerza just calls. And Ryan Rees checks his option with 10 deuce. Well, Rees is open-ended on the flop. Action goes check, check. Board pairs on the turn.
I won't be surprised to see Lerza check here again and look to go for a delayed bluff on the river.
Well, Rees
at this point
has a lock on this with 10 high.
It's super interesting if Lerza bets, because you would imagine that pre-flop he shoves pretty much every queen, every king, every ace. So unless he's trapping with a jack, man, honestly, I know this sounds crazy to say, but Ryan Rees with 10 high might be pretty suspicious of this all in. This would be one of the most insane calls we've ever seen on an EPT final table to call with 10 high, but honestly, I don't think it'd be the craziest one. he might be able to work this out that his opponent's never doing this with an ace high, king high, doesn't have them pre-flop. A lot of the time he's going to have these delayed bluffs. Can he make a wild call with the 10 deuce? He is definitely thinking about it.
7 to 7 to.
Looks like he might only have one more time bank left.
Have you ever found yourself in an MTT, Finton, where you've called all in with 10 high and been right?
Definitely not on a final table, not even close. This would be one of the sickest calls ever. But it just doesn't make sense from the 6 deuce. Oh, what a call!
He calls all in with 10 high and will get the double up.
Hello, my babies, and welcome once again to the PokerStars European Poker Tour. EPT Prague 2022, the real one, not that fake one we did back in March. This one is December. Live coverage of day 3 from the main event, King's Casino in beautiful downtown Prague. Joe Stapleton, Nicholas Walsh.
Hello.
Deep into the main event. Chip leaders on your screen. Pierre de Almeida, hailing from France, narrowly edging out Parker Talbot. Oh, wait, and Maria Ho is here, too.
Hello, hello.
Hi, Maria.
Wow, I'm just like the invisible woman over here, huh?
I mean, you quite literally are not visible to me. It's not an insult. It's not a slight. Just cannot see you. Yeah, Parker Talbot, Simon Lofberg, June Obara. Love when we get players from Japan in the mix. And Jerry O'Dean. Should that be an Irish flag? There should be an Irish flag and an apostrophe after the O, I think. No? Am I totally out of... Is that not correct?
Somebody look into that.
I don't know. It just sounds like an Irish name to me. Tonka, Parker Talbot right there, front and center. You've heard all the reasons why we can't have him at the feature table, right? We went over that? Because we don't like him. We think he's a bad player.
That's not all the reasons, but sure.
No, it's because his table's about to break, right? Is that the right story?
That's what happened,
that's the narrative we're telling?
Yeah, we can't feature a table that's about to break.
While we wait for cards to get in the air, we might as well talk about the PSPC, just a month away. A little more than a month for PSPC, but the PCA is a month from now. Don't forget, they're the same thing. The PSPC is the crown jewel at the top of the head garment that is the PCA. All 5 days of the PSPC stream, but before that, 5 days of the PCA being streamed, and not that you'll see them, I think, in the moment, but when the TV show's there, we're bringing back the skits.
Let's go.
We're bringing back the skits. We had some hits and misses over the years, mostly misses. Does anyone have a favorite? Do you have a favorite you want to tell me about, Nick? Do you have a favorite skit? Do you remember any of them?
I was reminded of one where you kick over this little girl's sandcastle, and I believe the little girl was in fact one of Summer's kids when she was really, really young. And I thought that one was pretty funny. And Summer said she just looked up at you like, bro, why the hell would you do that?
I think she nailed it, if I remember correctly. Maria, you probably didn't see any of the skits, have you?
No, I didn't, but I feel like I heard about it.
To Woogie B789, who writes on Twitch, cringe galore. How about
wow?
How about ban galore? It's not just a city in Maine.
Okay,
you banned.
Okay, but Joe, now you don't have to answer now. You know, I don't want to put you on the spot here. You're going to include me and Maria in these skits, right?
I wasn't planning on it, and it's not that I wasn't. It's just that,
bro, I'm not even allowed to play the 25K, and this is all I've got, man. This
so
job
nimble.
is all I've got.
It's such a nimble shoot that I hadn't thought about it. Let me see. Let me run it up the flagpole and see how it goes. What are we waiting for, by the way? For players to arrive and be mic'd up. Let's deal. I see a table's dealing over there. Everyone else is sitting around.
No.
Maria.
You're in the same position as you've been at the
Oh, that's not Maria. That's someone else. Maria, how did your speech go last night? Did you already talk about that?
Very briefly, somebody commented in the YouTube chat that they saw the speech, I believe, online, and they had something very nice to say about it. So, yeah, I think that it went well. I'm happy with it. I really liked that I was able to just drive home the theme of my speech, which was really just about finding better ways to include new players, women players, you know, all of the people that are feeling a little uncomfortable at the table, perhaps first time sitting down in a live game. And I shared some of my own experiences. I did a little bit of storytelling, and it really brought me back to the old days when, you know, I was just that newbie, and it was a very uncomfortable time for me.
When you saw Sashimi's synthetic boob stunt, were you jealous that you didn't come up with it first?
Yeah, you know, that's not really ever been my thing. So I'll leave that to everybody else.
Leave that to the pros. Speaking of pros, several at this feature table. 8-handed. Abel Aspas, Javier Gomez, Oddvar Brendo. My goodness, what a name. Oddvar Brendo. That sounds like someone you'd have to enlist for help in the Star Wars universe. We need to go get Oddvar Brendo. Hanak Tekli, Veselin. I should have read through these first, I'm not going to lie. Kara Kudikov.
When I give you the card,
Kara Kudikov. All right. Antoine Saout, Jerry Odin, and Pascal Lafrancois. Rounding out all 8 seats here. You guys have been demanding Jerry O'Dean make an appearance. Still wondering where that apostrophe and Irish flag are, but whatever. Well, that's cool, Maria. I heard really great things about the speech, and I look forward to watching it.
I look forward to hearing what you think about it. Stapes, your opinion matters to me.
That's very nice. Now I really have to watch it. Action folds around to Kara Kudikov. In the small blind. Got Antoine Saout to deal with in the big. Jams for 171. Hey, we got blinds on screen. Huh. Big blind is 12,000. So just over a 10 big blind shove. Bing blind? Is it Bing blinds or big blinds?
Depends if you're a fan of Friends or not.
Chandler has Bing blinds.
Oh my God. It's my big blind.
Scout Lafrancois. One of my faves. Love that dude. Folds Jack 10 under the gun. Oh, here's a bad lookalike. Michael Shannon.
Right, 25,000.
Aspas.
4 bucks. 5 bucks.
Aspas raising 7-6 suited, 707,000 chips. You can do that. Pocket fours for Saout.
Weird spot now. with a pocket fours. SB, tricky spot to play these small pocket pairs. They are kind of on the deeper side to start, though, right? The effective stack depth here probably allows a pure set mine, and that looks like exactly what Seit wants to do.
I prefer set miming. I'm going to do it now.
I'm in a glass box.
I guess it doesn't really work. Ace, deuce, 2 clubs.
Check.
Force holding.
Yeah, seems like the type of board texture that is going to favor the pre-flop aggressor from under the gun +1. Pretty easy C-bet spot.
With 7 high, are you crazy?
I'm super interested to see what the fours do here, because it's like one of the situations where on level 1 you go, yeah, I probably have the best hand a lot of the time, so I probably should be calling here. But then also, if you feel like your opponent is just going to blast the ace deuce board a lot, like highly aggressively, it might be a better opportunity for you just to get away. But what a nice turn for those fours. Makes it very, very hard for your opponent to have quads.
This is an insult to Aspas.
Yeah, I could have definitely thought of a lot of better turn cards for Aspas to continue betting tough. You know, you can certainly try to get some of these small and medium pairs to fold, but now when there's 3 aces on the board, if you bet again, you're just only repping quads or the premium pairs.
Right.
A lot of the medium pairs yourself would be checking back here.
Yeah, and this is kind of exactly what I was alluding to. As Maria says, you know, the ace on the turn kind of means that, you know, there's only 1 ace left in the deck that gives you quads. But when you're flatting with fours and it's kind of a texture, you are going to face so much aggressive accent. Obviously, it's a lot harder to continue when the turn comes like a king, or the board comes like a queen or a 10, or any of those Broadway cards that make up some of the range from the initial pre-flop opener here. I think given this turn, you have to continue. If you're going to call a fours on the flop, you have to call on the turn now. It's just whether or not Aspas is going to pull that third trigger.
They are, what do you say?
Yeah.
They are, when it's like soda stream,
River,
you know,
is-
what
Yeah,
it's called in
right.
English, yeah.
Queen.
But the one I tried them in America, and they're not there.
Okay.
I feel like
Yeah, it's sparkling.
sparkling. Yeah, that's what it's called.
Obviously, Aspas themselves could potentially be scared that the last ace is in Saud's hand, because when you complete from the small blind against a raise, you will have a lot of these, you know, suited ace type combinations, or some of the slightly weaker non-3 bettable aces, you know, maybe the ace jacks, the ace 10s, sometimes the ace queens as well.
Yep.
200 milligrams.
Oh, he's doing it. He's doing the thing.
Might check.
Triple.
Aspas fires river.
I brought it from home.
And gets the fold.
This is kind of what I mean. Like, I honestly don't know what you're supposed to do with fours from that position, but I feel like the set mine is appropriate pre-flop at the stack depth. You can just, it's fine. We're deep enough to justify calling because I can win a whole stack if I get really lucky, right? But then when you find yourself in that position against one of the most aggressive players on the known planet Earth, it might be okay just to let go on the flop.
Is that what Aspas is? One of the most aggressive players on planet Earth?
Absolutely.
What's something fun that Aspas could stand for? Aggressive something player, aggressive something.
I thought I had accidentally just called the absolutely most aggressive player in the world was a perfect acronym for Aspas.
Really close. If you don't think about it too hard.
Really, really cool line there. No, I don't know for sure if he's the most aggressive player on the known planet Earth, but I do know that many of these players are well-versed in poker and therefore highly aggressive. So honestly, I think the call with the fours is cool. I just don't know if maybe it's cleaner just to let go on the flop.
Call it Brendo. Looks like Brendo's going to do a little set miming. Hold on, quiet as I set mime again.
He's doing it, guys. He's really doing it. I can confirm. This isn't a bit. He's actually miming. He's not doing a great job. It looks more like the Macarena, if I'm honest.
Okay, fair enough.
Like, it is a bit, but Stapes is committed.
When I make the World Series of Poker main event final table this year, you will see me set mime. Odin with aces. AA.
Hughes in the chat says the dude just gave up the keys to the Lambo. I mean, you can't be checking it over.
Did you explain the Lambo bit to Maria?
No.
Pull the quote up
please
for me.
fill me in.
Yeah, pull the quote up for me, and I'll explain it in a down moment.
Okay.
I'll try to read it with the amount of gusto I gave it yesterday.
Any in the chat's got it in the in the clipboard.
Annie's got it.
In the clipboard, ready to go. Well done, Annie. I'm glad you're paying attention.
Free bet from Jerry is going to get rid of a Gomez. Brendo, I mean, Deuce is good enough to set mine before. Oh, no. Gone. All right, so Maria, yesterday there was a hand where, I don't know, someone checked in a very normal checking spot. And then we had a chat pro just come to life and drop this knowledge bomb on us. Check to a tough shark and a scare card, and you're giving them the keys to the Lambo. Unless you have the balls to station down and call, might be best to bet scare cards.
Wow,
So
that's
now,
incredible.
whenever anyone checks, we say they're giving away the keys to the Lambo.
I love it.
Maria, I'm gonna tag you because one of my community made me a little meme they did a bit of Photoshop magic on me because it was such a good one.
We also had this gem yesterday. This is why poker isn't profitable for good players.
That's right.
That was I mean, do you know how great the first quote has to be for that not to be quote of the day?
Yeah. So basically, Maria, I think it was Amadi was on the flop with kings against queens, and he puts in this huge check raise, gets called. The guy turns a set of queens, and it all goes in the middle. Guy writes, "This is why poker isn't profitable for good players."
Yeah, I think I saw that. Yes, that was amazing.
All right, we've got Kara Kitakov raising ace jack, and Aspis, sorry, ace 10, and Aspis is ditching the big blind. All right. Very, very good hand. I have a funny story about Maria I haven't had a chance to tell yet, but I kind of ruined it. So I've been playing a lot more live poker lately. I text Maria lots of hands. She tries to get back to me in real time. Sometimes she gets a little behind. So there'll be like a pileup of hand histories for her to look at when she's finally able to see her phone again. And as a bit, I decided to do a fake hand history where I called a 3-bet, overcalled a 3-bet with 10-3 offsuit because I had a feeling. And I flop a full house and I bust 2 players. And because I just wanted to see how she would react to that. She was going to go, cool story, but like, don't do that. But before she could get to it, I got like mad coolered like aces losing to kings for like the entire tournament. And like, I didn't give it a chance. And I was like, that was a lie. Now I'm mad. Here's this. So I'm just wondering, Maria, what would your answer have been had I not ruined the joke?
Yeah, I don't, you know, usually with your hand histories, Stapes, I try to give you a nice, cohesive, but, you know, maybe sometimes on the longer side explanation for my thoughts and my reasoning. And that one, I would have just kept it really short and simple, but not sweet, just short and simple, and been like, let's not do that. How about we don't just set money on fire?
You definitely wouldn't have been like, yeah, sometimes you just got to trust your gut. All right, Jerry O'Dean flopping the flush draw here. Gomez ahead with ace 7. And wow, we're going to station with ace high and some not stellar backdoors. Hey, come on now. 5, 6, 7, 8. Oh shoot! I forgot to mention the next mini EPT has started. There's some satellite seats added. EPT Paris satellite tickets have been added to the prize pool. The $11 8 max single re-entry mini EPT started 15 minutes ago. And O'Dean's is blasting away here. Also has a straight draw.
The hand is finished on all tables, and we have 3 tables with all-in and a call situations.
Is Gomez ever thinking about raising here?
I was actually going to say I would consider calling, and then if it comes a club, repping the clubs on the river.
Oh, I see. With the club blocker.
Well, having the 7 of clubs means you're blocking the straight and the clubs, right? So I feel like that might be an interesting line to take. I mean, it's not just that. You also could just have the best hand with ace high. Sometimes you get to showdown anyway, right? So depending on the action, I think that this is still a really interesting call, especially if you're going to call flop.
Congratulations, all players, you are only money.
I mean, he very well might just get to showdown, despite the fact O'Dean had a ton of equity. There's the check. Ace high is going to take it down.
Definitely really hard to barrel off on that rivered 8. Just gonna.
Yeah, I think his face says it all, Maria. How badly it's like one of the worst feelings in poker when you're like, whoa, look at this draw. I'm up and down. I got 2 overcards probably. I got the flush draw. This is looking great. Bet flop, bet turn, bricks, and you're just like, huh. There's half my stack in the middle. Cool. What do you got, buddy? They're like, bottom pair. I missed. And you're like, oh, you win.
I was infuriated the other day when I only had to call a 3rd pot-size bet with a royal flush and a straight draw, and I missed, and I was like, what is happening?
Savagery.
How could this be?
I know. That opportunity is sitting right in front of you, and the universe just said no. Denied.
Such a great price, and I was up against the set, too, and it was like, just couldn't get there.
How often do you play live poker, Maria? Just recreationally?
Recreationally?
I mean, professionally, recreationally. That wasn't a shot at your status as a professional, Maria.
I was like, wow.
Maria, you're my favorite non-pro.
Awkward. Am I the only non-pro commentator that PokerStars has? I've been playing a lot less live poker since the pandemic, that is for sure. But actually, I probably still put in maybe 80 to 100 live tournaments this year, but 50 of them alone were at the World Series. So.
Yeah, fair enough, though. That's still pretty good. I know you're super busy with your other responsibilities.
We have got a hand shaping up. Queens for Saud O'Dean. Sticking his nose where it doesn't belong here. Getting a little out of line with Queen 10 suited. And American Airlines for Pascal Lefrancois.
Yeah, on one hand, obviously, coming in with the cold 4 here is just going to look so strong, but everybody's so deep, you want to get in as many chips as possible when you have the goods.
Is this from your amateur perspective, your recreational perspective, Maria?
I was about to say, okay, same question to you, Joe. How often do you play live
I'm going to defer
professionally?
to you guys. Maybe I should be the one texting you hand histories, Dave.
All right, action back on Saud. I think for the first time, Queens have been folded pre-flop in 2022 to happen in late December. It's fine with me.
10.
It's certainly not a spot that you love. You certainly aren't going to be ripping it in pre. That's for sure.
I think the fact that it is a cold 4-bet from the cutoff means there's just very, 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 very few bluffs or, even weaker 4 bets from this position. I think this actually might be a really good opportunity to get away from him. He's all in, though.
Oh, wow. He does, though.
He is ripping it in.
Can't get away. Hoping to be up against ace-king.
Maybe not fist pump
Not
getting it in,
this
but
time.
getting it in. Domination situation. And Saúl is well covered by LeFrancois. And he is getting ready to make a French exit.
This is a big pot.
Yeah, certainly, you know, it being Pascal who did 4-bet maybe made Saúl feel a little bit better about his hand, but I think against some other players, sometimes maybe you can play overly cautious in that spot with the queens and be correct.
13% seems bad even for, for the usual situation. And that's about to get a lot lower. Yeah, 1 queen left, allegedly. We're gonna runner chop here.
Oh my gosh.
My
Unbelievable.
goodness.
Oh, barf.
Well, Francois has double the amount of outs that Saúl just had, so this should be twice as easy to hit.
Please continue announcing calling on the call and your table now.
This is brutal for the aces. Saúl Sain. Not going anywhere. Francois visibly dejected, understandably.
And Saúl doesn't even know, doesn't realize that he was only down to 1 instead of 2 outs.
I think Jigglypuff says it best in the chat. This is why poker is not profitable for good players.
I can say for sure this wouldn't have happened live. This only happens online.
Yeah.
Gave him the keys to the Lambo. Francois obviously going to be pretty hurt over that, pretty wounded, but still has 47 big blinds. The best pros, they just shrug it off, right? Next hand.
Not even on my radar. Just a blip.
I wouldn't. Yeah, I was gonna say I wouldn't know. I'm not a pro. Nick, what's your reaction in these situations?
Please. I meant it for fun. I meant, you know, not like
messing with you.
I know, but I just really wanted to follow up with. So, Joe, how frequently are you playing, you know, professionally? Anyway,
what's weird is that my cold streak ended as far as like the sort of starting hands I was being dealt, but it opened up the door for me to make way more mistakes.
Which one feels better?
I mean, I definitely prefer making mistakes to doing nothing and then getting it in and losing. I know that sounds weird.
Yeah.
At least I'm in control when I'm making the mistakes. Pass.
Right, 25,000. 3 pounds.
Pocket 8s. And Brendo with a nice little set mining. If you're going to set mine the deuces, let's go. 4s is twice as good.
Man, everybody with their small pairs. That's been the theme of this session. Pocket 4 is all over the joint. Pocket 3 is all over the joint.
Oh, a little teckle out there. Jack 7. Ace, queen, 10. Everybody misses. 8s, despite 3 overcards. Still good. Checks around to Aspis, who checks. Turn is a tray ball. Hey, finally some good news for the 4s. How about a checkle from Teckle? Huh? Old checkle. checkle, checkle. There we go. Aspas.
It did go check, check, check on the flop, yeah?
You sure did.
I don't know. I don't know if Tekel's maybe letting him off a little bit easy here, not trying to turn his gut shot into semi-bluff.
Well, how about now?
I said semi.
You can just value bet it. Just wait till you can value bet it. Straight on the river for Tekel. And you got to bet this, right? There's just no way. He's going to check behind so often.
I think given the action, what Aspas is saying in position is that I have showdown that I just don't like very much.
Right.
And therefore, you're not going to get him to bluff because he has showdown. Therefore, you need to be doing
You're
that
not going to get him to value bet the showdown hand either.
Exactly.
Maria, from your recreational opinion, do you agree with that?
Yeah, and I definitely think that you can't go too big on the sizing and get too greedy because you have to realize that you're up against really weak ranges as played. And so, you know, it just doesn't feel like a spot, especially against two players where the person with one player left to act behind is going to take this as a bluff spot without the straight or, you know, some type of decent two-pair combinations at least. So, you know, 50,000, I mean, the eights quickly folded.
Wow.
But wow, the fours do end up calling. I don't know. Like, I do not think that is going to be a profitable call very often. I think if the player in position bet in that spot, maybe a little bit more likely to
Fours were beating
have some more bluffs.
4-3, 2-3, 7-3, 8-3.
That was weird. I was not expecting that.
Yeah, same.
All right, everyone, just hold off in the chat. Just calm down. We don't need to hear how terrible you think that call was.
Guys, it's not Saturday yet.
That's right.
Let's give it some time.
So under the gun, Queen Jack. Hey, Pascal, I'm going to do this and make this raise. We get chips, buddy.
9 plus. 2 plus.
So you could give a positive interpretation of that call, like Halabergeau, who says, don't they just pay to see sometimes? Yes, absolutely. Probably just wanted the information they could have had for free in the next 30 minutes. But yeah, I mean, now's better.
75.
Ace Queen for Gomez.
5-5.
Free batting in the cutoff to 75,000. Pocket sevens for Tekel now. Maria, raise, 3-bet, pocket sevens. You just say bye-bye here, right?
Yeah, especially because, you know, when action gets back to the under the gun opener, if they decide to put in a 4-bet, then, you know, poof goes your call just into the wind. Never going to get to see a flop. So really tough with the pre-flop aggressor, the first opener, to act behind you when the action gets opened back up.
Rescue says, I have a Christmas party tomorrow at work, so pretty please send me all nice clips on my Twitter. What?
By the way, I think Vegas might give Prague a run for its money on where is it the coldest right now. It is
in the 20s here, Maria.
Pretty cold. Well, last night in Vegas, I think it was getting into the 30s. It was freezing.
The cold is much harder to deal with in Vegas because you're not prepared, and it's usually very windy also.
Yeah.
Action folds around a Tekel on the button, 8-4 suited.
5-5.
Fold. Karakitakov. King 5 off, the Karakitakov.
Call.
Antoine with 7-6 suited. Here we go to the flop. 8-7 high. You don't mess with Uncle Terry when he's got a bit of the old drink in him, and you don't mess with Antoine Saout right now. There is the bet from Saoud after a check to him. Feel like floating here with King 5 is pretty optimistic.
I do think blind versus blind certainly does leave a little more room for possibilities of these wider floats.
Yep.
I think
that's fine.
No, I was literally about to say, I think blind v blind, King High just becomes much stronger as an actual showdown as opposed to I'm going to try and make a hand, you know?
Right. Believe me, as soon as I said it, I was like, okay. They're probably going to go, oh, King High's real good
King High's
here
the nuts here, bro.
a lot of the time.
Jack High is the new King High, don't you know that?
I wish I lived in the world that you guys live in as professional players where like King High is ever good at showdown.
42.
It's actually such a nice turn for the 6-7. Your hand becomes so disguised. Your opponents give you very little credit for trips now. And I love that bet size too. 42K feels fantastic.
What's 7 times 6? Bit of a tell there.
42.
Yep.
Man, mental math definitely not my strong point.
Subconscious. It's
oh,
all...
you play poker. You must be good at math.
Also, I should mention I'm not good at poker. Kara Kittikov folds. King High was not good this time.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
All eagle eyes. Brent, our good friend Brent in chat says, I think deep in a PCA main a few years back, so cooler live Barry to make a good run. That sounds familiar. I think he's made the WSOP main final table more than once? At least once.
Nice. Here he is again. UTG +1, Aspis, King 8 of spades. Coming in with a raise.
3 bucks. 4 bucks.
Tackle with ace king suited. What's that energy, Maria?
Big slick energy.
Big slick energy.
Raise 68,000.
25,000 to 68,000. Ooh, cheeky.
It's got a certain flair to it, doesn't it? That bet size.
Not even 3x.
Yeah. A little bit of flair.
7 times. Thank you. 8 times.
Just with a quick fold. Bit of a tackler. Enoch Tackle. It's a powerful name. I am the one who he knocks. That's out. Gomez. Anagai. There goes Berendo. Hinock.
So there was a bit of a debate in the chat here. I say debate, there's definitely is a right and wrong answer. The old trips versus a set situation. You can't call it trips, it's a set.
It's hard.
So just
the only thing that's acceptable for both, although antiquated, is 3 of a kind.
Exactly, because it's still the strength of the hand. But just to put this to bed, guys, a set and trips is not necessarily the same thing. A set is when you have 3 of a kind, but you have a pocket pair in your hand that connects with the board. However, we have a fantastic follow-up from Smokey here. Says, if we have trips and sets, what do we call quads with 1 or 2 hole cards? We need we have no phrase for that.
It's just such a rare occurrence, I guess.
It is such a rare occurrence, but I feel like it needs a cool name. I might put that up on the Twitter and see if anybody has any creative answers for what we call quads with 1 card, quads with 2.
Isn't quads with 2 cards in your hand? Isn't that where you go? I've only got 2 pair. 4s and 4s.
Oh my gosh. Is anything more annoying?
Oh, okay. I'm definitely good putting that one up. I think we can create some good answers there, guys. I might do another giveaway if anybody has a really good answer as well.
Seaman says should be quads and a foursome.
Raise 26,000.
Tackle, King 9 suited. Saut with Saexes. Dean, 10-9. No thanks. Look at Pascal Lefrancois. He's gotten dark. He's had to put the shades on. Still reeling from the 1 outer.
Thank you.
And away we go. 9-7 deuce. Top pair for Tekel.
Check.
And we will start our
32,000, the bet from Saut. Tekel inducing this. Probably quite happy to have Saut bet here. Tekel with this sneaky checkle. As we go to the turn, it's a 5.
Check.
5 of diamonds. Oh, so picks up a straight draw. That's where that 19% comes from.
Yeah, and I think that this is where you want to perhaps think about checking back as Saut. Definitely want to try to improve on the 6s, and you have some showdown value as well. So I don't really know what type of hands I think you are hoping to fold out that you don't have beat already at this stage.
Do you want to fold out some of the just 2 overs types of hands?
Yes, there's that protection element for sure. But, you know, this type of sizing, I think, is a little more than I think you might want to be putting in sometimes.
I mean, if we see a 9 get folded here, do we just all go home for the day? Or
We
what?
clap.
Yeah. Well, a 9 did not fold, and we've got a pretty hefty pot as we head to the river, nearly 300,000 in it. Tekel shekels again, and Saud now has to decide if he is going to be good at showdown. Now the draws didn't get there, and does decide to take the showdown value, losing to a 9. And that is going to be a nice pot for Tekel.
All right, chat, the tweet is live at Nick Walsh TV on Twitch. Go and give me your creative answers on the most recent tweet I just put up. And I'll give you a prize if you come up with something that's really funny or cool. Go, go, go.
Man of the hour, he knocked Tekel, 10 deuce. Man, I was just getting ready to play the rush.
Ship the shekels to Tekel.
Dean, queen, tray suited. No, thank you. And Pascal. King 6 on the button. Saw a very active button raising range from our first featured table today. In the form of Finnish player Mattila. 28,000. Aspas with queen jack suited against a button raise, right, Maria? This is fine. We can play this. We have options here, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, this is
Maria, just wait till you're finished before you talk. It's okay. I'm sorry to put you on the spot there.
I did say it was cold out. Got a runny nose over here.
King 7 in the big blind for Gomez. And of the suited variety, we're going to say, let's see 3, dealer. Let's see 3. And away we go. Jack 8-7, top pair for Aspas. Bottom pair for Gomez. I think there was a spade out there, so backdoor spade draw for Gomez as well. All right, we got a bad look-alike here for Gomez. I'll take it. Jake Gyllenhaal. Of course, we cut away from him immediately as soon as I brought it up. Cool, 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 cool. Bad timing on my part since it is on Le Francois. Here we go, to the turn. It's the 10 of hearts. Oh, wow. Wow, board just gets better and better for Aspas. I can see a little Jake Gyllenhaal as a bad look-alike for Gomez.
Yeah, sure.
Did any of you see LA Ambulance? Ambulance?
No.
Jake Gyllenhaal?
No.
It might be on Netflix now. It's a Michael Bay movie.
Check.
It makes speed look like a slow ride to grandma's house. That's what I say. Checks over to La Francois, who is drawing deed. A 9 will make a straight for Pascal, but it will not make the winning hand.
10. Check.
Barry Greenstein. The old flaming Barry, ace on the river. lock this pot up for Aspas, even though that ace isn't exactly the best card.
Yeah, and just not really able with this board texture to find any bets for value on any streets, and just gonna show this hand down. Does Pascal, though, have any desire to try to bluff at this pot?
Do we think a bluff would work with the 4-liner and the ace?
Yeah, I think it depends on the sizing. I think you don't expect them to have a 9 very often, because with that flush draw coming in on the turn, you would think that any straights are going to go for protection.
Right. And you've got the hearts.
Yeah, right. So it's really just about whether you think Pascal has an ace here. You know, you haven't really, as Aspas, put many chips into this pot while having a very strong hand, so maybe you're just going to flick it in.
In it has been flicked. Aspas stations the river bluff. The Francois shows instead of just mucking. You don't really see that very often. And that jack is good.
Keeping it friendly.
I mean, people were talking about paying for info, right? And it's like, yeah, in that sense, I am going to turn my hand over if I bluff and get called, because I paid for the info to see what you called me with as well. It works both ways.
Sorry, you would just show the king 6 there immediately, or you wouldn't just muck it?
Well, you have to open. So first, so if you want to see what your opponent called you with at that point, instead of waiting for the 30-minute delay to catch up, then yeah, you're gonna show.
Because you want to see the other hand also.
Yeah.
Okay.
I want to know what I'm getting called by in that spot. You know, I want to see how light somebody's willing to call. You know, what type of hand they were checking to the river that they can call the river bet with.
I think I get caught bluffing a lot because my opponents can tell that I'm about to say good call. That I'm just ready to say it, because it's the only way I can save face when I get the bluff called, is to go, good call. And so they can see it on the tip of my tongue, me just ready to go, good call. Good call, you're good.
You think there's like a...
You win.
An implied tell that you're just...
Yeah, I'm broadcasting good call out of my frontal lobe.
They make the call you're winning. You still say good call anyway. Good call. Oh, sorry.
Well, no, I always have like 6 high, so there's no way that like...
Le Francois.
Queen.
With the queen.
75,000. Two pass.
Ladies and players in seniors again. In less than 7 minutes, we will have 75 minutes dinner break.
Brendo.
Wow. Brendo with a very tempting hand if you're closing the action. But with Saut still to act. And already chips in the middle. You don't want to call there and then somebody 4-bets and then you feel like an idiot.
I know. Don't know Saut's other card here. However, with 1 ace in his hand, he probably will choose to at least call. He does.
That flop is 10, 9, tray, 2 hearts. Ace 10 of hearts. Ooh, ace 10 of hearts, Nick. Remember ace 10 of hearts?
I do remember ace 10 of hearts. Good flop for ace 10 of hearts. What do you think?
Brendo, where are you? Massey is a goat, says, is there a play down to a set number or is it set level today? We're playing 6 full levels today. We've got about 5.5 hours to go, including the dinner break.
King Queen does opt to check the flop here, guys, with the 2 overcards and the gut shot. Just trying to pot control here a little bit.
Now that diamond makes things a little spicy. Ace of diamonds out there.
Yes, it does.
For Saut. Is there another diamond hidden under there? Is it the king of diamonds?
I think Marie and I were discussing this earlier, but you know, when there is a raise and a 3-bet, I think it is safe to say there will be quite a few suited combinations that defend, if they do have a defend at all, right? So
Jack of diamonds maybe a little more likely than the king of diamonds.
I think maybe a hand like ace jack of diamonds would make plenty of sense here for sure, Joe. And obviously a really nice turn, picking up the straight draw and the flush draw potentially, as well as having the best hand now against king queen directly. Wow, that's a punishing size as well, 107K.
Yeah.
Feels like a pretty easy fold, yeah.
All right, nice little pot there for Saud.
Continues beating up on Pascal Lefrancois.
Thank you.
Like, nothing feels worse than the guy who, you know, gets lucky on you in a huge, huge pot, and then all of a sudden they're just outplaying you and they're making you fold big hands and utilizing the stack that has chips in there that once belonged to you and using it against you.
I would just be like, would you one out me again? You got another one outer over there? Wrote Mr. Inge says, who's the girl talk? Name.
Good luck. Good luck. Good luck.
I mean, less than 12 hours after the Women in Poker Hall of Fame induction speech, she brought the house down. You're going to call her a girl?
Got my ticket?
It's the WIPHOF, not the GIPHOF. Why don't you GTFO with your PATRIARCHY?
Gomez on the button, ace-6 off.
Raise.
Putting in a raise.
Boros S says, how's Parker doing? I have no idea how you know my ex-girlfriend's name, but we haven't spoken in a long time.
Thank you for your question.
Take it down, Parker. That's so weird. How do they know my ex-girlfriend's name? Gomez, ace-6 on the button. Brendo is going to call from the small blind, and we are going to go heads up to the flop. Yellow, king 8, tray, 3 hearts. Gomez continuing. Pretty tough to stick around here with Jack 9, no heart.
Absolutely love this size, Joe. This is how you play these monotone
Later.
flops. Just keep it small. Just go small. When you're strong, you want action. You're gonna get loads of folds when you don't. It's beautiful. It's a beautiful thing.
AS $S says, would be nice just to mute that dad joke guy. First of all, her name is Maria Ho. Second of all, you banned. Thank you for your comment.
Folding around to the hijack. Aspis, pocket tens.
Nice.
12K is the big blind. Going to make it 25K to go, a little bit over a min raise. Brendo here, king, queen off on the button, 605K in the stack.
Quick, Maria, which hand do you want, tens or king, queen?
Tens.
Tens all day.
All right, I like king, queen.
Oh, I really do feel like tens just seem prettier. I like tens better than jacks, actually. I don't know why.
I like tens better than jacks just because when you look at them, it's like an explosion of stuff. Bing, 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 bing. It's 10 things, 20 things looking back at you.
It's triggering your slot machine.
It's like a slot thing.
Slot machine, exactly.
Yeah. It's triggering your slot machine neurons.
Cliff says bands are giving out more than knighthoods in this chat. How many knighthoods have been given out in any chat ever? One band would be more than the number of knighthoods, which is 0. What are you talking about? Aspas facing the 3-bet.
I'm sorry, that one's going on the Twitter too. You guys are absolutely killing it this week, and I love you for it. Good job, everyone.
Here we go. Let's see who is gonna. Yeah. Oh, there was a king hiding right there. I was gonna say that looks like a perfect king queen flop for me. Aspas checks to the pre-flop 3-better. He's got a slam dunk value bet. $77,000. Feels so bad to just ditch tens here, doesn't it, Maria?
Yeah, it feels like a lot of players are just going to call once and decide on later streets. Especially, again, against an aggressive or an experienced player. I think you would be overfolding if you're just going to go for the check fold here. Okay, it's not a great turn card. It's getting worse and worse for the tens.
Are you at all worried if you're king queen now when that ace hits?
Yeah, I mean, certainly there could be some hands like, you know, the ace jack, the ace 10 type hands that would perhaps, you know, just check call the flop and not.
Why not ace queen?
Leading. Yeah, I mean ace queen as well.
Okay.
Sometimes. And that's why, you know, you do see Brendo with the check back. Again, just not strong enough after that turn to go for 3 streets of value. But now when back turn, it's check 2 on the river, you do have a pair of kings with the best kicker. You can think about going for value on the river, make it a 2-street hand. But he does just check back and will win at showdown.
Queen manages to take that one down. That's right, Dana Craven, the Kevin James, the king of queens. I guess king queen off would be the king of queens because it's no longer on the air. King queen off the air.
I get it.
Francois, suited ace, ace neener under the gun of the heart variety. No Dutch poker joker. Tekel is not out, but I did miss him leaving the table, so he must have got balanced off. There was a dealer change. Sorry about that. Didn't mean to scare you if you're a Tekel fan. And we've got a call from Brendo at Jack 10. Odin is going to defend. Ace Jack, a little under-repped. Has both players dominated. Queen 10 for Rainbow. Pair of 10s for Brendo. So from worst to first. Lots to fade, though.
Yeah, and multi-way, I think Brendo should be going for the check back here. I just don't think that you would want to be betting this against two opponents. I feel like a lot of the times, you know, you could perhaps end up facing a check raise, or you will get obviously called likely in one spot. If you protect your check back range here, then, you know, on the turn, sometimes you could get some players to lead into you with their semi-bluffs, and you can bluff catch a lot easier that way while keeping the pot reasonably small so that you can see showdown with, you know, a hand that is good, but certainly not necessarily strong enough against two players to contend against, you know, perhaps aggression or some turn and river barrels.
Well, that turn is another queen. Queens and fours on board now. 3 pair for Brendo. Showing it down, 10's going to be good. Question here from, what an ironic name here, Utterly Irrelevant, who says, I only caught the last few minutes of the Hall of Fame induction yesterday. Were there other inductees besides Maria and Jennifer? Congrats, Maria, by the way.
Well, thank you. The congrats is for 2018, which actually was the year that I was inducted. Yesterday, yesterday it was Jennifer Tilley, Angelica Hale, Vanessa Selps, and Terry King, and I was just the keynote speaker, so maybe that was why it was a little confusing, but congrats to all the other ladies, of course. Very well deserved.
I've seen you do magic with a short stack before. Yeah, true. And I only played with you once, so you're 100%.
Who is this? Reino Rasmussen?
First time chatter says Brendo looks like Lord Varys from Game of Thrones.
Yeah, all right. Good for a bad lookalike.
Definitely a bad lookalike, but I'll take it.
He looks like Todd Anderson, creator of Poker Night in America. Kitikoff with ace-10. Haven't heard from this fella in a while. Will, my sister, wants to know, is Maria the first player ever as a recreational to make it to the Hall of Fame?
You know, they're letting anybody in these days.
So good.
Oh, leave it, you guys, please. Oh, God. Leave it. The first ever professional to
It's too
recreationally
late, Nick.
accept.
I already unfollowed you. So it's,
You have to follow me
there's no
first, Maria.
salvaging it. There's no salvaging it. I follow you on Twitter. What are you talking about?
I'm only joking.
Odin isolating. And we're going to be flipping ace-10 versus pocket fours. Like a knighthood versus a chat ban. One of these two things has a slight mathematical advantage. Karakitikov, tournament life on the line, needs to hit. Needs to hit or counterfeit. Whiffs the flop, but picks up a lot more outs.
A lot more.
Too many outs, is that the question?
How about the 7 of hearts?
That is as bricky as it comes. Odin needs to fade the river to eliminate Karakitikov. Perry Mason. Wow. Karakitikov misses the world.
You could not have pulled 2 bigger bricks out of the deck if you tried. That is incredible.
I bet you I did. I did.
Very good skill to have.
Karakitikov cashing for 17,400 euros. Not terrible, more than 3 times the buy-in.
You have to teach me that one.
Yeah, it's an
You'll have to teach us all.
Don't want to give away the secret.
If it works, it's okay.
Yeah.
That sounds like an Irish accent, guys. I'm not going to lie. First elimination we've seen in some time. A Tuig on Twitch asks, is that a spot for Tonka now? No, but there's now a spot for, to replace you in chat, you ban. Thank you for your question.
Fear not, you guys. We're working. We're going to try and get our boy on that feature as soon as humanly possible.
You guys make me dislike Tonka. I really like Tonka. I think Tonka's great, but when it's just Tonka all day, every day, I'm like, you know what? F Tonka.
Oh, my God.
You're bothering me.
Brenda's going to open up this pot. Queen Jack off, UTG +1. Rasmussen hijack. Ace Jack of clubs, though. He's only got 200K, you guys. I don't know about you, Maria, but I'd be tempted just to put this in.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that, you know, you would expect that you certainly have enough fold equity, so a lot of the hands that will open certainly might not be good enough to call against this stack. And if you get called, you know, you have a hand that should, you know, have a lot of equity against some of the calling range.
It's tough when you just got to the table too, right? Rasmussen is going to ship it. Folds back around to Brendo, who ain't going to be calling it off with Queen Jack. Nice work, Rasmussen. Welcome to the table. Unaccounted for asks, what his tattoo on fingers? Love and what? So the first word says love and the second one says mind your own business. And it says on his other hand, YABANNED. You banned.
Rounding into hand 107 now. UTG this time. Brando jack 10 off. Makes the fold. Aces for Rasmussen, fresh off a pot he just won.
Wow. It says love life.
I thought it said love light.
I want some love, but I want it light.
Like, I don't want the full fat Coke. I want
10% fewer calories in my love.
I want, like, you know, I want sugar-free love. Thanks very much.
When you shove. Yeah. Thank you.
Can love really ever be sugar-free,
Exactly.
though, guys?
Exactly. I hope not.
Come on.
I hope not.
Dean could get into some big trouble here. Sorla Sauce says Saut is Saut. He is silent. I'm 75%. Yeah, I'm 100% that you're silent now. Forever.
That looks like a 3-bet to me, you guys. 65K from Odin. Keeping it nice and small. I appreciate that. Again, we're seeing this smaller 3-bet size against one of the shorter stacks. These adjustments make a huge difference to your bottom line. I don't think he's going to get aces to fold, though, guys. What do you think? Anybody? Any votes in the chat? Can we, guys?
I
Can we
mean,
get a poll in
even
the
as a
chat?
recreational player, I know that. I know aces aren't folding here.
We're breaking my heart, Maria. Please stop.
What's tough for Rasmussen is, you know, if you were a little deeper, you could consider flatting and disguising the strength of your hand. But here, you know, you're just going to have to put the rest of the chips in and hope that your opponent was not 3-betting you light and they have a good enough hand to call you with. But, you know, if you were 45 bigs deep or something, maybe you could get a little tricky. Maybe it won't look as strong to just flat the 3-bet.
Later.
Here, yeah, just going to put the chips in.
Yeah, I think our boy in the cutoff knows what's up. He knows he has a game plan there. He's 3-betting King Jack, knowing full well he can fold it nice and easy. And that's a cool way to construct your range, right? If you're going to have some 3-bets in that spot, you certainly don't want to have ones that are going to put you in really tough situations. 3-bet King Jack, put him in a bad spot, fold if he shoves, easy game. Next hand.
All right, I've got an announcement to make. Nick, where did you go to school? What country?
The United Kingdom.
United Kingdom, okay. In the United Kingdom. Now, Maria, when you went to school, did the teacher ever say, hey, this Friday...
Very generous at this table. Yeah.
I'm thinking about having a pizza party.
Yeah.
And I'm going to write the word pizza on the chalkboard.
Okay.
And every time the class gets out of line, I'm going to erase a letter. And if I erase all the pizza letters before Friday, you don't get your pizza party.
Okay.
Did you ever experience anything like that, Nick?
I'm sure something like that.
Maria,
yeah.
did you ever have that one of those?
Yes, some variation of it, yes.
Okay. I'm going to write Tonka on the chalkboard right now. And if you guys can go the rest of the level, every time you mention Tonka, I'm going to erase a letter off the board. And if there's letters left at the end of the level, we can have Tonka next level. But in fact, what I'll do, because I feel like I'm going to write the following on the board. Tonka will be here next level unless you guys screw it up this many times.
So, okay, I love this concept.
Yeah.
And I'm sure that many players who sincerely want to see Tonka will respect this.
Yeah.
But you're forgetting one thing. Some men just want to see the world burn.
Well, it looks like the mods have helped out.
Hey, Tom really wants to see Tonka. Good job, Tom.
Good work, Tom. Let's pick up the action in this hand. Pocket kings for Saut. Brendo, defendo with ace-8. And it looks like this is probably going to be the end of the hand. I don't know. People like to call with ace-high. Shadrahar Yadav, who's trying to ruin this for everyone, is actually banned. Thank you, Shadrahar.
There's always one.
There is always
maybe
one.
5.
Now I
maybe 10.
I wrote Maria on the chalkboard a couple of minutes ago, and we've already erased all the letters, so we actually sadly have to say goodbye to Maria. Maria, are we still on for a pizza party?
I love a good pizza party. Only if someone's bringing a whole bottle of Hidden Valley Ranch, though.
I'll do it. I owe you a pizza party. I can't wait to see you, Maria.
No, that can't be your dinner, though, States.
I
no,
knew he was going to pull
hold
this.
on. Back it up. Back
he's
it
grinning,
up.
He's grinning,
I'm just
Maria.
trying to get Maria. I was told that I have to let Maria
Pizza
go.
party, yes. This as the
Maria's like,
dinner
I have a hard
no.
out at 7:30 unless Stapes tries to wiggle out of dinner, in which case I have a whole hour. I have all the time in the world. No, just because I'll bring over some pizza and some Hidden Valley Ranch to your house, maybe late December, early next year, because
Christmas pizza.
Yeah, we're gonna do a Friends Miss with pizza and Hidden Valley
I
Ranch.
love it.
But we are saying goodbye to Maria. I guess, can you stay for one more hand?
Of course I can.
Okay,
anything for Joe.
Wow, except for, letting me out of the dinner.
except for everything.
All right, well, that's the end of the hand. Maria Ho, thanks so much for being with us today. You're a delight, and good luck in Las Vegas.
Thank you. I will be chatting with you guys very soon.
Love you, Maria. Bye-bye.
Bye. Oh, yeah, sure. Love me, Nick. Yeah. Still trying to save it. Bye, guys.
Bye.
Everyone's favorite recreational player, Maria Ho.
It's part of my brand to say stupid shit on stream,
Yeah, of course. Believe me. You have to explain it to me.
Maria Ho, ladies and gentlemen.
All right, now back to the Tonka conundrum. Oh, someone, P fan just asked, where's Tonka? There goes a T. There's another one. There's a third one. It's not looking good, guys. It's been like 45 seconds. Gomez, ace, king. Berendo on the button with queen tendo. Oops. And this hand is over. Oh, no, it is not. We're going to a flop. Excuse me. Ace in the window. And not a whole lot here for queen at 10. Hold on to those chips. You got 795,000. Don't get weird here.
Wow. Yeah, I've seen some pretty interesting calls here from Brendo so far on this feature table.
Does not pick up any additional equity on that turn.
Ooh, ace king. Getting real tricky here. Checking the turn here. Seems like a pretty clean one to continue barreling, but decides he wants to give Brendo the option to bluff. I believe he was floating with the intention of bluffing, Joe. Oh, never mind. It wasn't a check after all. That's what I was thinking. There you go. Puts in the bet and a fold. That would make more sense. I was going to say pretty unusual line there.
That would have been some really fantastic timing.
Yeah, I was going to say, this guy's just looking straight into his eyes and going, I know you got queen 10 or something like that. You can bluff now.
Everyone doing pretty good right now. I think we might make it. We still haven't NKA left. People who have been asking for a certain Canadian pro to get to the feature table, they're getting their wish, by the way.
Let's go.
They're getting their wish. Timothy Adams. Tim Zero Thee. You've been clamoring for him. Well, he's coming. He's on his way.
Brenda,
after the dinner break.
Brenda opening up this pot from the cutoff. King 10 off. Odin. Pretty defendable hand, in my opinion. 4-3 suited. These guys are relatively deep stacked as well, so plenty of chips to win. Lots of implied odds when you got hands like 4-3 is suited, Joe. I don't know. Flop a flush, flop a straight, make a straight flush. Seems good. Yeah, that's the guy. Thanks, camera guys. That's the one.
100.
Or instead, you could put in a 3-bet. Looks like he's making it 100K to go, a little bit less than a 4x 3-bet. I really like the way he's sized here, given the effective stack depths. He's aware that himself and Brendo are quite deep stacked here, wants to have a larger 3-bet, does not want to incentivize a continuation, given the improved implied odds of being in position with a wider range.
What movie is this from? Call it Brendo.
I don't know.
James? I'm flipping a coin. Call it Brendo.
Is it Batman?
No. I see you a little Two-Face
I thought it was
Harvey
a
Dent
Two-Face thing.
reference there. Nope.
I'm pretty sure he says something like that.
Let's see if anyone in chat knows. As we continue on. Oh, there it is. Welly got it. Welly got it immediately. No country for old men.
Oh, Brendo with the 4-bet. Love to see it.
Call it Brendo.
Ferris Bueller's Day Off.
Very close.
All right. Love to see some 4-betting there. Au revoir, Brendo. 74 big blinds.
Next time, try to be a little bit faster. You were like 1 or 2 seconds off. You were like 1 second off or 2 seconds off. Yeah, so next time, please take some time. Otherwise,
Do you want to hear some of the other names coming to the feature table after the break?
Sure.
Other than Timothy Adams?
I would love to.
How about Ari Kleiper?
Love Ari. Great guy.
What about Petar Kalev?
Probably one of my top 5 Petars. Top 5 favorite Petars.
What about Laurent Sessi?
Not a fan.
Fair enough.
Just kidding.
Andrzej Drozud. Potential chip leader, Pierre D'Almeida. Ellie sad. And if chat can continue not saying the word Tonka for like the next 10 minutes, I'm going to bring Tonka.
Senor Saud here, King 10 suited, facing the initial open from Aspas. Is going to 3-bet 78K from position on the button. Does get the fold, gonna take this one down pre-flop. 55K going towards the one and only Saud.
It's been quite the level for Saud after spiking that one outer. It's been up and up and up. Gomez.
Nice.
With the king of queens. People are doing misspellings of Tonka right now, and one of them just really cracked me up. Parkour Talbot. Can you imagine? Can you imagine Tonka doing parkour? Frickin' parkour Talbot, so good. So good. Gomez made it 25K under the gun. Rasmussen flatting ace-jack suited. Sixes for Saud. I think I just saw some sixes folded. A6. King-jack in the big blind suited. Let's go. Multi-way action. You can't do anything but call here, can you, Aspis? Nah. You just call here and you say, pick me, dealer.
Hello. Huge flop for King, Queen of Diamonds here. Rasmus.
Ace, 10-5, 2 diamonds, top pair for Rasmussen.
King, Queen of Diamonds has almost the same equity as the made hand, Ace, Jack of Spades.
All right.
Unreal techers here.
Check, check. Rasmussen, who is looking to be betting pretty big into this pot of 118,000. Yeah, 65K.
Wow, wow, wow. Yeah.
That's one way to go about this.
Well, I was going to say, you know, in these big multi-way pots, I think it's okay to have, you know, for the most part, when we're looking at bet sizing, we're looking at percentage of pot, right? That's kind of how we size these things. And there's a sort of conventional betting pattern that's a third or like a quarter or a half. I think when you're multi-way like this and there's all the extra dead money that kind of artificially inflate the size of the pot, so to speak. I don't want to say artificially because, of course, it is inflated. I just mean to say that a smaller bet, I think, can get the same sort of respect or response as what 1/3 might be if you were a heads up or what 1/4 might be if you were a heads up. So I don't know if you have to go this big with ace-jack to build a pot where you can get the rest of the chips in if you want or indeed protect your hand.
Yeah, I've actually been speaking to some folks about these sorts of situations, and my way of thinking is like, no, you got to bet big here and charge the draws.
150.
But really what you're doing, it feels like a lot of times, is just bloating the pot for draws that are not going to fold anyway.
Yeah, and I think
you're getting yourself into a situation where you're, I don't know, you're sort of overplaying your hand.
I think the smaller betting, generally speaking, is advisable.
Yeah.
I think if you have a bigger hand like ace-10 here or something, having a bigger size hand might make more sense because you're definitely just going to get value from the stuff you're beating and the draws and stuff like that, right? As opposed to giving yourself the opportunity to bet ace-jack here and then folding to a set of 5s, folding to a set of 10s, that kind of a thing, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
If you get to a nice turn and you feel like your opponent's likely to be on a draw, like if the board pairs, for example, if it comes like a 5 on the turn or something like that, you know you can go ahead and punish the draws right then and there, right? At that point, you can start building a huge pot once you're heads up and you've isolated just like the one player who decided to come along versus the smaller flop sizing or something like that.
And Aspis did call in the middle, giving Gomez some incentive to raise the gut shot and the nut flush draw. And Rasmussen kind of having to make a decision for his entire tournament right now.
Exactly, exactly. Now, I would also argue that if he had chosen a smaller continuation size here, it's less incentivized for King-Queen to go for a check raise. But also the check raise size, if he did decide to go for it, would be an amount that you could probably still peel, or you know, you have a little bit more wiggle room to make some more moves. But now he's got to make a decision for his tournament life here, really. The pot is absolutely ginormous. It's really bloated, given that larger flop size. He's all in.
Does shove for nearly 300. Gomez makes the call.
I mean, that's not the worst news for him. He knows he's got to dodge a lot of bullets, but he does have the best hand. Yeah, absolutely. He looked a little bit crestfallen when he saw the snap call, but I think this is a good outcome in terms of snap calls go.
I mean, Gomez with so many chips could easily withstand this also. 1.84 million even if he loses the pot. $777 in the middle. It is always coming. 777,000. Very tense moment waiting for these stacks to get worked out.
Yeah, very tense indeed. You can see him sweating this, and of course you are. 46 left, EPT. 9 of clubs, no help, but additional outs.
Yeah. That's going to go from 8 outs to what, 10 now?
Sorry, not additional outs. Still needs the jack.
Oh, right.
Sorry, misread, guys.
I just went along with it. River card.
Oh.
A diamond. Rasmussen gets mowed down by the diamond on the river. Gomez scoops a huge pot.
Good luck, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you. Unlucky.
Reino Rasmussen. The Reino of Rasmussen is over.
And the rich guy.
17,400. And yeah, Gomez has got to be chip leader, not just at the table, but for this whole tournament.
There's one other here as well, you know?
2.6 million, 218 big blinds with 45 players left. You've got to be kidding me.
That is a ginormous pot.
You've got to be kidding me.
218 big blinds now. That's a whole lot of big blinds in tournament poker. My lord.
With 45 players left? My goodness. KO asks, how is everyone here to see one person and he's not even on the main table? Not everyone is here to see one person, and they will no longer be seeing you because you banned. Antoine Saoud, ace-10 of diamonds. You heard the announcement, 75-minute dinner break. This will be the last hand. Kobe Yard says, we want to see Tonka on the table after this break. We have one letter left.
Sure.
One more person says Tonka, it's over. You know, I'm just gonna not look at the chat. If I don't see it, it never happened. Aspis 3-betting.
Yeah, that small blind 3-bet scenario.
You can't fold this.
I mean, I think so. Would probably not folding, but maybe he knows something that we don't.
What?
Looks like he wants to.
He is hungry.
Big fold.
All right, we're officially on dinner break. I didn't look at the chat. We made it with one letter to spare.
I actually haven't seen one yet.
So we are going to dinner. When we get back, there'll be a new feature table. On that table will be Timothy Adams, Ari Kleiper, Pitar Kalev, Laurent Sessi, Andres Drode, Pierre D'Almeida, Elie Sad, and Tonka. But right now, honestly, we should all be fixated on the stack of Javier Gomez. 173 big blinds after the increase to 10,000, 15,000 with a 15K ante. Pascal Lefrancois, after being one outed at the featured table, has taken 18 big blinds out into the field. All right, my babies, you heard the announcement. 75-minute dinner break. We're going to have turtleneck. We're going to have goulash. We're going to have pork knuckle. Sorry, vegans. More from EPT Prague 2022 after the dinner break.
So we've still got Ruthenberg on the feature table. We've got the chip leader, Frederick Nugard.
I'm ace-king hirsuted.
We've got
Jonathan!
Fresh-faced Jonathan Duhamel.
Bienvenue.
And he's going to raise here with King 8 to 21,000. Pocket queens for Salvatore Bonavena.
Salvatore Bonacquena.
Salvatore is going to make the call for 21,000.
Uh-oh, that doesn't look good.
Ace King for Domenico Iannone.
Well, we know he has one fewer king he can hit.
Domingo's made a re-raise.
Crack these queens.
85 to 85,000. That's going to get the blinds to fold. Back over to John.
So action back on Duhamel. The 3-bet is to 85,000.
I'm all in.
John's going to pass.
Bonavena shoves.
Re-raise all in.
How much?
Iannone wants a count.
Well, Iannone can't go broke. Is it ever correct to get away from ace-king? That's the question.
Solo perché sei tu, se no tu dicevo.
Guys,
Are you sure? A te sì. No problem.
English only, please.
You sure?
I asked
I'm
you
sure, I'm sure. Solo per te. I fold.
Domingo says he folds.
Wow, he folded the ace-king.
Salvatore showed 2 queens. It would have been a coin. I fold you ace-king, too.
Yeah, I mean, look, given that exact scenario, fine, right?
Salvatore takes the pot with his queens. It would have been a coin flip.
It's a coin flip. It's a coin flip. Salvatore.
I'm not sure speaking to a guy in Italian, getting him to fold ace-king to you, and then calling him your friend afterwards is the best overall
He can
look.
fold one ace, you ace king, my out.
Yeah, I know.
3, 4 maybe.
You want a deal?
Oh.
So we pick up the action here with Nazar El Nazar all in with jacks. Decision on Frederick Nugard.
Nugard has 1,000,000 chips. Could easily call this off and not even feel it. But this is not a good hand. Sometimes you get what's known as positive tilt, James. And you start making calls like this and giving people courtesy double-ups.
Yeah.
This hand is never out in front. You're praying for a flip. You're praying to be up against 8s.
Nasser has 2 black jacks. Nasser is the all-in player. Let's see the flop, please. Flop.
And it is a jack-high flop.
Jack of diamonds.
Nazar El Nazar now a huge favorite, 97%.
Let's see the turn card, please. Turn
Quads!
Jack, that's going to be a little difficult to beat. Nasser's going to double up.
Well done, sir, for turning quads. You are excellent at poker.
Sebastian under the gun. Goes over to Nasser. Keep folding around to Salvatore.
Jacks deserve to win there. Salvatore Bonavena with another big pocket pair.
Salvatore's going to raise to 28,000. Domingo's going to fold the button. Over to refund on the small. He's going to pass. Now just one in the big blind.
So Bonavena has raised with kings, 28,000. And decision on Juan Maceras, and he's going to defend his big blind with 10-4.
I gotta play you one time.
Oh, he hasn't called yet.
What? I mean, people defend pretty wide these days. Oh, this is not a defend.
Re-raise 50,000 more.
No, it is a 3-bet. He's re-raised to 78,000.
First time in 2 days I'm raising your hand. What can I have?
I don't think he's laying down kings, Juan. I hate to tell you, buddy. I don't care how tight your image is.
Salvatore, let it go. Let it go. That's one hand. It's no more than that.
Not possible, Juan.
Eh?
Not possible.
Not possible?
All in.
Salvatore announces re-raise. All in.
You're my friend.
Yeah.
So you're not my friend, call.
Was that him saying call? Part of me wants to say move it along, but I like watching this.
I hate this hand. So bad. Any pair is good. How can I call 200,000, 300,000?
Everything is good.
One's going to let it go, and Salvatore's going to take the pot.
Shockingly, he lets the 10-4 go.
He seems a little tilted. I think that maybe, just maybe, he should be blaming himself.
Italian flag in the house.
You know, just when I got done saying I think people are done
John under the gun.
3-betting, playing the man in weird spots with no equity, Juan Maceras comes through to remind us that we're still in the year 2008.
Domingo's going to fold over to Rifat.
This is a Rifat Pavlovic, who's got pocket threes.
I'm not your Pavlovic, buddy. He sure does like playing with his chips.
Do you know what?
What are you doing over there, pal?
I literally tuned out there. I almost felt my eyelids closing.
What's he doing? Oh boy, here he comes again with the 10-4.
No.
He is determined to make this a thing. Stop trying to make 10-4 a thing, Juan.
160 more you got?
Remember how everyone ripped on Spain for like the longest time? Maybe it was all just based on Juan Maceras.
One re-raises. Just 70,000 total.
70.
Sebastian folds.
3-betting with 10-4 again.
blinds are both going to pass. Back to reflex.
Action back on Pavlovich.
I might fold. Ace king?
I mean, it might work this time.
Why? Because I folded ace king before? Okay, you push and I shove.
Show both on?
You push and you see my hand. No line.
You sure if I fold?
Alright, if you show, I show. If you fold and show, I show. You get information from me, I get information from you. You see which kind of hand you fold and raise with, and you see which kind of hand I re-raise you.
I think Maceras has given up a lot more information if he shows.
Hey, it was a coin flip.
Face up.
Wow, the 10-4 gets through.
And Juan shows 10-4 suited in hearts.
Happy to show it. Happy to show it. Yeah.
I'm tilt. Well, I'm tilt, I'm tilt. Okay, guys. I want you to listen this. I only bluff once a year. I'm done for this year. Okay? You all got it? You all got it, right? Once a year.
I only
Juan promises to
bluff
only bluff
successfully once a year.
Once a year, a year.
Once a year.
Once a year, no bluff.
Once a year.
Once a year.
Which was the bluff? That or the small bluff?
Well, that was a bluff. This one was a bluff.
Salvatore's gonna fold under the gun. Solo Domingo.
Best hand they got was him and him. And they folded my two best hands today. Two best hands. Pocket tens and ace king.
Ace king for Pavlovich.
No, because they were all in. I like to play. I don't like to just.
He's cute. I wonder what he's thinking about. See, now he's actually thinking about what to do. Up until that point, I don't know what he was thinking about.
Wow.
Refut's gonna raise to 49,000.
Wait, no way to raise your hand.
Gonna fold around Frederick on the butt.
Ace six of diamonds for Frederick Newgard.
After you show 10-4, you can't bluff three-bet somebody for a long time.
No.
Back to the blinds.
El Nazar has queens in the small blind. Stand by for the sickest and classicest of all races.
How much do you have left?
Should I get the sickest race from 2008 prepared?
I think he should. El Nazar's moved all in. Duhamel's folded.
I call.
And Pavlovich calls.
Like the Dark Knight versus Wall E. One of these two hands from 2008 has the slight mathematical advantage.
That is a classic and sick race. Just like Queens versus Ace King. Pavlovich at risk. No ace or king on the flop.
I think you have to root for the Queens, though.
He is the only player with a heart. And let's see the turn card, please. Turn card is the 3 of hearts.
Needs to hit on the river, and it can't be a heart. El Nazar has the queen of hearts.
Let's see the river card, please. It's the 7 of
It's a blank, and that will be the elimination of Rifat Pavlovich in 15th place cashes for 16,600 euros, and that's going to take us down to 14 players in this main event in Prague. Season 5 of the EPT. New chip leader, Konstantinos Alexiou, has 1.1 million. Frederick Newgaard second in chips. Salvatore Bonavena third on the leaderboard. Nazar El Nazar's moved up to fourth after that coup. Are we going to see the bottom half of the leaderboard? Are we going to see the short stacks? Yes, we are.
Yes.
Daniel Drescher and Sebastian Ruthenberg are pretty short right now. The two Canadians, Jonathan Duhamel and Andrew Chen, also edging towards the danger zone.
Danger zone!
Which one was your biggest cash? Barcelona, right?
EPT Barcelona, yes. It was...
World Series, how much was?
300 and
it was in 7 cards too, or something?
Yeah. High-low 7 card stuff. I love this game. It's really nice.
High-low 7 cards?
Yes.
Oh my god.
Me too. It's
I played 7 cards to the 1500, but it was the first time ever I played that game.
Yeah.
And I played it, the band. First time ever, I don't care, I played. I want to learn the game.
Juan Maceras.
Could you please let me take just one hand? Just one, only one from you, and we are in peace. I don't need any more.
I'm gonna bluff Juan Maceras.
Could you please just let it go? Not even look your hand. Not even look your hand. Just fold.
There's 5 other players to get through first.
Come on, not even look. Not even look. One, just one.
Cool with it.
You gotta go all in again?
No, have a shot.
You gotta go all in again?
No, I can...
Raise and take it. He does get one through.
Hey, you fold and show the ace. You got much more respect from me. I thought we were friends, and I don't know we are now.
Wow.
I thought we just had peace between Spain and Italia.
They jealous because Spain won the Euro Cup.
Frederick first.
Yeah, for all of my whining about the PA system at the Vic, at least you can make out what the guy was saying.
He's going to raise to 28,000.
Bonavena opening with ace-king.
Mingle will fold the button over to Juan in the small blind.
King-jack for Maceras.
He's going to make the call.
Just call.
Oh.
Just a call.
Queen-jack for Ruthenberg.
Domination, nation, nation.
Ruthenberg, short, wants to conserve chips, doesn't get involved.
No daño, no pelear.
España and Italia again. Heads up to the flop.
Can we chop the pot?
I can take a survey, but I don't think so. Let's see the flop, please. It's a nice idea, so I'll let you go first.
Queen
and
7-5.
Juan's going to be first.
Queen Jack isn't there.
No.
He's going to bet 30,000.
I folded tens one time. I don't know if I can fold every single hand.
Salvatore makes the call of 30,000.
30,000 each.
30,000 each. These guys are going to get a look at the turn card. Let's see the turn.
El Nazar drinking a beer. I like it.
Turn card is a king.
5-7.
Bonavena with top. Maceras out-kicked.
And you just tell by Maceras' attitude, he's not in the right headspace to make a big laydown.
No.
It's just never going to happen. Not that he should necessarily. Like, I don't want to. This is rather unfortunate, but there's just no shot he's getting away.
100,000.
All right. That's enough.
Well, it's not really enough.
100,000 more.
Not only is he not getting away, but he is.
Oh my God.
My friend.
Oh no, my friend, man.
Come on, my friend. I call.
So Maceras gets himself into this situation by raising. Bonavena moves all in, and it is all into call for Juan Maceras.
This is so sick. Alright, whatever, man. Whatever.
Is that pot right? Is he getting?
No.
Okay. We still are at the stage where they count the entire stack toward the pot, right?
Correct.
Okay. People putting their fingers in their mouths in 20... What year is it? 2008?
Yeah. So blinds are 5,000, 10,000 with a 1,000 ante. Action on Newgard, who's got 10-4. The Maceras, as it shall henceforth be known.
Talk to John.
Look at Duhamel getting frisky with Queen 5.
3,000. Salvatore past the button, over to Juan in the small blind.
Duhamel's been quiet for a while. He probably has a fairly tight image. I think there are better candidates to get loosey-goosey with, but whatever. You're playing against Maceras, who's very likely to be tilting, so maybe you can get some extra chips out of him.
Ace 9-3. Both players whiff.
He's going to check.
Duhamel's got a continuation bet.
54. John's going to bet 30,000.
This seems like a trivial fold, but I don't think Maceras is making optimal decisions right now.
Yeah. I mean, you can convince yourself that there's lots of good turns. Quote unquote.
Or you can convince yourself that your opponent did not connect with that flop and that you can raise him off it.
Happens to be a correct instinct in this case. Tell me we see some 2008 poker here. And Duhamel re-raises.
No. Nope. Duhamel folds the best hand. Maceras' bluff gets through. 13 players remaining in the EPT 5 Prague main event. Newgard has reclaimed the chip lead, close to 1.3 million. Alexiou, the other player, with a 7-figure stack. Maceras is now in the top 8. It's Ruthenberg, who now has the shortest stack, 118K. Just behind Daniel Drescher.
He's going to pass the one.
Eight, 6 of spades for Maceras.
He's going to raise to 32,000. Sebastian will fold over to Frederick. He's going to pass. Nasser in the small blind.
Nazar Al Nazar with ace queen in the small blind. Elects to re-raise. 3 bets to 84,000.
84,000 total.
Duhamel folds the big blind. Back on Maceras.
52,000 chip raise. John has folded the big blind. Back to Juan.
52,000 more?
52,000 more. 84,000 total. Juan has made the call.
And Maceras is going to call in position. Does have live cards. Sounds like an elimination from the outer table yet. Igor Redjevan out in 13th.
1,000 apiece. We've got Juan and Nasser, and the flop is Queen of Clubs.
Ooh, queen high flop with 2 spades. This could get spicy.
200,000 free.
It's almost a flip.
Juan says he has 203,000 behind.
Nazar El Nazar currently has the best hand, and the betting lead continues. Maceras shoves, El Nazar calls. Here we go, flip the coin.
It's like Maceras is just waiting to get into this situation. He's just itching to get all in.
Spades for top pair. Juan has 6-8 suited in spades. He's flopped a gut shot straight flush draw.
I mean, when you play this many hands, you're very likely to find yourself in a situation like this.
Queens, ace queen. Juan has a gut shot straight flush draw, 6-8 of spades.
It is a straight flush draw.
Turn is the 5 of hearts.
The 5 of hearts does not help him, and Al Nazar is now a 3-1 favorite. Maceras, the at-risk player, by the way, needs to hit on the river.
River's a queen.
Instead, it's another queen, the full house for El Nazar, and the elimination of Juan Maceras in 12th place, cashing for 30,400 euros.
Good luck.
I like to play fast.
No.
Finally ran into a bigger hand.
Blinds 6-12.
And we're down to 11, so we're 2 away from the final table-ish, the unofficial final table.
Correct.
Raised to 32,000.
Oh.
Hello, bullets.
Nygard getting Newgard getting a little out of line here with the 9-8. Trying to work that big stack on the final table, soft bubble.
Nasser's going to re-raise. 70.
There's the 3-bet. A re-raise to 77,000. Round 2, Salvatore Bonavena.
John folds the button over to Salvatore in the small.
He's in the small blind, and he's got kings.
Oh, my goodness.
I'm on in.
Salvatore announces all in from the small blind.
Bonavena shoves for 681,000. El Nazar snap calls.
Nasser has 2. Salvatore has 2 kings.
Bonavena, the at-risk player, and way behind.
El Nazar cannot believe how many chips he's going to end up with at the end of this hand.
But Nasser does have Salvatore covered. Salvatore is the all-in player with the king of diamonds and the king of spades. Nasser has the ace of hearts and the ace of diamonds.
This is going to put him at 1.4 million if aces hold. That'll be good for the chip lead.
Absolutely. King high flop.
Oh.
5 of spades, queen of spades, queen of clubs.
Oh, my goodness.
Salvatore is in the lead.
What a time for your aces to be cracked.
Turn is the 7 of hearts.
People complain when it happens in a free roll. Imagine being in this spot.
And he's going to double through.
This is just devastating.
It's the double up for Salvatore Bonavena. Passion and enthusiasm from the Italian. Nazar El Nazar taking it well, all things considered.
James, I know how El Nazar feels. I don't know if you remember that time I had aces cracked in the 150-pound tournament at the Hippodrome, but very similar feeling for me.
John has 2 reds.
Jonathan Duhamel all in. Sebastian Ruthenberg all in.
Ruthenberg covered by Duhamel, barely.
So Ruthenberg, the at-risk player, but A 4-1 favourite with 5 cards to come.
How much? 192.
92.
Sebastian is the all-in player. He's covered by John. Sebastian has 2 jacks, jack of spades, jack of hearts. John has 2 red 7s.
Let's deal the board and decide his fate. The flop is King 7 deuce, a set for Duhamel.
Middle set. 2 of spades, king of spades, 7 of clubs.
All right, no more. That's it.
John is now in the lead with the 3 7s.
No more brutal, brutal suckouts.
Turn card is the 8.
Well, that gives Ruthenberg a little bit of hope. A spade on the river would give him a flush.
Or any spade that isn't the 7.
I'm rooting for Rutenberg.
In order to double through. Let's see the river card, please. It's a queen of spades.
It is a spade. Ruthenberg gets there the hard way. Did get it in with the best hand. Deserved the double up.
He's a nice boy.
And Jonathan Duhamel is now a short stack. It was pretty short before.
Yeah, he's got to be on crumbs right now.
We're at 10 players, by the way. 2 tables of 5. Ace, queen, Duhamel all in.
Salvatore's going to pass. So we'll
Yeah, just 35K left.
Oh, all in for like nothing. Newgard, come on, buddy.
The all-in raise.
Even for you.
Frederick's going to pass.
El Nazar can't do it. He definitely does not want to go broke before Duhamel.
I think he has to, though. He's priced in from the big blind. It's next to nothing to call.
He's in the big blind.
John has ace queen, ace of clubs, queen of diamonds.
You're over.
Nasser has...
My bad, yo. Absolutely.
And that's why Newgard was thinking for so long, because he already had chips invested in the small blind. For El Nazar, it's kind of a compulsory call, and he's got live cards.
Yeah, at least he's live.
And he's paired his jack on the flop.
Nasser has taken the lead with a pair of jacks. John's going to be looking for an ace or a queen.
If I could just go back in time and tell Jonathan, don't worry about it, buddy. You're going to be fine. It's all going to work out for you. Guess what? In Las Vegas, believe it or not.
You're going to do the dirty on Matt Affleck and go on to win.
River's at 10. Let's have
So Jonathan Duhamel exits in 10th place, cashes for 42,800 euros, and that will take us down to the unofficial final table of 9. Oh yeah.
Au revoir, Jonathan.
Let's pick up the pace. Let's feel the beats. Bit of early action as Bonavena increases his chip lead. Ruthenberg. And that guy.
ace of clubs. Sebastian's going to double through.
Double up for Sebastian Ruthenberg. More chip movements.
It's a 10 of diamonds. Franco's going to
That guy. Dollar bill. More of that guy.
Dramatic stuff. Blinds 8,000, 16,000 with a 2K ante. But as we referenced previously, knowing how slow 9-handed players become at this point, just be grateful that you got that bizarre, ineffectual montage instead of having to sit through this in real time.
Yeah, I mean, I imagine we wouldn't have seen all that had this not been a very painful final table bubble.
Yeah. Hashtag embrace the squeak. As far back as 2008, we have audio evidence that the squeak was a thing in Prague.
Now I can't not hear it.
on for more than a decade.
Were we just not in tune to it? Now that I heard the first one, it's just ever present.
I think it's because the room's become quieter, so you're really hearing it amplified now.
Mm-hmm.
So they've had the same chairs all this time. Meanwhile, we have got action here. Bonavena shoves on Ruthenberg.
Man, oh man, this would be one hell of a flip. Button versus small blind. I don't see how you get away from this. Ruthenberg is one of the shortest stacks, right?
Yeah.
Nice floor. Nice floor.
Oh, shows the deuces like a boss.
Nice floor. The reverse is done. Must we go?
Juan Maceras and his sister May watching from the rail.
Hi, May.
King Queen for Ruthenberg.
Oh no, now he's got to get it in with a worse hand.
All in for his last 145,000. So we're going to see a few players who've been on the outer tables all this time. This is Konstantinos Alexiou, who's folded there. That is Massimo De Chico. He's all in with ace king.
De Chico. Whoa.
And this is Franco Siriani, who's got tens.
What's up with all of these paisans, huh?
3 Italians at this 9-handed table.
Fold.
Good fold.
And looks like everyone else has folded, so Ruthenberg gets it in, and he is dominated. And if ace-king holds here, we'll have the official final table of 8.
Frustrating fold there with tens, but you really don't need to put yourself at risk when Ruthenberg is about to bubble the final table.
8 of diamonds, 2 of clubs, 4 of hearts. Go ahead to Sebastian. Sebastian needs a queen.
Ace-king is holding.
Sirianni's really cheering for an ace here.
Is it check? One more card to come. Sebastian needs.
Ruthenberg can only survive if a queen hits the river. No queen.
He just won the whole tournament. Nah, that's cool, man, to be that excited to make a final table.
It's the thing, a huge accomplishment. And Sebastian Ruthenberg has 1 win this season, was looking for his 2nd EPT title here in Prague. Has to make do with a 9th place finish, which is worth 42,800 euros. So these are the players advancing to the final table, and yes, it is important to draw attention to the fact that 3 Italians have made the final.
Chico.
Not yet.
Not yet. Got a Vulcan Franco?
Oh, I'm actively rooting against him. He looks so much like my grandpa. I'm so sorry.
Now Frederick on the button. He'll pass as well, just the blinds.
Bonavena.
From the small blind.
Italian for the good Vena.
60,000 total, 40,000 more.
I'm liking the scarf he's chosen for this final table.
He's going to make the call. The blinds, you're going to see the flop heads up here. Let's see.
If you ask me, men showed too much of their necks in the first place.
3 of clubs, 7 of spades. Salvatore first.
Bonavena's ace high, still the best hand. Alexiu's got 2 live cards and a gut shot.
By the way, don't think that it is Bonavena's intention to hide any neck tails here. This is absolutely a fashion statement. Nothing more, nothing less.
Yeah, no, I just think showing your neck is uncouth.
Okay.
See the turn. Turn is the 6 of clubs. We've got 10.
Like, what is this, a brothel? Cover that neck up.
So Bonavena's still ahead here with ace high. Alexiu's still with the straight draw. River is a king. Ace high still good. Alexiu's going to bluff river. Bets 230 into 334.
He's going to bet 230,000.
Konstantinos, my lines make no sense, Alexiu. Do you think he's waiting for a 6th street? Because if so, I like this bet. He's got a gut shot, he's got a flush draw, he's still got a live jack and a live 9. No, wait, the 9's not live anymore, is it?
Bonavena folds the best hand. Show the bluff. Show the bluff. Disappointing.
I don't think a good name for a poker player is one that ends in IOU.
Franco under the gun.
A fair observation. Okay, there's a seat open somewhere. Good luck working out who it was for.
Andrew's going to raise to 48,000.
Andrew Chen raising here with pocket tens. Makes it 48,000.
Frederick and Salvatore will pass. Total Konstantinos.
Round to the blinds. Nazar El Nazar in the small blind. King Jack of diamonds.
How much you have? 200?
Nazar trying to figure out if he wants to call and maybe let in the big blind or just put in the rest of it.
Yeah,
there
he
it goes.
Decides to move all in.
Call.
Andrew Chen calls, and we are off to the races once again.
Andrew shows the 10 of spades and the 10 of hearts.
Good luck.
Nasser shows King Jack of diamonds.
This is a flip that Nazar Al Nazar has to win. His tourney life is on the line here.
Nasser has King Jack of diamonds. Let's see the flop, please. Flop is...
Ooh, we have got top set against a flush draw.
Andrew has flop top set. Nasser has a flush draw. 10-4 deuce, 2 diamonds.
Poor Nazar, remember, had those aces cracked by Bonavena's kings.
Yeah.
Let's see the turn card, please. Turn card is the 7 of spades.
Has to be a diamond on the river that doesn't pair the board.
Not the 7 or deuce to double through.
He knows.
Let's see the river card, please. The 8 of hearts.
That is not enough, and Nazar Al Nazar exits in 7th place, cashing for 99,500 euros, almost 100 grand. We're down to 6 players at this final table from Prague, 2008.
Yeah. Guy took it on the chin. Gracious exit here. Sorry we haven't seen more of him.
And so 6 players remain, and it is Konstantinos Alexiou who has the chip lead right now with nearly 2 million ahead of Bonavena and Chen. 12-24 blinds.
Matthew, Harry, Spring, Lichard, Matthew, people 5, 100.
Race.
$72,000 is the raise. And we'll pass over to Frederick on the button.
Siriani has opened here with ace queen.
How come I always have good hands against you, but not good enough?
Frederick's gonna pass.
Chip leader with jacks.
Alexiou has been creative, let's call him. Can't wait to see how he handles the most dreaded pocket pair in all of poker.
Konstantinos and Franco to the flop for $72,000 apiece. That flop is the 6 of clubs, the deuce of hearts, and the 7 of hearts.
Yep, go ahead. Rock back in your chair. Pretty sweet. He's just all in, okay. For 1.9 million, that's one way to deny equity.
What is going on here?
So there's a little bit of Alexiou in all of us, right, James? Oh, look at that. Did you see that?
All-in glasses.
Oh, look, Alexiou has all-in glasses for the occasion.
I show you my cards.
If there was a contest to see who has worse glasses here, it's definitely a flip.
No. What is a set? Set 3 cards.
Look at these two goobers.
What's the flop? Near.
What I wanted to say before the middle finger glasses situation came about is there's a little bit of this in all of us.
Yeah. You want to
You're
protect,
in a huge
right?
moment. The flop comes clean, and you're like, you know what? I'm all in. Please don't call. I mean, Sirianni's right that he probably would have needed to see all 5 cards in this situation, but now you can't call.
If you look me, I look you.
Franco is going to pass.
Do you want to look me?
Wait, vederle.
What?
Ice queen.
You lose.
Sure.
Franco takes ace queen. Konstantinos will show 2 jacks.
And he showed the jacks.
That's nice enough.
Konstantinos takes the flop.
And James and I have noted before that, you know, a lot of poker has evolved since these shows, especially since the first bunch. But the way people feel about jacks has just remained quite consistent.
Yeah. I'm guessing that this final table is populated by a lot of guys who aren't necessarily full-time / professional poker players as well.
Yeah.
Please.
So Frederick Salvatore is going to raise.
Here comes Salvatore Bonavena with ace queen of clubs.
Quite a happy sight at a final table.
62.
Bonavena doesn't appear to be super deep.
68,000 to raise. That's going to get it folded all the way around to Franco in the big blind.
All right, Peely.
I am all in.
And he announces re-raise.
What?
Did Sirianni just shove with jack 8?
He sure did.
The re-raise is 240.
The victim becomes the perpetrator.
This is a snap call, right?
I mean, it's a call. I don't know if it's a snap call. You just got to take a second to think about this. Sirianni should not be this light when he makes this move.
1,000 more Salvatore has made the call.
Here we go. Bonavena has called with ace-queen. Sirianni at risk and behind.
This is so sick when you lose this.
Salvatore has ace-queen of clubs.
To jack 8.
Franco is the all-in player. Salvatore has him covered. Let's see the flop, please. Flop is 5-8.
Oh, man.
We've got to have the club on the turn for the swat, though.
Let's see the turn card, please. The turn is the 10 of diamonds.
So only an ace or a queen on the river eliminates Sirianni.
It's a king of diamonds.
Somehow he gets a double up.
No one is clapping, and no one should clap for that. It's just like my grandpa, I mean Sirianni.
Blinds are now 15,000, 30,000 with a 3K ante.
Frederick's under the gun.
This is such a bizarre final table. I can't believe I haven't had the opportunity to ask Andrew Chen what was going through his head at this point.
I wonder if he even really remembers.
Raise. Yeah. Frederick's going to raise. 72.
I imagine he does. And he must have been thinking, I'm clearly the best player at this table.
72,000. Massimo will pass the button back to Franco.
Definitely, but remember, you know, whatever his poker knowledge ended up being, it was in its infancy as well at this point. Maybe he really looked up to Salvatore Bonavena.
He'll pass the small. Andrew in the big now. He'll pass as well. So we're going to go heads up to this flop.
So Nugard and Alexiou go heads up to the flop. King 9 against sixes. And look at this. Quad sixes for Alexiou. Nugard has paired his king. And there go chips into the abyss. 85,000. Don't go all in.
Don't even raise.
Konstantinos is going to make the call of 85,000.
Just calls.
Turn card for these two. It's the jack of clubs.
How does Nugard not go broke here?
Even if you have a bad feeling, you're just like, what am I going to do? Like, you can't not bet top pair. Oh, Konstantinos.
Call the announcement from Konstantinos.
It just never goes down like that when you have a weak hand. You're never like lean back in your chair. Call. It's just not.
130,000 apiece for the river card. Let's see if it was worth it.
It's not realistic.
River's the deuce of diamonds.
I think it goes check, check here sometimes, James.
He's going to check to place. Sorry, go ahead.
Can I just take this?
Konstantinos.
Did he ask permission to bet?
He's going to bet 200,000.
Bless his heart.
Frederick makes a call.
200,000 snap called by Nugard. Alexiou could have gone so much bigger on the river.
He's adorable.
Another pot, and Nugard is left with crumbs. So much so that we rejoin the action with just 4 players because Nugard got schlooged in the ad break.
Oh no, Nugard.
Sorry, 5 players, 5-handed now. Nugard cashing out for 130,000 euros in 6th place.
Freddie.
Bonavena has raised with ace-king. Alexiou is all in with ace-queen. DeChico frustratingly folds 7s. What is going on here?
He'll pass as well, back to Salvatore.
And win the tournament and go out. One of them.
All right, here's one for Salvatore Bonavena. You ready?
Yeah.
A bad lookalike when we get back to him. Robert Davi.
Yes.
Ace king. Ace king.
It's a great bad lookalike.
You kind of shouldn't
You
be
have
saying
an ice
that
king?
kind of thing too. I mean, I don't care. But
Yeah, it's the same.
Special Agent
I think
Johnson.
that we have ace king.
It's
Cool.
half the
What?
time they do it, half the time they don't.
I have
you know, Constantine turning his hand. For,
Is he trying to tell him that he has one hand worse than Ace King?
Face up or something like at this point.
Can't.
He can't.
One round.
It's,
EPT doesn't let you show it.
none of that.
Salvatore's going to pass.
Wow.
He's going to show Ace King suited and diamonds.
Bonavena folds Ace King.
Ace Queen offsuit.
Πώς να χάσει, αγόρι μου.
I don't know
Well,
what is going on here,
seems
but
premature.
I am loving this.
Maybe.
Now the drinks have arrived.
So Alexiou, monster chip leader, and increases that chip lead. Notice how Andrew Chen has chipped up as well to more than 2 million. And we've lost Francesco Siriani as well. Fifth place finisher for 166,000 euros, eliminated by Andrew Chen.
EPT Prague.
And then some more hands are played. And Andrew Chen is now dominant chip leader with more than 3 million. Alexiou now second in chips.
Cut to major things happening.
Blinds
Had happened.
now 25,000, 50,000. And Bonavena is all in with ace queen.
Constantinos announces call. Massimo folds the small.
This final table is fantastic.
He really reluctantly folds the big. Salvatore shows ace of spades, queen of diamonds. Constantinos has ace of diamonds, 10 of hearts.
Well, Bonavena finally gets it in, dominating against Alexiou.
Constantinos has him covered. All right, let's see the flop, please.
Finally doesn't fold the best hand to Alexiou.
Yeah.
Ace of spade, 5 of hearts. Constantinos is the only player with a heart in his hand. Here's the jack of spades.
Just has to fade the 10.
Let's see the river, please.
Double up for Bonavena. So Bonavena back over 1 million. And are we starting to see the descent of Constantinos Alexiou?
All right, Andrew and Salvatore are the blinds. Constantinos is going to be on.
I mean, he had enough chips that he could withstand that, but another big hand like that doesn't go his way, and that is pretty much it for him.
Well, he's lost all of his blue chips, and those are the big ones.
Oh. Well then.
Bear in mind that during the montage, he lost the chip lead. Having doubled up Bonavena, I don't think he's particularly comfortable right now.
No, Oli.
Andrew's going to raise.
I know più Oli. Ah. Succede questo.
Too much. Andrew's going to raise to 130,000.
Just a raise.
Raise is small to big.
I'm all in. Call.
Bonavena all in with ace-5, called by Chen.
Andrew's got 2 black kings.
Andrew snap calls before we even have a chance to animate the cards.
2 million in the middle.
Andrew looks like he's lost his hand already.
Salvatore's opening is for roughly $1 million in chips.
Why does he have such a defeated look on his face? He's a huge favorite.
He knows the adage, always an ace on the desk.
Oh, man. Oh, man.
Turn is an 8 of diamonds. Salvatore now just needs to dodge either of the remaining kings, and he's going to double through. River card, please.
2 big double ups in a row for Salvatore Bonavena, and he's now the chip leader.
Παραλίγο να πω εγώ all-in τώρα, αλλά ήμουν κάτω ψυχολογία με 9-3.
So Andrew had 3 million when we started that little bit. Just got doubled through for $1 million.
Bonavena definitely has the advantage over him. It's close, but Bonavena's in front right now. King, queen off.
He announces raise from the button.
Raises to 200,000. Konstantinos Alexiou, all in with threes.
Come on,
dude. Much.
A million.
Million, 1.15.
Okay, sorry.
945 more. 945,000 more is the raise.
This guy is real good at pre-flop poker.
Da aggiungere ancora.
Bonavena has folded so many big hands to Alexiou.
This is one there's a stronger argument for folding than some of the others, but this time he calls, and they are flipping.
Well, this time Bonavena is not calling all in. It's Alexiou who's the player at risk, and he needs to win this flip.
Like 3 doors down versus 3-6 Mafia.
Threes holding. 86% favorite.
One more time, he has to dodge the king or the queen. Let's see the river card, please.
River card is a king. Italian flags in the air. Hugging and kissing left, right, and center. And Konstantinos Alexiou eliminated in 4th. Cashes out for 199K.
This guy's just flipping for hundreds of thousands of euros.
Yeah, the letters ICM have no meaning in this joint. 3 players
We're playing
remain.
for the win, James.
2 of the final 3, Joe, are Italian, and the Rail are loving it.
Salvatore says raise.
Andrew Chen actually has a smile on his face, too. Looks like everybody's having some fun.
Massimo says all in. Andrew passes. That's, I know. We got to know what that raise is first. Salvatore makes.
Why not?
Bonavena opens on the button. DeChico moves all in. Bonavena calls, and we're off to the races one more time.
Like The Happening versus The Day the Earth Stood Still. One of these two terrible things from 2008 has a slight mathematical advantage.
DeChico pairs his ace.
Devo passare perché tu sei davanti a me. Perché sei davanti a te. Ah, sei davanti a te con la sua 10. Che io devo passare.
Massimo needs to dodge the 2 remaining 4s in the deck and running hearts in order to double through. Let's see the turn card, please.
He just disinvited DeChico from Sunday dinner.
Hasn't changed. Dodge the hearts are gone. We have to dodge either 4 in order
tu ti comporti male. Passi. Ho capito, io perché devo passare?
You come to my house, you my scallopine? You do this to me?
Guys.
No more scallopine for you.
All in.
Let's see the river card, please.
Now he's prepared to celebrate.
DeChico. We'll go see a man. His name is DeChico.
Give him 6 back. Yep. Massimo first.
So round to Andrew Chen in the small blind, who's got Queen 7.
He's going to call option over to Salvatore, who's going to check his option. So Andrew and Salvatore in the blinds are going to take a look at flop.
Queen on board?
Flop is king of spades.
Nope.
King of
But a 3.
Domination rotation.
He's going to bet 75,000.
A bet of 75,000 from Andrew Chen.
Salvatore's going to call 75,000.
Bonavena calls.
Right, so for 75,000 apiece, let's see the turn. It's the ace of hearts, ace, king, king, 3, 2 hearts, 2 spades. Andrew's first.
3 to be counterfeited at this point. How many more Italians could possibly be in this room?
Andrew's going to bet out 180,000.
Oh my God. Should we look up who was winning the high roller at the same time?
There wouldn't have been a high roller in Prague.
Oh, it's definitely a 1K then, right?
Maybe a 500.
The 200 euro nightly.
Yeah. So this hand going to the river.
180,000 apiece. Let's
Bonavena, big favorite.
8 of hearts.
Board bricks out for Andrew Chen, but he's not going to stop firing.
Man, oh man.
Andrew's going to bet 500,000.
Andrew Chen, he's got the queen high flush blocker.
Bonavena with just a 3.
I mean, really kind of unlucky to run into a 3 here. Bonavena's just not supposed to have any of this. Wow.
Andrew says nice.
Oh, look at that. Called you with a 3, and I'm right.
Just very unlucky to meet such a sticky player who just happens to catch his only out.
Look at this fancy chip stacks graphic. Chips going up, chips going down. A lot of hands, long final table. I remember it was quite boring. Bonavena, big chip leader. Chen now the low man.
All in.
Sounds so defeated as he moves all in for his last 1.2 million.
One moment.
Oh, God. He just, what can you do? Like, everything he does, it doesn't end up working out. I wonder if he's as tilted as he looks.
6 of hearts. Andrew is the only player with Let's see the flop.
People not being very kind to Bonavena in chat.
And the flop comes 3, 7, 5 with 2 hearts. No help for Andrew. Andrew needs a king or a queen.
Does Andrew be drawing dead on the turn with the 4?
Is it 4?
Yeah.
Oh, that's a 4 of hearts at least. Oh no, that's no good. That's Bonavena. He's dead on the turn. Right.
They could chop. They could still chop.
Andrew's like, excuse me, yes, I have 3 outs to a chop, thank you.
Andrew Chen out in 3rd place, 257,000 euros. And this was a huge moment. Bear in mind, there has not been an Italian winner on the EPT so far, Joe. And the final 2 players are both Italian. So we are guaranteed our first Italian champion. Will it be Salvatore Bonavena or Massimo De Chico? Right now it's Bonavena with the massive chip advantage. 4.3 million near enough, playing 1.4 million.
Now, James, I realize you probably didn't think this at the time because everyone's poker knowledge was relatively limited. In retrospect, watching this, do you think that there's still somehow a chance that there won't be an Italian winner?
I tell you who wasn't winning, and that was the audience.
The live stream audience.
Oh, yeah.
Well, this is really cute, actually.
I mean, what a huge moment, though, for the Italian fans, for the Italian audience, and for Italian poker. And Spain is still going to have to wait another 7 years. I actually remember, because when we did the live stream commentary back in this era, all of the different commentary teams were on site. I mean, the Italian team were just almost in tears. They were so emotional about the fact they were finally going to have a winner.
That's very sweet.
I just wanted to go to bed.
Lo and behold, the Italian flops best. 2 pair against top pair.
Maximum bet 125.
Raise.
Wowee, great spot for DeChico to chip up. That's a good question from Tag. Now there's only Italian players left. Are they allowed to speak Italian to each other?
No. Not during the hand.
Call.
So yes, this looks like a double up for DeChico.
You got 2 pairs, 10s and deuces, and queen 10 with the hand for Salvador. Massimo in the lead with 2 pairs, 10s and deuces. Let's see the river card. It's a 5 and he doubles up.
DeChico. 2.8 million now. So yeah, it took a lot of hands, Joe, nearly more than 250 hands to get heads up, and then this heads up battle went on for some time as well. This was a very, very long final table. It was, yeah.
Raise. Massimo's going to raise.
You do a good job of not complaining about these. Like, I don't have to hear a lot of war stories. I've heard about Copenhagen, but this one flies under the radar. This feels long even on TV.
Yeah.
Re-raise.
And Salvador re-raise.
All in.
All in.
Bonavena shoves on DeChico. Can't call it off with King 4. Passes.
Pass.
You wave that flag.
You've earned it.
2.3 million.
Who's going to be covered in that flag? Who's going to be jumping up and down with their rail?
8-7 of diamonds for Bonavena. Raises.
Who's going to celebrate tonight with a big bowl of scallopine?
Ace for DeChico, and he calls. Let's have a flop. And it's an 8-high flop with the wheel draw for DeChico.
All hearts, maybe an action killer? Nope.
DeChico shoves with his straight draw. Bonavena calls with top pair, and this could decide it. If Bonavena's hand holds, and it will do 72% of the time, we have a winner.
And 7 of diamonds, 8 of diamonds.
Bonavena looking to hold Avena.
Turn card, the 6, no change. Massimo.
Lots of bricks in this deck.
5 or an ace needed for DeChico. The river card is a jack, and Salvatore Bonavena becomes the first Italian champion on the European Poker Tour. Takes down Prague in season 5 of the tour, December 2008. Massimo DeChico, the runner-up, cashing for 445,000 euros. Bonavena gets 774 grand, plus the title and the trophy, and a place in the EPT history books. Fast forward to 2022, we find ourselves back in Prague with the PokerStars European Poker Tour and day 3 of this year's main event from King's Casino at the Hilton Prague. James Hartigan, Nick Walsh.
Hello, hello.
And back inside with a new lineup at the feature table as the players return from dinner break.
Them so they can read them. And also please push the chips and cards just a bit forward so I can reach them as well. Thank you.
Comply. So yes, finally, it's taken a while, but we are putting Tonka where he belongs on the main stage. Parker Talbot among the players at our new feature table, along with another Canadian hero, Nick, Tim Adams.
Let's go.
Yes.
Poker action on the way, ladies and gentlemen. Strap in. It's going to be a wild ride.
Obviously, Tim Adams has had a lot of success in high rollers and super high rollers. Came second in the first ever EPT online main event back in 2020. Parker, of course, made the final table of Prague in 2018, the year it was not streamed.
7 pounds.
Just to confirm as well, James, we had an EPT online back-to-back champion, didn't we?
We did indeed.
2 in a row. Can you believe it?
I can, because it happened. So we're coming back with a 15K big blind. We've had an under-the-gun raise from Tonka with 5-4 suited. Tim Adams is in the cutoff with ace-king.
I think we know where this is going, you guys. I think it might be time for a 3-bet.
10. Raise 85,000.
We talked them up, and now they're in a hand together. Love to see it.
The re-raise is to 85,000. Elisard has folded the button. Small blind. Now, De Almeida was the chip leader at one point today, has 1.4 million right now. Parker started the hand with more than 1.6 million.
Yeah, Tonka's still without glasses. If you feel like he's staring at the stack, he is, because he literally can't see how much it is.
Folds to the 3-bet. Tim Adams wins that pot. 45 players remaining. 45 players returning for the penultimate level of day 3. Still 3 hours of poker to play today. And these are the stacks. These are the seat positions of the 8 players at this new feature table. So confirmation that Tonka is the biggest stack at this table. May not be the overall chip leader right now. I think Javier Gomez probably still sits in the catbird seat right now. 10K, 15K, the blinds.
I think it was something in the region of 2.4, 2.5, 2.6.
Yes.
Absolutely monstrous stack after that last pot just before we went on dinner break.
So a reminder that we're not playing to a specific target tonight. We are playing 6 levels, and this is the 5th level of the day. So we'll probably finish just after midnight tonight. Come back and do it all over again. Tomorrow, by the way, we are planning to get down to the final 9.
Yeah. Got a lot of hours to get through tomorrow to do so, but as this was a record-breaking EPT, see how it goes. See if we can get there. Do you feel like we're on pace right now, James?
I do.
Okay, good.
I do think we're on pace to have another long day tomorrow, which will get us down to near enough a final table.
Yeah.
And then to try and get down to maybe 4 players on Saturday, and then get down to a winner late morning, early afternoon on Sunday the 18th.
All right, excellent. I mean, guys, I have never seen anything before like it in my life, but our guy, James Hartigan, absolute expert at estimating these sorts of things. Guys, he's got a real eye for it. He's got a system.
I have a spreadsheet.
He has a spreadsheet.
With my infamous widget.
That's right. And if you want to know how long a tournament's going to take, in levels, in hours, in minutes, and seconds, he's the guy. He knows what's up.
So like a 7 or something.
You will see it on the TV. Above.
Oh, yeah, you'll see it on TV, that old chestnut.
We playing 7 deuce game?
Yeah, 10 again.
Pierre de Almeida playing more than 100 bigs.
Game against me as well.
You're a big plenty.
This is a great table. Love to see a little bit of chatting. Love to see a little bit more dynamic movement at the table. couple of laughs, couple of memes, couple of big pots. Man, I really, really want Tonka to win this tournament. And Connor in second. Just kidding, Connor.
7 pass.
But that would be quite a good final table, wouldn't it, guys?
9 pass.
All right, folding around. Jack 6 suited in the bin. Sod in the hijack now. Queen 8 off
2 pass.
in the bin as well.
3 pass.
De Almeida doesn't want to play it. Here we go. Here's a hand. Ace, queen off. Dealer button.
Raise 35,000.
35K to go.
Thank you.
Nice and small from position. Uh-oh. Ceci in the big blind. Ace 10 suited. Look at the stack depth here, guys. This is going to be a very, very tricky stack depth to play. Looks like he's cutting out a 3 bets.
Dana wants to know, did Nick do the giveaway yet?
First of all, it wasn't a giveaway. Second of all, I should highlight this was a personal competition that I was running for my personal fans and in no way associated with PokerStars. Third of all, I haven't looked through all the submissions, so you guys have to, I'm going to look out through the submissions when I'm actually off stream and I'll decide who's going to get the prize. Fear not, it's on the way. I have 2 favorites so far though, so.
Clear all in.
Oh, keep an eye out.
Ace, queen, all in. And Ceci will fold the ace 10.
Good tables. No flops.
Yeah, no flops.
Marissa on the chat says, Nick, how do you feel about rabbit hunting?
Your Pokerstars qualifier.
Zach, wait for the
Yeah,
table
have a
talk.
bigger hand, I think.
I think.
T-shirt as well on jumper, sorry. Is that okay?
Yeah.
Or he's
Flop-
crazy bluffing, you know? He did the
Flops
same
are
thing.
overrated. We will see
Sure.
it. Overrated.
So we just all make a pact to not see any flops, no calling before the flop allowed?
You're going to be small blind.
Agreed.
Let's just switch it up to limit.
All right, how do I feel about rabbit hunting? I think it's a waste of time. I don't see the point.
Wonder what's the most runner, like limit hold'em.
If you, how about this for a rule? You can rabbit hunt if you tip the dealer a set amount. There has to be a minimum tip that you give to the dealer in order to see the turn and or river. And everyone has to be in agreement. Then it's probably okay. Otherwise, I think it's a waste of time, honestly.
Tim Adams has opened with 6s.
3 pass.
What is Ellie Sard doing?
5 pass. Yeah.
Ooh, hello.
Cool.
Ceci wants to get involved with the Queen 10 off SB.
And we have a flop.
Huzzah! We like flops.
That's 3 cards, right?
It's exciting.
Very exciting. That flop is ace 9-4. I mean, I'm very happy we have a flop, Nick. Slightly disappointed that literally no one has connected with it.
Yeah, these are the spots we actually love to see because Tim Adams is just a sincerely incredible poker mind. And these are tough spots. These are tricky spots to navigate. But if you can get into the mind of a player such as Tim Adams, see behind the curtain, so to speak, watch what he does because it's usually the right thing to do.
Bet 35,000.
He's going to continue 35,000 into 120, nice and small. Again, I really like this this flop sizing in multi-way pots. We were just talking about this just before the last break. I don't think you need to size your bets the same as if this was a heads-up pot where you might be going closer to 1/3 or something of that ilk, I think you get the same kind of response with a smaller sizing there and risking less when there is more things that can change with players to act behind you.
655K for Tim Adams, just over 40 big blinds. Need to send in the PokerStars investigative unit. I want to know what Ellie Sard is doing on the side table. I have a suspicion.
2 pass.
It looks as though he's tapping on a device of some sort.
Now, the players were asked when they sat down at the feature table to surrender their electronic devices, smartphones, smartwatches.
6 pass. 7 pass.
No more flop. Rules are rules.
Okay, so Ellie Sard did actually hand a phone in, but it seems that he has a second phone, which he's currently using at the feature table.
Yeah, openly as well.
And I'm going to say that's not on. And understandably, it has been spotted, and that phone is now being confiscated.
Yeah, quite right. That's not game. That's not cool. I mean, when you're asked as well, can you hand over your phone? I don't think having a second one is excusable, really. You just kind of go. I think I understand you guys don't want me to have a phone. It's not okay for me just to have a second phone.
Not in the spirit of the game, Sard.
Wait, 35,000.
Hello. Pocket tens here for De Almeida.
The players, by the way, for the avoidance of doubt, are asked to surrender electronic devices, plural, to cover iPads, phones, smartwatches, and any other communication devices. Headphones also not allowed.
This is when he whips out his BlackBerry and goes, "Oh, I didn't think BlackBerries counted."
Well, they quite frankly don't. Do they still work?
Might be tempted just to 4-bet jam this one. 85K in the pot, plus all the dead money, including that initial raise. Just flats. Just flats. Very interesting. Board does come ace high. Great flop for ace king.
Crash zoom.
Crash zoom. The drama. Production team getting a little bit creative there.
Check.
Ace king checked over to De Almeida.
Bet 80,000.
80,000. A little bit over 1/3 pot here on the ace high board. Very interesting, given the raise call dynamic pre-flop. The 3-bet flat from UTG.
Tom raising a good point, by the way, that we did even go to the length. Just in the interests of perception of game integrity, we demanded that Tom hand over his VCR and cathode ray tube TV as well. Sard now better than a 9-1 favorite.
Pocket tens now with a fair few outs, including, of course, that rivered set.
Check.
Is it coming in ocho or a 10? It's an ocho. 7, 8, 9, 10 jack, the straight for De Almeida. Of course, any single 10 is a straight on this board. So with about pot behind, I think De Almeida just puts him in here, right? He's got exactly pot behind him. I don't think an all-in here is outside the realms of possibility, and why not? You just go for all of it and hope that he's got ace-king, ace-jack, pocket aces, pocket jacks. Any of that will do. He's all in.
That's 200.
All in to call. Nope, 200K. Not quite all in.
I don't know, James. It's one of those spots like, I feel like the 3-bet can be plenty of 10x. It's not crazy for him just to have a random 10 here. Not at all. Not even a little bit. Plus, of course, the hearts are there, too.
I mean...
Does make the call.
Sard finds the call and wins a not insignificant pot, 770,000. He's going to add 365K to his stack.
James, I've said it before. I'll say it again. This is why poker is not profitable for good players. Thank you, chat. I know you'll support me in this. I love you, Twitch chat.
Good luck, buddy.
Thank you for indulging me.
You're going to be big blind this hand.
Okay.
15 and 15.
Big Deal O'Neill does. Big Deal O'Neill says, Nick said it before and he'll say it again.
He's like, get me the fuck out of here.
So Sard has just been balanced off the feature table.
Oh dear.
4 5.
Maybe he's just
by
nervous.
the way, see TV phone, yeah?
TV tab. Sorry?
No.
Okay.
She's talking shit about you.
With my
Do you think?
Yeah.
imaginary friend.
For sure.
30K pass.
What's his name?
Blue.
Blue.
There you go.
Oh, I keep coughing into the mic. That's not nice.
Come on, yeah, all the time is a good timing.
Pass.
Oh, you don't play?
No, I can't play against you.
Which one's this? Oh, that's
Oh, come on. What did you show?
King.
King of Hearts. And it is the worst card.
No.
Come on. You play only...
The worst card? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
It's true, actually.
That's right, John. The good news for Sard is he will get his various phones back.
Multiple phones. I don't know, if I took a beat like that, I feel like maybe coming off the table isn't really a penalty as much as a bit of a blessing, right? You're like, I don't want to be here anymore. I'm just going to go. I'm going to go see if I can get a double where people don't have to watch what's going on.
I imagine he'll receive a friendly reminder to comply with the rules of the game in future. I don't think it requires anything more than that.
Yeah, I think so too. Seems pretty reasonable. Hijack now, Queen 7 suited for Kalev.
What's that? They're building a giant wicker man in the corner of the room and they're going to put Ellie Sard in it?
Raise 30,000. Pass. Oh, thank you.
Kleiper and Drozd. And a king, queen, 9 flop with 2 diamonds.
Check.
Top pair versus bottom pair. Come on, where's the 8?
The ace probably enough to merit another check from the king 8. Seems good. You don't want to be betting into an ace jack here, an ace 10 here, an ace 5 suited here.
Bet 35,000. Well,
Makes the call.
thank you.
Let's have us a river card, which is a deuce.
Last showdown, both check. And King 8 will take this pot down, 155K.
Down to 43 players, 2 eliminations this level. All right, Nicholas. Hazami has an actual strategy question for you.
Okay, I'm ready.
Just kind of pointing out that it was written in capital letters. How many big blinds do you think you need to effectively set mine in a 3 to 4-way pot with a small pair like threes?
That's an excellent question, and actually you've hit on the important topics there. So first of all, technically speaking, you're only going to flop a set like 1 in 7 times, something like that, about 14% of the time, something like that. So you do want a decent number of big blinds effectively if you're going to call. And effectively, I mean in the sense that the effective stack depth should be greater than at least sort of 10x. The more the better, because it's a hand where you want to win a lot when you hit something that happens very infrequently. The more players in the pot, the more likely you are to get paid when you hit your set, so that's of benefit. However, flatting with a pair like pocket threes with lots of players stacked behind you when you're shallow is usually a mistake, because the action behind you can force you to fold more frequently, which means you don't see a flop. You're investing chips that you're forced to fold a little bit too often. So in those situations, buddy, if you're closing the action in a 3 or 4-way pot, it kind of doesn't really matter unless you're ridiculously short. You can come along assuming that when you actually are going to hit the flop, you're going to be 3 or 4 ways and you're going to get paid a lot of the time when you connect. But if you are early on, you probably should be folding the threes the shallower you get. There are other factors that come into it as well. Obviously, ICM might be a consideration if you're on the final table too, but it's there's no easy way to answer that specifically, really, because, again, it really depends on your position, and that will greatly impact the number of effective big blinds that are required to make the call.
So we had an open here from De Almeida on the button with ace-8. Drojd has decided to move all in from the small blind, which gets a fold from De Almeida.
Big all-in. I start to call you the all-in man.
For bet all-in all the time.
Ellie the Ninja picking up on some Harrington here. He's absolutely right. Harrington suggests that you should have at least 25 big blinds to make set mining worth it. I think it depends on what context, though, I should say as well, Ellie. So I should also say that if you're going to play, if you're playing cash games, it's much, much more important that you have a lot of big blinds behind it in order to make that profitable. In tournament poker, we can take some more risks, obviously, because we are forced to accumulate chips as the blinds increase. So it is slightly different depending on the actual format that you're playing too. I'm not saying that I think 10 big blinds behind is enough. Really, what I'm saying is that it needs to be a considerable number over the amount that you would expect to hit on average in order to make it profitable, because you're not always going to get paid when you do hit. So, you know, having 20 big blinds behind or something like that might be good.
Well, I have to say, Nick, I'm with Tony Rose 11, who says that was way too in-depth. Just smash the call button and pray. Absolutely.
Yep.
Man after my own heart, Tony.
Tony, you're not wrong, buddy. There's nothing wrong with that either. It's poker, you know. I think people like simple answers, but really the reason why poker is so interesting is because it always kind of depends.
Bino says, just managed to take down the mini EPT 8 game. Time to luck box a Paris main event seat now. Good luck to you, Bino. Let us know how you got on in the satellite, and congratulations for winning that 8 game. That was the first of today's mini EPT Prague online tournaments. 3 more tomorrow. Paris satellite tickets added to the prize pool of every single one. Ace 9-6. Bet of 40k from Kleiper, and the bet's going to get through. Ori Kleiper, watching on YouTube, says it makes me nervous to watch my dad. Ha 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 ha. Your dad's doing fine.
8 pass. 9 pass. Raise 30.
Pocket nines for De Almeida.
4 pass.
Going to open up this pot for 30K. Parker on the button here, 1.59 millis.
All right, Captain Birdseye, what are we doing? He's calling. And we are going heads up to the flop.
Oh, I don't care.
Oh, that's you were there.
King 8-5, top pair for Tonka.
A little bit of fighting talk there from De Almeida. Parker tries to kindly inform him of his starting stack. He just goes, you know what, I don't care. I really don't care.
Bet 65.
Bet of 65,000 into a pot of 100,000.
Oh man, I really like this bet size from Parker. I think he knows exactly what he's targeting, and I think pocket nines is definitely part of that range. De Almeida, having already indicated he doesn't care how much Parker has, is never going to fold nines. He does not want to be exploited. He doesn't care how much he got. He's playing this pot. He's going to play it aggressively.
Check.
Check.
Checks a second time.
$230K in the middle. What's the size, Parker?
Some of that and a fisherman's friend.
160K, she says. Yep, 160 bags.
Call.
That's a call.
How much is it, sorry?
160.
I love it. I have no idea how much the bet is, but I'm calling it.
What did I say?
Receive, my friend. All the time you bet, you bet, you bet.
Oh, it's the perfect payoff card, James. It's the perfect payoff card.
I mean, if the guy has no idea how much the bet is, you might as well just move all in.
I honestly don't know about that speech play either. I feel like De Almeida is kind of indicating exactly what he has. He's like, you're too aggressive, my friend.
I mean, go for maximum value.
Yeah, you just
call first, ask how much you've lost later.
You absolutely punish this river. Parker might even slight overbet this one. He might even go for like 600K here.
Yeah, overbet.
Not good.
10.
Definite overbet time.
275.
Bet.
All right, he goes closer to half pot, 275K.
Of course, there is the prospect that De Almeida does something other than call, and maybe De Almeida blasts off here.
Wow.
Just wondering if the 275 feels too much like a value bet. Maybe it's not big enough to make it look bluff heavy, but Tonka is a sensational poker player, so I default to his decision making here.
Call.
Makes the call. Shows him the good news.
How can you be lucky on that? Wow.
Thanks.
Parker stacks it up.
That is a huge pot for Tonka.
Let's go, Team Tonka.
Up to 2.16 million, closing in on the 150 big blind mark.
What's river? Wow.
De Almeida has dropped down to 1.24 million, now third in chips at this particular table. Seven-handed right now on the main stage, 43 players remaining from 1,267 total entries in this record-breaking EPT Prague main event. Ellie the Ninja is predicting Tonka for another Prague final table. 2 times in 4 years. Won't be bad.
I'm so down for that.
3 pass.
Galmieda seems kind of shook up.
4 pass.
Not happy with how that hand went down. Parker straight back in there, coming from the cutoff, queen 10 off.
No, you wouldn't. You wouldn't.
Dirty, dirty stacks.
Ceci starts the pot with 655K on the button, ace 9 off.
Green, 80 pounds.
He's going to put in a slightly less than 3x.
Let me ride the rush.
Yes. Because now it's enough. No, I didn't.
No, he didn't show. He didn't show. I genuinely, I swear I didn't see anything. Even if he tried to show me, I genuinely didn't see.
Last time.
I tried to see, yeah.
It's finished. Stop the race.
Me stop race?
Yeah.
Because of this? No.
Okay, dinner break, I said.
You've had your dinner break.
I'll take another dinner.
Bed break.
No,
bed.
I ate a lot. I ate a lot.
Classic dad move.
I won't take another.
We had a dinner break, half an hour of play. Now I get my second dinner.
Take a sleep.
Do we have a dessert break? Is there a dessert break? I had the dinner.
Great.
Classic dad move.
4 pass.
Little bit nervous.
Very. Very much so.
5 pass.
Lots of money for first place, you know? Lots of money for
It's a lot.
43rd place.
Raise, 35. 7 pass. Call. 9 pass.
Hello, Growler Poker in the chat. Live poker's so rigged. Of course it's rigged for Stars Pros.
5-4 suited, calling out of the small blind, heads up to the flop, which is Jack 8-6.
A little bit of a gutter ball here for Clipper.
I did like this.
I imagine it's probably pronounced Clipper. Ceci obviously in position though. Hey, shout out to Black Elf in the chat as well. One of our Platinum Pass winners. Be seeing you very shortly, sir. Bet Nicole. Oh, 9 of diamonds doesn't actually improve Clipper's hand here. However, it very likely will slow down Ceci's action here. Does he have a second bullet is the question. Nope, 2 checks as expected, and the 7 on the river will change it. Clipper now with
4,
the straight.
5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Bonus points for the extra card in the straight.
Absolutely, yeah.
Bet 50,000.
50K, a little bit less than 1/3 pot on this river.
Pass.
Yeah, I think you're losing to a whole lot of stuff there. Feels good just letting the ace-queen go. Don't mind the c-bet on the flop. That also seems legit. On to the next one.
Ari Clipper playing 1.36 million, a 90 big blind stack. I think that's a fair point. The 6-card straight at least warrants a bonus snack. If he's not getting another dinner, there's got to be something. I'm sure there's some of that pizza left under the hot lamp.
4 pass, 5 pass.
Sessi in the hijack here, ace-10 of spades. I mean, if you're not playing this from the hijack, then what are you doing with your life? Let's be real.
7 pass. 8 pass.
Green stack.
650.
Thank you.
Timothy Adams has the dominating hand here, ace-jack.
Raise 115.
And he is 3-betting from the small.
115.
Makes it 115,000. Gets a fold from De Almeida in the big blind. Action back on Sessi. Tim Adams' re-raise gets through. Tonka first to act here.
Ace-queen off seems good. UTG, the earliest of positions at this table, but still obviously a combo you're going to be putting into your range here a lot of the time. Gonna raise it up.
7 pass, 8 pass. 9 pass. 3 pass. 4 pass.
Most philosophical question of the day comes from Doody on Twitch. What do we get on PokerStars watching by watching the stream?
I'll tell you what, you get this one for free, buddy. You're banned. The bans come free. You get all of this fantastic commentary. You get all of this brilliant information coming from some of the greatest poker minds on the planet live on your camera, played hand for hand, cards up, all the way to the thrilling final, playing for 1 million euros up top. What more do you want, sir? What more?
8 pass. 9 pass.
It's Kalev who's opened here with Queen, Jack of Hearts. Rounds the blinds.
4 pass.
Hey, can I get a, when the server comes, I just want still water. Yeah, if you show them this.
Zeddy in the chat says, including coverage from recreational players such as Maria Ho. Stop it. Leave her alone. I love Maria. She's not a recreational. Stop it. You do also get to listen to the dulcet tones of James Hardigan. That's also true.
Well, Tonka defended his big blind with 3s, folds to the C-bet from Kalev.
Seems good.
Meanwhile, we've seen a couple of bust outs from the outer tables, taking us down to 41 players now. Peter Kalev comfortably playing a 62 big blind stack.
Yeah. The average has got to be very significant at this point, James, right? We're still playing some very deep stack poker on average.
Yeah, I mean, I can't do off the top of my head. I know that when we came back from dinner, we were at a 55 big blind average, and obviously the blinds haven't gone up, but we've lost 4 players. So, yeah.
Yep.
It's going to be around the 60 to 65 big blind mark. That is deep.
Yep, sounds about right. We've traveled very far to get to the 41 players, but obviously the pace of play now going to start slowing up as we're getting to the final, those ultimate luxury blind levels. Lots and lots of play, plenty of opportunity to navigate your way around these 50, 60 big blind average stacks. As we see Tim Adams raising the sevens from the hijack, Almeida 8-9 suited in the cutoff. Did seem a little bit frustrated by the pot that he played against Tonka just now. Had to call with nines on the paired king river. Tonka did very well to win a significant pot there. Kevin in the chat asked, Nick, what are they playing down to today? We're not playing down to any particular number. That's not important. We're playing through all the levels that we want to today. In fact, I believe we have one more level after this.
We do, yes.
One more level after this one is over, and that will be the end of the day, whenever that comes. We have no targets, simply the number of levels that we wish to get through, and we will proceed thereafter.
Check. Ten.
45.
Bet.
Eights still good here. Sevens also an overpair to the board, and Tim Adams betting 45,000. Meanwhile, guess whose ears were burning, Nick? He heard the banhammer was coming down on Twitch. Joe Stapleton couldn't wait to be part of the action.
Unlike Thor's hammer, it can be wielded by literally anyone. You don't have to be worthy in the slightest.
I was taller.
I mean, not literally anyone. We don't give power to, let me just pick a name at random, trance music or what headset.
No, you're right. It's not anyone, but you certainly don't have to be special.
10.
I thought it was special. Ceci raises, Adams calls, this hand going to the turn. Jack of hearts. Ceci now a 95% favorite.
You know what I say, James? The jack is like the sevens of letter cards. So this is almost like turning a set.
Except it's not, because Adams is down to 5% equity.
It's not over yet. Okay. You have to believe you have a set first. If Tim Adams jammed here like any good player would with a set, these eights would fold.
Boogie 23 asking if Mustard Ramon is still in. Nope. He became Mustard in 95th place as Tim Adams calls this bet of 105,000. This hand going to the river.
Big old gulp there from Ceci.
Eight still good. Four diamonds pairs the board.
Check.
If Tim shoves here, does Ceci call?
No, definitely not.
Does Tim feel he needs to bet
No,
here?
I think this is, yeah, a very clear check back.
And eights are good. That is a huge dent in Tim Adams' stack.
Double check it. See, he thinks maybe sevens.
He has sevens or something.
6, maybe.
Did Parker just call his hand out?
Yes, he did, yeah. Tonka, 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 Tonka.
Tonka.
Blind Ceci now 57 big blinds, 860,000 chippies.
Now, normally I would ignore a comment like this.
I love when you say stuff like that, Joe.
So someone just asked, is Tonka wearing makeup? And I would typically ignore a comment like that. But Tonka tweeted that his mother told him to go out and get some makeup to cover the bags under his eyes. And now I'm wondering, is Tonka wearing makeup?
Tonka, your skin is glowing. It looks radiant. Are you doing something different?
Did she also suggest lipstick and eyeliner?
We need a nice big close-up of Tonka. I mean, maybe a bit of powder.
It does look like there's some powder.
I mean, he has also slept since last night, guys. Let's not forget that. I assume he did at least. I know he was really tired yesterday. Was looking quite tired at the table.
I guess it's not really anybody's business if he is. So I'm not gonna,
Joe,
beat a dead horse, but
maybe he's born with it.
Maybe he is born with it, or maybe,
just maybe. Summer, no, that is not Javi at the table. That's a real needle towards Javi, so let's not go there.
honestly, dead horses are the only ones you should be beating.
Just Fold Pre says, sleep versus makeup. One of these two has a slight mathematical advantage.
All right. Who said that?
Just Fold Pre.
Just Fold Pre.
Very
well
good.
Played.
Very good.
Come on, Timothy Adams. Get some chips back.
We do like Timothy Adams. No offense, Ceci.
Good job, chat. Man, chat's really on point today. I love you guys. Well done. You guys are chatting up a storm today. Mr. Adams.
We're Adamses.
We're going to take action against that guy, Joe. You've got to take action against the guy who asked the original question.
What did I miss? Oh, yeah. Yeah, I'm not even banning it for inappropriateness. It's just not
funny.
It's just not funny. It's just not. It's just lame.
$40 players remaining. That means down to the final 5 tables. Halfway through the penultimate level of the day. The last EPT of 2022. Obviously, we've got the full schedule out for EPT 2023, but the first major live event of the new year will be the PSPC, the PokerStars Players No Limit Hold'em Championship, part of PCA 2023, being streamed live on Twitch and YouTube from January 30th to February 3rd. A reminder that the 5 days before that, you'll have live coverage of the 10K PCA main event. So a 10-day live stream coming your way from the 25th of January on the PokerStars Twitch and YouTube channels.
Any beer?
I'll get one.
Let's go. 2 beers, please.
Drinks order being made.
My man.
I think check there.
Let's go. Now we're playing poker, boys.
She asked, do you want Corona or
Star Promen.
yeah.
Thank you.
TV table about to get a lot more chatty. Let's get it.
Not crazy about the pronunciation of Stara-Promen there, but whatever.
Hit us with it, Joe.
Oh, I have no idea.
Stara-Promen.
I just assumed that Tonka's not getting it right.
Stara-Promen.
Timothy Adams starting it off with ace-10 suited.
Panthy in the chat says, wait, can we say anything to the commentators as long as we add Kappa at the end? I'm not going to say that's true, but a Kappa goes a long way, buddy. It really does here on Twitch.
Kleiper.
Defends
with pocket threes and flops 3 overcards. But they're 2 of the least bad overcards to flop with pocket threes. There's only one real overcard out there, and it missed Tim Adams. who bet and got called. That's another overcard. Also misses Tim Adams. Also not one you'd expect Tim Adams to have too many of, raising from under the gun. And Kleiper with a 3 of spades, and that's a flush draw. Cool Auto asks, could you please announce current payout? Thank you. Okay, hold on. Current payout.
Nice. That was a good pronunciation.
Yep. Thank you for your request. You're welcome.
Where are you from, my friend?
I'm French, but I live in Spain.
Okay, you do sound French when you speak.
Kleiper leading out this time. Not leading out, but betting.
Where do you come from?
Canada.
Canada. Oh, but you talk French?
No.
No,
Only in the French part.
In the French part.
One province.
3 annoying hands in a row
Only
for
one
Adams, says D. Coot. I would agree.
Yeah, a couple tough ones there for Tim.
Welcome. Hello. New boss.
You trade small stack for small stack. Soon to not be small stack. Last time I said that to someone, I doubled them up right away. So, I'm due to lose one.
I'm going to copy and paste this advice from Quintessential One over to Tim Adams. He probably needs to hear this. He hasn't been the aggressor post-flop, and it's hurt him.
I think Tim needs to,
I gotta
Tim
send
needs
this
to hear
to
it.
Tim.
Yeah.
Tim, it's what is it that Will Jaffe does? A tough conversation. You gotta have a tough conversation with Tim Adams.
You know, Tim's a good player. Constructive criticism, something he works with on a daily basis. He can take it. Five for off for Kleiper.
Well, let's hope Tim Adams is the aggressor this time, because that's been hurting him.
He's not even in the pot, Joe, so he's really dropping the ball here on this.
Tim Adams is not in this pot?
Oh, sorry.
You're aggressive.
Let's see if he gets the message, Joe.
With my friend. I'm not aggressive with my friend. He tells me it's my board. I make bets. I have good hand.
Yeah, you touch.
I mean, catch
You
good
didn't lie,
credit.
so
Huh?
you didn't lie, so you was not. So
No lying. I didn't lie yet.
You never lie for the moment.
For the moment, yeah. No need to lie. They give me good cards.
Yeah, clearly.
He lies
Nice little-
only when his mouth moving, not all the time.
When I'm quiet, I'm not lying.
When you're asleep, when you drink. We'll see soon. You're gonna get a beer.
Yes.
We'll see if you continue lie or.
Elka Nuts. Somebody tell Joe the Israelis guy's name is pronounced Kleiper. The second everyone from every other country pronounces my name exactly, Joseph Stapleton, with no accent. No Stapleton. Nope, sorry. Then you can start correcting me on the way that I say other people's names.
Welcome to the
It's unreal.
Just Stapleton.
I don't correct people when they say
But I have to hope that I don't get drunk off of 2 beers.
Jean instead of Joe. No, it's Joe. Jean? No, it's Joe. Jean. Sorry, it's Joe.
Are you sure it's not Just Stapleton?
People need to get over themselves.
Just Stapleton?
This isn't Duolingo.
Just Stapleton.
45.
Hello, pocket tens in the cutoff. For Kalev here.
Seems like a big raise, 45,000. What are we at right now for blinds?
125.
to 125,000. 8, 9,
125,000. Shornikov. All right, cool. Some new blood here. We got a boss. We got a real boss here.
No more greens on the other side, right?
No. Good.
Parker's going to make the call here. Going to try and flop that set.
Message to my wife.
Chat, say it with me. 5, 5, 5.
Wait, why are we rooting against Kalev?
Because we want
Just
Tonka to win.
message to
Team
my wife,
Tonka.
Because if she called me,
Tonka very unlikely to win this hand.
yeah, exactly. So I send a message.
bets, 90,000. 90.
Parker going nowhere. Parker parking it for right now. Parking it right here in this pot.
Sir, you can't park there.
Queen ball. Parker checks.
I feel like pocket tens. Could go either way here. I think I prefer a check here. Control the pot, the size of the pot. Prevent you from getting check raised when you got some equity. Got showdown and the draw. Feels like a check on the turn a lot for me. Yep, makes the check. Four of clubs doesn't change a whole lot. Parker's actually got showdown with the fives as well. Obviously still beating hands like ace-king, maybe hands like ace-10. Just wondering, does Tonka ever like go into like God mode and realize he needs to turn pocket fives into a bluff here?
Of course he does. I don't mean every time. I don't mean necessarily this time, but does he ever? Yeah. He's definitely contemplating something other than checking. Does land on check. Kalev wondering the same thing, coming to the same conclusion.
Yeah. Tonka's got quite a lot of showdown there. I don't think he turns that into a bluff too often unless he's got a real specific read. But I think Joe's right. The possibility exists.
Pitar, 1.1 million. 76 big blinds. Solid.
I'm big.
Solid as a rock.
Water is important here. When you think about it, yeah.
Water's the key to life. You don't really have to think about it that much.
Oh. You have 125, 150?
Water is the essence of life.
Thank you.
Drozid under the gun. 4-3 suited. All right, this is kind of funky.
Who's that Zoolander? Wetness is the essence of water, and water is the essence of life.
Something like that. Sharnikov, 7-4 off in the small. That's an easy. Bye. Ooh, ace-9 by De Almeida, though. That is an easy defend. Although, against an under-the-gun raise, oh my goodness. 4-3 suited. The under-the-gun steal. Rosed.
Wee-wah.
You guys just got drawsed.
Cheers, buddy.
Little star of Promen for you.
Tink.
When we get the water, we'll do salute also. But we need the water for this.
Where's Tonka making a face like he doesn't like beer?
Something that makes noise.
Noin? Noin.
I feel like Kleeper's not a fan of drinking.
No, Tonka's the one who made a face when he drank the beer.
I know, but Kleeper was making a comment about water and about cheersing water or something.
30.
1 hour later, Tonka's on the table.
Timothy Adams making it 30,000 with ace-8 suited. Gets through to the big blind. And that's Raw's 2 folds, Jack deuce suited.
The first hand since we arrived here. That's the first hand since we arrived here, I think. You took.
No, I took some at the beginning.
Yeah.
Lunix asks, nice to see some real beer on the table. Top tier opinions.
Yeah.
Nick, you have opinions, right?
I do.
Me too. Thank you for your question.
Other tables I've been at. The other tables I've been at in the tournament, I have ran good and fun. Of course, I mean, all of us, we're all here.
I'd run super bad.
Man, how lucky to get a seat draw.
Like I said, only when you
start today.
Next to Tim Adams, if you want to be chatty.
Open your mouth, you're lying.
He's just a guy.
I think I've said it.
He's just a guy that is gonna. You talk to him, he's gonna talk back to you. He's not gonna ignore you.
Yeah.
And you didn't order water for me. I had to do it by myself. It's very sad.
I asked for beer. Sorry.
I know.
7-6 suited for Kelliper.
No, it's here.
Kelliper.
I'm gonna get it for you.
No. Why? Because I'm in a hand?
Well, it's like lingering over.
It's okay.
Kleeper's daughter appears as in the chat, or maybe son. Depends what Ori is.
What do you mean not?
Looks maybe a girl avatar. Anyway, says her dad never drank alcohol.
Not with this hand.
Okay.
No, that was the vibe I was getting. That kind
Yeah.
of makes sense. Yeah, he was sort of saying, I don't want to drink anything that's going to impair my thought process. Totally understandable. Not taking a shot at him for it. Seems reasonable. Tonka kind of goes the other way. I sometimes think Tonka needs a drink just to stave off the boredom. My guy's used to playing a lot of poker really fast. And also, I should say as well, he's actually a very honest individual.
Yeah, he's not much of a liar.
No.
Why do I need to?
Despite these outlandish claims being made at the table.
Cheers.
Ari Kleeper there, 100 big blinds, got a really nice stack.
On TV, so now it says.
Cheers in the water.
Don't go crazy here with the water now. Who's driving later?
The company has been a pleasure. Not so much the. If it was a little more even with the poker results.
I know. It's okay. Chip in a chair, and you know it better than all of us, so it's okay.
I mean, I know chip in a chair better than everyone. I invented it.
Where do you live?
I'm from Canada originally.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah. I spend most of my time in Canada and also in Finland. I go there because my wife is from there.
Your wife is Finnish?
Yeah. So, yeah, we spend our time in Canada, Finland, the UK as well.
So you speak Finnish?
I mean,
it's a tough language.
Very little. I've studied it, but it's very hard.
Wow, it's so hard.
Pronunciation is very hard. But no, I don't speak. I can say some things, and I can understand a little.
Come on, you still don't speak Finnish?
I mean, you just sound like a doofus when you
Huh?
Just sounds so stupid when I'm saying it's so hard. The pronunciation is. Just...
Oh yeah.
Sorry, I'm just hanging out listening to this conversation.
No.
I have been missing the table talk. I'm enjoying this. I love a little bit of table talk. Kleeper seems like a really nice guy. Seems very personable.
It's cold. Also, Canada is cold.
Cold,
So,
yeah.
So
It's not so bad. It's just,
I like to see the players having a good time at the table.
Because it gets dark very early, like 4 p.m. and it's dark. That's depressing.
So like year round, right?
So
no, I mean, October, November are the worst. December, January.
Nightlife begins at 4. That's nice.
And then the summer, then it's bright.
Anybody else want to weigh in?
In Israel, it's an amazing weather.
I've heard, yeah. I've never been, but
it's amazing. It's so good. It's not cold. I love it.
I have to go one day.
It's an amazing place to be. Really.
I've heard very good things. Which city are you from?
It's a very small one, close to Haifa, if you've heard. It's in the north.
So that's why you're Maccabi Haifa fan.
Yeah. So I mean, it's a very small place, like a small village.
Okay.
Close to Haifa. Very good place.
Ace deuce versus queen jack. Ace high with a strong draw and already ahead. Check.
Didn't Maccabi Haifa? I mean, they had some. At least
mind.
They had some results and.
Yeah, they won Juventus.
Right. And they tied. Or?
One tie, one win.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was. For the expectations, it was brilliant.
Of course. Yeah. They were in a hard group too, right?
Yeah, it was with
PSG, Juventus, and
Benfica. That was tough. 4 points over there. It's like.
Yeah. So they qualified for Europa League then, or did they come third?
No, I think they got the same points as Juventus, but
goal differential. Yeah.
Kalev takes us down on the turn.
But now I'm waiting for Argentina to win.
Yeah.
I don't bet. I bet only once every 2 years, either in the Euro or in the. So I bet before it starts.
Okay.
Who would win and who would be the goal, the scorer. So I put 4 teams and 4 scorers.
Okay.
So I have Argentina and Messi alive.
Oh
Very
wow.
alive. So
very alive.
If they do it, I'm in good shape. I already insured it, so I can't lose.
Running good on the table and off.
Yeah, I'm also.
Put money on Mbappé now just to cut the losses if he wins.
Yeah, you hedge yourself.
And I'm gonna do it tomorrow, the same on France, and then I'm up, whatever happens.
Right.
So.
Not bad.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, Messi, Argentina winning. I mean, just
Messi
Messi.
is amazing.
I just want Messi.
Yeah, me too. I don't care about Argentina.
Yeah.
So brilliant. He so deserve it.
Yeah. Agreed.
Tim Adams is a pretty talented soccer player himself, if I remember correctly.
Oh, really? Parker decides to open up from the cutoff here with 9-7 off. Our friend Kleeper there with the ace-king off in the big blind. Love the sizing here as well, going really, really chunky given their deeper stack depths, and I think that is exactly what you want to do in that spot.
Yeah, what the hell?
3-bet the stars, pro.
That was messed up.
We're old guys. We are, we shake when we get to the cameras and stuff like this. It's very frightening.
Didn't look like you were shaking there. Maybe you only lie when your mouth opens.
UTG 8-6 suited. It is a pretty hand. It's a little bit on the wider side if you want to have that as an open. De Almeida, Jack 10 off in the bin.
So you do have a fold button.
What do you mean? I'm folding all the time.
Of course, all the time.
Excuse me. What do you mean? Should have folded this guy. 2-5.
On the button, ace-9 suited. Kalev gonna open up.
You should.
Tim Adams, big blind. Another one of those combos that might want to defend.
Should have just had 4s, you know?
Then it's easy
4 of a
fold.
kind. No, don't call him. Have enough make 4 of a kind.
Adams does make the call. Queen 3 suited. Going to be defended here in the big blind very frequently as we go to the flop.
Not the best flop for Queen 3 of spades. Only one spade out there.
I think I'd like to see a small continue from Kalev here. I think once we get to this effective stack depth, you want to have some much smaller continues, like 1/4 pot size. That kind of thing seems appropriate. It's not completely crazy for him to have a check as well, though. I don't hate that as well. I think mix between checking and betting here is cool. And that paired board on the turn means Kalev's still the best hand, but also picks up a heart draw.
Snastastic says, I missed 90s and early 2000 poker. They were so much more technically sound in their game.
We've really regressed over the years, haven't we, Joe?
It's like those guys that think the NBA was better before dunking. Used to have good fundamentals, pass the ball around.
Pivot.
None of this hot dogging it. You want to see a game of skill? Throw the ball from far away. Don't drop it in from above.
There's a check. This time Kalev decides he's going to put in a bet. What's the size, bro? There it is. As expected. Nice and small. It is a delayed continuation bet, but it's there regardless. I love it. I think this hand was played very well by Kalev. I really think it's a toss-up. It's probably indifferent between betting or checking flop there in the solver, but definitely approved. Very controlled. Nice pot. And our friend Tim Adams taking another very small hit. But if we know a man who's capable of spinning up a short stack and knowing what to do in these short stack spots, Tim Adams has tons and tons of experience in tournament poker and knows exactly what to do. Hopefully we can see our friend progress.
And the field's now down to 39, which is more like a high roller or a super high roller field. So he's going to feel more comfortable.
He was just waiting until they got in the zone there.
Yeah, he's going to be more comfortable in the 39-player field.
Yeah, he's got a lot more experience under 40 players starting. So the spin up begins now.
Nutty Hamish says, I miss 90s and early 2000 Twitch, you know, when there was no chat. So good.
Oh, chat, you're on fire today. Good job, everyone.
I miss when broadcasting was one-way communication. I really like that. I really like talking at people and not with them.
I was born in the fire, Joe.
Right.
It doesn't burn me. I'm
born in the dark.
I'm basically the Khaleesi of Twitch.
You had a live chat for your birth.
Exactly. It's been there. It's been there my whole life. You cannot burn the dragon.
And they're like, yeah, I've seen better heads.
No flop kind of guy.
This guy's a real cleeper.
Just cleeping along.
Kleptomaniac stealing like that. Hate to see it, asks how long we going tonight.
Any predictions for France, Argentina?
We got like another
it'll be
20 minutes on this level, and then a 15-minute break, and then another 90-minute level, and then we're done. It's practically knocking off early.
Mbappe is a machine. Griezmann plays his best tournament ever.
Out of
by the
nowhere.
way.
Yeah.
Out of nowhere. I'm playing good.
I think someone has to bust before the break.
7 race, 30 pounds.
Not you.
Sorry?
I said I think someone has to bust before the break.
Why?
It just feels like it has to happen, you know? I don't know. I think Mr. Timothy is looking good for it.
Wow.
You're very kind. You're very kind.
No, I'm just saying what I think will happen.
It seems like you are
I don't
very
want
close.
it to
You're very
happen.
close.
No.
Dude, Tim Adams just spent 25 minutes asking his dad about where he comes from. You think he's going to have anyone else's back at the table?
Yeah, it's just, you know, I feel like somebody has to bust. And he's
I feel something. I feel a double up from him.
I mean,
with a guy on the green hat. Double up for the guy from the green.
Is this a good flop for Ace King, Joe?
This is one of the best flops you can have with Ace King offsuit. Top 3.
I think it's a kind of like perfect final. I think two
Well, the perfect final would have been with Ronaldo because Messi, Ronaldo, but Portugal is not in the level of.
Yeah, they're not. I mean, I don't think it was ever. Of course, I mean, Portugal, like, they had a good pass. Maybe do this, but.
I don't know if he gets any action here, though, Joe.
Well, we had a few good players.
Yeah, I mean,
the young ones. The young ones are good, but
and, the defense is really good.
With no flush draw out there, is there an argument to just check this one time?
But it's a very probably it's the best.
I think when the hijack defends, you probably actually. Sorry, excuse me.
Big blind.
Sorry, I was going to say. In the big blind, I just feel like it's one of those spots. If you want to win any significant amount, you need him to have
Start
someone
building
on
the
the flop.
pot.
Yeah,
Okay, fair enough. Fair enough.
I hear what you're saying, man, but I think it's.
I mean, look, I'm playing the results here. I'm not.
I think I'd rather have a check back once in a while if I had like a top pair where it was a really dry board once in a while. Right?
They're supposed to have some piece of that a lot of the time.
I would say the
people are defending any king, any queen.
They're going to have some piece of that some of the time, I would say. They're going to have a lot of stuff that just completely whiffs too. So I think you just bet and hope that he just has bottom 2 or something like that, or has middle
9-10.
Middle pair turns 2 pair. That kind of thing would be the dream. You just got to start betting right there and then if you want to win a big stack. You don't. I don't think you're doing well enough in the spots where you try and trap.
Looks like an action hero.
Looks like what?
He said that your name sounds like an action hero. So I said you look also like an action
Yeah,
hero.
only because there's a fucking movie called Parker where Jason Statham is literally a fucking action hero.
And he looks good.
And he looks good, yeah. We share that. We have very similar physique.
Yeah, I think you were separated in birth.
I could be his younger brother for sure, yeah.
Obviously.
Parker's
like a twin brother, I think. But...
Parker's low-key getting rinsed out here, mate. This is unreal.
Two 5s from Kalev, raising ticket.
Fold. Now try to do it now when this Jason is in the.
He already just got my chips. 2 pens.
Yeah, but you didn't fold. I'm saying try to take it without a fight.
That's my fault, actually. You're right.
11 minutes, okay.
So I see the fine folding hand for under the gun.
I'll just take a walk.
A what? Okay.
Talking the big blind, obviously.
I have a problem with my earrings in my age, you know.
You're getting punished.
Rozvadov with the clangers.
Maybe I will be the true punisher.
Maybe.
I will not.
He will not. The Grim Cleaper.
No.
Playing very solid.
The ace king is offsuit. How can I play it? If it was suited.
That's fair.
Playing very solid.
Omega God says, this is the most active table talk I've seen in a while. Pretty entertaining. That's right. That's why you're not hearing much from me. Win-win. The commentators learn to pronounce the players' names correctly. Hey, Nick, what's this name? How do you pronounce this name right here?
Your band?
Your band. Oh my God, that's so close. It's actually your band, but I'm not gonna be a dick about it.
Yeah, right. I tried. I didn't get the pronunciation quite right.
Anyway, your band. Thank you.
Tricky one there. Kalev, UTG, ace 10 off, gonna open up this pot to 30K, the absolute min.
How much is it?
30,000.
Phil asks, seriously, should Tonka be talking during hands with live cards with people left to act?
You have a watch?
I guess by the strictest interpretation of the rules, probably not. But if you're not talking about the hand,
Yeah.
I don't think it's really that big of a deal.
Yeah, the multi-way pod situation is, it's kind of an honor system scenario, right? If there's a conversation going alongside, usually people tolerate it, as long as it's not about the hand or you're not trying to influence the action during the hand in play.
Almost done. I'm all in.
Oh my days. King balls again, is that 2 hands in a row?
I don't know if it's in a row, but it's damn close.
I think he has kings 2 hands in a row, isn't that right, chat?
Alameda. Given this a think, this feels like a few too many big blinds. What is it, 15K? So it's under 10?
Yeah, I think you're always folding there. So,
No, 10 would be 150K.
It's a little bit too deep.
I guess that feels like a lot of big blinds to just ship it then. That's why I was confused there.
Much better down there. Amazing timing.
Just wanted to shut it down.
For the first
Look,
hour.
as a guy that plays all their aces and kings that way, regardless of how deep I am, I can relate.
I mean, at this point, I don't think it's possible to get that many good hands. Man's gone from 400K to 1.5 mil with the 4-bet jam.
Yeah.
Cold. Literally. It's nice.
30?
Tim Adams, pocket tens, UTG +1 is going to raise off this very shallow stack, under 20 big blinds effective.
Sharnikov short also. Much worse shape than Tim.
Yeah, under 10 bigs, but I don't think Queen 8 suited is ever going to be in there. Does make the fold. De Almeida, 9-8 off, hijack. Makes the fold. Surely not kings again. Ace Queen suited this time.
I mean, what a run of cards.
I think he's just going to put him in here, Joe.
Yeah.
Or effectively, I should say.
You want to see all 5 cards in this situation. Doesn't put him in, though, look like. That was just a raise to 75 at 3-bet.
That's what, yeah. I mean, you know, an amount which is going to be a value that Adams is going to have to commit the rest with. The effective all-in.
I guess it's better to do that than
right. You don't want to ship
just
and then
in case someone ships over with Ace King or something.
You don't want to ship and then small blind wakes up with kings, big blind wakes up with aces or something silly like that. I think the 3-bet is just as good as an all-in against the effective stack of Adams in this situation.
On. All in.
Yeah, and a call, of course. We're going to the races, Joe.
We're going to the races.
Luck.
Thanks.
Hate to say it.
So don't.
Like Staropramen versus Budweiser. One of these two things has a slight mathematical advantage. Tim Adams, fairly more than slight advantage here. 60-40 is a pretty decent spot to be in. 40 is a big chunk.
Oh!
Set of 10s on the flop. One club, though.
You think so? You don't think it's coming like deuce of clubs?
Deuce of clubs.
Oh, Jack.
Darn card.
Of clubs, or king of clubs, or three of clubs.
Five of clubs.
Is a 7, and that leaves Drozid growing dead.
Thank you for
Drozid.
me.
I definitely didn't fold 10.
Camera.
Double up Timothy Adams.
Maybe you did.
And now's a good time to tell you. Oh, quads on the river.
We're gonna have a name for that pretty soon, Joe. As soon as my poll is over.
2 pair.
A name for when you have quads and you've got a pair in your hand. It's fine. We're gonna have the final answer on my Twitter.
Natural quads.
Natural quads. I think I'm leaning towards the Del Boy.
All right.
Got some chips to hang around.
All right. Well, now would be a good time to let you know the good news about Timothy Adams and his 34 big blinds, but also
It's not the moment.
we're getting a new feature table after the break, which is fast approaching. Under 5 minutes.
Well, Parker.
1 or 2 hands away.
Well,
3.5 minutes.
There you go. 3.5 minutes.
You know,
I could still bust. 3.5 minutes may be tough. I know. That's what I'm saying. It's hard to play 2 hands where I get it all in.
I'll tell you guys who's at the new feature table.
Cut off. Yeah?
Once Parker goes on break and I can get a word in again.
I'm loving the table talk, Joe.
Oh, I am too. I'm just messing.
Just joshing.
Sharnikov desperately looking for a hand to shove it with. Shove it? Shovikov? It's that time of the night. He and De Almeida are out. And another big hand for Grozid. Ace Jack this time. And now it's Parker with the clangers.
Clangers.
What is happening? Draws is probably exhausted. Kings, ace, queen, ace, jack.
Yeah, he's gonna have a little bump in the road here though against Parker. Ah, okay.
Wow, I was sure you're gonna shove.
One time, huh?
Shows the kings.
Should just jam this time.
All right, looks like we might get in one more hand.
Last 2 times you jam, this time you don't, huh? Genius. My beer friend.
He's got the software, Parker, of this.
No, but he did it over there, too. You tell me he has a software on every table?
Look at him. He looks smart, no?
Mm-hmm.
So?
Well... But you look kind of smart, too, but then I hear you talk, you know?
Yeah, I know. I hear you.
Parker fires back.
But honestly, I don't look smart, so...
My joke is bad, huh? It falls.
Yeah.
It falls.
Maybe if you would say you look like a model, that's something else.
Yes.
But smart?
Luckily, Parker likes this kind of abuse.
You're beautiful to me, Parker. You are beautiful in every single way.
I could have opened jam the cutoff, too.
That's true. Should have done it for the production.
Almeida gonna try to steal the last hand before the break. Or is he just going to tank to make sure that the time runs out? Yeah, I've seen this move before.
First time. Sorry, Joe.
I got to pee, but I want to make sure we don't get another hand in. Go ahead.
First time chatter says, man, I hope Parker and Kleeper will FT this tournament. I agree. I would love to see that. A little bit of Connor beat Connor in there as well. A little sprinkling of Connor on the final table sounds good to me as well.
Ace-10 suited for the Crypt Kleeper. Tim Adams with 9-6 in the big blind. Easy fold. Let's take a break.
And I kept thinking, is it sixes? Is it nines? Is it sixes? Is it... Wanting them to turn sixes.
Okay, now we can take this off.
Yeah.
And take this down.
I wonder if he's such a big soccer fan because he was a goal Kleeper.
Because sometimes they're so bright and the table's so high.
All right, these folks are headed back out to a regular old table.
This is nice, right?
Goodbye, spotlight. Goodbye, lights, camera, action. Goodbye, craft service. Parker Talbot at blinds 10-20 with a 20K big blind ante. Parker Talbot's going to have 92 big blinds. Ari Kleeper, 79. Maxim Sharnikov headed out there with just 5 big blinds. New feature table when we get back. Javier Gomez, Advar Brendo, Natan Choskin, Rui Milholmans, Antoine Saoud, Jordan Sakuchi, and Petar Zvoboda. Last break of the night, last level of the night coming up. More from EPT Prague 2022 in just a few.
I wish I had the confidence to actually use Don Draper as my own Poker Stars avatar, but I think I would prefer the anonymity rather than broadcasting it.
People are always asking me who I think the best celebrity poker players are because I do end up playing in some of these games in LA, playing on some of these celebrity TV shows. I want to know who you think some of the best celebrity poker players are.
The guys I always find hard to beat, and we lost one this year because he was an excellent player.
Willie, yeah.
Willie Garson, sadly and shockingly, oddly, are the one of the usual suspects. I mean, Jason Alexander, Kevin Pollak, they're both very good. They're both they play good, sensible poker. You know, if they were chess players, they'd be, grandmaster. They don't make mistakes. They rarely make mistakes. And Hank is also very, very good. But I'm more of a surprising poker player, to say the least. But David Wayne, I think, is a very good player. Michael Ian Black. I've not played with her, but I've seen her play. Meg Tilly, Jennifer Tilly, not Meg, not her sister. They're two separate people that share one voice. Yeah, so I mean, there's quite a few people out there that are good. I mean, I think that the explosion of poker as a cultural thing has proven that if you're good at math and you're quick witted and you have a lot of patience, that you can be as good as some of these people who are professional. I think people really realized because all of my home games and fun games and friend games all went online. Yeah. And most have continued online, even though technically we could reconvene. It's just so convenient. And I think it was an amazing lesson for a lot of people to learn when you start playing hundreds of hands a night rather than 10 and 20 a night. How many times hands that you didn't think you would see start to show up. And I think, we were all kind of mystified, like quads again? Like I've played with these guys for 20 years. I've never seen quads hit. Like, are you crazy? or I can think of the amount of times that they've hit on one hand, and we'd get them 3-4 times in a night. It's like, oh yeah, we just played 250 hands of poker. Like on any given night at somebody's house when there's food being ordered and music being put on, maybe we'll get into 50, 60 hands. Like it's crazy. But yeah, that kind of stuff is that the math is no joke.
In the same way that you were finding yourself playing a lot of online poker and watching a lot of movies during lockdown, John, we found ourselves watching a lot of online poker rather than being able to go to live events. And one of the things I think we've discovered in the last 18 months is there are a lot of players on PokerStars who have Don Draper avatars. And we would love it if every time it's like, maybe it is John Ham.
You think that's John Ham?
Maybe that is actually
John Ham from Scotland.
Wow, I did not know that. That is that's a weird honor, but an honor nonetheless, I suppose. Yeah, that's amazing. I wish I had the confidence to actually use Don Draper as my own PokerStars avatar, but I think I would prefer the anonymity rather than broadcasting it.
Blinds are 4,000, 8,000, ante is 500. And Salas is not going to play that hand. Balachin takes a peek. He's not going to play. Over to Ariel Celestino. Queen 10 offsuit. Now we're short-handed.
That's a hand, that I really want to stay away from. Like I told you before, I'd rather play the suited connector than the two high cards that if you make top pair, your kicker's going to be weak. I don't like playing those hands. I call them my trouble hands.
Well, it could be trouble for Celestino, but who knows? He's moved all in.
Oh.
And Aguad has moved all in, and we haven't heard from him in a while.
I bet he's got the goods this time.
The excitement is building. Umberto Brenes among many people here to watch. Celestino, Aguad, and he's asking for his chiquititas.
Sure enough, he does have a great hand. Ace-king suited, premium. But unfortunately for him, Celestino has 2 live cards, a queen and a 10, which means that he's got a 34% chance to survive.
Celestino hits a queen, but he's not happy because Aguad hits his ace. Ace, queen, 6, rainbow board, and Aguad likes it.
And Celestino is down to a 17% chance to survive. He's hoping for a queen or a 10 at this point.
Aguad asking for the small cards.
It's become his signature line.
Deuce of spades on the turn. Aguad likes it, and he should like it. Celestino is down to 5 outs. He needs a queen or a 10 on the river, or he will be eliminated in 11th place.
And Aguad takes a dominating lead with an 89% chance to win.
And the river is a 6 of diamonds, and Aguad wins.
Here's the problem with this guy. He's so likable. I mean, even his opponents can't root against him.
And as Celestino makes his way to the rail, Curious Aguad finally has something to yell about.
Well, there's another all-in at this table. Bolivar Palacios, who was on our feature table earlier on, has moved all-in with Ace-King, called by Max Lemansky with the 10s. Guess what, William?
We got us another race.
Holla.
Who's going to win the dollars?
No ace, no king. Lemansky's 10, still good.
Vamos, 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 Palacios. Ace or king to stay alive.
No dice on the turn. Needs to see an ace or a king on the river to get that double up. Otherwise, he's out of here. Lemansky can't look. He must have had a premonition that the king was coming.
Ooh, sorry for the reaction, but this thing is really big for me. I guess for everyone.
Excessive celebration penalties for the win.
Good old-fashioned excitement.
John DeBella, first to speak, looks down, a pocket 9s.
9s worked out pretty well for him last time. I know DeBella's superstitious. I hope he doesn't go too crazy with them. Work it out, buddy. Work it out.
I'm just going to go put the kettle on.
James, I think he's got it. Come back.
250,000. Action on Juan Lu. Jack 7.
Okay, Lou, now you can work it out.
She folds, Carl Julius folds. Lee Goldman has kings.
Lee short, I assume it's all going in. He hasn't been all that active. Gotta wonder if John will factor this into his decision-making at all when it's back on him.
He does shove for nearly 1.1 million. Fold it around to David Bernstein on the button, pocket fives.
Another pair. Bernstein's pretty short as well, but I don't think he can be third in with a pair this low.
Yeah, he mucks. And Ruben Visser's got tens.
OMG. In Ruben's case, he's probably better off letting one of these two guys go broke or nearly broke and just laddering up.
Fine. He will give it up. For us, folds the big blind. It's back on DeBella.
DeBella with the third worst hand we've seen.
This is probably 8. Was that 840? I call.
He makes the call.
DeBella made a hasty call, but ultimately won. The math would usually dictate anyways. However, now he's a 4-1 dog.
And the John DeBella fan club falls silent. Goldman set for a double up. DeBella will be left with 1 million.
Boy, he sure looks nervous about it.
So far, so good. Goldman has the king of spades as backup. Jack on the turn.
Goldman smiling now. Just one more card left to fade.
2 outs for DeBella. Goldman set for the double up. But it's a 9!
Hard to act like you've been there before if you've never been there before.
Deal, I might have to kiss you in a minute.
Action folded to Mustafa Kanat, who's got kings.
Oh, hello.
98,300.
Opens with a raise. Paul Pierce could be in trouble here. He's got queens.
Oh, my goodness.
He is all in.
I love it.
Now we're gonna see who's the real MVP.
I love it.
I don't know what's happening, but I will allow it.
No!
This 4-bet's kind of insane, by the way.
Come on, baby.
Benelli has re-raised with 9s.
This is all working out really well for Mustafa.
Oh, man, hold on. I got to stand up for this one. MVP.
We can't talk yet. It's still in the hands.
Not looking good for me.
So Kanat just calls the 4-bet. And it's a queen-high flop. Pierce is now a huge favorite.
The truth is out there.
In the side pot between Benelli and Kanat, it goes check, check. 4 on the turn.
Give me what I need.
Paul's just about got this locked up. He really shouldn't be reacting, fun as it is.
Kanat bets 11,000. Benelli folds, showdown.
I got pair.
No good.
No good?
No good.
I'm good if you triple, bro. I'm good if you triple. I don't give a
MVP.
I'm happy for you, bro.
Not yet. Not yet. Not yet. You, no king. No king. No king. King, baby! I'm gonna do a backflip off the stage if you're a king. I ain't did a backflip since I was like
Just give him the pot. It's fine. It's fine.
Watch that scene. Dig in the dancing queens.
The guy just tripled.
Paulino! Andiamo!
I can't speak for John Hamm or, the people who are really under pressure, but for me, it was like, I'm not doing the writing, I'm just, performing it, and it was all good.
I got the impression, watching every season, that this was a show that clearly had budget behind it, but also real craftsmanship and care, because you could see the attention that was going into the period detail. Everything from like the belt someone would wear to the watch they're wearing, everything looked and felt right.
Yeah, my desk was really decked out, stuff you probably never even saw, with real 60s props and things. The prop master was great, and costumes. We wore true vintage undergarments.
Wow. Even
Yeah.
stuff you couldn't see?
Even the stuff you couldn't see, because
Method.
it does fit you a different way and makes you look a different way in the clothes. So
That's
it
incredible.
was definitely.
Two things. You talk about Roger Sterling, John Slattery's character. When people talk about great TV characters, of course, people think Mad Men. They're going to say John Hamm, Don Draper, but Roger Sterling was just such an amazingly written character. I don't think anyone expected him to survive to the end of the show based on his lifestyle.
Right.
And if we're going to talk about the end of the show, and again, no spoilers for anyone who hasn't seen Mad Men. If you haven't, watch it from the beginning. It's bloody awesome. But Joe and I have this thing where we talk about how endings are hard, and even some of our favorite movies and favorite TV shows don't quite stick the landing when it comes to their final episode or their final act. Mad Men is a show that bloody delivered. What an ending. What a great way to go out.
The actual last minute of ending you're talking about?
Yeah.
Well, I'll tell you something. We didn't know about that until it aired, because only a few people were privy to that. So we read the table read, and I'm thinking, wow, I didn't think he really buttoned it up. And then they showed that. But that's how secretive he was. Nobody even knew about that until you aired. I'm like, oh, good.
Yeah.
That was great.
So when you're on a show like that, that is obviously, while it's happening, people knew how good it was, right? It's like not a show that people needed
certainly
to
by
look.
the time I was on it, they did, yeah.
Yeah. So, is it more fun or more pressure?
More fun.
You did so. It wasn't like big tension, pressure, egos. We're on the best show on TV.
I can't speak for John Hamm or the people who are really under pressure, but for me, it was like, I'm not doing the writing. I'm just performing it, and it was all good. So no pressure for me.
Hallelujah! It's a miracle.
Heart attack, like. Bang, 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 bang! Yeah!
Welcome back to Prague and the PokerStars European Poker Tour. Last level of day 3 of the EPT Prague 2022 main event from King's Casino at the Hilton Prague. It is James Hartigan with Joe Stapleton.
Hello, my babies.
And making his debut appearance of the day, just in time to close out day 3, Griffin Benja.
The best for last.
The day debut.
So Javier Gomez has the chip lead coming into this final level of the day, 3.4 million. And Javier is going to be back at the feature table. Tonka playing 1.9 million right now, but we're in another situation where Tonka's table is next to break. So we can't have that as the feature table right now. We can't have Tonka on the main stage. Instead, we're going to focus on the chip leader.
Can't we just put whoever we want at the feature table? Isn't that what we do?
No.
Hello.
I still don't get how that works.
Same seat as you've been before. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So that's you, yeah?
Yeah.
300.
So you probably saw just there a brief promo advertising the return of the PokerStars Caribbean Adventure. First time in 4 years, but to a new venue. Bahama luxurious resort on Nassau. This festival runs from the 22nd of January to the 3rd of February. The 10K main event will stream live on Twitch and YouTube from the 25th of January. Then the PSPC, also taking place at PCA 2023. All 5 days of the PokerStars Players No Limit Hold'em Championship will be streamed on Twitch and YouTube as well.
500 here. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Can't believe she's stepping on that PCA plug.
Yeah. Last 1 hour and a half.
Should highlight that the countdown to qualify is on. There are still satellites running where you can earn yourself a seat to the PCA main event, a package worth $16,000. As we welcome these guys back to the feature table.
I think it's right here.
Just check if that's your ticket back.
Not a lot of tables to choose from at this point, are there?
5 tables remaining?
We started the day with 5, right?
Not a lot.
Sorry?
We started the day with 5.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I think you're going to get the 5
Yeah,
tomorrow as well.
Yeah.
But you're going to bag this one. So whatever you
Yeah,
do, you bag.
It's positive thinking that everyone here is going to bag.
Well, of course, everyone who comes back for the last 2 days is going to be playing for big cash money. 6-figure scores for 8th place and upwards, with a 7-figure score for the winner. More than $1 million up top in this record-breaking EPT Prague main event. 1,267 entries. Prize pool of $6.1 million.
Thank you, Mr. Prague.
Dancis, watching on YouTube, asked, what does PCA mean? It stands for PokerStars Caribbean Adventure. It's a live event that takes place in the Bahamas. It's actually been running since January 2004. It was the first ever PokerStars live event. It predates the EPT by 9 months.
The button is on box number 9.
Is that the one with Isaac Haxton's flowing hair in the wind?
That was right. It was part of the WPT for a few years before becoming part of the EPT. The last time the PCA ran was in 2019, where it also hosted the first PSPC. It is the venue for the second PSPC in 2023.
Is that the one Griffin Benger finished 14th?
And also, please push the chips and cards
That's the one.
a bit forward so we can read as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
You're going to be the blind 20.
Okay, looks like we're going to get the action underway. 90 more minutes of poker to play, so I guess we're going to be here till half midnight. Blinds are 10,000 to 20,000 with a 20K big blind ante. 36 players remaining, so yeah, 5 tables.
Okay.
Tonka's table will break when we're down to 32.
So we might get Tonka in the 1 seat right there.
Potentially.
7 bucks.
This person thinks Tonka and Connor Beresford are the same person. Why no Parker B?
Right.
Thank you for your question.
40,000.
So first hand of this level, first hand at this new feature table, we get the button raised from Svoboda. We've got Gomez in the small blind with Queen Jack of strawberries.
I actually heard that when you're pronouncing Svoboda, that the Voboda is silent. It's just...
4 plus.
Seems like a lot to move all in for.
One way to play the chip lead, I guess, putting the pressure on Svoboda, who's relatively short, Griff.
Yeah, it's a unique opportunity to sort of shove effectively for 30 big blinds, representing the 30 big blinds in the big. But it's just for about 16 big blinds, hoping to fold out hands like this that might be raising and folding. But Svoboda prepared to go with it, and pretty impressive call.
Called it off ahead-ish. Not the statistical favorite.
Practically a flip. And a flip that Svoboda has to win to survive.
Yeah, it's interesting looking at the percentages, because this is, you know, why Svoboda's calling, because expecting Gomez to have those, you know, King Jack, King Queen, Queen Jack suited type hands, and maybe, you know, with some of the cards that have been folded, you can see
So here we go, open-ended straight draw on the flop for Gomez. Backdoor hearts working for him as well. Queens and jacks live.
This flop is foreboding.
Oh, nice.
4 diamonds, so no backdoor flush draw, but 8s, jacks, queens and kings, all live cards. Cards that Svoboda has to fade, otherwise he will exit in 36th place. Jack on the river sees Svoboda KO'd, and we are down to 35.
Tak si to zase můžete vzít. To bylo rychlý.
Bit of an unconventional approach in that hand to raise, call it off in the 16 bigs. I think way more standard would have been to open shove, and Queen Jack suited is probably going to be finding themselves a fold there. So important not to be results oriented, but interesting, taking a different approach and forcing the showdown and just not fading that river.
What do you think of this comment from Barnesy, who says, I want the old comedy skits from back in the day?
Well, Barnesy, as we have discussed a couple of times on the Poker in the Ears podcast, which you really should subscribe to, we are looking at, seriously considering, planning to shoot new comedy sketches at PCA 2023 for the TV shows that we'll be making in the Bahamas.
In about 7 minutes, you will have a 20-minute break, and during this break, you will raise for 100 chips. So you can just put chip leader on each table to start collecting.
Here's a blast from the past. Rui Milhamens.
Is that a blast from the past?
Which past? Where? From which man?
I'm talking about like 2007, 2008 era EPT.
Which timeline?
Guy looks 30 years old.
Yeah, that's true.
Rui definitely featured in a couple of our retro streams.
Such a cute question here from Mathur. Have we seen a royal or straight flush at the tournament yet?
Oh, have a hug.
It's adorable. Oh, the answer is yes, probably. Thank you for your question.
Someone who just comes from the street flashes.
I'm just here for the royalties are better. Quads or GTFO?
So you said to wait a second because they're bringing it over there. Yep. Okay. Anytime.
We gotta wait for a player here. There's 2 empty seats. What am I gonna get?
Yes. Hello? Can I, please?
Oh, I heard the sound of someone being microphoned.
You have well?
It's like on Temptation Island when they bring someone new in.
The phone. I tell you. So can you put it in the bag or? What keys you have? Sorry. No.
So after we wrapped in the Bahamas, we are going to kick off EPT 2023. In case you missed it, the full season was announced a couple of weeks back, and all the details are at PokerStarsLive.com.
There is no we're
5 stops.
We're waiting for you.
Yeah, come.
Paris, Monte Carlo, Barcelona, Cyprus, Prague.
Hello.
Satellites of Prague running. Sorry, satellites of Paris running right now.
James just can't wait to get back to Prague again.
I can't. I love it.
December, like the next stop, Prague.
Sir, you know the story with the card in the box and everything? Seven fast.
Cards are so big.
9 fast.
Jordan Sakuchi.
Welcome to the big leagues, Jordan.
We saw Sakuchi yesterday.
We did indeed.
We did.
Feels like longer than that, though.
They have been very long days, to be fair.
I mean, aren't we at the day 4 stage of this tournament right now at 35 players?
Cool.
Late stages of day 3. Sorry, late stages of day 4, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, Millhouse going for the raise.
Raise 60,000.
I think on 25 big blinds, Shawson can be pretty split between sort of shoving over these ISOs and just calling here. Probably a bit too many chips to shove, but also it's nice to just kind of, you know, limp shove and get this through and pick up some chips. Surely that's what he's considering.
We got a bad lookalike here. Bad lookalike coming in from Lunix. Conor McGregor.
I'll accept that as a bad lookalike.
I will too.
What I will not accept is people trying to dictate who should be at the feature table, and I'm going to assume these people are ignorant about how things work, so I'm going to explain it and explain it only once. We don't dictate which players get to sit at the feature table. The seat draw is decided by the tournament staff. What we do is pick a particular table that we think is going to be of interest and try and showcase as many of the remaining players by changing that table over the course of the day. Now, Tonka, I appreciate people want to see him in action. The table Tonka is at is going to break. They're going to dissolve that table when we get to 32. It will be incredibly awkward for that to happen on the main stage where we need chip counts. You've got players who are mic'd. It's just going to disrupt the action. They'll have to pause the clock. The staff won't allow it. So we can't have a table that's breaking anytime soon to be the feature table.
Obviously, I agree with all that. One slight correction I would make is when you said the tournament staff determined the table draw, it's fate determines the table draw. The tournament staff facilitate it.
Absolutely, absolutely.
I don't want people thinking that they're deciding who sits who sits where.
Of course.
I mean, if we were deciding, we just put Tonka in the empty seat on this table.
Right.
Everyone would get their Tonka action. Rendo. Rendo the friendo, they call him. Nicest guy in poker.
Go move.
Go move, friend.
No, I got my own quote wrong. Call it, friendo.
Oh, nice.
Will Mister's got a point. If we were FIFA, yeah, we would just stack the table with whoever we wanted.
Antoine Saut in the big blind with 9-8 of diamonds defense.
Ace high flop, top pair for Brendo.
Check.
It's what plants crave.
What? Brendo's?
Brendo. It's got electrolytes.
That's 35,000. Pass.
I haven't watched Idiocracy in years. Deserves a revisit.
It's a documentary.
Yeah. It was Mike Judge, right?
Yeah. Oddvar Brendo playing a 29 big blind stack.
Oddvar, I can't even.
Wait there. Draws does a pretty awesome name.
Draws had a really sick run last level where he had kings, and then ace, queen suited. He did lose a flip to Tim Adams, but Tim was pretty short.
Elherman's raising the button with Queen 10, gets a fold from Seit. Sakuchi with Ace 10 in the big.
Go Jordan.
Oh, that's right, that's your buddy.
I just played with him a bit at my local spot in Canada. Yeah, on 50 bigs. Nice to play it. Safe here with the Ace 10. Certainly you think you're going to be well ahead of the opening range, but you want to keep in those dominating 10s and aces.
You want to keep in that dominated ace.
Yeah.
Domination rotation.
I thought you were only allowed to say that when James wasn't here. James is the only one that gets to say it, no?
No.
I thought you were the domination guy.
I don't have exclusivity over
Do I can
domination.
say the domination rotation and
Yes.
stuff?
Yeah.
Really? Sweet. Can I still do it now, or we've done it already this hand? I can do it,
right.
Okay.
Right. Yeah. The key is not to labour the point.
Right. Oh.
Now, Griffin, you say what?
Domination, fluctuation.
No, restoration.
Restoration. Fluctuation's pretty good.
Fluctuation, though. But on the river, it's got to be restoration.
Correct. Barry Greenstein has given Sakuchi the win here, and he is going to win that part of 160K.
Fear me, I am lag poker. We also sometimes would accept re-implementation.
Ooh.
But it's mostly restoration.
Trophy's pretty shiny today. I like a little dust, you know.
Do you remember how gross it was in London?
Yeah.
Yeah, we were talking about that.
We remember. I want it mostly clean, you know, mostly dustless, but it's nice when it has a little character.
Texture, I like to call it.
Brendo, now you must face another day, Brendo.
So I made eye contact with Brendo at dinner, and he had his ear pods in and looked up at me and kind of gave me a look like he was watching the stream and wasn't that pleased. That was the got off of Brendo. He gave me the look that said, "Oh, you think you're real funny, don't you?"
Yeah.
That look.
Very loose 3-bet here from Choskin, hijack to +1. Not recommended. There was some curious sizing going on from Choskin actually in that limp raise plot blind on blind. Certainly goes for maybe on the smaller side. And Drozd has been playing with these two gentlemen too much to think this is of strength often enough, and really going to get this through nicely. Didn't even think about it. Really confident that, you know, maybe Choskin's been 3-betting too light, a little too often.
Frank asks, Saut definitely one of the favorites to win this, right?
Sure.
I can think of maybe like 32, 33 other favorites as well at this point.
I feel a very personal connection to Anton Saut. He was deep in the main that I final tabled, so we played a lot together. It's just...
He's gone deep in the main multiple times, has he not?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Did he make a final table twice during the November 9
I think so, and then he final 2 tables in my... Yeah. But there is something special about getting deep in any main event for, like, whether it's EPT or, you know, the World Series main. It's just like you spend so many days with these people, so many hands, and you're just playing oftentimes for life-changing money. So it's creates an interesting bond.
Yeah, I'm sure it does. Almost like a trauma bond, but the opposite.
Yeah, kind of.
A joy bond.
For instance, you know, I have Will Kasuf over for dinner a couple times a year.
All right, Griff, any burgers about?
Yeah.
Does he palm pickles?
Brendo has opened under the gun here with 10s. Gomez, the chip leader, close to 4 million at the start of this hand. 9-3 of spades, defends his big blind.
I am too rich, I call.
8-6-5 on the flop. 10s still good.
Yeah, and Gomez is going to have to be a little bit cautious here because, you know, this isn't a board texture that usually really favors the raiser. And because you have that straight draw, maybe you want to do something a little tricky facing a bet here. But I'll tell you what, just playing 26 big blinds behind, I think if Brendo did get check raise here, might just decide to shove it in. It's also cheap enough that Gomez, I think, is going to be inclined to call some of the time as well. Those backdoor spades. You know, you think your 9 is going to be good sometimes.
Still laughing about any burgers about.
But as I was concerned with, it is going to play as a raise for Gomez. Any burgers?
Oi, oi.
Yeah, and that check raise is going to cost Gomez 120K.
So, like, pennies on the dollar, considering he has 3.6 million.
How about you do that enough times, and suddenly,
if you do that 36 times, you'll be out of chips.
Well, no, you know, between the call pre-flop and that.
Dude, when I'm flush at the table, when I got chips,
yeah,
it's good eating for everybody.
Yeah, yeah.
If you get a double up, you get a double up, you get a light 3 bet. I'm everybody's best friend.
Listen, I can't teach you guys how to fish, but I got a couple salmon here.
Exactly.
Sayut, finally an opportunity to enter a pot post-break.
Sevens for Gomez.
And again, aggressive action for Gomez with the 4x 3-bet. Bit tricky with a queen-9 suited because, you know, some of the 3-bet bluffs are actually going to be dominating this particular hand, but you are suited, you are in position. But with that big 4x, you know, this isn't where your edge lies, battling against the very talented chip leader. Yeah.
You could probably just click every hand, might as well.
My boy Sakooch.
So Rui Milhamens made the final table of the main event at EPT London in 2009. Came 6th in that event.
Was that the Vicky Corn year?
No, that was 06. 09 would have been Aaron Gustafsson.
I appreciate the info, James, but I would have preferred if you'd just been able to do it without looking it up like in the old days, you know? Like
too many
James Hardigan 2018, you know, would have just been like 2009, 6th place finisher.
Couple of deep runs in the PCA main event over the years.
And that's it. Not anything else we can mention.
No.
JK, plenty of other things on there.
9 plus.
Always the bridesmaid, never the bride. Huh, Milhomes? This is your event, buddy. This is it.
Shovskin with the big blind defend with deuces.
I'm allergic to latex. I have to use Shovskin.
Jack 3.
I wish there was a better indication of what brand of clothing his shirt was.
OG something.
Yeah, something about hugging. Oh, is Shoskin just going to call or do one of his weird raises? Just a call today.
I love a call.
Or anything?
A call here and a 3 in the turn.
No?
Yeah, is that your kink?
Yeah.
That is my kink. Did you say kink or cake?
Thank you for the.
I said kink.
Oh, I was saying
Can
cake.
I say kink?
No, it's it was my cake.
Big turn card here for Sayut.
Real big.
Saeed Fazadi asks, have the commentators ever made a big cash out in any tournaments? Griffin won $1 million in a poker tournament. He's had several 6-figure scores as well. Thank you for your question.
I've won $1 million twice, actually.
I'm sorry, Griffin. I didn't want to...
It's fine, it's fine. Just
Were any of them
let me
not
take
made
that
for
next
TV
time.
formats?
Nice 2-barrel for Antoine.
Griffin didn't read the Shark Cage fine print, and he's had to be a commentator for the last 5 years to make up the $1 million.
Don't tell him. That's right, guys. We're adding $1 million. It's $1 million free roll with absolutely no strings attached other than the 5-year commentary contract that we're then going to put you on.
Gotta read the fine print, man. Telling you. Gotta be careful.
It's still $200K a year. That's pretty good.
Yeah, that is pretty good.
Just laughing at the idea of Griffin making that money last over 5 years.
That's why every once in a while he has to leave the booth and go deliver Postmates somewhere.
Is Postmates all over like the U.S. now, or like is it just like L.A. and Vegas?
No, Postmates is everywhere.
It's everywhere. It's like the.
There's Postmates. There's
one in the
Uber
US.
Eats. There's DoorDash.
Yeah, it's just Uber Eats,
Seamless.
DoorDash in Canada. We don't have Postmates.
In England, they got Deliveroo.
Oh, I know about that. Yes, I'm all about the Deliveroo.
There's a couple others in America. There's Caviar.
Oh yeah.
I think some of them are owned by the same company, though. Anyway, I drive for all of them.
Yeah.
Grubhub, there we go.
$33 players remaining, so when we get one more bust out, Tonka's table will break. We do have an empty seat on the main stage. There is still the possibility that we do get Parker Talbot on the main stage before the end of the day.
Fair fight.
You were saying?
Yeah, a small bet here from Milhomans with the intention to drive out hands with equity. You know, your opponent isn't going to always flop top pair here. Sometimes they'll just have 9-10. You want to get out that equity. So alarm bell is definitely going to be ringing for Milhomans, especially with that turn card, which, you know, if Sayud had any piece of this flop, they are now ahead of the pocket threes, whether it was a deuce X, king, or a 6.
2 minutes.
Are you definitely going to go for some value here? Certainly a chance Milhomans will consider making a call, but the line that Sayud is taking really reeks of, you know, sort of showdown value. If Sayud had a bluff, would probably come out firing on the turn, you know, with club draws or something like 4-5. Also something to consider. I know Joe is going to be spinning when I say this, but those 2 threes in the hand do block the 3-4, 3-5 kind of straight chalk combos.
Get out of here.
It is a consideration. There are good cards to have is 2 threes in your hand.
Out of here.
I'm not going anywhere.
Blocking
the 3-4, 3-5 combos as I adjust my glasses.
The king mark.
Wasn't?
Gomez still the chip leader right now with close to 3.7 million. Shortest stack at the table is Shavskin playing 380k. 33 players remaining.
And Silmo asks, Adrian Mateos is busted. Sadly, yes.
That was yesterday.
Yesterday, yeah.
Must have been some sort of mistake. He never busts. But too late now. That was yesterday's problem.
9-5.
Yesterday's news.
Do it, Gomez. You're a boss. You got the chip lead. Look at him. He's ran those sims too many times.
Well, it's a great read. Great live read on Brendo.
Yeah.
Great, 40,000.
I like that this is actually his last name and not just like his name's Brendan and it's his nickname with his friends, you know? It's like his name is Brendo.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, Brendo. What's Brendo doing?
Brendo's playing a poker tournament, mate.
Yeah.
Brendo's going deep.
Very British or Australian.
Yeah, that was good.
Shorten.
Yeah.
Brendo.
Price 120.
Okay, so gut check time here for Brendo the Friendo.
Thank you.
33 big blinds, raising it from the hijack, getting 3-bet from the button. This really needs to be a shove most of the time.
I was going to say, I think I go broke here. Pretty much, always.
So
I figured maybe there's another option.
Yeah, listen, you're not going to love life when you get snap called here, but you need to protect against those 3-bet bluffs. You need to flip against those ace kings. And then sometimes you get cooler.
Wait for a safe flop? Can't we just call and wait for a safe flop?
Oh, what a boss!
See?
So yeah, I mean, there is a like I said, like we always say, there's no right way to play jacks.
You
Therefore,
can still go
there's
broke
no
on a 10
wrong
high
way.
flop. Don't worry, and probably go broke on this flop too.
But yeah, with this stack to pot ratio, I mean, maybe you are kind of almost looking for a way out of this. And this might be a little bit of one. It's going to be difficult for Mill Homans to, you know, suddenly get twice as many chips that are already in the middle by the river here with a paired board, right? A lot of roundouts are going to include clubs sometimes. You're going to be worried that your opponent does have a queen. Sometimes if they call 2 streets, if you decide to bet the flop and the turn. So let's see how it shakes out.
$80K. Here comes Brendo. That looks like more than 80.
Oh, wow.
Great, 175.
Does this ever accidentally work?
I don't think so.
Poor Griffin's just like, with these weapons, I don't know.
Listen, it's pretty scary.
For kings.
Yeah, I mean, if you think about the flat range here and then deciding to take this check raise line, you know, you are expecting some ace-queen offs, maybe even some ace-queen suiteds that would just call pre. Queen-jack suited. I think the 3-bet's going to fold out a decent amount of queen-10 suiteds and, you know, maybe all of the queen-9 suiteds if those were ones that would have been opened by Mr. Friendo. It's hard to think of pure bluffs or sort of see where you're at raises, which is effectively what this is. But because that is going to make up a portion of the range.
I mean, I know Brendo's put a lot of his chips in here, but this is like a pretty clear getaway at this point, right?
Well, he's certainly given himself a way to get out of this hand.
Right. I mean, is Mill Homans ever doing this with a hand that
a lot of us
Jax
said,
is beating
yeah,
now?
a lot of us said we're saying, you know, oh, okay, we're busting here for 33 big blinds.
Yeah.
And then when we saw the call, we thought, okay, we'll call once and see what happens with the turn. But playing it this as a min check raise, you do kind of afford yourself the opportunity to get away. Now, you'd hate yourself if you looked at the stream later and saw that he had ace sourdough suited of clubs, you know, which would play as this exact same line as well. So you got to be worried that you're folding the best hand here sometimes.
I mean, I agree with you that ace-5 of clubs plays it the exact same way, but I think that ace-5 of clubs is going to be the hand here less than half the time. And that kings and aces and a queen are going to be...
Wow, what a fold.
Make up a way bigger percentage of the range.
Pretty impressive stuff from Brendo.
Lives to fight another day.
Pretty badass.
And we're into the last hour of play for the day.
I like the undertone of relief that had in your voice there. It's been a long
That's why
day
I
for you
said
guys.
it, to just say, everyone, look, the,
Yeah,
the finish line's over there.
Just
Get
gotta
up.
keep going. Griffin, get up.
But don't worry, everyone.
You've only been here half an hour, Griffin, get up.
We're going to finish the broadcast around midnight and then be back 12 hours later with another 12 hours of poker.
I was my wind down last night worked very well. Went to the bar, I got a cup of hot wine. I took it to bed with me.
Can we do that tonight?
45.
That probably was a smart move because it took me forever to fall asleep
Separately,
last night.
and then when I finished it, I went and brushed my teeth real quick.
No, I actually think I would sleep better if I had Griffin to hold on to.
I'm afraid that he would just stay up talking to me all night.
That's true.
Hey.
I don't care about the man-on-man contact.
You did see me drinking a coffee when when I got here.
Yeah.
It's like, why are you doing that?
10:35. Griffin's like pouring a coffee. What is wrong with you? He's going to stay awake one more hour of work, and he's going to be up 9 hours afterward. Griffin never finished Patriots, so he doesn't know about adult bowling.
You know what's one of my favorite things about these lovely Euro trips? Is I get to slowly chip away at Better Call Saul. Because we don't have the new season in Canada.
What?
And I don't really pirate TV. I like to support the arts.
Well, you
so
can
I get here
buy it on iTunes, right? You can support the arts that way.
Yeah, but it's nice to get it free here on Netflix. Do you know what I mean? Like I pay for a Netflix subscription.
Supporting the arts for free.
You know what I'm saying? It's nice.
I get
it's
what you're
nice
saying.
when I'm in my hotel room. And it's kind of a nice, alone in the hotel room show too. Yeah, I just finished episode 10.
What season?
6, final season.
Oh,
I'm almost there.
Don't tell them that they all get away in a van at the end.
I'm at the. I'm not going to give specific spoilers, but you guys have both seen it, right?
Yes.
So I'm at the conclusion of the Harry Hamlin arc.
Right.
With Lalo and stuff. Yeah, that was.
What's really crazy is that when that happened, I was like, well, what else is there?
Yeah. How do we do 3 more episodes?
And they certainly do.
Yeah?
Oh, yeah.
We will talk about that later.
Right.
When you've seen
what do we... Okay. Yeah, I see what you're saying.
Raise 40,000.
Ace-5 has opened the button. Gomez with King-9 in the small.
A lot of power that Gomez wields here and the ability to 3-bet, but also it's nice to have a little flexibility in just calling because it's kind of obvious, right? To just like, oh, you have almost 4 million chips here, you 3-bet. And even if, and we just get the action Jackson flop, let's go. Let's have a little, is this a
Ace Queen Jackson?
Is this a street flush situation? Can we say? Not really. It feels like it a little bit.
It feels like it, but it's not.
Yeah. Wow. Just the nuts. Gomez is going to expect Droz to have a lot of showdown value here with this flop check back. A lot of ace-X type hands, maybe some queen tens like king jack maybe. So you want to bet an amount that's going to get called. It's not going to scare off your customer. 40 is a little lower than I might have expected. But maybe Gomez also wants to kind of give the impression that he's just kind of pot controlling. He's just kind of seeing where he's at.
Is it street flash now?
No, I don't think it's any street flash because no straight flush. Yeah, no, we don't get it. Red or black river? Red or black river?
Red.
Ooh.
I knew it was going to be another heart too. I would have said heart.
Yeah.
So many strawberries.
Now you have to ask yourself: does Draws think this is good for him? Certainly, his hand value has improved, but getting a bet from Gomez here isn't a very good sign, is it? It's Draws should have a heart a decent percentage of the time here, checking back and then calling the turn. Oh, and he declared the bet. That's when you know it's big.
Much 130 or 40?
140.
Because he named it, called it by its name.
Yeah. Is Draws gonna take a bite of this peach?
Why the tanking to get called on a raise?
Are you misreading the who
yes,
has which hand?
Yes, I am. Absolutely.
Okay. It's okay, baby.
Definitely. Definitely had it flipped around.
Hey, you start thinking about, okay, well, what hands is he bluffing with here, right? The call from the small blind tells us a tail, like he's probably on base in some way. Is he going to block bet small with like a black queen 10 on the turn and then bluff the river? Like, no, there's... So what is the bluff? Where does it come from?
Where did it go?
Ace, king of spades.
Would he turn king, queen into a bluff here by the river? It doesn't seem logical, right? So it just looks like a value hand that is stronger than the 5 of hearts.
Sliding the wrong card forward, if you ask me. Although it's the end of the night. He's time bank rich.
Oh, show him, please.
Heroes with the 5 of hearts pays off Javier Gomez. And Gomez is close to crossing the 4 million mark now.
Looks like they're coming.
I guess that's part of the psychology too, right?
Yeah.
Chip leader.
Yeah.
This guy's bluffing me.
Okay. Yeah, sorry. I didn't see it earlier. My fault.
Close to
He can't keep getting away from this.
100 big blind stack. Action folded around
7 pass, 8 pass.
to Drozd, who's got 9s in the cutoff and raises. Makes it 40,000. Gomez folds the button. The spider in the small blind has ace-jack. Brendo all in.
Yeah, and this has got to be a snap call from Drozd, but...
Shavskin also has ace-jack. And Brendo has Shavskin covered just.
360.
So it is all in to call. Do you really want to be the third person in here with ace-jack?
Certainly not.
But the positions are important here, right? This is the cutoff. But it's also the cutoff raising into 2 sub-20 big blind stacks and the chip leader, right? Drozd isn't going to open too wide here. So as Choskin, you have draws still to worry about. You know, Brendo's range should be a bit stronger than normal because draws should be opening wide, tighter.
Where are we at for pay jumps?
There is a pay jump. You're right. There's a pay jump at 32.
32, right? Yeah.
Wow. Yes, and Drozd goes for it, recognizing that that wasn't a fake tank.
Well, if 9s hold here, Drozd has got both players covered. We could get a double KO.
I mean, it seems like a double KO.
4 out.
40% of the time,
no more.
These two could chop it.
One of the few situations where I believe in blockers.
You know, it's funny. This isn't the first time that Drozd has very quickly put in pocket 9s against these two exact opponents. There was that hand where, you know, Brendo opened, Choskin 3-bet the ace-3. Came to hit Drozd in the big blind. Just snap put in 900K with 9s.
You're right.
And this spot is not a conventional, let's just put in the chips for 18 big blinds. You know, if you raise the cutoff and 2 players go all in behind for almost 20 bigs, you're not always just going for it, but Draws really, really appreciating the ranges of these players and getting a really beautiful spot. Slight favorite, three-way. That's the way to do it.
Here comes the flop. Queen at 4-3. Looking good for nines. Not looking good for Brendo and Shavskin. Both players at risk here.
They are so hot with it.
They're hot, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
I need to bring a towel. Something to...
Not looking good for the ace jacks.
Yeah, the pay jump is actually at 31, but notice that the field has dropped down to 32, so I'll be interested to see what happens here, unless, nope, nine's hold, it is a double bust out, so 32nd and 31st place respectively, and we'll find out what the floor are going to do about the pay jump. I mean, strictly speaking, Brendo did have more chips at the start, but I don't know whether that will be a factor. Tim Adams, meanwhile, has returned to the feature table because Tonka's table broke. We did get one of the Canadians from that table, just not Parker. We got Tim Adams instead.
Works for me.
So crazy.
Draws it back up to 1.6, 80 big blinds.
This is my bar?
Okay, so effectively they had pretty much the same stack size. The floor have confirmed they will add up the two payouts for 32nd and 31st place and divide by 2. They'll effectively split the ladder.
Oh, that's so sweet.
21-5 each, just about.
Meanwhile, that will take us down to 30 players. We are down to the final 4 tables with, what, about 40 minutes left on the day?
Depends how many hands they draw at the end, but yeah.
Oh, I forgot about that.
We got Tim Adams. That's exactly the same pose Hardigan is in right now.
Wait, where am I?
Well, I have to say,
Yeah, we played Barca, right?
Tim has a much healthier stack than the last time we saw him.
Not surprising.
Okay, blind guess. Where is Tim Adams on the all-time Canadian money list?
Number 3?
He's got to be top 5, right?
Yeah, surely. I don't know, though.
Three's a good line.
You got to dodge all the Greenwoods. You got the Negranu, the Griffin Bengers of the world.
I'm going to say he ranks higher than you, Griff. I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, I'm like 25
I mean, it's
or
gonna
something.
be Daniel. I feel like we've done this one before.
Yeah, I do. That's why I think your line is really good. He's second.
He's 2, yeah.
Okay. He's ahead of Greenwood. Wow.
He's ahead of Sam. I mean, there's a decent amount in it. Tim Adams second on 29.4 million. Sam Greenwood third on 26.7 million.
Okay, so where's Griffin Benger? Am I still like 25, or are people...
this
25 million? Are you nuts?
No, 25 overall.
You're 23rd, Griff.
Oh, nice. Okay, cool. Am I still behind...
Did 2 people die? How did that
I'm still
happen?
behind Nanad Medic. He's the one I've been chasing.
Nanad. I can't believe Nanad's still up there. Turns out at least one of them did die.
Yeah, that doesn't erase their results. Some players do a pretty good job of that while they're alive.
I can't believe they got Tim Adams drinking. That's what a rough day he's having.
Love it. Tim makes it to the final day. I wonder if we'll be traveling on the same flight on Monday.
Oh, yeah.
What, is he going to let you on his private jet?
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess he probably doesn't fly coach or commercial.
No, I mean, he does not. I mean, I don't know. He's won $26 million in his life. He probably doesn't have to, but he does seem like the kind of dude that still
would only fly like
keeps
premium economy,
humble.
you know? Probably first class.
First class is such a waste of money. Like, it is awesome, but I don't know how much money I would have to have in order to be like, yeah, I'll just spend $8,000 on a flight.
It
like,
depends on the destination, the duration of the flight, and the airline. For example, I think paying thousands of pounds for a business class ticket on like a European flight just so you can have an empty seat next to you is a complete waste of money.
That's what I mean. From Prague to Helsinki, what
Yeah,
is that, a 3-hour flight?
2 hours.
2 hours? I mean, what's the difference between an 80-euro seat and a 8,000 euro seat?
I mean, it's not quite that bad. It's hundreds rather than thousands, but even so, it's not worth the money.
Timothy, your massage, but the girl.
Yeah.
You cannot now.
No, I can't. I can't.
Oh, you want me to pay you? Well, sorry, I'm busy playing massage politics of feature table here at the EPT.
Pretty sure I can't have it.
Sorry, guys. No EPT Helsinki. There is not another EPT straight after this. Going home for the holidays.
Sakuchi kind of looks like a guy that would sell you leather goods in Skyrim.
I think I might give Skyrim another go this year. It's in 2023. I've never played it.
You haven't?
I've tried 2 or 3 times.
There's got to be better things at this point.
I mean, right?
It's like 10 years old, isn't it?
I know.
I mean, it was
I don't
pretty
know.
great.
I feel like
time.
there's I'm so sick of being on the outs with that game. I don't.
On the rim.
Yeah, I'm not. You know. Discipline for Sakuchi. Loving the way Sakuchi's vibing. Not gonna get into some ego war with this chip leader and his dandelion shirt and his protruding mic and his rich watch.
James says, I would love an EPT Lapland.
During skiing season.
Lapland during skiing season.
I think we should do an EPT on a ski resort. That's a great idea.
Absolutely. We did once. We did Snowfest.
Do you
right,
mean
in Austria?
Lapland and Van Nuys with the 2-for-1 drink specials?
Joe.
On Wednesdays?
Thank you.
Because skiing season there means something totally different.
Europe. We're still talking Europe. I know there's a lot of confusion about destinations today. For example, fair question. Which city would EPT Helsinki be in?
45.
Ooh.
Helsinki or Rozvadov?
It would be tough. I might be in Dublin also. I don't need to tell Griff to play The Witcher 3 Anaris. Griffin has played
that's
Witcher
just
3.
yeah, that's literally my favorite game ever.
Wait, I thought you said that Last of Us was your favorite game ever.
He's always consistently told me it was Witcher 3.
Yeah, no, it's Witcher 3. The Last of Us is the single player game that I have like a single player narrative action adventure that I have played the most times, and it's in my I have a list of my top 10 if you'd like.
So 2 days before this trip, I'm kind of jonesing. I've got more or less 2 days free. My last 2 days for the year.
It is one of the best games I've ever played.
And
what you're about to say.
I hit up Griffin and I'm like, hey, I'm thinking of buying a game. And I went out and I bought God of War and the new Marvel sort of RPG.
Yeah.
And Griffin sent me a 4-paragraph text message about how he didn't approve of me buying God of War because he thinks it's a bad choice for me because I'm not going to like the open world environment and I didn't like the last game, so why am I wasting my money on the next game?
Yeah, well, I don't understand. You bought the last God of War. You got open world anxiety after an hour, and this game is just a direct continuation, story-wise, action-wise. It's a bigger open world. Why would you just want to treat yourself because the kid in you can buy whatever you want? Correct. I thought it was a waste of money.
And you really, really wrecked me.
I wrecked you.
You wrecked me, being like, I know that you like think you're living out some childhood dream.
I didn't write that.
Buying games.
I didn't say
This is
that.
not a smart move.
I was
IMO.
thinking it.
You said it.
I did not.
I could read it.
Well, I stand by what I said.
This could be real trouble for Adams if it comes diamonds.
And also, I feel like you might now play God of War Ragnarok to prove me wrong, which is kind of what I always wanted.
I
you know?
see. Okay, that I actually thought that might have been part of your plan.
Timothy Adams has the best hand with a pair of 8s.
He does indeed.
Are we
How
watching
about
poker?
3 8s.
Trips.
Num num. Wait, is that how we do it?
No, it's pocket 8s and snowmans.
I'm just lampooning you, James.
Anyway, I played God of War for like an hour, hour and a half, and I haven't got to the open world part yet, but I'm enjoying it.
Nice. Did you watch the recap?
I did watch the recap.
Nice. So you're all caught up.
I'm all caught up.
Great river here for Timothy Adams.
Really
value time. And it's a great spot to play this as a check raise because Sakuchi kind of has to bet the ace here, and Adams can just come out firing. And it's such a small bet. Sakuchi might just snap off this 100K raise. Someone said, gotta hear Griffin's top 10. I'll tell you what, I'll tell you my top 5 off the top of my head after this hand. 200,000.
Yeah, this appearance from Barry Greenstein might get Tim paid as well.
So Tim is repping pretty thin, and wow, just doesn't believe he's going to bluff him there. And he's probably he's probably a bit right. I mean, it really looks like Sakuchi does have the ace there.
That laydown was pretty cool in my book.
Meanwhile, Tim's up over $1 million, playing more than 50 big blinds right now. So you're going to give us a top 5 countdown in traditional chart format. Wait for it. Dun, 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 dun. In at number 5 on Griffin's list of his favorite video games of all time.
Oh, Jesus. Okay, well, I have to. I don't have them off the top of my head.
No particular order, go.
No particular order. Okay, Red Dead Redemption, first one.
Okay, wait, is that the first one? Okay, got it.
Yeah. Mass Effect 2.
Man, there's so much conversation in that game.
Such a great game.
Just clicking through conversations for 5 hours.
Persona 5.
Persona? Did you just make that up?
No.
I haven't played Personas 1 through 4.
I've only played Persona 4 and 5, but Persona 5 is one of the best games I've ever played.
Okay.
And then the two and one spots would be The Last of Us and The Witcher 3.
Wow.
So you prefer the original Red Dead Redemption to Red Dead Redemption 2?
Well, it's tough because I'm speaking from like what I knew my list was the last time I did it, and Red Dead Redemption 2 does complicate things. But I don't. It's hard to like.
Can you just call them the same game?
Yeah, can I just say the Red Dead series?
Same
a
engine.
bit like I cheat with the Godfather, right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Last of Us and Last of Us Part 2, right? I mean, it's the same game, same engine, same mechanics. Like if you wanted to pick the Arkham games, right? Like they're all basically the same game. Some of them are slightly better than the others, but all right, we got a hand shaping up over here.
Oh yeah,
Timothy Adams. He's 3-betting sounds.
Mine are Leisure Suit Larry 3, Leisure Suit Larry 7.
Okay.
Leisure Suit Larry 1, the original. It wasn't called 1, it was just Leisure Suit Larry.
Right.
Half-Life 2.
Okay. I don't know what, you're not doing a bit. This Leisure Suit Larry is a real thing?
You ever play Leisure Suit Larry?
No.
Classic.
Yeah.
Classic game. What was it called? Something else in England? Was it called like Vest Victor?
Leisure Suit Larry game series. No, literally.
You got to. Leisure Suit Larry is an adult-themed sexual video game series.
In fairness, I did hear the third one is the best one.
95.
This looks crude.
Oh, this looks rather crude.
9-9 tray on this flop. Adam's still betting with the best of it.
So I kind of hating life, being like, do I want to make this pot 700K or 600K, and I'm just in here with this ace jack. Yeah, I do. I want to do it. I can do this.
Kind of have to, right? Getting exploited if you fold ace jack there. Exploited. Lubly.
Lubly.
Salut, drawing deed. Leisure suit Larry and Magna Cum Laude. That was a good one.
$265.
The price of poker is going up. I just made that up, by the way.
I think it's got legs.
I don't know if it'll be, you know, like some of the stuff you've made up, but I hope to get a little traction.
You have to make your own traction.
Did you just make that up? That's incredible. Where does he come up with this stuff? Antoine is just saving a little face at this point. Even if you think sometimes maybe Adams is mucking about, you know, you're kind of hoping for just like a shutdown of some bluffs on the turn here. Or it's okay, Sayed. You can. It's okay. It's not your fault. It's not your fault. Just let it go.
Rip Cheater says, Griff, what do you think Adams does if he misses the turn? I don't know. Write it a letter.
Dear Turn, it's been many months since we dined on the beach overlooking that sunset.
Book a ticket to see it next summer.
I was looking for a queen. You gave me an 8.
All right, here's some honorable mentions for in my top 5. I couldn't really. Resident Evil as a series, but specifically 4, 5.
Oh, 4
and 5.
You know they're remaking 4, right?
Yes,
Coming
I
out
do.
this year?
Yeah. The God of War series, obviously. Half-Life I wasn't joking about. Half-Life 2 is a pretty great game.
Did you find yourself more interested / invested in the Ragnarok experience because you watched that recap of God of War? You're like, oh, maybe this looks like it was pretty good.
It definitely explained who the headless Scottish guy was. It's not headless, but the bodiless Scottish
yes,
guy.
smartest man in the world.
Yeah.
Mimir.
He's 10 for Milhomans.
Philip Kelleher says, throw some PC games in there. Come on.
Ooh.
Okay, Solitaire.
Minesweeper, really good.
Yeah. Chess.
I've probably logged more hours playing Minesweeper than any other game.
Yeah. Tetris.
Tetris needs to be like, it's sort of like the Harlem Globetrotters and just needs to be in its own category. Like,
yeah.
You punished me on the river for not checking back, huh?
Inside, one of my favorite games of all time.
Inside's a hell of a game. There's this new game that's coming out that's kind of in the style of that. There was this viral clip going on with this like lady in the lake. Have you seen this?
I don't think I have.
I'll track it down for you.
Shoot, I just had one. Oh, this is controversial, but I got a ton of enjoyment out of XCOM.
It's not controversial. It's considered like one of the best real-time strategy kind of games, no?
The older I get, the more I like turn-based games where I can just like sit and think about the move I want to make and press a button and not have to like have a ton of
I got stuck in
combos.
XCOM at one point, and then I stopped playing it.
Oh, I save, like, I'm one of those cheat savers. I, like, save every move I make. Yeah. And then if one of my... I named a character after my brother, and when he died, I, like, cried. I was like, why did I do that? John Stapleton has been killed in battle. And I was like, wait, what?
Can you imagine a video game where you have to name the character after a member of your family? You have to choose a member of your family. If the character dies in the game, that person in real life is
all James's rejected Black Mirror ideas get put out on this broadcast.
You just call your brother. You just call your brother crying.
You die in real life.
There has to be Jeopardy in any game.
You just call your brother
Jeopardy's
crying.
a good one, actually. What is Jeopardy?
I'll tell you what is Double Jeopardy. Oh, wait, no, what's the one? What's it? What is it? When not Double Jeopardy? The one where you can't commit the same crime with.
That's Double Jeopardy.
Oh, that is Double
You can't
Jeopardy.
be tried for the same crime twice.
Okay.
Kalev going after the chip leader, who seemingly always has it.
Well, this is going to work against a lot of the opening range of Gomez, but not this particular hand.
Yeah.
King Jack suited quite a bit too strong. You're going to have to protect against the 3-bets with hands like this. You know, you wonder what Gomez is going to do with King 9 suited or King Jack off, King 10 off. Probably find some folds with those kind of hands. The King Jack suited, oh, we are seeing a flap.
Oh boy. Domination, rotation.
Some good turn cards for Gomez here. Would love to just get a free card, but certainly if there's a small enough bet, we could see a float from Gomez. It's certainly possible we just get a fold. Doesn't want to get into too much trouble here. There is the float. Too good a price.
The PS4 and PS5 Spider-Man games, excellent.
They are excellent. They're not some of my favorites, but they're really good. Yeah.
10 out of 10. Hello, club on the turn.
Crunchy.
What'd you think about the replacement Peter in that?
Miles Morales?
No, the replacement Peter, like they replaced the animation of what the guy looks like in the PS5 version.
I didn't even notice.
And I'll tell you what, Kalev isn't thrilled here. Surely going to be beating some of the floats that Gomez might have, but Gomez is going to have a lot of queens here. So your 5 shrinks up real fast. Now the question becomes, for Gomez, with 540 in the middle, with 710K back for Kalev, what do we start doing here? Are we betting and then calling a shove? Do we bet small and then fold our flush draw?
Michael Johannesson on YouTube says Witcher 3 just got an update a few days ago, next gen update. I'm not going to play it again. That game just stressed me out. There were just so many things on the map that I needed to do, too much.
Apparently they fixed that. That's one of the things, I'm not even kidding. With the like check marks everywhere, I think they like cleaned it up and they only have the check marks for like the important things.
Only found out recently that the woman from the Andor series is Yennefer in the Witcher games.
No way.
Yeah.
Oh, that's incredible. I love that.
I think it's pronounced Yogging. This is an incredible amount of pressure for a pair of 5s.
Wait, to be clear, when you say the woman from And/or do you mean the sort of blonde?
Yes, the Imperial Security Bureau.
That's great. Yeah, that tracks now. Were you a Yennefer or a Triss kind of guy? Romance.
So there's you end up with whoever, right?
Whoever you choose, yeah.
Yeah, I ended up with Yennefer on my winery.
On your winery, yeah, me too. Great minds.
Boy, this sounds awfully misogynistic, guys.
No, it's not. It's romantic.
Owen?
Oh my gosh, he did it.
Did it. Wow.
And now he has to fold.
That is quite impressive.
Most impressive.
Huge pickup for Kalev. Up to $1.5 million
Look at the complexion for Gomez. Just a bit of redness. And just like, I could have just checked back. Or what would have happened if I just shoved?
Shoves the 5. That is really, really dope. Who does that at this stage? 30 players left.
Pitar Kalev.
Grip it and rip it.
Rip it, rip it.
Thank you.
Do you think Joe would like Witcher 3?
Yeah.
Yeah, me too.
It took me a while to get into it, but once I was kind of like immersed in the world, I really enjoyed it. Although, as I said, whenever you'd go to a new place, just everything you had to do, and then you'd collect all of these extra missions.
Oh, no, but he's not a big open world
boards.
guy. Maybe not, yeah.
It's just like too much.
What's weird, though, is like Spider-Man open world doesn't bother me. I think partially because it's an island.
Mm.
And it's an island I'm familiar with.
Yes.
And it's all accessible all the time. The thing about games where you're like building up your character is like I'll like fight a boss 50 times before realizing like, oh, maybe I'm not supposed to be fighting this guy right now. Maybe I should go do something else.
It takes you that long.
I seem to remember spending several days just sailing around in a little boat and jumping underwater to open chests for random armor that I then ended up selling for like a few coins.
Yes. I remember that. I remember I was in that water for a while, and those little mermaids would come by.
And they made a horrible screeching noise.
Yeah.
I just feel like there should be a version of the game, if you want, that says, go here now. Now go here for like the most efficient. Just tell me the order to do it in.
Yeah.
Go back and get that treasure chest that you couldn't open before. I don't want to open a Word document and take notes about all the treasure chests I left behind.
Meister 1. I'm still stuck in a cave with Lara Croft. Fair. Yep.
We must be into the last 30 minutes now, right? And inevitably, you saw it yesterday as well, things do tend to slow down as everyone's just winding down, ready to come back refreshed for another day tomorrow.
Oh no, says, I'm sad that Joe likes linear gameplay. Uncharted, that's the game for me.
Very linear.
Last of Us is linear.
Yes. Very. Have you started Last of Us 2 yet?
They haven't released the remake of Last of Us 2. I'm going to wait for that.
There's not going to be a remake. They're not going to remake Last of Us 2.
Why do they remake Last of Us Part 1 then?
Because it's a game from 2003. Or 13, rather. Last of Us 2 came out 2 years ago. 3 years ago.
Oh.
One game of the year. It just came out. It's like beautiful on like
It's already beautiful.
Yes.
Okay.
You're fine.
Did they replace Elliot Page in that one too?
Stop.
$1.6 million for Antoine Saut. Still at 30 players. So they will do a redraw overnight. The good news is we won't have to stop tomorrow when they get to 24 to do another redraw. There will, however, be a redraw at 16, and the objective tomorrow is to get down to 9. We'll stop if we get to 9. but we will play 6 full levels if we don't.
Griffin, are the last few hands of the night sort of regarded similarly to the bubble in that some people have kind of like checked out and you can fight hard for the last few pots? Is that a thing or no?
There's just a lot of like light posturing with that kind of stuff where it's like that's like kind of the energy, but then it's like there's the opportunistic people that want to like use it as an edge and just like take a couple hands here and there. And then there's people that are aware of it, that they're just like, oh, is he just trying to take advantage and do I want to counter? Or, you know, let's go get some hot wine end the night.
I thought you'd never ask. I'm out of here.
Yeah. Do we have a how many hands are left thing going on there? It hasn't started?
I haven't drawn yet. The clock's still running.
Jaws might be getting frisky here. Seeing how active Timothy Adams has been. And to a big enough sizing, it might just scare off Tim to be like, God, I really want to be set mining right now. And yeah, 200K is going to probably do the trick. That's a near 5x. And, you know, representing decent amount of his chips.
What are you representing hand-wise when you 5x it?
Well, you'll do this.
Sus.
You'll do this with your big value hands as well, right? Like you are balanced, and it's obviously
doing
a
this
particularly
with queens, kings, and aces.
Yeah, I think he is. It's particularly big, but that might just be a balanced sizing of draws in general, right? It's not necessarily indicative of a particular hand strength or lack of strength.
Okay.
But I don't know. I haven't seen draws 3-bet enough from the big blind with strong hands. Might have just been trying to get away with one there. Tell you what I would have done. I would just go see the flop. 7-6 suited, man. Let's. But I could totally understand the logic of 3-betting.
Okay, Griff, they have paused the clock and they've decided, or rather they've drawn for the number of hands still to play, and the number is 5.
Perfect.
Is that a lot?
5. That's the most.
If no one, but
I thought didn't it used to only be 2, 3, and 4? 3, 4, 5? I'm gonna have a talk with James. Have a talk with Toby about that.
Get him, Millhouse.
That's a nice big old raise to 1, 2, 0, 0, 0, 0.
1, 2, 0, 0, 0. You know what I'm talking about.
That's 1. Let's do this Sesame Street style. 1 hand of poker.
What's better, team? This beer or the Finnish one?
That's the name of.
Did you ever play the Superman game for N64?
Yes. I really like that game.
Wait, what?
I don't know why.
It's widely regarded as
like one of the worst
game of
yeah,
all
when
time.
I say that, I mean like I don't know. I just like
I don't know.
like
the
being
ET
Superman.
game gives it a run for its money.
I liked flying around.
Of course. I mean, you've got to judge every worst game by its generation.
Today is like pretty good quality.
Double lager.
Yeah.
The whole game was like you were flying through like things to like it was
Rings.
time trial. Yeah, rings. Yeah,
And there was 2 Supermen.
I remembered
like
liking
a red
it.
one and a blue one.
I remembered liking it. Yeah, I was quite young, but
Here's the thing about the ET game. I've played it. It's terrible. But it's not much worse than most of the other Atari games I've played. I have no idea what's going on in most of them. If it's not like Galaga or Tank or whatever that game is called, I don't know what the hell's going on in any of those games.
oh gosh, guys, this has an opportunity here.
By the way, I need to clip this entire conversation for my taxes this year when I write off all those